Chapter 1. A journey through, yet not a fortunate one. Lin Yu, wake up. Hurry, wake up. We are about to assemble. In a haze, a flurry of urgent shouts and vigorous shaking pulled Lin Yu from the depths of an endless darkness. He abruptly opened his eyes, greeted by a face both familiar and foreign, marked by an expression of anxiety. What are you daydreaming about, Lin Yu? Today is the day of the final assessment. Being late will disqualify you. His classmate, the plump Wang Hao, noticed his dazed look and gave him another shove. Final assessment? A sharp pain coursed through Lin Yu's head as a torrent of disjointed memories, not his own, flooded into his mind. Wasn't he supposed to be racing through a downpour on his way to the office, crushed under the weight of an out-of-control heavy truck, like a mere speed bump? The agony of shattered bones and fading consciousness remained vividly etched in his memory. Yet now, he found himself seated in a bright classroom. His name was indeed Lin Yu. However, in this world, he was merely a struggling high school senior, teetering on the brink of societal obscurity. Decades prior, the phenomenon known as the Rift had descended upon the world, unleashing monsters, zombies, and pestilence of various apocalyptic horrors that infiltrated this realm through unstable spatial fissures. In the face of such crises, a mysterious system named World Nexus forcibly bound all healthy humans aged 18 to 55. Individuals gained attribute panels and 3 chances at resurrection. A fortunate few awakened to powerful careers or abilities at the age of 18, yet every eligible individual was required to enter a dungeon 5 times. Only after completing these 5 trials could they avoid compulsory conscription by the World Nexus. Today marked the occasion for all seniors in this high school, having just turned 18, to participate in the official college entrance examination mandatory entry into the apocalyptic world fragments for their inaugural survival challenge. The original hoster, rather, another Lin Yu, had succumbed to the burden of her ill mother, who required exorbitant medical expenses, working multiple part-time jobs until fatigue took its toll, ultimately collapsing at her desk on this fateful day. Alas, Lin Yu sighed deeply within, mourning not only the plight of his unfortunate namesake, but also his own bizarre circumstances. He had inherited everything from the original host, including the weighty memories and the profound worry for his ailing mother. He must survive and thrive to earn the means for her treatment. Let's go. Wang Hao, seeing Lin Yu finally regain his senses, seized him and dashed outside. The playground buzzed with excitement and noise. Thousands of students, just like Lin Yu, freshly 18, stood lined up by class. Their faces reflected a tapestry of emotions: exhilaration, fear, confusion, and anticipation. On the podium, the principal passionately delivered a stirring address before their journey. Students, today marks a pivotal moment in your lives. It is the beginning of your transformation from sheltered blossoms into warriors capable of standing on their own. The Rift has arrived. It presents both crisis and opportunity. Some will soar to great heights in the dungeons, becoming the focus of admiration, while others may tragically fall. Yet, the World Nexus grants us 3 chances. Do not fear failure. Remember our motto: search, fight, retreat. If you return alive, you shall be heroes. Lin Yu stood among the crowd, silently absorbing it all. He instinctively focused his mind, and before him appeared a faint blue screen visible only to himself. Name: Lin Yu. Level 10100. Occupation: none ability, none strength, 8 agility, 8 stamina, 8 revival count, 3. Health status: suboptimal chronic malnutrition, excessive fatigue. This was a rather ordinary, even feeble, panel. The 3-dimensional attributes of an average healthy adult are typically rated at 10 points. Yet his attributes were diminished to 8 due to the original owner's relentless toil, coupled with the negative status of suboptimal health. Worse still, at the pivotal age of 18, when abilities are awakened, he had acquired nothing. No formidable combat class, no rare medic, and not even the most fundamental abilities of strength, speed, or stamina. He was merely the most unadorned of ordinary individuals. According to the rules of Decisive, the first entry into the dungeon would entail a mandatory random pairing. The authorities organized students from the same school together to enhance the chances of matching familiar faces and thus increase the survival rate for novices. Now, we shall commence the final assessment. The Decisive system will randomly assign teammates, forming groups of 3 to 5. As the principal's voice faded, A scrolling match information began to materialize on the retinas of all students. Lin Yu's heart raced to his throat. Teammates in the fragmented apocalypse were the crucial determinants of life and death. A competent team could significantly elevate one's chances of survival. As an ordinary person lacking any profession or abilities, if he were to be paired with formidable allies, it would be akin to a timely boon. The information on the screen began to lock in one by one. Match successful. Your team members are as follows. Su Qingxue LV1 Occupation. Medic Zhang Hao LV1 Occupation. Scout. Wang Chong LV1 Ability. Speed Awakening Li Bin LV1 Ability. Speed Awakening. Upon seeing these names, Lin Yu's heart plummeted. Su Qingxue. This name held an extraordinarily unique significance in the memories of the original owner. Once childhood sweethearts, their families were well acquainted. However, ever since Lin Yu's family fell into misfortune, following the death of his father, a once formidable combatant, during a high-level exploration in an alien world, their two families severed ties. Su Qingxue seemed to transform into a different person, regarding him with indifference, elevated to the status of the school's belle, a favored daughter of fortune. And now, she had awakened the exceedingly rare occupation of a medic. That was a top-tier support role capable of reviving the fallen and healing teammates. The scout Zhang Hao, along with the two speedsters Wang Chong and Li Bin, were also acquaintances of Lin Yu. They were the most fervent admirers of Su Qingxue, or perhaps more accurately sycophants. One medic, one scout, and two speed-oriented fighters. This configuration was a quintessentially perfect novice team for survival. And one of himself, merely a hindrance, an ordinary individual. Indeed, not far away, the four-member team led by Su Qingxue had already assembled. They evidently noticed the match information, their gazes collectively sweeping toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu could distinctly perceive the unabashed disdain and loathing reflected in Zhang Hao and the two others' eyes. Su Qingxue's gaze was particularly intricate. She merely cast a cold glance at Lin Yu, devoid of mockery, yet imbued with something far more painful, complete indifference and alienation, as if she were regarding an inconsequential stranger. Indeed, under the scrutiny of a live-streaming lens, they could not openly deride her, yet this silent exclusion spoke volumes. Lin Yu silently advanced, positioning herself at the edge of the group. Transmitting. The frigid notification from the system echoed in everyone's minds. In the next instant, an irresistible force of pull enveloped her, and Lin Yu felt the world spin as the playground, the throng, and the sky morphed into a distorted amalgamation of light and shadow. Chapter 2. Abandoned by the campus bell. The blinding sunlight mingled with an indescribable stench, marking Lin Yu's first sensation upon regaining consciousness. She found herself standing on a cracked, desolate city street. Surrounding her were towering edifices, yet they exuded a palpable lifelessness. The walls were marred by dark crimson stains and climbing vines, while shattered windows resembled hollow eye sockets, silently gazing upon this desolate expanse. Scattered across the street were abandoned vehicles, litter strewn about, and some contorted, desiccated human silhouettes. Was this the world of fragmented apocalypse? A city ravaged by zombies. An ocular display materialized before Lin Yu's retina. Welcome to Fragmented Apocalypse, E137 Zombie City. Mission objective, survival. Instance evacuation countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Zombie horde eruption countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. Evacuation point coordinates will be disclosed in 12 hours. Current instance survival count, 1,000. My livestream audience count, 17. 1,000 individuals. It appeared that numerous students from various schools had been transported to the same fragmented world for this novice assessment. Everyone, check your gear and stay vigilant. Zhang Hao's voice resonated from a distance. He had assumed the role of scout, his demeanor serious as he surveyed their surroundings. Humph, a burden, muttered Wang Chong, a speed awakener, casting a cursory glance at Lin Yu. His voice, though soft, reverberated with stark clarity in the desolate street. Another speed awakener, Li Bin, concurred, How go, Qingxue? We need to expedite our pace. Carrying an ordinary person will undoubtedly slow us down. Su Qingxue remained silent, merely retrieving a gleaming silver scalpel from a small pouch at her waist, gripping it with practiced ease, indicative of specialized training. Her pristine school uniform stood in stark contrast to the ruins around her, yet it radiated an aura of unique sanctity. She had awakened the meta class, her physical attributes surpassing those of an average person by 1.5 times. Even if her initial strength and agility were modest, they still eclipsed Lin Yu's. All right, let's keep the chatter to a minimum. Zhang Hao interjected as the nominal leader of the team in his role as scout. Lin Yu, stay behind us, and be cautious, do not hinder our progress. His tone was laden with impatience, as if uttering another word to Lin Yu would be an utter waste of time. Lin Yu nodded silently, acutely aware that he had become a liability to the team. Arguing or rebutting was futile, only inviting more humiliation. Let's go, there's a convenience store over there. We need to gather some food and water. Zhang Hao gestured toward the somewhat intact shop at the street corner. Wang Chong and Li Bin, both speed awakeners, darted forward like arrows released from a bow. Their speed indeed surpassed that of ordinary individuals, nearly 1.25 times faster than an average person sprinting at full effort. They deftly maneuvered around obstacles, reaching the convenience store entrance first, cautiously surveying the interior. Zhang Hao followed closely, while Su Qingxue ambled along in the middle. Lin Yu observed their deliberate haste, his heart understanding the unspoken truth. They had no intention of waiting for him. Clenching his fist around the rusty machete, a standard issue for scavengers, he felt the cold grip of the handle. It was better than nothing. He too set off toward the convenience store. However, with only 8 points of stamina and in a suboptimal state of health, he felt winded after merely walking a few dozen meters. By the time he reached the store's entrance, Wang Chong and Li Bin had already emerged, their arms laden with bulging plastic bags. Can you move any faster? You are like a snail. Wang Chong shot him an impatient glare. Forget him, Zhang Hao interjected. Let's check the commercial building ahead. ITL surely have more supplies. Time is precious, and we can't waste it on someone like him. With that, the four departed in unison, swiftly traversing the street without casting another glance back at Lin Yu, as if he were nothing more than a stone by the roadside, a piece of refuse. He had been abandoned. It was a predictable outcome. Lin Yu stood rooted, watching their figures vanish around the corner, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Rather than endure their disdain, being a potential burden to be discarded, he preferred to venture alone. Although fraught with danger, at least he would be free, and every gain would belong solely to him. Alone. Just me. Lin Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He understood that now was not the time for self-pity. He had to act immediately to seek the means for survival. Inside the convenience store, the shelves were askew, most of the food and water having been stripped bare, clearly the handiwork of Su Qingxue and her companions. They had taken everything that could swiftly replenish energy chocolate, energy bars, and bottled water, leaving behind only a few scattered, damaged packets of biscuits and several bottles of dubious-looking beverages. Lin Yu, undeterred by the state of the items, stuffed them into his tattered backpack. It was better than nothing. He glanced at his live-streaming interface, 17 viewers, likely schoolmates or bored passers-by, tuning in for the spectacle. Ha! This poor soul was abandoned right from the start. No profession, no powers, stamina at a mere 8 points. And in a sub-healthy state, isn't this panel a death wish? The barrage of comments was rife with mockery and disdain, yet Lin Yu paid them no mind, as he was not in the mood to engage with those who reveled in misfortune. He needed to seek out something of greater worth, be it weaponry, pharmaceuticals, or anything that could liberate him from his predicament. His gaze shifted towards a seemingly upscale jewelry store adjacent to the convenience store. Chapter 3. Golden Jewelry. The glass door of the jewelry store lay shattered, revealing a dark and foreboding entrance. Lin Yu tightened his grip on the machete, cautiously peeking inside. The interior was a scene of devastation. The jewelry counter lay in ruins, with an array of packaging and shards of glass strewn across the floor. Yet, amidst the chaos, some glimmering objects still caught the eye in the dim light. Golden ornaments. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with hope. He thought of his mother, bedridden in the real world, whose life depended on an exorbitant amount of money for medical care. If he could take even a small portion of this gold, it would suffice to cover a significant part of her expenses. This thought ignited a fervent desire within him, like a flame consuming everything in its path. Without hesitation, he stepped into the jewelry store, fervently searching the ground for gold necklaces, bracelets, and rings. These seemingly useless items in the apocalypse represented the essence of his mother's life to him. He stuffed the gold he found into his pockets and backpack, the heavy weight providing a fleeting sense of security. What is this newcomer doing? Collecting gold? This is hilarious. Didn't anyone tell him that these precious metals are worthless in the settlement system? Only special materials, equipment, tech blueprints, and energy cores from the instance can be taken out for exchange. These trinkets will be annihilated upon transfer. Another fool hoping to get rich off this. There are always a few each year. Let us wait for him to toil in vain, only to be devoured by zombies. The barrage of comments in the live stream poured over Lin Yu like a frigid cascade of reality, dousing his fervor. He froze, halting his frantic gathering. They can't be taken out? Instinctively, he glanced at the holographic screen, and indeed, in an inconspicuous corner, he found a line of rules. Only extraordinary items and materials recognized by the settlement derived from apocalypse fragments can be taken out. Regular items will be purified. So, is that how it is? Lin Yu felt deflated as he pulled the heavy gold from his pockets and tossed it to the ground. The objects that once shimmered with the light of hope now seemed unbearably cumbersome. A wave of profound disappointment washed over him. Not only had he expended his effort in vain, but he had also squandered precious time needed for survival. Just then, a sound reminiscent of a creaky, dilapidated bellows echoed from the street. Lin Yu's heart raced, and he immediately crouched down, peering through the shattered window. He beheld a scene that sent chills down his spine. The previously motionless, withered figures on the street began to move slowly and stiffly. Their aim was unmistakably directed towards his location. Zombies! Warning! First dimension rejection, world malice, has been triggered. You will continuously attract nearby infected entities within a 50-meter radius for the next 30 seconds. The chilling system notification confirmed his fears. Periodically, players acted as signal emitters for the surrounding zombies. This is a rule set by the game, compelling players to constantly move and engage in combat, thereby increasing the difficulty of survival. Damn! Lin Yu cursed under his breath, immediately lowering his body to hide behind the shattered counter, scarcely daring to breathe. 3 zombies were drawn to the area, clad in tattered garments, their skin exhibiting a foreboding ashen hue. They moved sluggishly, emitting unintelligible growls from their throats, aimlessly wandering in front of the jewelry store. Lin Yu's heart raced in his throat. Armed only with a broken machete, he might stand a chance against a single zombie, but facing 3 simultaneously with his currently feeble physique was undoubtedly a death sentence. He gripped the hilt of his knife tightly, his palms slick with cold sweat. Time ticked by, each second stretching the 30-second distraction to feel like an eternity. Fortunately, the zombies seemed to possess limited perceptual abilities. They were merely attracted to the vicinity without directly discovering Lin Yu concealed behind the counter. After wandering aimlessly for a while, they gradually returned to their aimless shuffling as the distraction faded, slowly retreating into the distance. Only after confirming the zombies had moved away did Lin Yu dare to exhale deeply, his back drenched in cold sweat. It was perilously close. This experience served as a wake-up call. He needed to exercise greater caution. Calm down, Lin Yu, calm down, he urged himself, reminding himself that he still had a chance. He forced himself to forget the recent feelings of despair and fear, reassessing his situation. Lacking powerful allies and formidable strength, his sole advantage lay in possessing a soul from another world, granting him superior logical reasoning and adaptability compared to the natives of this realm. He must discover something of genuine value. But what constitutes true value? Weapons? Medicine? Or the energy cores mentioned in the barrage of comments? Yet where could such items be found? In this vast city, searching aimlessly felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as Lin Yu felt a wave of confusion and helplessness wash over him, a sudden, subtle pain pierced his head, as if something were attempting to emerge from the depths of his consciousness. Chapter 4. Survival Radar System. The sudden pang of sensation jolted Lin Yu's spirit. This was not a physical pain, but rather an unusual disturbance emanating from the depths of his psyche. Almost instantaneously, he felt a fragment of his mental energy being drawn away by an invisible force, coalescing at his brow. In the next moment, The pale blue screen before him underwent a peculiar transformation. A new interface emerged beside the task information on the original attribute panel, unfurling slowly with a soft chime. It was a circular radar interface, radiating faint green, scanning ripples centered around him. Survival radar system has been bound. Permission level, 1. Detection range, 5-kilometer radius, detection targets, non-biological resource points, energy consumption, inactive mode. It continuously consumes a minuscule amount of mental energy. Concentrated scanning will exacerbate the consumption. Lin Yu stood in a daze. A golden finger? Is this the quintessential boon of a time traveler? In his moment of despair and helplessness, it had emerged. The survival radar system. His heart raced uncontrollably, pounding fiercely in his chest. He suppressed his inner jubilation and meticulously examined this sudden new function. A level 1 radar with a 5-kilometer range, capable solely of detecting non-biological resources. This implied he would not be able to see zombies or other players. However, he could perceive supplies within the radar's interface. A constellation of luminous dots appeared within the circle centered on him. These dots varied in color, the majority being a dim white, occasionally interspersed with a few faint green glimmers. According to the system's succinct explanation, white represented low-value items, encompassing food, water, and basic melee weapons. Green, on the other hand, denoted medical supplies. Information. In this perilous, information-scarce apocalyptic world, this was undoubtedly a divine skill. While others floundered like headless flies, scavenging by sheer luck. He possessed a treasure map. Exhaling deeply, Lin Yu released a long breath, his tightly clenched fists trembling with excitement. He immediately focused his attention on the nearest white dot on the radar. It was located on the second floor of an apartment building across the street. No longer hesitating, he gripped his machete, double-checking that the street was devoid of wandering zombies before swiftly departing the jewelry store, making his way toward the apartment. The stairwell was laden with dust and the scent of mildew, with dried blood stains visible on the walls. Lin Yu held his breath, treading lightly as he ascended the stairs, step by careful step. The white dot on the radar was situated in a room at the end of the second-floor corridor. The door stood ajar, and Lin Yu cautiously nudged it open, peering inside. The room was disheveled, yet devoid of zombies. In the corner, beside a toppled wardrobe, lay a seemingly sturdy metal baseball bat. The bat emitted an invisible glow, clearly discernible on the radar as a faint white light. He had found it. Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. This baseball bat, in terms of length, weight, and sturdiness, far surpassed the rusted machete he had been wielding. He swiftly entered the room, picked up the bat, and weighed it in his hands, finding it satisfyingly hefty, the air swirling with power as he swung it. With this weapon in hand, his odds of survival against isolated zombies had undoubtedly increased. The mere act of switching arms granted Lin Yu a profound sense of security. Instead of hastily searching for his next target, he leaned against the wall, attuned to the energy expenditure that came with activating the radar. Indeed, as described, merely maintaining its operational state required minimal mental effort, akin to a small program running in the background. However, when he attempted to concentrate and magnify the details of a specific area on the radar, he could distinctly sense a wave of fatigue emerging from the depths of his mind. Given his current mental capacity, it seemed he could not sustain prolonged, meticulous scanning. He needed to conserve his strength, Lin Yu reminded himself. He once again glanced at the radar, locking onto a nearby green dot located within the same building. Medical supplies. An equally urgent necessity at this stage. Chapter 5. Basic supplies and unexpected discoveries. The green light point was located on the 4th floor. Lin Yu, wielding a baseball bat, ascended step by step. The higher he climbed, the more pungent the metallic scent of blood became. At the entrance of the stairs on the 3rd floor lay a corpse, long decayed and blackened. Judging by its attire, it appeared to be a resident of the building. With an expressionless face, Lin Yu circumnavigated the body. The corridor on the 4th floor was somewhat cleaner than below, and the source of the green light emanated from the 3rd room on the left. The door was firmly shut. Lin Yu refrained from recklessly turning the doorknob. None could ascertain whether treasures awaited him behind the door or a monstrous predator. He pressed his ear against the cold door, listening intently. Silence enveloped the room, devoid of any sound. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to take the risk. Retreating 2 steps, he lifted his foot and, summoning all his strength, delivered a powerful kick to the lock. Bang! The old wooden door echoed with a resounding crash. The lock shattered, and the door swung inward. Lin Yu immediately tightened his grip on the bat, adopting a defensive stance, his gaze fixed warily on the darkness within. The room remained eerily silent. After a few seconds, reassured that no danger lurked, he cautiously stepped inside. The interior was that of a mundane family residence, with the living room sofa cloaked in a thick layer of dust. The green light on the radar originated from a first aid kit nestled in the corner of the room. Lin Yu hastened over and opened the kit. Inside, he found an orderly array of bandages, gauze, antiseptic alcohol, antibiotics, and several small bottles of painkillers. At the very bottom, he discovered an unopened emergency medical pack. Name: Household First Aid Kit. Level: White. Description: contains basic medical supplies suitable for treating minor injuries. Though merely of white level, to Lin Yu in his current predicament, it was akin to a lifeline in the bleakness. In this apocalyptic world, where injury was a constant threat, these supplies represented a second chance at life. He unceremoniously slung the entire first aid kit over his shoulder. With weapons and medicine secured, the next priority was the most crucial: food and water. He descended back to the lower floor and activated the radar once more. Within a vast circular area of 5 kilometers radius centered around him, hundreds of white light points densely populated the landscape. Too many. It was impossible to search them all. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. He needed to make choices. To select the most efficient route, carefully scrutinizing the distribution of the light points on the radar, he observed that a large supermarket across the street exhibited the highest concentration of white points. Although areas with greater numbers of people might pose heightened dangers, they also indicated a richer availability of resources. Lin Yu resolved to investigate this location. With the first aid kit on his back and a baseball bat in hand, he returned to the desolate street. This time, his confidence was significantly bolstered. As he made his way toward the supermarket, he consciously avoided areas that might harbor lurking zombies. While the radar could not detect enemies, he adeptly navigated using environmental cues, such as bloodstains on the ground and the obstruction of abandoned vehicles, to chart a relatively safe path. 10 minutes later, he successfully arrived at the entrance of a large supermarket named Hualien. The glass doors lay shattered, and the entrance was in disarray. Shelves had collapsed, and products were strewn everywhere. Lin Yu took a deep breath and stepped inside. The chaos within the supermarket exceeded his expectations. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decaying food. He fought against the discomfort and, guided by his radar, navigated around the looted shelves, making his way directly to the warehouse area of the supermarket. Indeed, most of the supplies that had not yet been shelved were piled up here. Cases of bottled water, sealed compressed biscuits, and a plethora of canned goods awaited him. Name: beef canned, grade, white. Description: high in calories, with a decent taste. A rare delicacy in the apocalypse. Name: purified water, grade, white. Description: the source of life. Exceptionally thirst-quenching. Gazing at the mountain of supplies before him, Lin Yu's breathing quickened. This was it. He had truly struck gold. These provisions and water would sustain him for a considerable time. However, a new dilemma presented itself. His backpack had limited capacity and could not accommodate such an abundance of goods. It was impractical to wander through a city teeming with zombies while lugging a case of water. He needed to mark this location, allowing for future resupply. Just as he activated the radar, a fleeting glimpse caught his eye. At the very edge of the radar interface, an exceedingly faint, shimmering golden dot flickered and vanished. Chapter 6. The Golden Resource Point Golden. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Convinced he must be hallucinating, he immediately focused his mind, pouring all his consciousness into the survival radar system. Instantly, a wave of fatigue, far more intense than before, surged through his brain, and the radar's scanning waves became distinctly clearer. He fixed his gaze on the direction where the golden light point had just flickered. Located at the northeastern corner of the city, at the very edge of the radar's detection range, there it was, an exceedingly minute, yet resplendent and noble golden point of light, quietly hovering on the radar map. It was worlds apart from the white points representing low value, and the green points indicating medical supplies. This color seemed capable of piercing through all darkness, symbolizing an unparalleled worth. Lin Yu's breath halted for an instant. He had never heard of, nor seen in any documentation, a golden resource point aside from the white, green, blue, firearms, and purple attribute points skill books. What could this signify? It implied that its value might surpass even that of the purple grade skill books. This was undoubtedly a unique, supreme treasure within this novice dungeon. Stay calm. I must remain composed, Lin Yu fervently reminded himself. Great temptation often accompanies an equally formidable danger. That place must be extraordinary. However, could he afford to turn away? The answer was a resolute no. He had nothing to his name, forsaken by powerful allies. Merely a scavenger clinging to life in this apocalyptic world. To survive, to alter his fate, to earn money for his mother's treatment, he must seize every potential opportunity. Wealth is sought amidst peril. Once this thought took root, it became uncontrollable. He glanced at the radar indicating the distance. The golden light point was exceedingly far, nearly at the limit of the 5-kilometer detection range. It would take over an hour to reach on foot, and he would have to traverse a significant portion of the city, fraught with danger. He must set out immediately. He abandoned the readily available food and water before him. In comparison to that golden opportunity, these white-grade supplies could be gathered again at any time. He only took a few bottles of water and 2 compressed biscuits from the warehouse, stowing them in his backpack as provisions for the journey. Then, he resolutely turned away from the supermarket. Outside, the sky seemed to have darkened slightly. Lin Yu oriented himself and began to walk toward the location of the golden light point on the radar. This time, his movements became increasingly cautious. No longer did he traverse the wide streets. Instead, he opted to navigate through narrow alleys and between buildings. Although the terrain was complex, it allowed him to better utilize the landscape to evade potential dangers. His eyes remained vigilant, constantly scanning the surroundings, while his consciousness largely immersed in the radar, continuously confirming the position of the golden light point and adjusting his course. The drain on his mental energy was more rapid than he had anticipated. Focusing intently on his distant goal for an extended period caused a dull ache to emerge in his mind, and his vision began to blur slightly. He was compelled to pause, leaning against the wall, taking a sip of water to alleviate the mental fatigue. As he gasped for breath, a familiar growl echoed from the mouth of the alley. Lin Yu's heart seized with trepidation as he tightened his grip on the baseball bat. A solitary zombie staggered into view from the alleyway, its face partially decomposed, revealing ghastly white bone beneath, its hollow eye sockets fixated on Lin Yu, the sole living creature in its sight. It had noticed him. Lin Yu's heart raced to his throat. This was his first true encounter with such a monster. There was no retreat. He inhaled deeply, forcing his fear deep within. He recalled his gravely ill mother and that distant, radiant golden speck. He had to prevail. With a guttural growl, the zombie lurched forward with its stiff gait, advancing towards Lin Yu. Though its speed was not swift, the terrifying visage of a creature that sought to devour him instilled profound psychological pressure. Lin Yu opted against a direct confrontation, glancing at the clutter of debris beside him. A plan swiftly crystallized in his mind. He retreated while skillfully leading the zombie toward a pile of discarded paint cans. The zombie, devoid of intelligence, pursued him mindlessly. Just as it was about to pounce, Lin Yu suddenly darted to the side. Bang! The zombie tripped over the paint cans, crashing heavily to the ground. Now was his moment. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he gripped the baseball bat tightly, summoning all his strength to deliver a powerful blow to the back of the zombie's skull. Thud! The dull sound of impact resonated harshly in the stillness of the alley. Chapter 7. The Bounty of the Abandoned Bank, a Successful Strike. Lin Yu could even feel the chilling sensation of the baseball bat shattering the skull. The zombie struggled a couple of times before succumbing to stillness. A foul, black liquid oozed from the back of its head. It was dead. Lin Yu gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. His hands trembled slightly, partly from anxiety and partly from the exertion. He had succeeded. Alone, he had vanquished a zombie. Although the process was perilous and he had utilized the advantage of the terrain, this was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. It proved that with enough composure and courage, even an ordinary person like him possessed the means to survive in this world. After a brief respite, Lin Yu pressed onward towards the golden objective. An hour later, when he had nearly exhausted all his mental energy and his head throbbed with pain, he finally reached his destination. The sight before him drew a sharp intake of breath. It was an abandoned branch of a large bank. The entrance, forged from heavy alloys, had been grotesquely torn apart by a formidable force. The immense metal door twisted and crumpled like a balled-up piece of paper lodged in the frame. Inside the bank's atrium lay several mangled corpses, which appeared to be anything but ordinary zombies. They resembled some form of mutation or perhaps the remains of other scavengers. The golden on his radar was unmistakably located deep within the bank, at the vault's subterranean level. It was evidently not as simple as he had hoped. Lin Yu's heart sank. Such a conspicuous location had undoubtedly been frequented by countless others. Yet the golden light persisted, indicating that either no one had discovered it or that it had been found but could not be taken. He leaned towards the latter hypothesis. He refrained from entering through the main door, as it was far too perilous. Instead, he circled the bank, building in search of alternative entrances. Ultimately, beneath a wall that had collapsed due to an explosion on the side of the bank, he discovered a ventilation shaft leading to the basement. The opening was narrow, but given his somewhat slight frame, he could just manage to squeeze through. Without a moment's hesitation, he removed his medical kit and backpack, concealing them amidst the nearby ruins, and took only the baseball bat and a small knife as he crawled into the pitch-black duct. The air within the duct was thick with the scent of rust and dust, and the confined space felt stifling. He had to rely solely on the radar's guidance as he painstakingly navigated through the darkness. After what felt like an eternity, a faint glimmer of light finally emerged ahead. He had reached the end of the duct, where a metal grating sealed off the exit. Peering through the bars, he beheld the scene below. This appeared to be the outer security zone of the vault, with several emergency lights still flickering, casting a dim illumination. At the center of the area stood a massive circular door, several meters thick and forged from alloy, leading to the ultimate vault, and astonishingly, it was ajar. The door was riddled with menacing claw marks and terrifying signs of corrosion. Clearly, some powerful entity had forcibly breached this place. Lin Yu's heart began to race. He pried open the fence and nimbly leaped down, making no sound. He moved step by step towards the half-open circular gate. The closer he approached, the more radiant the golden dots on his radar became. He finally entered the vault. Inside the vault, it was utterly barren. All the safes had been opened, their contents completely pillaged. Yet in the very center of the vault, upon a pedestal crafted from a special alloy, intended to hold the most important items, lay an unassuming object. It was a palm-sized, entirely black and classically styled cloth bag. It appeared inconspicuous, but this very bag was emitting a dazzling golden light on the radar that made Lin Yu's soul tremble. He stepped forward and picked up the bag. It felt smooth and warm to the touch, its material unknown. Name: spatial backpack, small, level, gold, description, woven from dimensional silk. It contains a small space, approximately 1 cubic meter. Usable after imprinting with mental energy. A spatial backpack. Lin Yu's eyes widened instantly, and his breath quickened. It was the legendary spatial equipment. In the outside world, only top-tier teams and large corporations could possibly possess such strategic resources. Each one was enough to incite frenzied competition among countless individuals. And now, a golden spatial backpack lay quietly in his hands. He had struck it rich. No. This was beyond mere wealth. This was a staggering encounter that could alter the course of his life. Beside the backpack was a small metallic box. Lin Yu suppressed his exhilaration and opened the box. Inside were 3 syringes filled with liquids of different colors: red, green, and blue. Name: Basic Strength Enhancement Serum X1. Level: Blue. Description: Permanently increases strength attribute by 1 point. Name: Basic Agility Enhancement Serum X1. Level: Blue. Description: Permanently increases agility attribute by 1 point. Name: Basic Endurance Enhancement Serum X1. level, blue, description, permanently increases endurance attribute by 1 point. Remarkably, these were serums that permanently enhanced his 3 core attributes. Lin Yu's mind was nearly overwhelmed. This adventure had truly paid off. Without any hesitation, he grasped the blue endurance enhancement serum, aimed it at his arm, and injected it directly. A gentle warmth instantly spread from his arm throughout his body. He could distinctly feel his weakened physique, due to prolonged fatigue and malnutrition, being nourished and restored by a mysterious energy. The sense of exhaustion vanished, replaced by an unprecedented vitality. He immediately opened his attribute panel. Endurance, 8-10, health status, subhealthy healthy, endurance, 10-11, his subhealthy condition had been healed. Moreover, after returning to the normal standard of 10 points, his endurance attribute had increased by an additional point. He was filled with ecstatic joy as he simultaneously injected 2 more potions into himself. Strength, 7-11, agility, 8-11, feeling the surge of power within him. Now enhanced to an unprecedented level, Lin Yu was nearly overwhelmed with the urge to let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. Although he remained without a profession or supernatural abilities, in terms of physical prowess, he was now on par with even the most basic awakened beings. However, after the euphoria, a profound caution set in. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the adage that possessing great wealth can invite peril. He promptly accessed his live streaming interface and decisively chose to end the broadcast. From this moment forth, all his actions would be shrouded in secrecy. Yet, just as he closed the stream and initiated the blood oath to claim the golden spatial backpack, a line of scarlet warnings suddenly erupted across the screen before him. Chapter 8. Exposure of Coordinates and the Onset of Crisis. Warning. You have acquired the highest value item within this apocalyptic fragment world, spatial backpack. Negative status triggered. Curse of the Treasure. Effect. Your location coordinates will be forcibly broadcasted to all participants in this apocalyptic fragment world at 1-hour intervals. Countdown for the first coordinate broadcast. 0, 59. 59. The scarlet text, like a branding mark, was indelibly etched into Lin Yu's retina. The elation that had surged moments ago was abruptly doused by a deluge of icy realization. Coordinates broadcast? To all participants? Lin Yu's mind buzzed, blanking out in shock. He instinctively glanced at the upper right corner of the display. Current number of survivors in the instance, 987. This signified that, in 1 hour, the remaining 987 participants would receive his precise coordinates, akin to a navigation signal. He would become the quarry of all. Damn it! Lin Yu's complexion darkened instantaneously. He finally comprehended why this golden item had remained here. It was not that it had gone unnoticed. Rather, claiming it meant strapping oneself with an unremovable GPS locator, transforming into a living target within the instance world. This was the curse of the treasure. Anyone who entered this vault and seized the spatial backpack would inevitably be ensnared by this curse. What awaited him next was an unending pursuit. Unless he could endure until the evacuation point appeared and successfully escape. Lin Yu's back was drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at the countdown. Nearly 10 hours remained until the evacuation point emerged. Yet his location would be exposed in just 1 hour. He had to vacate this place immediately. This bank vault had morphed from a treasure trove into a death trap. Once the coordinates were broadcasted, it would undoubtedly become the eye of the storm. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu hastily stowed away the 3 used syringes and the metal box into the spatial backpack, leaving no trace behind. This cubic meter of space was remarkably convenient to use. With merely a thought, he could store or retrieve items. He forced himself to regain composure, his mind racing. Crisis also presents opportunity. The exposure of coordinates meant he would become the focal point of pursuit. However, conversely, he possessed an unparalleled advantage, his spatial backpack. In the next hour, he could exploit its convenience to frantically scavenge for supplies. Food, water, medicine, tools, anything of value visible on the radar could be collected without restraint. By the time others arrived, panting and weary from their chase, he would have already plundered the surrounding resources and made his escape. What they would find would be an empty bank and the anticipation of the next coordinate broadcast. Contemplating this, Lin Yu's gaze regained its resolute determination. Want to catch me? Let us see if you possess such capability. No longer hesitating, he swiftly turned and exited the vault, retracing his steps and climbing out through the ventilation shaft. He retrieved his medical kit and backpack hidden amidst the rubble, hastily stowing away all its contents, including the baseball bat, into a spatial backpack. Instantly, he felt a sense of lightness envelop him. Apart from the attire he wore, he bore no burden. Such is the remarkable advantage of a spatial backpack. He could venture forth unencumbered, moving at remarkable speed while carrying a vast array of supplies. Activating his radar, he surveyed the densely populated white and green dots on the map, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Thus, before the first game of hide and seek commenced, let's collect some interest. His gaze fixated on a large hospital nearby, where the concentration of green dots was most abundant within the region. Time was of the essence. Less than 50 minutes remained until the inaugural coordinate broadcast. Lin Yu pushed his speed to its utmost limits, with his agility enhanced to 11 points. His running speed and reflexes significantly improved, allowing him to navigate through the debris with utmost ease. Before long, he arrived at the abandoned municipal hospital. At the entrance, several ambulances lay overturned, the interior of the building exuding a peculiar blend of disinfectant and the metallic scent of blood. This place was a treasure trove of green resources. It was also likely to be one of the densest areas for zombies. Lin Yu felt no trepidation. With his attributes significantly boosted and the spatial backpack as a stronghold, he was emboldened. He charged directly into the emergency room on the first floor. The radar was fully operational. His mental energy was rapidly depleting, but Lin Yu paid it no mind. On his radar map, the entire hospital illuminated. Countless green dots resembling fireflies scattered across various floors. First floor, pharmacy. Lin Yu's objective was exceedingly clear. He kicked open the securely locked pharmacy door, his eyes glimmering at the sight of rows upon rows of shelves. Painkillers, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, adrenaline, morphine. Name: military-grade potent analgesic. Level: green. Description: quickly alleviates severe pain, enabling you to maintain combat effectiveness even when gravely injured. Name: broad-spectrum antibiotic, special edition. Level: green. Description: effective against most bacterial infections, with some inhibitory effects on certain lower-level viruses. These were indeed valuable commodities. Whether for personal use within the dungeon or for sale to others, they represented a tremendous fortune. Lin Yu wasted no time, both hands sweeping forth like autumn winds scattering leaves, clearing the shelves of all medicines glowing with green light, all packed into his spatial backpack. In a mere 2 minutes, the entire pharmacy was stripped bare. Next, the second floor, the operating room and laboratory. Lin Yu pressed on without pause, heading straight for the second floor. In the operating room, he discovered numerous specialized medical instruments and pharmaceuticals. Scalpel, suturing needle, high-concentration anesthetics. Though he may not utilize these items himself, their mere presence is sure to attract the attention of powerful factions and skilled medical personnel who would gladly procure them at a premium. Search, search, search. He moved with the efficiency of a master porter, causing every valuable medical supply that appeared on his radar to vanish without a trace. His spatial backpack, with a capacity of 1 cubic meter, was swiftly filled to nearly half its limit. Just as he reveled in his scavenging, an unusual shift on the radar map caught his attention. Below him, in a lobby area of the hospital's first floor, a previously stationary white dot abruptly vanished. Lin Yu's movements halted abruptly. The white dot represented essential supplies. It could not simply disappear into thin air. The only plausible explanation was that someone else had entered and taken the item, although his radar could not directly detect living beings. He could infer the presence and movements of others by observing the fluctuations in the resource points. Chapter 9. The first confrontation. This is the overwhelming advantage brought by the disparity of information. Is anyone there? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. He remained unperturbed, instead growing more composed. He immediately ceased his scavenging and quietly retreated to a concealed room, completely masking his presence. He was curious to see who had arrived here so swiftly. Concealed behind the curtains, he discreetly observed the commotion downstairs through a narrow gap in the window. Soon, Three figures cautiously entered through the hospital's main entrance. Armed with rudimentary weapons, they vigilantly scanned their surroundings while rummaging through the looted emergency hall, seemingly in search of any overlooked items. They were merely other scavengers. Lin Yu regarded them with indifference. He had no intention of initiating an attack. After all, it is better to avoid unnecessary conflict. He merely needed to wait for them to leave or circumvent them. He glanced at the radar once more. The three scavengers were still searching the first floor, while he occupied the second, where several valuable green resource points remained untouched. Once they completed their search on the first floor, they would surely discover the emptied pharmacy. A faint smile crept across Lin Yu's lips as a plan silently took shape. He ceased his concealment and deliberately made a slight noise upstairs, such as knocking over a metal tray. There is movement upstairs. The scavengers below were indeed startled. The three of them immediately huddled together, gazing up at the ceiling. Could it be a zombie? Let us check it out. After a brief discussion, they ultimately succumbed to the allure of high-grade supplies and, stealing their nerves, ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, as they climbed, stealthily descended the opposite staircase to the first floor. A perfectly timed maneuver. He even managed to slip away with the last unobserved green light point on the first floor. A first aid kit hidden in a drawer at the nurse's station, just as they brushed past him. By the time the three scavengers stormed onto the second floor, cursing in frustration at the sight of the ransacked apartments, Lin Yu had already vacated the hospital, vanishing into the shadows of the city. Toying with them was indeed a gratifying experience. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Lin Yu realized that this radar, which failed to detect enemies, proved to be more intriguing and a greater test of his wit and judgment than one that provided direct visibility of foes. He glanced at the countdown. First coordinate broadcast countdown, 019. 47, less than 20 minutes remained. He had to seize the final moments to prepare more trump cards for himself. After leaving the hospital, Lin Yu did not pause. Like a specter, he swiftly navigated through the desolate city. Guided by the radar, he consistently discovered the most efficient and safest routes. His next target was an outdoor supply store. In the realm of survival, practical tools were just as crucial as medicines and food. Name: multifunctional entrenching tool. Level: white. Description: capable of digging, chopping, and sawing, exceedingly practical. In emergencies, it can also serve as a weapon. Name: high-strength climbing rope. Level: white. Description: remarkably sturdy, an excellent aid for vertical movement. Name: flint water filter. Compass. Lin Yu collected every tool that caught his eye. His spatial backpack was visibly filling up at an astonishing rate. The exhilaration derived from this frenzied hoarding of supplies had almost become an addiction. Just as he finished scouring the outdoor supply store and was about to leave, he encountered an unavoidable battle for the first time. Not one, but two zombies blocked the alleyway's exit. After injecting himself with a three-dimensional enhancement serum, Lin Yu's confidence surged. He chose not to flee. Instead, he boldly advanced. With a swift motion, he extracted a heavy metal baseball bat from his spatial backpack. The zombie on the left lunged at him with a guttural roar, reeking of decay. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, his body instinctively lowered. Utilizing the advantage of his agility, he sidestepped to the right, nimbly evading the creature's attack. Simultaneously, he swung the bat in a fierce arc, harnessing the power of his waist to strike the zombie's knee with tremendous force. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The zombie's knee shattered, causing it to lose balance and collapse forward. Lin Yu offered it no respite. He stepped forward, gripping the bat with both hands, and delivered a powerful home run swing that landed squarely on the back of the zombie's head. Thud! A mixture of red and white splattered everywhere. Kill infected X1 instant kill. The second zombie was just closing in. Lin Yu replicated his previous maneuver, sidestepping once more to evade the attack. The bat, propelled by a gust of wind, struck the zombie's temple with a resounding impact. Thud! Another fatal blow. Kill infected X1. The entire confrontation unfolded fluidly, lasting no more than 10 seconds. Lin Yu stood beside the two lifeless bodies, breathing slightly heavier, feeling the surge of power within him. So, I have become this strong? He marveled at his own prowess. With 11 points in strength and agility, Combined with his calm demeanor and combat instinct, he found himself effortlessly overpowering two ordinary zombies. This newfound strength imbued him with greater confidence as he prepared for the impending onslaught from all players. He glanced at the countdown. First coordinate broadcast countdown, 0:01, 15, only a little over a minute remained. He needed to find a favorable terrain immediately to brace himself for the initial wave of attacks. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a 6-story residential building not far off. The rooftop of that building offered a clear vantage point, easy to defend, yet difficult to assault, with only one staircase leading up. It was an ideal location for ambush and observation. He hesitated no longer and immediately dashed into the building, swiftly ascending to the rooftop. Standing at the edge, the chilling wind swept past, instantly calming his mind, which had been aflame with the heat of battle. He gazed down upon the silent city below, akin to a hunter poised in anticipation of its prey. 10, 9, 8. Lin Yu silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 10. Luring the snake from its hole, the chilling sound of the system's notification reverberated through the air, akin to a stone cast into the tranquil waters of a lake, stirring tumultuous waves within the desolate expanse of the zombie-infested city E-137. In that instant, over 900 novice survivors, scattered across the city, paused their frantic scavenging, whether rifling through cans in convenience stores or hiding from the undead in residential homes. Their retinas lit up with a glaring crimson coordinate, a beacon in the night, irresistibly alluring and fraught with perilous temptation. The highest value item? A golden legend? Goodness! Within mere hours of the start, someone had already acquired such a treasure. The coordinates have been revealed. The system is practically urging us to seize it. Do not be foolish. Those capable of obtaining such an item must possess formidable abilities or specialized skills. For ordinary individuals like us, venturing forth would be akin to courting death. What is there to fear? Fortune favors the bold. The Nexus has granted us 3 chances. What is one death in the grand scheme of things? What if we succeed in seizing it? After a fleeting moment of shock, greed swiftly eclipsed reason. Countless eyes glowed with avarice, and they simultaneously activated the system's rudimentary map to pinpoint the heart-pounding coordinates. In an instant, shadows began to surge throughout the city. The previously cautious scavengers, now akin to sharks sensing blood, converged from all directions toward the 6-story residential building where Lin Yu resided. At the epicenter of this impending storm, Lin Yu lay quietly at the edge of the rooftop, adorned with a black cap and a gray mask obscuring his face, revealing only his cold, piercing eyes. He resembled a patient cheetah, surveying the bustling streets below as they grew increasingly animated. A cold breeze swept past, rustling his clothing, yet he felt no trace of panic, only the serene calm of a chess player after making a decisive move. From the moment he grasped his spatial backpack, the game of hide-and-seek that would ensnare everyone had commenced, and he alone was the ghost. As time ticked by, approximately 15 minutes later, the first wave of hunters arrived. 2 small teams of 3 emerged simultaneously from opposite ends of the street. Their movements and equipment starkly contrasted with those of the aimless, ordinary scavengers. The team on the left donned matching dark combat uniforms, which, though appearing somewhat new, were clearly prepared for this occasion. The leader, a tall man wielding a fire axe, moved with a steady gait and vigilant eyes. The other 2 members, one brandishing a crowbar and the other carrying a bow and arrows, exhibited a coordinated approach, suggesting they hailed from a privileged background and had come equipped from a school of preparation. Only gear recognized by the Nexus could be brought into the instance. Such equipment often required a significant expenditure of credit points. The team on the right appeared even more formidable. At the forefront stand a girl with short hair, her speed astonishingly swift, far surpassing that of an ordinary person as she leaps gracefully between abandoned cars, landing silently, a clear indication of a speed awakened. Trailing behind her are 2 young men. Though not as extraordinary in their swiftness, they possess agility that rivals Lin Yu, who has been enhanced to an impressive level of 11. The 2 groups converge at the base of the building, facing off against one another, their eyes brimming with vigilance and hostility. Ah, swift on your feet? I see. The man with the fire axe scoffs, weighing the axe in his hand. Likewise, the short-haired girl replies succinctly, her gaze swiftly scanning the entire residential building, ultimately locking onto the rooftop. The item is up there, and so should the person. We'll head in first. You may proceed as you wish. With that, she motions to lead her companions into the hallway. Wait, the man with the fire axe interjects. Friend, that individual upstairs, daring enough to wield a golden item, is likely not to be trifled with. If we engage in a life-or-death struggle here, we shall only serve to benefit him in the end. Instead, why not join forces to eliminate that person above? We could divide the spoils later based on our respective merits. What do you say? The short-haired girl ponders for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. You guard the back in trance, and we shall assault from the front to prevent his escape. Their conversation, though hushed, echoes clearly in the oppressive silence of the environment. Reaching Lin Yu's ears on the rooftop, his expression remains impassive. He understands that a direct confrontation would lead to certain demise. Not only would two teams pose a formidable challenge, but even a single team would overwhelm him given his current capabilities. His handgun is his trump card, but with limited ammunition, he knows that being besieged would spell his end. His gaze drifts beyond the 6 individuals below to the distant street, where a few wandering zombies are slowly converging, attracted by the presence of the living. However, their numbers are insufficient to threaten the 2 elite teams below. A greater chaos must be orchestrated. In an instant, a daring plan crystallizes in Lin Yu's mind. He stealthily retreats from the rooftop's edge, taking refuge behind a water tank. With a thought, a can of beef he had scavenged from a supermarket warehouse materializes in his hand, high in calories and substantial in weight. It serves as an excellent projectile. He calculates the wind direction and force. His sights set upon a red sedan overturned at the end of the diagonal street, approximately 70 to 80 meters away, enough to incite a commotion without immediately implicating him. Taking a deep breath, the attribute of 11 grants his muscles a sudden tautness. He pivots sharply, swinging his arm to channel all his strength into his fingertips. Whoosh! The can of beef arcs through the air in a flawless parabola, propelled by a rushing wind, striking its target with precision. Below, the 2 teams prepare to disperse when a sharp whistling sound pierces the air, prompting them to instinctively glance upward, suspecting an attack from above. However, the sound soars overhead, heading toward the distance. Clang, crash. A resounding metallic collision followed by the shattering of glass erupts in the stillness of the city. The windows of that crimson sedan were shattered into a million fragments. What on earth was happening? The firefighter, wielding an axe, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. A diversionary tactic, perhaps? The short-haired girl furrowed her brow, instinctively sensing a hint of something amiss. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, chaos erupted. A tremendous roar reverberated through the air, akin to a signal being broadcast. From every corner of the streets and alleys, the chilling sounds of howls emerged. The previously aimless zombies, drawn by the cacophony, redirected their attention, their murky eyes fixated on the source of the noise, and began to surge forward frantically. 1, 2, 10, 20. In a mere span of a few seconds, a small horde of dozens of zombies coalesced, a dark mass that completely obstructed the street, charging directly toward the 6 bewildered players below. Goodness, it's a zombie horde. Damn it, that lunatic upstairs is out of his mind. The firefighter and the short-haired girl's expressions shifted dramatically as they finally grasped Lin Yu's intentions. Chapter 11. The Great Escape. Don't panic. Prepare for battle. Are we not facing merely a horde of ordinary zombies? The man wielding a fire axe bellowed, bolstering his own courage as well as that of his comrades. Although astounded by Lin Yu's methods, his psychological resilience as the captain of an elite squad far surpassed that of an average scavenger. With a vigorous swing, he drove the fire axe into the ground, sending sparks flying, and fixed his fierce gaze upon the surging tide of the undead. Archers, ascend to the rooftops and prioritize the swiftest among them. He commanded, Crowbar, hold the front line with me. Do not allow them to breach our defenses. Meanwhile, the short-haired girl reacted with greater swiftness. Rather than confronting the horde head-on, she snapped at her 2 speed-oriented teammates behind her. We possess the advantage of speed. Do not linger in battle. strike, and retreat, utilizing the vehicles as cover and maneuver around them. In an instant, the two teams displayed starkly contrasting combat styles. The heavily equipped squad opted for a direct confrontation. The man with the fire axe exhibited extraordinary strength. Each swing cleaved a zombie's head as if it were a watermelon, with dark blood splattering in all directions. His teammate beside him wielded a crowbar, delivering powerful blows to the zombie's knees, demonstrating impeccable coordination. On the rooftop of an abandoned bus, an archer remained composed, drawing her bow with precision, each arrow finding its mark in a zombie's eye socket. In contrast, the speed-oriented team moved like three phantoms. They darted through the maze of abandoned vehicles, their short blades and daggers slicing through the zombies' necks or temples from the most cunning angles. They never engaged in a struggle with the undead. They struck and vanished, never greedy for a second blow. Above, on the rooftop, Lin Yu observed everything unfold. He assessed the strengths of both teams in his mind. The heavily equipped squad excelled in strength and defense, while the speed team triumphed in agility and finesse. Neither could he hope to contend with. Fortunately, he had never intended to confront them directly from the outset. As the battle below reached a fever pitch, with both teams ensnared by dozens of zombies, utterly preoccupied, Lin Yu recognized that his optimal moment for escape had arrived. Without hesitation, he turned and retrieved a high-strength climbing rope from his spatial backpack, which he had procured from an outdoor supply store. He secured one end of the rope firmly to a massive concrete ventilation pipe on the rooftop, tugging it to ensure its stability. Then, he made his way to the backside of the building, away from the chaos of the street battle, and tossed the other end of the rope down into the abyss of a dimly lit alley, a stark contrast to the cacophony of violence echoing from the other side. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu gripped the climbing rope tightly, pushed off the wall with his feet, and descended with the grace of a nimble spider, silently sliding down the surface. With a strength and agility rating of 11, his core strength and bodily coordination reached unprecedented heights. The descent was remarkably smooth, emitting almost no extraneous noise. Mere seconds later, his feet landed securely on the alley's ground. Without a moment's pause, he retrieved a spade from his backpack and swiftly severed the climbing rope with its sharp edge. He glanced up, noticing the severed climbing rope still dangling from the rooftop. Yet he felt indifferent. By the time they discovered it, he would be several kilometers away. Having accomplished all of this, Lin Yu felt no lingering attachment. Like a droplet merging into the vast sea, swiftly vanishing into the intricate labyrinth of the city's narrow alleys. After approximately 5 minutes, the battle below finally approached its conclusion. The ground was strewn with the carcasses of zombies. Despite the injuries and labored breaths of both teams, they had managed to eradicate the entire horde. "Damn it!" the firefighter exclaimed, crushing the skull of a barely alive zombie beneath his boot, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. "That bastard upstairs must have slipped away while we were fighting the zombies." The short-haired girl's expression mirrored his displeasure as she glanced at the claw marks on her teammate's arm, though the skin remained intact. It was enough to evoke her sympathy. "Let us go up and take a look," she stated coldly. The 6 of them dared not be negligent any longer, cautiously storming into the residential building and racing up to the rooftop on the 6th floor. However, the rooftop was desolate, greeted only by the howling cold wind. "Where's he? Search. Conduct a thorough search." Soon, the team member bearing the bow and arrows discovered the severed climbing rope on the backside of the building. "Captain, over here." "He fled this way." The firefighter rushed over, his face darkening in fury as he slammed his fist against the nearby railing, producing a resounding clang. "What a scoundrel! How dare he toy with us?" The short-haired girl regarded the severed rope, a solemn expression crossing her face. Unlike the firefighter's rage, she fell into deep contemplation. This individual possessing the golden artifact was not only enigmatic in strength, but also cunning and ruthless. He played by no conventional rules, manipulating every available factor to toy with them, the hunters, as if they were mere pawns in his game. This was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. "I will remember this grudge," the short-haired girl stated coldly before turning to lead her team back downstairs. "Let us move. Wasting time here serves no purpose. We'll wait for the next coordinates to be broadcast." The firefighter team had no choice but to reluctantly concede. After exerting themselves for half a day, slaying dozens of zombies, they had not even glimpsed a shadow of their opponent, thus squandering a significant amount of energy and resources, a sheer humiliation. Chapter 12. The Hunter and the Prey. After escaping the danger zone, Lin Yu did not allow himself a moment of respite. He sprinted for 2 or 3 kilometers, only pausing at the entrance of an abandoned underground parking lot once the cacophony behind him faded completely. Leaning against the cold wall, he gasped for breath. In their first encounter, he emerged victorious, cleanly and decisively. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The curse of the treasured item loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, with the next coordinate broadcast set to arrive punctually in 50 minutes. At that time, new hunters would inevitably trace the coordinates to his location. Moreover, as time progressed, the oncoming foes would only multiply and grow stronger. Passively fleeing was not a sustainable strategy. His stamina would wane, and his spirit would tire. Eventually, he would find himself cornered with no escape. "I cannot continue running forever," Lin Yu murmured, a spark of contemplation igniting in his eyes. "I must shift from a position of passivity to one of initiative. If they perceive me as prey, then I shall consider them as my quarry." A daring and audacious thought began to take shape in his mind. What was his greatest advantage? It was not his enhanced physical prowess, nor his spatial backpack, but rather the information disparity provided by the survival radar system. He could leverage this information gap to meticulously craft one trap after another for his pursuers. No longer would he be a mere fugitive. He intended to become a strategist, a hunter lurking in the shadows. The next coordinate broadcast would no longer reveal his hiding place, but rather a graveyard of his choosing for his enemies. With clarity of thought, Lin Yu felt a renewed vigor. He activated the survival radar and began to scrutinize all resource points within a 5-kilometer radius centered on his position. He needed to identify a suitable location, one that was both immensely tempting and fraught with danger. Soon, his gaze was captivated by a building in the northwest corner of the map, shimmering with several blue points of light. The blue points indicated weapons-related supplies. In this novice instance dominated by cold weapons, a firearm, even a mere pistol, could elevate a scavenger's combat capability to a whole new level. It was an allure that no one could resist. The building was marked as a police station. "Here it is," Lin Yu smirked coldly. A police station, undoubtedly housing firearms within its arsenal. However, such a location would also be a veritable hotspot for zombies. During the outbreak, this site must have witnessed a horrific battle. The zombies within were likely far more formidable than the sluggish ones outside. The most perilous locations also served as the most exquisite traps. Without hesitation, Lin Yu confirmed his direction and set off at once. He needed to reach the police station and finalize his preparations before the next coordinate broadcast. The journey to the police station was fraught with obstacles. He had to traverse much of the urban area, opting for alleyways and the interiors of buildings to evade the ever-increasing number of zombies on the streets. Enhanced with 3-dimensional attributes until 11 o'clock. He possessed endurance and speed far surpassing that of an ordinary human. His movements were as swift as the wind. After more than half an hour, a colossal edifice, steeped in an aura of solemnity and decay, emerged within his line of sight. The white walls were marred by black stains and dry blood, while several police vehicles lay mangled upon the steps of the entrance, their bodies riddled with bullet holes and claw marks. The glass curtain wall of the main building was shattered in large sections, revealing gaping black windows that resembled the eyes of a silent behemoth. Gazing down upon this ghostly city, this was his destination, the municipal police department. Lin Yu did not rush inside. Instead, he circled the precinct, meticulously surveying his surroundings. He noted that the police station was fortified well, with thick iron bars welded over all ground-floor windows and several side entrances sealed from within. The only apparent point of entry was the damaged, ajar main entrance. While it was easy to defend, it was equally challenging to enter or exit. The terrain seemed tailor-made for his scheme. He glanced at his radar. The blue dot indicating the armory was situated in the basement of the main building, with the stairway to the lower level located deep within the first-floor lobby. However, within that lobby, the biological signals, faint yet numerous, were significantly denser than those outside. Clearing a path was imperative. Lin Yu concealed himself in a shadowy corner, retrieving a bottle of water and a compressed biscuit from a spatial backpack to swiftly replenish his energy. He adjusted his condition to its peak, exchanging his baseball bat for a versatile entrenching tool more suitable for maneuvering in confined spaces. With all preparations complete, he inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening to a knife's edge. He lowered his body, moving silently like a raccoon, and slipped through the crevice of the main entrance into this dormant labyrinth of death. Chapter 13. The abundant resources. The police station's hall lay shrouded in an eerie silence, the air thick with a pungent mixture of blood and dust. Light filtered through the shattered glass, fade, casting mottled shadows upon the floor, rendering the spacious hall even more sinister. The reception desk and waiting chairs were askew, documents, shell casings, and tattered garments strewn across the floor, silently narrating the brutal confrontation that had unfolded here. Lin Yu moved with the stealth of a cat, keeping to the shadows along the wall, inching deeper into the building. He cast a wary glance at every corner. A suppressed snarl emanated from behind the reception desk, halting Lin Yu in his tracks. Gripping his entrenching tool tightly, his body tensed like a drawn bow. A zombie clad in tattered police uniform slowly rose from behind the desk. Unlike the ordinary zombies outside, this police zombie was notably larger and more robust. Though its movements were similarly stiff, it still wore a stab-resistant vest, and the contours of its muscles remained discernible beneath its pallid skin. Its strength and defense far surpassed that of a typical infected. The hollow eye sockets of the zombie police turned towards Lin Yu, as if detecting the scent of the living. It emitted a menacing growl, lumbering forward with heavy steps. Just what I needed. Lin Yu's eyes sharpened as he advanced instead of retreating. He understood that in such an environment, any loud noise could attract more monsters. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. He opted not to engage in a direct confrontation with this powerhouse of a zombie. Instead, he swiftly ducked, exploiting its cumbersome turning radius to maneuver to its side. The entrenching tool glinted ominously in his grasp, not aimed at the torso protected by the vest, but rather with its sharp edge. He struck fiercely at the knee joint of the zombie police. With a sharp crack, the sound of bone fracturing echoed through the hall. The knee of the zombie police was instantly rendered useless, its massive form losing balance and collapsing heavily to the ground. Lin Yu, seizing the moment, lunged forward, gripping the handle of his tool with both hands, pouring all his strength into driving the pointed end like a short spear into the back of the zombie's neck. With a sickening squelch, the tip penetrated and dark blood gushed forth. The zombie police struggled feebly twice before falling still. Having dispatched one foe, Lin Yu barely had a moment to catch his breath before two additional zombie officers emerged from the adjacent offices, roaring in pursuit. Trouble. Lin Yu cursed under his breath, swiftly retreating to create distance. He glanced at a massive supporting pillar nearby, and an idea swiftly formed. He began to circle the pillar, enticing the two zombie officers to pursue him. The low intelligence of the zombies led them to chase in straight lines, and soon they were separated, one to the left and one to the right of the pillar. Now's the time. Seizing the opportunity, as one of the zombies was obstructed from view by the pillar, Lin Yu erupted into action, rapidly closing the distance to the other zombie. Employing the same tactic, he incapacitated its knee with a swift strike, then delivered a fatal blow with another strike. The entire process flowed seamlessly, swift as lightning. As the final zombie circled around the pillar, its companion had already succumbed to death. Awaiting it was Lin Yu's formidable and lethal strike. Breathing heavily, he had swiftly dispatched 3 enhanced zombies, and even with his current physique, he felt waves of fatigue wash over him. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for air, sweat soaking through his mask. Yet, he did not allow himself a moment's respite, for the radar indicated that the staircase leading to the lower level was tantalizingly close. He summoned his strength and cautiously descended the dust-laden stairs. Upon reaching the lower level, he found himself in a dimly lit corridor, the air thick with grime. At the end of the hallway stood a heavy iron door, inscribed with the words Armory in bold red paint. The door was locked, but it bore an antiquated cross lock, which posed no challenge for Lin Yu. He retrieved a crowbar from his spatial backpack, inserting its tip into the keyhole. Gripping the other end, he exerted force. With a resounding clang, the lock was forcibly compromised. As Lin Yu pushed open the heavy iron door, a potent scent of gun oil assailed his senses. Instantly, his eyes were filled with a flickering blue light. Before him, rows of gun racks displayed handguns, shotguns, and even several submachine guns in meticulous order. Boxes along the wall brimmed with golden-hued ammunition. Name: Type 92 handgun. Grade: blue. Description: a reliable standard weapon. Your trusted companion. Name: Remington M870 shotgun. Grade: blue. Description: the king of close-range combat, capable of reducing zombies to mere remnants with a single shot. Elation surged within Lin Yu. His heart racing, he strode forward, seizing a Type 92 handgun. The cold metal and substantial weight instilled an unprecedented sense of safety and familiarity. He had excelled in marksmanship during his practical classes at school, but this was his first encounter with a living target. Effortlessly, he organized the supplies in his spatial backpack, allocating the majority of the space for weapons and ammunition, retaining only a portion for food. Subsequently, he selected a handgun as his primary weapon, secured 4 spare magazines, and discovered an intact police stab-resistant vest, which he donned beneath his clothing. Though the vest would not withstand rifle bullets, it provided excellent protection against handguns, knives, and the claws of zombies. Chapter 14. Watching the tigers fight from the mountain with a firearm in hand and clad in a stab-resistant vest, Lin Yu felt as though the entire world had transformed. It was a profound sensation of seizing one's destiny. He suppressed the tumult of excitement within and commenced the second phase of his plan, setting a trap. His gaze swept across the room filled with armaments, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. He refrained from stowing away all the weapons into his spatial backpack. Greed is the original sin. Should others arrive and discover the place stripped bare, they would merely curse and promptly depart, pursuing his subsequent location. Such a trap would hold no meaning. What he intended was to leave them a glimmer of hope, a bait enticing enough to incite them to turn against one another, spilling rivers of blood. He retrieved 3 handguns and a shotgun from the rack, alongside several magazines, deliberately scattering them in the most conspicuous locations of the armory. He even opened a few ammunition boxes, allowing the gleaming bullets within to bask in the air, exuding a deadly allure. After completing this task, he cast a satisfied glance at his handiwork. This scene was potent enough to drive any team that stumbled upon it into a frenzy. Yet, the limited firearms would scarcely suffice to be shared among them. In due course, without him needing to lift a finger, a bloody internal conflict would be inevitable. Next, Lin Yu quietly departed the armory and returned to the lobby on the first floor. He chose not to exit through the front door, but instead began his construction. He dragged the heavy iron waiting chairs and filing cabinets from the lobby to thoroughly block several side and rear entrances of the police station. He left only the damaged main entrance accessible. Moreover, in a gesture of apparent kindness, he cleared some obstacles from the entrance, transforming it into a seemingly safe, yet effectively narrow passage that could accommodate only 1 or 2 individuals at a time. Thus, he had crafted an easily entered yet hard-to-exit citadel. He glanced at the countdown on the screen. Second coordinate broadcast countdown, 00432. All channel broadcast. Highest value item holders coordinates, 1698. 521. 993. The new coordinates pointed precisely to the city police station he had meticulously prepared. The timing was impeccable. With no hesitation, Lin Yu departed through a second-floor ventilation window devoid of iron railings, utilizing a climbing rope to stealthily vanish into the shadows of the city. He did not venture far, but instead found an excellent observation point atop a high-rise building approximately 300 meters from the police station. In an instant, the entire scenario erupted once more. The police station. The coordinates were at the police station. Surely, there are firearms. A fortune awaits. Hurry. Everyone proceed at full speed. This time, the players reacted even more swiftly and frantically than before. The allure of firearms was far more tangible than an elusive golden item. Soon, the first gunshot shattered the silence with abruptness. Bang! Immediately following were the second and third gunshots, intermingled with curses, anguished cries, and the ceaseless, guttural roars of the undead drawn by the gunfire, coalescing into a macabre symphony above the police station. Lin Yu lay quietly atop the high building, resembling a detached deity surveying his chessboard. He activated the radar, locking the scanning center onto the location of the police station's armory. He could observe the blue dots representing firearms being swiftly collected, only to vanish thereafter. The disappearance of a blue dot typically signified the abrupt conclusion of a brief yet fierce skirmish. A team had momentarily triumphed. Yet soon, new teams surged into the armory, igniting further conflicts. The recently vanished that might reappear at another location. Players slain, weapons abandoned, only to be reclaimed and vanish once more. The police station had been utterly transformed into a sanguinary meat grinder. Players engaged in a brutal struggle for the scarce weaponry, their cacophonous battles attracting hordes of zombies, effectively sealing off the entire precinct. Those fortunate enough to procure firearms found their triumph short-lived, as they confronted an unending tide of the undead. Meanwhile, those bereft of weapons faced the dual threat of zombies and gunfire from other players. Lin Yu could vividly envision the carnage within. He silently observed the upper right corner of the screen, where the number representing the survival count began to plummet at an alarming rate. 912. 875. 831. 799. In merely half an hour, over 100 players had perished in this graveyard he had meticulously orchestrated. Lin Yu's countenance remained impassive, yet a chilling sensation coursed through him. He had neither fired a shot nor wielded a blade, yet he had reaped more lives than the most merciless executioner. For the first time, he profoundly grasped that in this apocalyptic realm, information was the most lethal and terrifying weapon. And he, indeed, wielded that weapon. Chapter 15. Goodbye. Campus Bell. The cacophony of gunfire and anguished cries emanating from the police station persisted for nearly an hour before gradually subsiding. Lin Yu understood that this brutal spectacle, which he had orchestrated, had finally drawn to a close. Those who survived were either formidable characters who had seized weapons and ammunition to carve their way out, or shrewd opportunists who had wisely chosen to flee at the first sign of danger. Regardless, following this harrowing reshuffle, the number of players in the entire scenario had drastically diminished, and those who remained would undeniably possess greater strength and vigilance. The ensuing game would prove to be increasingly challenging. Lin Yu felt no sense of pride. Instead, he seized the moment when everyone's attention was captivated by the police station to swiftly vacate his hiding place in the tall building and set forth towards his next destination. The third coordinate broadcast arrived as anticipated, with the coordinates refreshing near a large shopping center. Lin Yu had already arrived prior to the coordinate refresh and had identified a suitable hiding spot. He intended to employ the same tactics as before, waiting for his pursuers to arrive before making his escape. However, an unexpected incident occurred. While concealed in a brand clothing store on the third floor of the shopping center, observing the surroundings through his radar, Lin Yu heard a faint buzzing sound from the air. A jolt of alarm coursed through him as he looked up. He beheld a palm-sized, hummingbird-like mini-drone hovering nearby, its minuscule camera precisely locking onto the window where he was hidden. The skill of a scout. The thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind. He had not anticipated encountering an old acquaintance so soon. Before long, 4 familiar figures cautiously entered through the main entrance of the shopping center. It was Su Qingxue, Zhang Hao, Wang Chong, and Li Bin. "Oh ye, the drone has spotted him. He's in that store called area on the 3rd floor," Li Bin whispered, a mixture of excitement and disdain on his face. This guy really has luck on his side to have survived this long. But judging by his sneaky demeanor, he must be rummaging through trash. Wang Chong snorted dismissively. An ordinary person surviving is purely due to luck. Zhang Hao, serving as the scout and team leader, appeared more composed. Furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the blurry images transmitted by the drone, he remarked, "Do not underestimate him. His survival, thus far, may not be solely attributed to luck. Moreover, this coordinate broadcast seems somewhat peculiar. Su Qingxue, who had remained silent until now, cast a cold gaze towards the third floor and spoke calmly. Let us go up and inquire if he has noticed anything unusual. After all, the coordinate point has refreshed near him. They were oblivious to the identity of the individual who had acquired the golden item, nor did they believe Lin Yu possessed the capability or fortune to do so. In their eyes, Lin Yu was merely an unfortunate soul who happened to be in the eye of the storm, blessed with extraordinary luck. They resolved to ascend and interrogate him, hoping to glean some clues regarding the chosen one from this witness. Lin Yu, positioned above, observed their every move with clarity. His mind whirled with thoughts, and he quickly reached a decision. He did not flee. Under the surveillance of the reconnaissance drone, running would only expose his peculiar behavior. Instead, he confidently exited the clothing store, his face adorned with just the right amount of panic and confusion, portraying the image of an ordinary scavenger who had narrowly escaped a terrifying ordeal. The two parties encountered each other at the escalator on the third floor. Lin Yu? Zhang Hao feigned surprise, his eyes glinting with scrutiny. What are you doing here? Lin Yu appeared startled, but upon recognizing them, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Stammering, I've been hiding here. It's too terrifying outside. There are zombies and people fighting everywhere. His performance was impeccable, embodying the essence of a typical high school student thoroughly frightened by the apocalyptic scene. Wang Chong and Li Bin exchanged glances filled with disdain. Yet they refrained from further comment. Su Qingxue observed Lin Yu. This was the first time she had seen him so closely since their separation. He seemed a bit thinner, but within the depths of his gaze, something appeared different, though she could not quite articulate what it was. She attributed this change to the trials of the apocalypse and inquired, her voice remaining cool and detached. Did you hear the system announcement just now? Did you see the person who obtained the treasure? Or perhaps notice anyone particularly unusual passing by? Lin Yu quickly shook his head, a look of innocence on his face. I heard the announcement, but I didn't see anyone. I've been hiding in the store, too scared to even poke my head out. When I heard commotion outside, I thought it was zombies. It terrified me. His response was reasonable, and Zhang Hao and the others harbored no doubts. Seeing Lin Yu in such a pitiable state, Su Qingxue retrieved a bottle of water and 2 energy bars from her backpack and handed them over. Ever since the team had abandoned Lin Yu, the pace of the live stream had been relentless, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. Here, take these. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. Her tone remained flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. In a few hours, the evacuation point should be announced. It will likely be located in the city center. You should head towards the city center, find a place to hide, and when the evacuation point is revealed, do your utmost to leave as swiftly as possible. Her words, though seemingly caring and instructive, carried an air of aloofness and condescension, piercing Lin Yu's heart like a thorn. It was a gesture of charity toward someone deemed weak after being cast aside. Lin Yu silently accepted the food and water, lowering his head and murmuring, "Thank you. Let us go. Don't waste any more time on him," Wang Chong urged impatiently. Zhang Hao nodded, casting a lingering glance at Lin Yu before leading the group in search of the opposite end of the shopping center. Throughout the encounter, they had never extended an invitation for Lin Yu to join their ranks. Lin Yu stood rooted in place, watching their retreating figures, his initial timidity and fear receding like the tide, replaced by an unfathomable calm. He glanced at the energy bars and water in his hands, chuckling self-deprecatingly before stowing them in his spatial backpack. He then turned around and walked in a direction entirely opposite to that of Su Qingxue and the others. Chapter 16. The choice of the brief encounter with Su Qingxue's team seemed like an inconspicuous interlude, yet it subtly altered Lin Yu's state of mind once more. He wandered alone through the vast expanse of the shopping center, the sound of his footsteps resonating starkly in the stillness around him. The images of the previous moments replayed incessantly in his mind. Wang Chong and Li Bin's unabashed disdain, Zhang Hao's scrutinizing gaze, and Su Qingxue's cool, indifferent benevolence, as if it were a mere act of charity. Once upon a time, he and Su Qingxue had shared an unbreakable camaraderie. However, ever since his family's downfall and his father's sacrifice, everything had irrevocably changed. He had believed that he had long since relinquished his concerns. Yet, When that bottle of water and energy bar were offered to him, he realized that the deeply buried semblance of dignity within him had been painfully stirred. He required no one's pity or charity. He vowed to rely solely on his own strength to survive in this cursed world, and he intended to thrive beyond anyone's expectations. He aspired to amass a fortune in credit points and resources to cure his mother's illness, and to leave those who once looked down on him far behind. This unprecedented fervor ignited a blazing inferno in his chest, transforming the previously calm intensity in his eyes into a wild fervor. No longer would he passively await the next coordinate broadcast. He began to take the initiative. He activated his radar and thoroughly scanned the entire shopping center. Clearly, in the early days of the apocalypse, this place had been a focal point for survivors, with most supplies having been plundered. However, guided by the radar, Lin Yu was able to uncover the overlooked corners. In a warehouse of a high-end outdoor sports brand, he discovered a larger, more functional military-grade tactical backpack. Although the space backpack allowed him to disregard weight limits, a quality backpack could serve as a means of camouflage and enable the carrying of essential items for immediate access. In a hidden compartment of pharmacy, he found several military-grade potent analgesics and an adrenaline injector, treasures that could prove life-saving in critical moments. He meticulously scavenged every last valuable resource remaining in the shopping center. The fourth coordinate broadcast arrived as expected. This time, Lin Yu eschewed any elaborate ruses. Instead, he opted for a more straightforward and forceful approach. He activated all the fire alarms in a nearby cinema ahead of time, the shrill sirens piercing the sky and instantly attracting hordes of zombies from several streets away. Just a second before the alarms blared, he stealthily slipped through the ventilation ducts and relocated himself to another building hundreds of meters away. When the pursuers arrived at the cinema, breathless and frantic, they were met with a death trap swarming with zombies. Time flew by amidst the relentless chases and hunts. By the time Lin Yu had successfully outwitted all the pursuers for the fifth and sixth times, leaving an indelible imprint of fear in the hearts of the survivors regarding the legend of the Golden Phantom. A full 12 hours had passed since their entry into this instance. At that moment, a colossal system notification emanating a soft green glow simultaneously materialized on the retinas of all survivors. Notification: the survival challenge has surpassed the halfway mark. Evacuation points have been established. Please be advised, the instance will trigger a zombie surge in 12 hours. All participants are urged to proceed to the evacuation points promptly. Following this, 3 enormous, pulsating green markers illuminated everyone's maps, resembling lifelines amidst the darkness. Evacuation Point A, City Center, rooftop helipad of the crown of the skyscraper. Evacuation Point B, Cross City, midpoint of the East Sea Bridge. Evacuation Point C, underground, abandoned central hub subway station. The emergence of these evacuation points instantaneously altered the dynamics of the entire instance. The relentless pursuit of the elusive Golden Spectre was no longer the preeminent concern. Survival and successful evacuation had become the ultimate objectives for all. Lin Yu gazed at the 3 markers on the map, lost in contemplation. Point A, the crown of the skyscraper, stood as the tallest edifice in the city, offering an excellent vantage point. Yet it was also a fortress difficult to breach. Conversely, should one become trapped within its walls, escape would prove nearly impossible. It was destined to become the battleground for the most elite teams, vying fiercely for dominance. Point C, the underground railway hub, presented a labyrinthine terrain, conducive for concealment, but equally susceptible to ambush and obstruction. Should one lose their way or become ensnared in a tunnel, faced with the impending horde, it would spell certain doom. Point B, the cross-sea bridge, stretched for miles across the water, surrounded by open space with virtually no cover. To traverse the bridge would render one a living target, seemingly the most perilous and foolish choice. However, Lin Yu zoomed in on the radar map, meticulously scrutinizing the route leading to Point B. His pupils dilated sharply. Chapter 17. The allure of purple on the essential route to Point B. Amidst the ruins designated as a military exclusion zone, a faint yet ethereal violet light flickered quietly on the radar map. Purple. In that instant, Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Within the universally acknowledged classification of items, white signifies the basic, green denotes medical supplies, blue represents quality, firearms, and purple symbolizes rarity. It could be a skill book, enabling one to instantly acquire a certain ability, a reinforcement potion, capable of permanently enhancing attributes, or even an extraordinary artifact with unique effects. Any purple item holds a value that far exceeds the 3 blue potions he had consumed, representing a genuine opportunity that could elevate an ordinary person to greatness and alter their fate. This was the most valuable item he had discovered since entering this instance. Aside from his golden spatial backpack, an uncontrollable fervor surged from the depths of Lin Yu's heart, coursing through his entire being. To go or not to go, a monumental decision lay before him. Reason urged that the most prudent course of action was to immediately head towards one of the 3 evacuation points. With his current equipment, strength, and the information advantage provided by the radar, the probability of a successful escape was exceedingly high, provided he exercised caution. Yet, emotions and desires whispered like a devil in his ear. That was a purple item. Should he miss this chance? Encountering such an opportunity again would require waiting for the next instance. He thought of his increasingly frail mother lying in a hospital bed, the astronomical medical expenses looming over him. He recalled the condescending gazes of Su Qingxue's team, as if they were bestowing charity upon him. Merely surviving was insufficient. He needed to grow stronger, to become more formidable than anyone else, and swiftly. Wealth and prosperity are often found in peril. Just as he had braved an abandoned bank for the sake of the golden spatial backpack, he was now equally daring to venture into the treacherous confines of this military base for the sake of this purple opportunity. Once this thought solidified, it became unshakable. Lin Yu's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. No longer hesitating, he adjusted his course and sprinted at full speed toward the military base glowing with violet light on the radar. The military base was located on the outskirts of the city, nearly 4 kilometers from his current position. He had to retrieve the item and successfully reach the cross-sea bridge before the final wave of corpses erupted. Time equated to life. Throughout his journey, Lin Yu pushed his speed to the limit. He resembled a cheetah darting through the desolate cityscape, agile and silent. Along the way, he encountered numerous other players rushing toward various evacuation points. However, Lin Yu's goal was clear, and he had no desire to waste time on these individuals. Utilizing the radar's warnings, he consistently avoided danger, opting for the most secluded and safest routes. More than an hour later, he once again experienced a coordinates broadcast. This time, however, there were hardly any survivors approaching, and he easily evaded detection. He arrived at a vast area encircled by towering barbed wire and concrete walls. The wire bore rusted signs indicating a military restricted zone, warning against trespass, though they had long since succumbed to decay, with numerous gaping holes torn through them. Within the base, barracks, warehouses, and training grounds lay in utter ruin. Several armored vehicles and military trucks were overturned, the remnants of fires still vividly etched upon them. The air was thick with a more potent stench of death than that found in the urban sprawl. The entities lurking within this place were undoubtedly formidable. He did not enter through the front gate. Instead, he circumnavigated the perimeter and discovered a gaping breach created by an explosion, quietly infiltrating the compound. Upon stepping into a training ground, a distinct, powerful roar resonated from nearby. Before him stood a zombie, towering over 2 meters, its physique as robust as a bull. Clad in camouflage trousers, dragging a massive concrete utility pole, aimlessly wandering. Its muscles bulged, displaying an abnormal shade of dark blue-black, exuding an explosive sense of strength. Power type mutated infected. Lin Yu's heart leaped to his throat. A creature of such caliber, if struck head-on, would undoubtedly reduce him to mere pulp, even with a stab-resistant vest. Engaging it directly would be tantamount to seeking death. He instinctively crouched low, concealing himself behind an abandoned jeep, daring not to even breathe. Meanwhile, on the radar map, a purple dot gleamed not far behind this formidable zombie, situated within a 3-story command building. To acquire the purple item, he would need to devise a strategy to circumvent or eliminate the terrifying obstacle before him. Chapter 18, Mastery of Basic Combat, Gazing at the Formidable. truck-sized brute of a zombie, Lin Yu felt a sheen of cold sweat break out on his forehead. He tightened his grip on the 92-style handgun, yet swiftly abandoned the thought of firing it. The sound of gunfire would summon every creature within the base, and the efficacy of the pistol against such a robust adversary remained uncertain. Strategy was imperative. His eyes darted across the training ground, searching for advantageous terrain and objects to exploit. The area was littered with abandoned vehicles and various training obstacles, including towering walls, narrow bridges, and a section ensnared with barbed wire and barricades. A plan rapidly crystallized in Lin Yu's mind. From his spatial backpack, he retrieved an empty glass bottle he had previously scavenged. Calculating the angle and force, he hurled the bottle towards a direction far from the command building. Crash! The glass shattered against the concrete, producing a sharp, resonant sound. The hulking zombie momentarily paused, its massive head slowly pivoting towards the source of the noise, emitting guttural sounds as it assessed the situation. It took the bait, discarding the concrete utility pole it had been wielding with a thunderous crash. It lumbered towards the direction of the shattered glass, its heavy steps echoing ominously. Now was the time. Like an arrow released from its bow, Lin Yu bolted from behind the jeep, sprinting towards the command building with all his might. His heart raced in his throat, each step feeling as though he were treading on the edge of a blade. He dared not glance back, forcing every ounce of strength from his body. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Just as he was about to breach the command building, the brute seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly turning its head, its hollow eye sockets locking onto him. Roar! The deafening bellow threatened to shatter his eardrums. The enraged zombie, realizing it had been deceived, descended into a frenzy, abandoning its pursuit of the sound source to charge at Lin Yu with an astonishing speed that belied its massive size. The ground trembled beneath its might. Damn it! Lin Yu's pupils dilated in alarm. There was no time to seek refuge within the building. In that critical moment, he remained remarkably composed, making a calculated decision. He abruptly halted, veering away from the building and instead sprinting towards the adjacent area littered with barricades and barbed wire. The zombie, with its low intelligence, could only move in a straight line. Upon witnessing its prey change direction, it immediately adjusted its course, relentlessly pursuing Lin Yu. Utilizing the agility afforded by his 11-point dexterity, he skillfully navigated through the complex obstacles, evading perilous encounters. Meanwhile, the brute of a zombie, acting like a human bulldozer, barreled through the barbed wire and barricades, reducing them to splinters. However, this reckless charge significantly hampered its speed. Lin Yu seized this opportunity, successfully circumventing a great distance, once again directing his focus towards the command building. At the moment the zombies were ensnared by obstacles, he dashed inside with fervor. He dared not linger, swiftly ascending to the second floor before he finally allowed himself to glance back. The hulking brute of a zombie, too large for the narrow entrance of the command building, was frantically battering against the doorframe, creating a cacophony of terrifying sounds. For the time being, he was safe. Lin Yu exhaled deeply, feeling the cold sweat completely saturate his back. He did not dare to delay, immediately following the radar's guidance towards the highest commander's office on the third floor. The office door was locked, and Lin Yu forcefully breached the lock with his engineer shovel. Inside, an officer clad in a general's uniform, now a desiccated corpse, remained seated in his office chair. Before him, on a grand mahogany desk, lay an ancient tome, emanating a faint purple glow, resting quietly. He had found it. Lin Yu rushed forward and seized the book in his grasp. Name, skill book, mastery of basic combat, level, purple description upon use. You will master the techniques of all basic cold weaponry and significantly enhance your close combat capabilities. Without hesitation, Lin Yu chose to use it. In an instant, the skill book transformed into a stream of violet light, surging into his brow. A torrent of complex yet pure information erupted in his mind. Knives, guns, swords, staffs, axes, shovels. Every conceivable method of wielding cold weaponry, techniques of force application, angles of attack, and timing for defense became instinctual, deeply imprinted in his muscle memory. He felt the grip of the engineer shovel subtly shift in his hand, adopting a more efficient and power-conducive hold. His breathing, his stance, adjusted automatically towards an optimal state for combat. Bang! At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from below. The brute zombie had forcefully demolished the command building's doorframe. It charged in, frantically searching for Lin Yu's whereabouts. Chapter 19. Fundamental Combat. Desperate counterattack with a thunderous crash. The already precarious doorframe of the command center was shattered by the sheer brute force of a power-type zombie. Debris of stone and wood flew in all directions as the towering beast, more than 2 meters tall and resembling a moving mountain of flesh, finally broke free from its constraints. Fueled by unrestrained rage and a ravenous thirst for blood, it charged into the building. The heavy thuds of its footsteps resonated like war drums, each step causing the floor to creak under the unbearable strain. Its hollow, murky eyes scanned the dimly lit corridor, searching for the insignificant prey that dared to toy with it. On the 3rd floor, in the commander's office, Lin Yu had just infused a purple skill book into his mind, a wave of unprecedented clarity washing over him. If he had previously relied solely on brute force and instinct when wielding a weapon, he now felt as though he had transformed into a combat master who had immersed himself in this discipline for decades. He understood the most efficient way to grip the entrenching tool, the most cunning angles for strikes, and how to unleash the strongest slashes through the power of his core. Every movement of the enemy hinted at potential vulnerabilities. Countless pieces of combat knowledge and muscle memory were imprinted upon his soul, akin to unlocked genetic codes. He no longer needed to think. His body instinctively adjusted to the most combat-ready stance, legs slightly bent, center of gravity lowered, holding the entrenching tool in a seemingly casual manner, yet embodying a rhythm capable of launching a lethal strike from any angle at any moment. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps drew near, causing the stairs to tremble violently. Lin Yu's eyes reflected no trace of panic. Instead, he was remarkably calm. There was no time left to flee. This power-type zombie was far swifter than ordinary infected beings, and in the narrow corridor, he could not outrun it. The only path to survival lay here, in this small office, where he would confront the monster in a desperate battle to the death. Roar! The deafening growl echoed through the stairwell as the power-type zombie discovered his location, its massive form crashing through the hallway wall on the 3rd floor, charging toward the commander's office with unstoppable momentum. Instead of retreating, Lin Yu advanced. Just as the zombie was about to burst into the office, he delivered a powerful kick to the heavy mahogany desk beside him. Creaking, the desk was thrust sideways, perfectly wedged at the entrance. Bang! The zombie's charge was momentarily halted by the desk. Although the heavy piece of furniture was instantly shattered into splinters, this brief pause had granted Lin Yu an extraordinary opportunity. His body darted to the side like a gliding raccoon. Using the desk as cover, he swiftly maneuvered to the flanks of the power-type zombie. The creature's frenzied attack followed closely behind. Its arm, thicker than Lin Yu's thigh, swept through the air with a menacing gust. If struck, the consequences would be a broken bone at the very least. Yet, in Lin Yu's eyes, this attack was riddled with flaws. Empowered by the mastery of fundamental combat, he could distinctly perceive the instability in his opponent's center of gravity caused by excessive force, as well as the slightest alterations in the trajectory of the attack. Suddenly, he crouched low. Instead of clashing directly with the opponent's arm using the entrenching tool, he struck an exceptionally acute angle, targeting the knee joint of the powerful zombie's supporting leg with the sharp edge of the shovel from below. A crisp crack echoed. The zombie's knee shattered under the blow, causing its massive form to lose balance instantly, letting out a furious roar as it toppled to the side, its bulk demolishing filing cabinets in its wake. Having successfully landed the strike, Lin Yu did not exhibit a trace of greed for further attacks. He swiftly retreated, maintaining a cold gaze upon the fallen creature. Such formidable beasts possessed an extraordinarily tenacious vitality and would not succumb easily. The powerful zombie struggled, leveraging its remaining leg and arms to attempt to rise once more. Its intact arm thrashing against the ground, creating shallow craters in the cement. Not yet finished. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with cold determination. He could not afford to grant the creature any respite. He timed the zombie's attempt to rise and moved again. This time, he opted for a direct approach rather than evasion. When he was 3 meters away from the zombie, he hurled the entrenching tool forward. It spun through the air at high speed, resembling a lethal flying wheel, hurtling towards the zombie's face. The suddenness of this maneuver clearly surpassed the zombie's meager intelligence. Instinctively, it raised its arm to block. Clang! The entrenching tool was deflected forcefully. However, this was precisely what Lin Yu had anticipated. In that fleeting moment, when the zombie's arm was raised, creating an opening, Lin Yu's figure darted forward like a wraith. He drew the cold, 92-style pistol from his waist. Bang! Bang! The 2 gunshots reverberated deafeningly within the confines of the office. 2 9mm bullets pierced through the gaps in the zombie's blocking arm, driving mercilessly into its hollow eye sockets. With a splatter, a foul black liquid mixed with brain matter erupted from its eye sockets. The powerful zombie's body stiffened abruptly, all movements coming to an abrupt halt. Its futile attempt to rise was forever frozen in that moment. Exhaling slowly, Lin Yu felt a chill creeping down his back. He approached calmly, retrieved the fallen entrenching tool, and without a moment's hesitation, plunged it with all his might into the zombie's nape, severing its spine completely. Only after confirming the demise of this horrifying creature did he truly relax. The entire combat sequence, though seemingly perilous, was meticulously orchestrated within his calculations. From utilizing the alloy desk for positioning, to targeting vulnerabilities, to throwing a weapon to divert attention, culminating in the lethal gunshot, each step was interlinked, calm, and efficient, with not a shred of unnecessary effort wasted. This is the transformative effect brought about by basic combat mastery. He had no time for reflection and immediately directed his gaze towards the corner of the room. There, the radar was indicating a faint white light, a locked safe embedded in the wall. Chapter 20. The licking bag base, purple crystal core time was of the essence, and Lin Yu had no inclination to ponder over lock-picking techniques. He approached the safe, his gaze chillingly calm. The power of 11, combined with the perfect force application skills bestowed by basic combat mastery, served as his finest key. Gripping the end of the entrenching tool tightly, he took a deep breath, his muscles tensing in an instant. With his core engaged, he propelled his arms, channeling all his strength into the tip of the entrenching tool. Open for me. With a low growl, the sharp blade of the entrenching tool plunged forcefully into the crevice of the safe's door. The piercing sound of twisting metal echoed through the silent office, sending shivers down one's spine. Once, twice, Lin Yu mechanically repeated the prying motion, exerting every ounce of his strength with each blow. The thick steel plates of the safe began to deform and cave in under his violent assault. Finally, after a dozen relentless pries, a resounding crash signaled the complete destruction of the lock mechanism, forcing the heavy door ajar. Lin Yu discarded the now dull entrenching tool and seized the gap with both hands, yanking it outward with fervor. Clang! The safe door was brutally wrenched off its hinges, crashing to the ground. The contents within were finally laid bare before him. The safe was divided into 2 tiers. The upper level neatly arranged with 5 pigeon egg-sized crystals radiating a gentle white light. Name: Source Energy Crystal. Level: White. Description: a universal energy source and hard currency in the apocalyptic world, usable for powering devices and exchangeable for credits within the Nexus system. This was indeed one of the most valuable commodities in this world. Merely these 5 crystals could be exchanged for a substantial sum of credits, ample to cover his mother's medical expenses for an extended period. Lin Yu's heart raced uncontrollably, yet he suppressed his excitement. Shifting his gaze to the lower tier of the safe, there, nestled quietly, lay another source energy crystal. However, this one was unlike the others. It was entirely translucent, with purple lightning coursing within, emanating a far purer and more potent energy wave than the white crystals. Even the radar system marked it with a noble purple designation. No wonder, after employing his combat skills, the radar had indicated the presence of a purple resource point at the military base. Name: Source Energy Crystal. Essence: Level: Purple, description, a product of highly compressed and purified source energy crystals, containing pure and immense energy, essential for powering advanced devices, enhancing special abilities, and even upgrading system permissions. Extremely rare. Lin Yu's breath quickened. He had not anticipated such a bountiful reward from his venture. The value of this purple source energy crystal likely surpassed that of 100 guns combined. This was truly a treasure capable of altering one's fate. Beside the purple crystal, there lay a black tablet, encased in a military-grade, 3-proof shell. Name: military-grade encrypted tactical tablet. Level: blue. Description: contains partial defense maps of the military base and some intelligence fragments that have yet to be dispatched. Requirement: must possess the technical expert profession to decipher. The term technical expert lingered in Lin Yu's mind. Although he had no immediate use for it, he knew that this item would fetch a handsome price from major corporations or military-affiliated teams willing to pay a premium. Without hesitation, he gathered all the contents of a safe and placed them into his spatial backpack. After completing this task, he did not leave at once. A seasoned scavenger adheres to the principle of extracting every resource. He reopened the radar and meticulously scanned the entire military base once more. Soon, new discoveries emerged: a small arms depot and a medical room. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement and promptly set off. He first arrived at the small arms depot located in the basement. Though not as extravagant as a police station, it yielded considerable rewards. He replenished a substantial amount of handgun and shotgun ammunition and discovered several fragmentation grenades and Molotov cocktails. These items would undoubtedly prove crucial in the impending onslaught of corpses. His spatial backpack quickly filled to capacity with weapons and ammunition. Furrowing his brow, Lin Yu pondered briefly before transferring some of the food and water he had previously scavenged into his camouflage military backpack. The spatial backpack was reserved for the most valuable items. Subsequently, he made his way to the base's medical room. The supplies here were evidently of a higher caliber than those found in ordinary hospitals. Name: military-grade potent antibiotics. Level: green. Description: capable of combating the vast majority of mutated bacterial infections and significantly suppressing lower-level zombie viruses. Name: rapid hemostatic gel. Level: green. Description: when sprayed on a wound, it quickly coagulates and stops bleeding, making it an essential item for battlefield first aid. Lin Yu swept up all the valuable medical supplies, stuffing every corner of his backpack. Only when the radar map no longer displayed any valuable light points did he nod in satisfaction. It was time to depart. Instead of retracing his steps, he followed the guidance of his radar to find a hidden underground sewage pipe exit located on the side of the base. Confirming his objectives were met and his haul plentiful, he felt no lingering desire or hesitation and swiftly slipped into the pipe, vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 21. The tide of corpses surrounds the bridge, the passage of death emerging from the dark, damp sewage pipes. Lin Yu found himself amidst the ruins of a city, several kilometers away from the military base. He cast a glance back at the ominous zone shrouded in the aura of death, his expression devoid of any emotion. That place had already served its purpose. Now it was time to proceed to the final destination, the evacuation point at the Donghai Cross Sea Bridge. At this moment, only 8 hours remained before the impending surge of undead. Lin Yu dared not indulge in any complacency. After orienting himself, he sped towards the coastline. Having acquired the skill of basic combat mastery, he found himself more adept at dealing with the scattered zombies along his path. Faced with 1 or 2 ordinary zombies, he could hardly be bothered to use his firearm. In his hands, the engineer's shovel seemed to possess a life of its own, effortlessly slicing through the necks or skulls of zombies with the utmost efficiency, delivering swift, silent kills that conserved both stamina and ammunition. His movements resembled those of a true apocalyptic hunter, calm, efficient, and lethal. Half an hour later, the salty sea breeze rushed towards him, and a magnificent white steel dragon spanning the tumultuous waves came into view, the Donghai Cross Sea Bridge. However, as he drew nearer, a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. The radar system indicated a concentration of resource signals ahead, intensifying to a nerve-wracking degree. Lin Yu refrained from approaching recklessly. instead swiftly climbing to the rooftop of a nearby derelict building. Raising a pair of binoculars he had scavenged from the military base, he surveyed the scene at the bridge's entrance. With a single glance, he inhaled sharply. The sight before him was even more harrowing than what the radar had suggested, a living tableau of hell on earth. The entrance to the bridge was completely obstructed by mountains of corpses, while wrecked vehicles and barricades billowed thick black smoke. The air was saturated with the acrid stench of blood and charred flesh. He finally comprehended why such a multitude of zombies had gathered here. Dimensional repulsion. This bridge was one of 3 evacuation points, inevitably attracting a vast congregation of players. The higher the player density, the stronger the dimensional repulsion effect triggered by the boundary system, thus drawing in even more zombies. At that moment, countless zombies surged forth from the depths of the city, forming a terrifying tide that transformed the bridge into a one-way passage of death. The players on the bridge were fragmented into several small groups, each fighting desperately amidst the overwhelming onslaught. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, the anguished cries of humanity, and the roars of the undead intertwined, composing a mournful elegy of the apocalypse. Lin Yu's gaze swept rapidly across the bridge, and soon he spotted several familiar figures. The squad led by the Fire Axe Man was forming a defensive circle, their backs pressed against an armored vehicle as they struggled to hold their ground. However, their ammunition was evidently running low, and several members bore injuries. The squad of speed awakeners, led by a short-haired girl, fared slightly better. They capitalized on their swiftness, deftly maneuvering between the rooftops and railings, persistently harassing the flanks of the undead horde. Yet, they too found themselves ensnared, unable to advance a single step. The direst plight belonged to Su Qingxue's team. When Lin Yu chanced upon them, they were encircled by a throng of zombies beside an overturned bus. Wang Chang's arm lay grotesquely twisted, clearly broken. Li Bin had vanished without a trace, most likely perished, squandering a precious opportunity for revival. Scout Zhang Hao was desperately firing his handgun, but his drone was long gone, depriving him of his primary reconnaissance advantage, rendering him akin to a headless fly. Su Qingxue's complexion was as pale as parchment, her pristine school uniform stained crimson with tainted blood. Although she strained to apply healing to Zhang Hao and Wang Chang, the radiance of her powers flickered faintly, on the brink of extinguishment. It was evident that her abilities had reached their limits. Observing this scene, Lin Yu's heart remained unperturbed, his gaze as indifferent as that of a spectator watching a film unrelated to himself. To save them? Impossible. He was barely able to safeguard his own life. Any excess of compassion would be tantamount to a jest with his own existence. Forcing his way through the tide of corpses at the bridgehead would be akin to suicide. Calmly, he stowed away his binoculars and refocused his attention on the radar system, meticulously scrutinizing the structural integrity of the cross-sea bridge. There must be another route, he murmured. The radar's scanning waves swept repeatedly across the three-dimensional structural diagram of the bridge, examining every detail from the roadway to the piers. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Approximately 200 meters from the bridgehead entrance, below the bridge, the radar marked a highly concealed access point to an internal maintenance passage. This passage, akin to the capillaries of the bridge, traversed its entirety, leading directly to an evacuation point in midsection. This was his lifeline. Chapter 22, The Fiery Abyss. Harvesting the elite having discovered a path to survival, Lin Yu descended from the dilapidated building without an ounce of hesitation, intent on circumventing the bridge to enter the concealed maintenance passage. However, as he stealthily approached the bridge's underbelly, nearing the entrance sealed by iron bars, a cacophony of gunfire and furious shouts erupted nearby. He promptly halted, seeking refuge behind a colossal bridge pillar, cautiously peering out. Before him lay an elite squad, similarly aware of the passage's existence, ensnared in dire straits, comprising 4 or 5 individuals clad in tactical vests and wielding automatic rifles. Their equipment surpassed even that of the previously encountered Fire Axe team. It seemed they too aspired to navigate the maintenance route, evading the oncoming horde of the undead. Yet, fortune was not on their side. Just as they prepared to breach the iron barricade, they were ambushed from the flanks by another group. The assailants, concealed behind abandoned containers, unleashed a torrent of fire, evidently intent on seizing their gear and this sole escape route. Compounding their misfortune, the ensuing gunfight drew the attention of several zombies lingering at the bridge's edge. With a chorus of snarls, dozens of the undead cascaded down from the bridge, converging upon the beleaguered squad. Surrounded by flesh-hungry ghouls in front and ruthless gunmen behind, the elite team found themselves in an untenable position. "Damn it, cowards! Face us one-on-one," roared the squad leader, unleashing a relentless barrage that shattered several advancing zombies into gory fragments. Yet his magazine soon ran dry. "Huh, impressive gear you have. But once you fall, it shall all belong to us," chortled the assailants from behind the containers, reveling in their triumph. Lin Yu, shrouded in shadows, coldly observed the unfolding spectacle of canines tearing at one another, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Truly, fortune was favoring him. This elite squad inadvertently drew all attention and firepower away from him, effectively clearing the vicinity of the passage entrance and granting him an exquisite opportunity for infiltration. He harbored no intention of intervening. Instead, he resembled a patient hyena, biding his time. He awaited the moment when the elite squad would exhaust their ammunition, succumbing to both the zombies and the ambushers. He anticipated the instant the assailants would lower their guard, emerging to claim the spoils of battle. That, indeed, would be his opportune moment to make his entrance. The battle unfolded precisely as Lin Yu had foreseen. Though the elite squad exhibited formidable combat prowess, they were ultimately outnumbered. After depleting 2 more magazines, their defenses were finally breached by the relentless tide of the undead. One member was swiftly overwhelmed, torn to shreds in mere seconds, his screams fading almost instantaneously. Their leader, having discharged his final bullet, was shot in the thigh by an assailant, collapsing in agony only to be consumed by the encroaching swarm of zombies. In a mere minute, this well-equipped squad was utterly annihilated. "Ha ha ha! Well done! Quickly, gather their equipment." Behind the container, the leader of the ambush squad shouted with exhilaration, cautiously emerging from behind the cover with his 3 subordinates, ready to scour the battlefield. Observing the greedy and grotesque smiles on their faces, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened like a blade. Now is the moment. Without the slightest indication, he abruptly darted out from behind the bridge pier. He refrained from using his firearm, knowing that the sound of gunfire might attract more zombies. From his spatial backpack, he swiftly retrieved a Molotov cocktail he had prepared earlier, uncapped it, ignited the cloth with a lighter, and with all his strength, hurled it towards the ambushers and the heap of corpses beneath them, teeming with the undead. The Molotov cocktail traced a deadly arc through the air. What was that? The ambush squad had yet to react when the cocktail erupted explosively at their feet. Boom! Flames surged skyward. The furious fire, a mixture of gasoline and alcohol, instantly engulfed the area. The 2 closest ambushers were instantly engulfed in flames, emitting blood-curdling screams as they rolled frantically on the ground. Though the other 2 managed to evade the worst, they were left in disarray, their hair and clothes singed. The zombies became excellent fuel, and the roaring inferno swiftly formed an insurmountable wall of fire, temporarily halting the advancing horde. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu's figure darted forth like a cheetah, illuminated by the flames. His objective was not the surviving ambushers, but rather the bodies of the elite squad scattered on the ground. He disregarded the terrified gazes of the ambushers, ignoring one dying member who reached out to him, muttering a plea for salvation. His focus was solely on the gleaming equipment before him. His movements were as swift as lightning, calm and efficient. He seized the M4A1 assault rifle that had fallen from the elite leader, yanking down the 3 spare magazines attached to him. Next, he swiftly picked up a bulging tactical backpack and even stripped a pristine, lightweight tactical bulletproof vest from one of the corpses. The entire looting process took no more than 10 seconds, devoid of any hint of mercy or hesitation. "Who the hell are you?" The surviving leader of the ambushers, astonished and enraged by this unexpected intruder, raised his weapon to shoot. Yet, Lin Yu offered him no opportunity. At the moment when the horde was about to breach the wall of fire, he dashed in the maintenance passage without looking back. Simultaneously, He pulled the pin from a fragmentation grenade he had found in the military base and tossed it outside the entrance. Boom! The violent explosion collapsed the earth and stones at the entrance of the passage, completely sealing off the already narrow opening. Outside, the air was filled with the desperate curses of the ambushers and the growls of the zombies. But soon, all of that became irrelevant to him. He exploited the demise of others to orchestrate a flawless chaos, extracting the utmost advantage from it, ultimately succeeding in keeping all risks at bay. Chapter 23. Under the bridge, the yellow sparrow lurks within the maintenance passage. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only a faint glimmer of light filtering through the structural seams of the distant bridge, barely outlining the contours of the corridor. The air was thick with the metallic scent of rust mingled with the briny tang of seawater. Above, the cacophony of violent explosions, gunfire, and human screams resonated, composing a symphony that echoed the very essence of hell. Each detonation sent tremors through the passage, causing dust to cascade from above. Lin Yu leaned against the cold wall, breathing heavily, yet his eyes shone with an unprecedented brightness. Swiftly, he donned a lightweight tactical bulletproof vest beneath his clothing, concealing it beneath his garments and a military backpack designed for camouflage. Though the armor could not withstand direct fire from high-caliber rifles, it offered lethal protection against handgun bullets, shrapnel, and close-range adversaries. He then gripped the confiscated M4A1 assault rifle firmly in his hands. After a brief respite and equipment adjustment, Lin Yu pressed onward, stealthily navigating the dim passage towards the extraction point in the bridge's midsection. Upon encountering the first zombie that obstructed his path, he exhibited the terrifying prowess bestowed by his basic combat mastery. Without uttering a sound, he approached silently. In the instant the zombie sluggishly turned, his entrenching tool transformed into a silent specter, slicing gracefully and precisely through the creature's neck. With a soft, muted sound, the zombie's head drooped lifelessly, the entire process executed with immaculate efficiency, raising no alarm. He had honed the art of silent assassination to its zenith, conserving precious ammunition for his assault rifle. Thus, like a ghost traversing the abyss beneath the bridge, he advanced quietly through the shadows. Approximately 20 minutes later, he had penetrated deep into the belly of the bridge. The clamor of battle above intensified, and he could feel the rhythmic vibrations of the bridge beneath his feet. He knew the extraction point lay just above him. Slowing his pace, he meticulously scanned the radar for an exit leading to the bridge's surface. Soon, he discovered a rusted ladder affixed to the side wall of the passage. Cautiously, he ascended the corroded rungs, pausing near the top as he pressed his ear against the cold metal cover. Boom! Boom! The violent explosions erupted near his ear, evidently the result of grenades being deployed above. Exercising caution, he refrained from recklessly pushing open the cover. Instead, he gently pried it ajar, extending an object outward before swiftly retracting it. Subsequently, he retrieved a military tablet and utilized its reflective surface to observe the scene above. The green beacon of the extraction point stood silently less than 50 meters ahead, resembling a stairway to paradise. However, before this celestial ascent, a brutal clearing operation unfolded. A fiercely armed five-man squad unleashed a torrential barrage upon their surroundings, utilizing a crossfire network established by 2 light machine guns. They firmly maintained control over the evacuation point, reducing any approaching players or zombies to mere fragments in an instant. The bridge was strewn with lifeless bodies, a river of blood flowing freely. Lin Yu even spotted several familiar figures at the edge of the battlefield. The Su Qingxue team had dwindled down to a mere 2 members. Zhang Hao, with one leg shattered by an explosion, leaned against Su Qingxue, futilely firing his handgun, his eyes filled with despair. Su Qingxue, once proud of her prowess as a medic, now appeared utterly spent. Her complexion was ashen, devoid of any color, helplessly witnessing her comrades fall one by one, while she remained pinned behind cover, unable to move under the relentless barrage of fire. For the first time, her usually composed visage betrayed a sense of helplessness and fear. Observing this scene, Lin Yu felt neither pity nor sympathy. Rescue? Such a notion was the height of folly. Instead, a cold and ruthless glimmer, named opportunity, flickered in his eyes. This heavily armed squad was unwittingly performing the most arduous task for him, clearing the battlefield. The fiercer their combat grew, the greater their depletion, and, consequently, their vigilance waned. All he needed to do was wait, like a venomous serpent lurking beneath the water's surface, patiently biding his time. He would wait for them to eliminate all threats, to believe that victory was within their grasp, to wait until their spirits were most relaxed, poised to step into that beam of light symbolizing survival. In the final second, Chapter 24, a fatal betrayal time flowed relentlessly amidst the deafening cacophony of gunfire. The formidable fire team on the bridge exhibited astonishing combat prowess. After the tragic loss of a comrade engulfed by a horde of the undead, they finally cleared the last area surrounding their evacuation point. Scanning the midsection of the bridge, it was evident that, apart from the four of them, no other living soul remained upright. These were seasoned athletes forged in the crucible of battle. At last, it was over. One burly member of the team spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva onto the ground, his face lighting up with exhilaration at having survived. "Damn it, we took a massive hit. We lost old Five here," remarked another team member, his voice tinged with lingering dread, yet his eyes betraying a glint of greed. Their leader, a man bearing a scarred visage, remained notably composed. He scanned the vicinity with vigilance. Only upon confirming the absence of further threats did a smirk of satisfaction creep across his face. He gestured toward the nearby green beam of light, his voice low and commanding. "Enough chatter. Let us scour the battlefield for valuables and retreat." The three team members eagerly rushed toward the bodies of the fallen players. Ruthlessly rummaging through the spoils, their guard lowered to a minimum. The scarred leader observed with contentment, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply, before striding toward the radiant column symbolizing glory and wealth, embodying the demeanor of a victor. The scar on his face had been deliberately affixed to grant him an aura of intimidation during encounters in the novice dungeon. One foot had already crossed into the beam's radiant threshold. He could almost feel the warm, serene energy of the teleportation. Yet in that fleeting moment, as he let his guard down, believing victory was assured, death arrived. The ominous crack of a gunshot echoed from the maintenance passageway not far behind them. A volley of 56mm rifle rounds formed a lethal barrage, striking with precision at the back of a teammate who was bent over, retrieving a backpack. The bullets pierced his body instantly, splattering crimson. He had no time to utter a scream. Confusion and shock marred his expression as he crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Ambush! The scarred leader felt a chill of dread. His instincts as an elite player kicked in, and he lunged out of the beam in search of cover. But it was too late. Lin Yu emerged from the maintenance passage like a vengeful specter risen from the depths of hell. He hesitated not for a moment. The muzzle of his M4A1 assault rifle was already locked onto the next target. Target the leader first, ignoring the two panicked teammates. He unleashed all his firepower upon the scarred leader, who had just found cover. The raging flames engulfed the police car where the scar-faced captain was hiding, sending sparks flying and shattering the windows into a million shards. The captain bellowed in fury, attempting to raise his weapon in retaliation, but Lin Yu's firepower was overwhelmingly ferocious. He could barely lift his head. Moreover, in a moment of bravado, he had already stepped into the beam of light, leaving him in an exceedingly awkward position with little effective cover. "Damn it!" The scar-faced captain roared in frustration, unable to fathom that after fighting valiantly, he would ultimately become a mere pawn in someone else's game. Just as he attempted to roll to another hiding spot, Lin Yu slightly lowered his gun. A precise shot pierced through the undercarriage of the police car, striking his calf mercilessly. The searing pain transformed the captain's movements into mere spasms. That fleeting moment of hesitation proved to be fatal. Lin Yu's gun rose once more, and the cold bullet, as if possessed of its own will, accurately penetrated the exposed part of the captain's skull. Bang! A once mighty hero met his bitter end. With the greatest threat neutralized, the remaining two team members appeared to Lin Yu as mere shadows of the dead. They gazed in horror as their captain was executed. their psychological defenses crumbling in an instant. One turned to flee, while the other wildly fired his weapon in panic. Lin Yu could not be bothered to continue with his rifle. He calmly switched to his handgun, executing 2 crisp shots as if in a practice shooting range. Bang! Bang! The 2 remaining team members fell in unison. The entire skirmish, from Lin Yu's ambush to its conclusion, lasted no more than 30 seconds. Swift, precise, and ruthless. With singular resolve, he had executed a flawless backstab, annihilating an elite squad that had just endured a bloody battle. After completing this grim task, Lin Yu did not immediately loot the bodies. Instead, he vigilantly surveyed the battlefield, his weapons still raised. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the wreckage of a bus in the distance. There, Su Qingxue stared at him with eyes filled with shock, fear, and a complex emotion she could not even comprehend. Beside her, Zhang Hao had long since succumbed to blood loss and lay unconscious. Lin Yu's glance swept across Su Qingxue's face without pausing, as if he were merely observing a stone by the roadside. During his earlier onslaught, a few stray bullets had even struck the bus where they were hiding, yet he remained unfazed. He had no intention of intentionally harming them, for that would be a waste of ammunition. However, he would offer them no salvation either. Only after confirming that no living threats remained on the scene did Lin Yu commence his favorite task. He swiftly approached the corpses, stripping them of all valuable items: assault rifle magazines, grenades, energy cores, medical supplies. He meticulously collected everything, stuffing them into his spatial backpack. His movements were precise and efficient, devoid of any emotion. Only after he was certain that nothing had been overlooked did he turn, carrying a bountiful trove of spoils that would make any survivor envious, and, with an air of composure, stepped alone into the beam of light that symbolized his triumph. Chapter 25. Settlement of Return. Lin Yu's figure coalesced within the transmission beam, his feet touching the cold, smooth floor of the central hall of the boundary hub. The surrounding clamor and tumult, accompanied by gazes filled with jealousy, awe, and greed, seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier, leaving him untouched. He disregarded all distractions, immersing his entire being in the magnificent settlement screen that only he could perceive. Mission: Apocalypse Fragment 137, Zombie City Survival Challenge. Personal evaluation: S. Your performance is nothing short of flawless. With your singular prowess, you have stirred the tides, skillfully leveraging the disparity of information and the weaknesses of human nature to steer the entire scenario. You are not merely a survivor. You are a hunter. Team evaluation: B. Although your teammates abandoned you at the outset, the system acknowledges the nominal existence of your team. Your exceptional performance forcibly elevated the team rating to this level. The golden letters of the S-grade evaluation seemed to radiate a searing warmth, momentarily stealing Lin Yu's breath away. He was aware of his commendable performance, yet he had not anticipated receiving such high praise from the Boundary Hub system. Then came the most exhilarating segment: calculating experience points. Detected item: Golden Quality Spatial Backpack X1. Experience points awarded: 1,000. Detected item: Purple Quality Skill Book, Basic Combat Mastery X1. Experience points awarded: 100. Detected item: Purple Quality Source Energy Crystal Essence X1. Experience points awarded: 100. Detected item: Blue Quality Items X6 M4A1. Remington M870. 92 Style Handgun X2. Tactical Tablet. Lightweight Bulletproof Vest. Experience points awarded: 60. Detected item: White Quality Source Energy Crystal X37. Experience points awarded: 37. Detected item: White Quality Basic Supplies, Various Weapons. Experience points awarded: 15. Total experience points earned: 1312. Boom! A vast and pure stream of energy surged into Lin Yu's limbs and bones from the Boundary Hub system. His body felt as though it were immersed in a hot spring, washing away all fatigue and hidden injuries from previous battles in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented strength and vitality. On his attribute panel, the number in the level section began to fluctuate wildly. Level up: current level, LV2. Level up: current level, LV3. Level up: current level, LV4. In a fleeting moment, he ascended 4 levels. Such a rapid progression, akin to riding a rocket, would drive any player to madness. For most players, advancing even 1 or 2 levels from a single dungeon would be considered an extraordinary fortune. You have gained 4 free attribute points. Please allocate them. Without hesitation, Lin Yu made his choice. As a solitary wanderer who must confront all dangers alone, balanced development was the key. With a thought, he began to allocate his attribute points. In an instant, he could distinctly feel his muscles becoming more resilient, his reaction speed and neural connections accelerating significantly, while his endurance surged like an unfathomable river. At this moment, in terms of physical prowess, he had comprehensively surpassed those so-called speed awakeners. The light screen continued to scroll down, revealing the information he was most concerned about: the estimated total value of his acquired items, based on black market average prices 257, 800 credit points. Do you wish to exchange some all items for credit points? Note, a 10 handling fee will apply. No. Lin Yu calmly chose to decline. Although the exchange system of the interface was convenient, the 10 fee was exorbitant. He would rather spend some time dealing with the black market to earn an extra 100,000 or so. He scrolled to the bottom of the light screen and claimed the S-grade special reward. Congratulations. You have received an S-grade special reward. Random skill draw card, blue, X1. Simultaneously, his settlement screen, visible only to him in detail, projected the dazzling S-grade evaluation and a thumbnail of the extensive item list, almost dragging on the ground, in a translucent form within the public area before him. This was a rule of the interface designed to motivate players. All players who achieved a B-grade evaluation or higher would have their settlement overview publicly displayed. He chose to conceal his golden and purple rewards. Suddenly, the entire central hall fell silent. All gazes were drawn to Lin Yu as if magnetically attracted. S-grade evaluation. Am I seeing this correctly? It's just a novice dungeon. How could he possibly achieve an S-grade evaluation? My heavens, look at his item list. An assault rifle. And so many energy cores. Did this guy empty the armory in the dungeon? Lin Yu? That name sounds familiar. Wait, isn't he the one abandoned by Su Qingxue's team right at the start? The burden with no profession or abilities? What? It's him. How is this possible? After a brief silence, the entire hall erupted into chaos. Countless gazes filled with shock, horror, jealousy, greed, and disbelief pressed down upon Lin Yu like a tangible weight. They could not comprehend how someone deemed the lowest of the low among novices, a mere ordinary person struggling for survival, could achieve such remarkable results that sent all elite players into a frenzy. At that moment, a beam of light illuminated the other end of the hall. Su Qingxue and the unconscious Zhang were clumsily teleported in. Their settlement screen was dismal, featuring only a few white items, with a rating that had plummeted to F grade. Due to Li Bin's death, their team's evaluation had drastically declined, leaving them without even basic rewards. As Su Qingxue steadied herself, she was met with a cacophony of discussions echoing around her. She followed the gazes of the crowd and beheld the figure standing in the center of the hall, a familiar yet unfamiliar presence, ensconced in a multitude of focused stares. Before him loomed the blinding S-grade settlement screen, so dazzling it rendered her nearly breathless. Boom! Su Qingxue's mind went blank. She gazed at Lin Yu, observing his excessively calm profile, and recalled his cold, indifferent gaze on the bridge, reminiscent of a demonic deity mercilessly vanquishing formidable foes while disregarding her entirely. An absurd yet chilling thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of her heart. Could it be that the mysterious powerhouse who had stirred the tides of the entire instance, instilling dread in the hearts of all players and earning the moniker of the Golden Phantom, was he? The very Lin Yu whom she had cast aside, whom she had deemed a burden, and whom she had recently regarded with a patronizing demeanor, offering him a bottle of water and some food. This notion pierced through her pride and understanding like the sharpest of daggers. Yet Lin Yu, the focal point of the gathering, appeared utterly oblivious to it all. He disregarded the multitude of gazes, whether laced with envy or resentment. Calmly, he extended his hand and confirmed the receipt on the screen. The card representing a random skill flew into his grasp. He retracted the screen and in that instant his aura underwent a profound transformation. No longer was he the timid scavenger, struggling for survival. He had metamorphosed into a true apocalyptic hunter, wielding wealth and armed with formidable weapons, his eyes cold and piercing. He discreetly turned, quietly maneuvering through the throng, vanishing into the shadows of the hall. His first intention was to rush to the hospital, to procure the finest medicine to save his mother. As for the past grievances and the astonishment of onlookers, they were nothing more than dust by the roadside to him. Chapter 26. Transaction. Cold and ruthless rejection. Lin Yu's figure lingered before the dazzling S-rank evaluation screen in the central hall of the interface for no more than 10 seconds. Before the surrounding uproar of shock and speculation could fully erupt, he had seamlessly merged into the crowd like a drop of water into the ocean, silently extricating himself from the clamor and vanishing into the teleportation passage leading to his personal space. The gazes around him, whether filled with astonishment, jealousy, or greed, were to him akin to the wandering zombies in apocalyptic fragments, mere background noise unworthy of his time. Once back in the spacious and private confines of his personal space, Lin Yu finally relaxed, laying out the spoils of this mission before him like a bountiful farmer. The M4A1 assault rifle glimmering with a metallic sheen, the heavy Remington M870 shotgun, several 92-style handguns, and a lightweight tactical bulletproof vest. All these items, capable of inciting frenzy among scavenger teams in the outside world, now rested quietly at his feet. Not to mention the mountain of ammunition, sufficient to sustain a small-scale urban battle, along with fragmentation grenades, Molotov cocktails, and 37 ordinary energy crystal cores emanating a gentle white light. Yet, Lin Yu's gaze merely skimmed over these possessions. His true focus lay upon a singularly isolated item, a refined energy crystal core, pulsating with purple lightning, and the unassuming yet profound golden space backpack. These, indeed, constituted the very essence of his survival and ascent. The first step was money. Lin Yu's thoughts were chillingly lucid. His mother's illness was the sole softness in his heart, the ultimate origin of all his endeavors. He must swiftly convert these cold spoils into credit points that would afford his mother the finest medicine and treatment available. He chose not to utilize the official exchange channel within the interface, which charged a steep 10 fee, an unwelcome gouging of his resources. Instead, he accessed his personal screen and entered the built-in online marketplace of the interface system. This was a realm of freedom, where countless players engaged in anonymous transactions, filled with opportunities and risks. Lin Yu did not waste time listing each item individually. That would be far too inefficient. He bundled all weapons, ammunition, and miscellaneous items scavenged from other players' corpses, excluding the M4A1, a backup handgun, his bulletproof vest, and a shovel, into a resource package and opted for a fixed-price sale. The price, 1,000,000 credit points. This was an exceedingly high, even somewhat absurd price. However, Lin Yu was acutely aware that this batch of goods, especially the exquisite firearms and abundant ammunition, held irresistible allure for elite teams and small companies eager to enhance their strength and tackle higher difficulty missions. They would willingly pay a premium to save time on gathering and trading. Indeed, scarcely 5 minutes after the resource package was listed, a trade request promptly appeared. The other party wasted no words and promptly paid the full amount. The transaction was successful. The buyer has paid a 5 platform fee, and you have acquired 1 million credit points. Gazing at the long string of zeros in his personal account, Lin Yu's expression remained utterly unchanged. As if this were merely an insignificant figure, he immediately transferred 800,000 credit points to his associated account in the real world and granted the highest priority for medical payments. Only after completing these tasks did he finally exhale in relief. With this sum, his mother's condition would be worry-free for at least a year. Having alleviated his greatest burden, Lin Yu did not linger for a moment. He exited the interface space and returned to the real world. He hurried to the central hospital. However, upon arriving breathlessly at the door of his mother's single-patient room, he frowned at the cacophony emanating from within. The room was crowded with people, those relatives who had severed ties with him during his family's decline and had even come to demand debts after his father's sacrifice, were now gathered around his mother's hospital bed, feigning concern with insincere and sycophantic smiles. His uncle was boasting animatedly about his connections, claiming he could help Lin Yu's mother reach the finest specialists in the capital. His aunt clutched a cheap fruit basket, tearfully lamenting her hardships while glancing furtively at Lin Yu. They had evidently heard of Lin Yu's soaring success in the interface, earning an S-rank evaluation and amassing wealth, and were eager to curry favor. Lin Yu's expression darkened instantly. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Xiao Yu, you're back. Oh, our great hero has returned. Come, let your aunt see if you've lost weight." As soon as the relatives spotted him, they swarmed around like flies drawn to blood, their enthusiasm nauseating. "My mother needs rest. You may leave." Lin Yu's voice was soft yet cold, akin to a Siberian chill, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. The relative smiles froze on their faces. "Xiao Yu, what do you mean by that? We are concerned for your mother," his uncle retorted, his expression darkening. "Indeed, Xiao Yu, we are family. Now that you've succeeded, you must not forget your roots," his aunt added, wiping her tears. "Your younger brother still needs some money for school this year. Perhaps you could get out." Lin Yu uttered a single word. This word struck like a resounding slap across the faces of every relative present. You unfilial son, we are your elders." His uncle trembled with rage. "Elders?" Lin Yu scoffed, stepping closer to his uncle, fixing his gaze on him. "When you came to demand debts after my father's sacrifice, did you remember your role as an elder? When my mother was gravely ill and I was borrowing money from everywhere, you were the first to hide. Did you remember your status then?" His voice, though soft, pierced deeply, rendering his uncle's face pale, leaving him utterly speechless. Lin Yu's gaze swept across all present, his voice growing increasingly frigid. "I will personally handle my mother's medical expenses. There is no need for anyone to concern themselves with it. Your difficulties do not pertain to me. From this day forth, there shall be no connection between us. The dungeon is a perilous place, and I shall carry no burdens. If you intend to covet the resources I possess, I would not hesitate to bring your children into the realm, allowing you to comprehend just how effortlessly one can perish within the realm." This is no longer a warning, but a blatant threat. They gazed into Lin Yu's eyes, devoid of any emotion, and had no doubt that this youth, who had just emerged from the clutches of death, was indeed capable of executing his words. "Get out," Lin Yu reiterated sternly. His relatives, as though granted a reprieve, scurried away from the hospital room in haste, as if pursued by malevolent spirits. Silence finally reclaimed the room. Lin Yu approached his mother's bedside, observing the fatigue etched upon her features from the earlier altercation. The icy demeanor in his eyes melted away, transforming into boundless tenderness. "Mother, I have returned. From now on, no one shall dare to bully us again." At that moment, a notification from First High School quietly appeared on his personal screen. "Dear Lin Yu, in light of your exceptional S-grade evaluation in the inaugural survival challenge of the realm, you have been granted admission to the combat department of Qingxue University. Please report to Qingxue University in September." Qingxue University, one of the most prestigious institutions in Longhua. Its combat department is renowned as the cradle for cultivating elite players. Chapter 27. Liquidating resources, planning for the future after expelling those repugnant relatives. Lin Yu devoted an entire day to accompany his mother in the hospital. Witnessing her pale complexion gradually regain a hint of rosy vitality under the latest and most expensive medical treatments, and observing her spirits lift significantly, his heart, once hardened and cold from the ravages of violence, felt a flicker of warmth long forgotten. Once he confirmed that his mother's condition had stabilized completely and that the subsequent treatment costs posed no issue, Lin Yu finally felt at ease and returned to the personal space of the interface. Here lay his true battlefield. He meticulously recounted all his remaining spoils. The 100,000 credit points were merely the most inconspicuous portion of his recent gains. Source Energy Crystal, Ordinary, X 37 units. This item is the hard currency of the apocalyptic world. Military-grade encrypted tactical tablet. This device was not yet usable. He casually posted a task in the bounty section of the trading market. Bounty task. Decode military-grade encrypted tactical tablet. Requirements. Certified technical expert. Reward. 50,000 credit points. He did not expect an immediate response, as this was merely a probe. He believed that the true value of this tablet, which recorded intelligence from military bases, far exceeded 50,000 credit points. Undoubtedly, the core of his recent acquisitions was that purple source energy crystal essence. When he held this crystal in his palm, the personal interface in front of him, belonging to this survival radar system, unexpectedly activated, emanating waves of desire. Detected high-purity energy source energy crystal, essence, X1. Would you like to consume this item to upgrade the survival radar system? Yes. Lin Yu made his choice without hesitation. He understood that in this perilous world, information was his most formidable ally, the very foundation of his existence. Any investment that could enhance his informational advantage was worthwhile. In that instant of affirmation, the purple crystal began to levitate from his palm, its surface radiating an intense purple lightning. Crack! The crystal emitted a crisp, shattering sound, transforming into an exquisitely pure torrent of purple energy akin to a violet serpent, which swiftly surged into Lin Yu's brow. Boom! At that moment, Lin Yu's mind felt as though it had been struck by a bolt of purple lightning. He sensed his mental realm undergoing a profound transformation. The once flat circular radar, which merely displayed points of light, now evolved at a visible pace into a more three-dimensional and intricate form. Countless streams of data and chains of runes restructured and rearranged within the depths of his consciousness. The entire process lasted a full minute, and when that immense flow of information was fully absorbed, Lin Yu abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with awe and ecstasy. His radar had upgraded. Survival radar system upgrade successful. Current level 2. Permissions elevated. Functions unlocked. The detection range has expanded from a radius of 5 kilometers to 7 kilometers. A new feature has been added. Detection of biological energy signals. Function details. The radar will now detect all non-teammate units' biological energy signals within a 7-kilometer radius. All detected biological signals will be marked in real time on the radar map as red dots. Note, this feature cannot distinguish between biological types or assess specific strengths. It merely indicates their presence and approximate location. Lin Yu's heart raced at the introduction of this new functionality. This was nothing short of a miraculous ability. With a level 1 radar, he transformed from a blind seeker into a treasure hunter capable of following trails. The level 2 radar elevated him from a mere scavenger, passively searching for loot, to a hunter with complete insight into the battlefield, aware of every enemy movement. From now on, in the realm of dungeons, any enemy attempting to ambush, conceal themselves, or follow him would be as visible as fireflies in the night before his radar. Not only could he see where treasures were hidden, but he could also discern where adversaries lurked. This leap in informational advantage was a qualitative transformation. In the midst of his elation, the radar system provided a prompt for the next upgrade. Level 3 radar upgrade requirements. Source Energy Crystal Supreme, X1, or Source Energy Crystal, Essence, X10. A golden quality crystal or 10 purple crystals. Lin Yu silently noted this astronomical goal. The road ahead was long and arduous, yet he understood he was on the right path. Next, he took out the S-grade reward. Random skill draw card blue. Upon usage, the card transformed into a stream of blue light, dissipating into the air. Subsequently, a virtual roulette appeared before him, adorned with dozens of different skill icons. The wheel spun rapidly, finally slowing to rest on an icon emanating a gentle green glow. Congratulations! You have acquired the blue skill, Emergency Medical Aid. Skill name, Emergency Medical Aid. Level, blue. Effect, instantly activates cellular vitality, restoring non-lethal severe injuries within 3 seconds. Usable once per dungeon world. A life-saving skill. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. For a lone wolf like him, this skill held value comparable to a piece of purple equipment. After settling all resources, Lin Yu. Chapter 28. Clearly priced in his personal space, Lin Yu spent 3 full days acclimating himself to his surging power. He tirelessly practiced the combat techniques bestowed upon him by mastery of basic combat, thoroughly familiarizing himself with the performance of both the engineer shovel and the newly acquired M4A1 assault rifle. The man he had become now was a stark contrast to the frail youth who had awoken in confusion in the classroom a mere fortnight ago. As he prepared to outline his next dungeon expedition, a communication request arrived via the interface system, appearing on his personal holographic screen. The sender was none other than Wang Hao, the only classmate who had shown him kindness at the outset, pulling him back from the brink of demise. Lin Yu's gaze flickered momentarily before he ultimately decided to accept the call. On the screen, Wang Hao's familiar chubby face materialized, though now it bore the marks of weariness, fear, and an unmistakable hint of envy. Lin Yu, it's truly you. I saw the announcement. S-rank, evaluation. My heavens, you are nothing short of a monster. Wang Hao's voice trembled slightly, clearly overwhelmed by the impact of Lin Yu's accomplishments. Is there something you need? Lin Yu's tone remained calm and devoid of any joy that one might expect from a long-awaited reunion, as if he were conversing with a stranger. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback by his icy demeanor, his smile transforming into an awkward expression. He rubbed his hands together and stammered, Lin Yu, we've been classmates, after all. How did you manage to achieve that? Could you teach me? Or perhaps, could you take me along on your next dungeon run? His voice dwindled to a whisper, laced with desperation. It was evident that his first experience in a dungeon had been fraught with terror and despair. He had been transported to a zombie world designated as T-25. Although he had managed to escape from Point C by sheer luck, his journey had been one of a terrified mouse, scurrying to hide. And he had not only failed to gain anything, but had also expended all his courage merely to survive. Looking at his meager F-rank evaluation and his empty backpack, he could not help but compare to Lin Yu's dazzling S-rank achievements. A realization dawning upon him that relying solely on himself would likely lead to his demise in the next mandatory summons. Lin Yu was the only lifeline he could grasp. Teach you? Take you along? Lin Yu's lips curved into a semblance of a smirk. Wang Hao, it seems you have misunderstood something. What? Wang Hao was taken aback. In the realm of interface, there are no classmates, no friends, only value and transactions. Lin Yu's voice was cold and merciless. Wang Hao's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering, rendered speechless. He had not anticipated Lin Yu would speak so harshly. However, Lin Yu shifted his tone, a glimmer of shrewdness illuminating his eyes. While I do not engage in personal favors, I do partake in transactions. In an instant, a flicker of hope reignited in Wang Hao's eyes. In this world, information held value, and assistance came at a price. Lin Yu spoke slowly, offering to provide a survival guide for novice instances, sharing some lesser-known techniques, and even promising to grant sanctuary in a future dungeon, allowing one to safely complete a mandatory task while resting. Wang Hao's breath quickened in anticipation. However, Lin Yu's tone suddenly turned icy. All of this would come at a cost. What? What cost? He stammered. Quite simple, Lin Yu replied, extending a finger. As payment for this consultation, I require an energy crystal core. If you wish for me to escort you through a dungeon, you must offer additional compensation, the specifics of which will depend on the instance's difficulty. An energy crystal core. Wang Hao exclaimed in disbelief. Throughout his entire experience in the dungeons, he had not even caught a glimpse of one. Now, Lin Yu was demanding that he surrender one in exchange for a few pieces of information. It felt like extortion. Do you find it expensive? Lin Yu retorted with a cold smirk. You are welcome to visit the trading market. Even a casual escort for a survivor typically demands a price in excess of 10,000 credit points. I'm merely offering this at a discount, considering our past as desk mates. Remember, Wang Hao, in the apocalypse, human life is the cheapest commodity, while the opportunity to survive is the most precious. I have afforded you a chance. Whether you seize it is entirely up to you. With that, Lin Yu abruptly ended the communication. Leaning back in his chair, he remained calm. He had no intention of truly extorting Wang Hao. Rather, he sought to convey the harsh survival principles of this world in the most direct and brutal manner. If Wang Hao was unwilling to pay this modest price, he was unworthy of any assistance. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Hao's communication request came through again. This time, despite the evident pain and struggle in his eyes. There was also a resolute determination. I will trade, he said through gritted teeth. I will gather the credit points. Please escort me. Chapter 29. A new journey. A fortnight swiftly elapsed, as fleeting as a whisper. During these 15 days, Lin Yu's life adhered to a regimented routine, akin to a finely tuned machine. Each day, he devoted countless hours honing his combat skills within the personal training grounds designated for high-level players in the realm of the interface. Firearm marksmanship, close-quarter combat, stealth assassination, and trap setting. He absorbed every fragment of knowledge that could fortify his prowess, much like a parched sponge voraciously soaking up water. The mastery of basic combat bestowed upon him not merely techniques, but also an innate instinct and awareness of battle. Now, even with his eyes closed, he could execute the most precise attacks and evasions, guided by the whispers of the wind and the memory of his muscles. In the tangible world, Lin Yu's substantial financial investments had visibly accelerated his mother-s recovery, freed from the shackles of economic distress and the incessant meddling of relatives. Her smile blossomed more frequently, rendering all his struggles worthwhile. On this day, as Lin Yu gazed upon his experience bar, now elevated to LV for 312,500, and the gray icon on the radar map that required a source energy crystal, Supreme, for advancement, he realized that he could wait no longer. Passively awaiting the interface's mandated summons was fraught with uncertainty. He resolved to seize the initiative and grasp his destiny firmly in his hands. He entered the interface's dungeon matching hall, where rows of shimmering world fragment information unfurled before him like an immense star map. He dismissed the option for team matching and directly selected solo mode. Allies in many instances signify bonds, but they also embody burdens and risks. Until he attained absolute strength to dominate all, he placed his trust in his own capabilities. The system, taking into account his current level and S-grade clearance rating, recommended several dungeons that balanced risk and reward. Lin Yu's gaze ultimately settled upon one. Dungeon World, B. 2 Zombie City, difficulty level, hard, recommended level, LV, 3, LV, 8. World description. A modern metropolis deeply infected by the T-virus, teeming not only with a multitude of ordinary infected, but also with mutated beings possessing unique abilities. Reports suggest that the city's Center for Disease Control may harbor the original samples of the T-virus. This was the one. A higher difficulty entailed greater peril. Yet it also signified an increased probability of encountering high-grade source energy crystals. With unwavering determination, he aimed to traverse this desolate realm of death in search of a source energy crystal essence that would catalyze the evolution of his radar once more. Having established his objective, Lin Yu promptly began to organize his equipment. He approached the armory within his personal space, retrieving his finest gear, an M4A1 assault rifle as his primary weapon, accompanied by 5 fully loaded magazines, a Remington M870 shotgun, ideal for close-quarters combat and clearing, loaded with 50 rounds of buckshot, and a Type 92 pistol, his last resort, secured in a quick-draw holster on his thigh. 3 fragmentary grenades and 2 incendiary bottles were clipped onto the tactical vest. A cache of potent military-grade analgesics, rapid clotting gel, and broad-spectrum antibiotics filled the medical kit to the brim. Coupled with his lightweight tactical bulletproof vest and an upgraded military backpack boasting enhanced functionality. He was armed to the teeth, resembling a formidable harbinger of death poised to step onto the battlefield. However, just as he confidently clicked Enter Dungeon, a Crimson System notification abruptly appeared. Warning, your equipment, excluding the backpack, exceeds the current dungeon's limit. To maintain balance within the dungeon, please reconfigure your gear. Lin Yu's brow instantly furrowed. He had not anticipated such constraints imposed by the interface. This also meant he could not rely on his equipment to gain an overwhelming advantage within the dungeon. The system was compelling players to depend more on their own skills and prowess. Intriguing. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth. This was preferable. If one could simply overpower everything with gear, then this apocalyptic game would indeed be exceedingly dull. He felt no trace of dismay. Instead, He calmly returned most of his equipment, including the M4A1 and shotgun, to the storage. Ultimately, he opted for the most basic 92-style pistol, 5 spare magazines, the well-worn entrenching tool, and a medical kit brimming with premium supplies. He chose to advance lightly, embracing a return to simplicity. His greatest reliance had never been these frigid weapons, but rather his second-tier radar that perceived all, the combat skills etched deep within his soul, and the unyielding hunter's heart honed amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Equipment configuration confirmed. Transmitting to Zombie City B2. Chapter 30. The City of Acid Rain Cold, Damp, and Putrid. These were the first sensations that Lin Yu experienced upon regaining consciousness. Accompanied by a fleeting sense of dizziness, the pristine white of the personal space quickly morphed into a heavy, oppressive gray. He found himself standing in a narrow alley, his feet submerged in filthy puddles, while the air was thick with a nauseating stench reminiscent of rust and decaying flesh. The sky loomed overhead, shrouded by an impenetrable layer of gray toxic clouds, devoid of sunlight, as if the entire city were ensconced in an eternal twilight. Transfer complete. Welcome to Zombie City B2, codename Acid Rain City. Difficulty level, hard. Current instance participants, 500. Instance duration, 72 hours. Special environmental warning, periodic acid rain. Mechanism. From a moment of entry, every hour, the sky will unleash corrosive acid rain for a duration of 10 minutes. Effects. Direct exposure will lead to a rapid decline in equipment durability, accelerated depletion of stamina, and potential corrosion status. Acid rain will enrage and empower certain mutants. Countdown to first acid rain. 009. 58. Periodic acid rain. Once every hour. Lin Yu's pupils constricted slightly as he realized that this instance was worlds apart from the previous E-137 city. This was no longer a hunting ground where one could meander freely. It had transformed into a meticulously timed death trap. This mechanism forced all players to seek a secure indoor refuge every 50 minutes, akin to clocking in for work. Such a constraint greatly limited the player's operational range and exponentially increased the difficulty of searching and evacuating. Rather than succumbing to fear, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. The more complex the environment, the more he could exploit his advantage derived from information asymmetry. He did not rush into action. Instead, he immediately immersed his consciousness into the radar system nestled within his mind. Buzz, secondary radar, activated for the first time in actual combat. In an instant, a colossal three-dimensional map centered around him, with a radius of 7 kilometers, unfolded within his consciousness. Unlike the previous flat radar that only displayed non-biological resources, this map was inundated with a terrifying volume of information. In addition to the white dots representing basic supplies, the green dots denoting medical resources, and the blue dots indicating firearms, the map was densely populated with thousands of moving red dots. Each red dot symbolized a unit emitting biological energy signals. They spread like a crimson virus across every street, every building, and every corner of the city. Some gathered in small clusters, moving languidly, while others formed dense clouds of red, congregating within large buildings, exuding an ominous aura. This was the qualitative transformation brought by the secondary radar, an all-encompassing awareness of the situation. Though he could not discern friend from foe, nor assess the precise strength of his adversaries, the mere awareness of his own existence was sufficient to render him invincible. At that moment, cold raindrops began to fall from the sky without warning. Drip, drip. As the rain struck the ground, faint wisps of white smoke rose, accompanied by a sizzling sound, as if sulfuric acid were splashed upon metal. Acid rain had arrived. Lin Yu's expression hardened as he immediately glanced at the radar. He noted that at the end of the alley where he stood, within an abandoned 3-story factory, there were no red dots indicating presence. Without hesitation, he lowered his body and sprinted toward the factory. Ah! My hand! My face! It hurts! A piercing scream echoed from the other end of the street. Lin Yu's footsteps did not falter, yet out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several newly arrived players, still bewildered by the circumstances. writhing in agony beneath the acid rain. Their clothing and skin were visibly corroding at an alarming rate. Even more dreadful was the fact that their anguished cries instantly attracted a nearby horde of wandering zombies. Those zombies, doused in the acid rain, were not harmed. Rather, they seemed invigorated, their veins swelling beneath their skin as they roared and charged toward the unfortunate souls at nearly double their previous speed. The sounds of tearing flesh, desperate screams, and shattering bones soon faded into silence. Lin Yu's gaze was icy, and he gained a visceral understanding of the brutality of this scenario. He kicked open the rusted iron door of the factory and slipped inside. Inside the factory, two zombies clad in tattered work uniforms turned at the sound and lunged toward him. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to use his firearm. Having mastered basic combat proficiency, these ordinary zombies appeared to him no different than puppets. With a deft sidestep, he maneuvered through the gaps in their attacks, an improbable angle. The engineer's shovel in his hand transformed into a swift, cold shadow. Thud! Thud! The faint sounds of flesh meeting flesh echoed almost simultaneously. The zombies' movements halted abruptly, their spinal cords severed with precision by the shovel, leaving them to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds, quiet and efficient. He swiftly scanned the factory to ensure it was secure before directing his gaze toward a toolbox in the corner, emanating a soft white glow. Prizing open the toolbox, he discovered not only some basic repair tools, but also half a pack of cigarettes, an unopened bottle of mineral water, and a brand new industrial gas mask. A fortunate find. Lin Yu donned the gas mask without reservation. While it could not entirely shield him from the corrosive effects of the acid rain, it would at least protect his most vital areas, the head and respiratory system, significantly prolonging his ability to navigate safely within the acidic deluge. Leaning against the window, he listened to the patter of rain outside and the distant, intermittent screams, his expression serene as a still lake. Chapter 31. An initial exploration into stealth. The 10 minutes of acid rain felt as though a century had passed. As the final drop of corrosive rain fell, the world outside succumbed once more to a profound silence, leaving only the pockmarked ground and an increasingly pungent aroma of decay hanging in the air. Through the dust-laden window, Lin Yu observed several grotesquely mangled corpses on the street, the first unfortunate souls to be eliminated from this grim reality. He felt no sympathy. In this world, weakness is the original sin. With the cessation of rain, the time for hunting had arrived. He departed from his temporary refuge, blending into the deathly city like a shadow. Equipped with a secondary radar, his operational strategy underwent a remarkable transformation. No longer did he advance blindly toward supply points. Instead, he meticulously plotted an optimal path through a vast three-dimensional map in his mind, interconnecting numerous safe zones. His eyes remained vigilant to the tangible environment, while the majority of his consciousness plunged into the radar schematic. The red dots representing zombies ceased to be mere threats. They morphed into calculable data sets he could navigate around. At an upcoming intersection, 5 stationary red points were detected within a building on the left, while 3 wandering red points roamed the street to the right. By proceeding straight for 100 meters past the intersection, he could bypass them through a narrow alley. Lin Yu's mind functioned like the most efficient biological computer, swiftly processing the radar's feedback while his body responded with remarkable agility. At times, he would stealthily hug the shadows along walls, leap over abandoned vehicles, or directly traverse buildings that the radar indicated as clear. His movements were both enigmatic and efficient, consistently avoiding unnecessary confrontations with minimal risk. As he navigated through a deserted residential area, an anomalous signal on the radar piqued his suspicion. At the corner of a crossroads, a solitary red dot stood still, an unusual sight, for solitary zombies were a rarity in this city. Lin Yu's instincts warned him of something amiss. Rather than approach recklessly, he ascended to the rooftop of a 3-story building, utilizing a telescope found at a military base to observe the corner from a distance. Soon, he discerned the true nature of the red dot. It was an abnormally emaciated zombie, its neck marred by a grotesque, tumor-like growth that pulsed slightly with each breath. Its mouth was grotesquely agape, nearly reaching the roots of its ears, as it stood eerily still like a bizarre scarecrow. Shrieker. The term sprang to Lin Yu's mind, recalling the description of this particular mutated entity. With poor vision yet exceptional hearing, it would emit a high-pitched scream upon detecting a living being, summoning all nearby zombies. A living alarm, or perhaps a living beacon. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin Yu's lips. He immediately marked the location of the shrieker in his mind, for in a critical moment, it might become an unexpected trump card in his hand. He pressed on, his destination a small police station 2 kilometers away. The radar indicated a conspicuous blue there. In his current lightly armed state, any firearm could dramatically enhance his combat capability. The journey to the police station was far from smooth. The closer he approached the city center, the denser the horde of zombies became. Upon reaching the perimeter of the station, the radar revealed several red dots congregated within the building. Instead of storming through the front entrance, he circumnavigated to the side of the structure, where he discovered a damaged ventilation duct. Skillfully, he pried open the grate and slipped inside. The ventilation shaft was engulfed in darkness, filled with dust and cobwebs. Lin Yu had to rely solely on the radar's guidance as he crawled laboriously through the shadows. Suddenly, a red that had been stationary directly above him vanished without warning. Almost instantly, a foul gust of wind swept in from behind. Lin Yu's hair stood on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the extraordinary burst of power granted by the emergency medical care skill, propelling his body forward in the narrow duct. A harsh metallic scraping sound echoed from his previous position. It was the stalker. Lin Yu quickly realized that this creature could cling to any surface, making the ventilation shaft an ideal hunting ground for it. Although the radar could indicate its presence, the angle and obstruction of the duct had prevented him from immediately noticing that it had vanished from the ceiling and circled behind him. This was a fatal oversight. In the darkness, the stalker, having missed its initial strike, emitted a low, menacing growl and, using all 4 limbs, surged towards Lin Yu with astonishing speed. Lin Yu's mind raced. There was no time to turn and shoot. He thrust the shovel he held backward while simultaneously rolling forward to gain momentum. Clang! The stalker's sharp claws clashed heavily against the blade of the shovel, sending sparks flying. Using this resistance, Lin Yu managed to create a slight distance between them. He had no time to regain his footing before rolling on the ground, his .92 pistol already aimed at the indistinct, twisted silhouette lurking in the darkness behind him. Bang! 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 The 3 gunshots reverberated through the enclosed duct like thunder. The muzzle flash illuminated the stalker's grotesque face for a fleeting moment. 3 bullets struck with precision, targeting its head and chest. With a piercing wail, the stalker was propelled backward by the force of the impact, crashing against the wall of the duct, struggling for a brief moment before falling silent. Breathing heavily against the cold wall of the duct, Lin Yu gasped for air, his back soaked in cold sweat. It had been a harrowing experience. This was the first time he had nearly been ambushed to death, even with the advantage of radar. This served as a clarion call for him, a reminder never to overly rely on external aids. It is one's own vigilance and quick response that are fundamental to survival. He dared not exhibit even a hint of carelessness and cautiously crawled out from the other end of the ventilation duct, entering the second-floor office of the police station. The blue light flickered in the evidence room on the first floor. Silently, he dispatched a few ordinary zombies along his path and ultimately discovered his objective within a locked metal cabinet, a well-maintained Glock 17 service pistol, and 3 fully loaded magazines. While it may not be a formidable weapon, at the early stages of the game, wielding dual pistols would suffice to handle the vast majority of unforeseen circumstances. As he stowed his spoils into his spatial backpack and prepared to depart, an unusual sight on the radar map caused him to pause. Chapter 32. Encounter. Cleansing escort team Lin Yu's consciousness was immersed in the radar map, his brow furrowed tightly. Just about a kilometer away from the police precinct where he was stationed, a scene of what could only be described as a massacre was unfolding within a commercial district, as indicated by the red dots on the radar. A small cluster of approximately 5 or 6 red dots was rapidly encircled and devoured by a larger, more organized group of red dots. The small cluster offered almost no effective resistance and was completely obliterated in a matter of seconds, vanishing entirely from the radar map. This signified the total annihilation of a player team. Such swiftness, such ruthlessness. Alarm bells rang in Lin Yu's mind. From the trajectory of the dots' movement and their speed of disappearance, it was clear that the attacking team operated with exceptional coordination and decisiveness. Far from being a mere rabble hastily assembled, their intent was unambiguous: to clear the area. Driven by curiosity, Lin Yu felt compelled to witness firsthand the origins of this audacious team that had emerged so brazenly in the early stages of the dungeon. However, he was far from foolish enough to approach them directly. He swiftly departed the police precinct, maneuvering like the most cautious of cheetahs, using the city's towering skyscrapers as cover, stealthily making his way toward the recently contested commercial district. Ultimately, he found an excellent vantage point atop a 20-story office building. The straight-line distance to the commercial area exceeded a kilometer, ensuring his absolute safety. Lying behind the parapet of the rooftop, he raised his binoculars. The scene before him caused his pupils to contract sharply. In the center of the street, 5 figures were leisurely surveying the battlefield. Among them, for war, matching black combat uniforms. Though not top-tier in equipment, their standardized gear exuded a military-like aura of lethality. Leading them was a robust man, wielding a machete, coldly directing his subordinates in scavenging corpses. From his steady gait and vigilant gaze, Lin Yu discerned that he was an exceptionally seasoned veteran. Beside him, a towering figure, as solid as an iron tower, savagely crushed the skull of a barely lifeless body beneath his boot, the act imbued with a brutal aesthetic. Another tall, slender silhouette skillfully maneuvered a hummingbird drone, hovering in the air nearby for reconnaissance, evidently a scout. The final team member stood a short distance away, holding a medical kit, seemingly ready to provide support for his comrades at a moment's notice. And at the center of these 4 escorts stood a man who appeared incongruous amidst this apocalyptic scene. Slightly plump, he donned an expensive and well-fitted custom outdoor outfit, his face bearing an expression of disdain and impatience. Most striking was the sleek exoskeleton armor he wore, shimmering with a faint blue aura. A bunch of worthless fools, unable to guard even a single blue resource box, wasting my energy crystal. The man known as Wang, with a disdainful kick at the corpse beside him, spoke with an air of superiority. He remarked that these scavengers were merely there to furnish them with equipment. Immediately, the veteran captain, with a sycophantic grin plastered across his face, echoed his sentiment. Yet Lin Yu, peering into the depths of his eyes, discerned a fleeting glimmer of resentment and unwillingness. It was evident that they constituted a convoy, a team of 4 seasoned players safeguarding a wealthy employer's entourage. Ruthless and well-equipped, they relished in eliminating other players, monopolizing the resources of the dungeon. They were, indeed, the apex predators within this realm. At that moment, the reconnaissance soldier controlling the drone suddenly interjected. "Mad Dog, thermal imaging reveals a small mouse watching us from the rooftop of that office building, 2 kilometers to the northeast." Upon hearing this, the gazes of the 4 escorts swiftly converged on Lin Yu's position, sharp as daggers. In that instant, a chill coursed through Lin Yu, surging from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He had been discovered. Even from such a distance, their surveillance methods had accurately pinpointed his presence. Without hesitation, he stowed away his binoculars, rolled back behind cover, and sprinted towards the office building's stairwell without a backward glance. His sole thought was to escape this place as swiftly as possible, to distance himself from this lunatic group. In his mind, he marked this scavenger escort team as a target of utmost danger. He understood clearly that before a safe evacuation point materialized, he must avoid any direct confrontation with them. Otherwise, given his current equipment, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Lin Yu's figure swiftly vanished into the shadows of the city. Meanwhile, on that bustling commercial street, the veteran captain known as Mad Dog lowered his binoculars, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No need to concern ourselves with him. Just a timid mouse that dares not approach. Our objective is to surpass Zhang's fire escort team. Let's not waste time on such trivial characters. Wang, let us proceed. According to the intel, the city center lies not far ahead. Very well, Wang replied impatiently, waving his hand as he turned towards their next target. They remained oblivious to the fact that this seemingly insignificant mouse they had so easily overlooked would become the most lethal nightmare of their journey through the dungeon. Chapter 33. The Golden Temptation. The harrowing encounter with the Cleanser escort team extinguished Lin Yu's aspirations of venturing into the city center. That area had transformed into a hunting ground for apex predators, and with his current equipment, recklessly entering would be akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den. He needed to devise a plan to locate something that could catalyze a transformation in his abilities without crossing paths with them. As Lin Yu's mind raced, a bold scheme began to crystallize. If the city center was off limits, he would do the opposite and seek out the most remote, overlooked fringes of the city. The more desolate the area, the greater the likelihood of hidden secrets and undiscovered treasures. He opened the radar map once more, shifting the scanning focus towards the far outskirts of the city. In stark contrast to the bustling center, there lay a vast university town. At the outbreak of the apocalypse, such densely populated regions would have undoubtedly descended into hell on earth. It was easy to imagine that the area was now infested with zombies, a place ordinary players would avoid at all costs. However, precisely because of this, the resources there might remain largely unscathed from extensive looting. Lin Yu meticulously searched the map of a university town. Suddenly, his breath caught in his throat. At the very edge of his 7-kilometer radar range, deep within the university, a building marked with a peculiar symbol housed a golden light point, quietly suspended in the air. Gold. Once again gold. In that moment, Lin Yu's heart raced uncontrollably. The last golden item had bestowed upon him an infinite potential space backpack. What could this one be? A divine piece of equipment that would elevate his power exponentially? Or perhaps a legendary artifact that would awaken his latent abilities? Whatever it was worth wagering his life for. The suppressed desire for adventure ignited within him, like dry kindling suddenly ablaze. Without a moment's hesitation, he altered his course and rushed towards the university town, a place fraught with death and temptation. An hour later, as yet another acid rain subsided, Lin Yu's figure appeared at the outskirts of the university town. In stark contrast to the clamor of the urban area, this place was eerily quiet, the air thick with a bizarre scent of decaying paper mingled with a metallic tang of blood. Buildings, classrooms, libraries, dormitories stood like silent tombstones on this desolate land. Lin Yu's goal was crystal clear, the biotechnology building that flickered with a golden light. He stealthily infiltrated the campus, and the radar map confirmed his suspicions. Although the number of red dots, zombies, here was not as dense as in the city center, their quality was terrifyingly high. He observed that many of the red dots moved with a speed and energy signal intensity far exceeding that of ordinary zombies. He even spotted 2 nearly 3-meter-tall, armored behemoths, resembling small trucks, patrolling the perimeter of the biotechnology building like loyal sentinels. In the shadows and on the walls of the building lurked countless lurkers, their crimson dots flickering ominously on the radar, exuding a palpable sense of lethal threat. Indeed, it was a den of peril. Rather than retreating, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened with determination. The more fortified the guards, the greater the value of what lay within. He chose not to storm in recklessly. Instead, utilizing his slender physique and the stealth skills acquired from basic combat mastery, he crept like a gecko, silently adhering to the building's shadows, inching closer to the edifice. Eventually, he discovered a shattered window on the second-floor laboratory. Taking a deep breath, he skillfully ascended using the external air conditioning units and pipes, successfully infiltrating this labyrinth of death. The interior of the building was even more foreboding than its exterior. The emergency lights had long since extinguished, leaving only the faint daylight filtering through the windows to illuminate the corridor. The air was thick with the acrid scent of formaldehyde and disinfectant. Lin Yu activated his radar to its fullest extent, his mental energy rapidly depleting. He could distinctly perceive that the golden that was located on the 3rd underground level of this structure. However, the elevator leading down had lost power and ceased operation. The sole passage was the emergency escape staircase situated in the central atrium. As Lin Yu stealthily approached the atrium, the sight before him caused him to draw in a sharp breath. The staircase leading to the basement was barricaded by a heavy, vault-like alloy blast door, sealing it tightly. An electronic keypad glimmered ominously with a crimson hue, indicating that it was locked with the highest level of security. Damn, it required a keycard or password. Lin Yu felt a weight settle in his chest. He immediately scanned the radar, searching for clues related to the keycard. Soon, he made a discovery. At the very top of the building, in the principal's office, a faint yet eerily glowing purple dot was quietly pulsating. The key was there. In an instant, Lin Yu understood. To seize the golden treasure below, he first needed to acquire the purple key from the top floor. This was a meticulously orchestrated challenge. A chain reaction from purple to gold. He gazed upward toward the staircase leading to the top floor, and his radar indicated that there lurked a creature even more formidable than the two outside, the armored bull. Chapter 34. Reason and greed. The situation before him was both clear and brutal. The path to the golden treasure was barred by a door locked with a purple key. The route to the purple key, in turn, lay guarded by an elite beast. The formidable armored bull, its true strength unknown. This presented a vicious cycle, a calculated scheme compelling players to confront a powerful foe head-on. Lin Yu stood in the shadows of the hall, his body tense, yet his mind operating with unprecedented clarity, rapidly assessing the circumstances at hand. To engage or to withdraw. The greedy demon whispered in his ear, attack. Charge forth. Defeat that armored bull. Seize the purple key and unlock the golden treasure below. From that moment, ascend to greatness and trample all beneath your feet. Armed with dual pistols and exceptional combat skills, he was not without the means to fight. However, the rational angel countered with cold, hard data, striking at his nerves. He possessed only 2 handguns with limited ammunition. The extent of damage his bullets could inflict upon a creature of the armored bull's caliber was entirely uncertain. It was entirely possible that expending all his rounds would prove futile against its thick, bony armor. Once combat erupted, the gunfire would inevitably attract all lurking threats within the building, and even rouse the 2 patrolling armored bulls outside. At that point, he would find himself ensnared in an inescapable predicament. The most critical consideration, his greatest concern, was the curse of the treasure. He was nearly certain that once this golden artifact was picked up, it would trigger a coordinate broadcast across the entire map. With over 24 hours remaining until the evacuation point was revealed, any exposure of his coordinates would prompt the well-equipped and ruthless scavenger escort team to converge upon him like sharks sensing blood. Given his current strength and equipment, facing that team head-on would guarantee his demise. No, now was not the time. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms. Ultimately, he made the most difficult yet rational decision, to retreat. He would temporarily forsake this immense temptation. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather the hallmark of a true hunter, never placing oneself in unnecessary danger without absolute certainty of success. He cast a lingering glance at the radar map, fixating on the underground 3rd floor, shimmering with golden light, and the top floor office, aglow with purple hues. Like a tiger locking onto its prey, he etched these 2 coordinates, along with the patrol routes and positions of all creatures within the building, firmly into his memory. The treasure was not to be ignored. It was simply that the cost of acquiring it at this moment was too high, the risks too great. His thoughts were chillingly clear. The optimal moment would be during the final phase of the 72-hour dungeon timer, after the evacuation point was announced. At that juncture, the attention of all players would be diverted to the evacuation point, leading them to turn against one another in a desperate struggle for survival. The scavenger teams would undoubtedly seek to control the most advantageous evacuation points. Thus, it is the most opportune moment for me to stealthily return and retrieve the treasure. Once I acquire the coveted items, I shall promptly follow the radar's guidance to select the most remote and secure exit point and make my swift escape. Let them pursue an empty university town. A flawless plan for a strategic retreat crystallizes in his mind. After making this decision, Lin Yu feels no lingering attachment or hesitation. He suppresses his yearning for the golden treasure and, like before, silently retreats step by step from this edifice of both death and opportunity in the realm of biological engineering. As he re-enters the shadows of the campus, Sensing a vague yet palpable feeling of being watched from behind, he understands that it is the lurking observers bidding him farewell. Departing from this deadly campus, Lin Yu experiences no sense of despair. On the contrary, his heart brims with confidence in his control over the situation. The golden treasure has already become his possession, merely temporarily stored here. He is the one who determines when to claim it. Now, before the ultimate moment of treasure hunting arrives, he must utilize the remaining 20-odd hours to amass greater leverage and seek additional resources to augment his strength. He redirects his gaze towards other regions of the city. Chapter 35. The New Hunting Ground, the wailing sound having made the rational decision to retreat. Lin Yu completely cast aside the golden spark of the university town. A competent hunter must not only master the art of patience, but also learn how to cultivate the greatest advantage during the waiting period. The ensuing 20 hours became his golden opportunity to amass resources for the ultimate treasure hunt. No longer did he stealthily navigate merely to evade. His movements transformed into ones imbued with purpose and aggression. I require more medical supplies, greater firepower, and a chance to test the prowess of my new toys. Lin Yu's gaze fixed upon the radar map, focusing on a cluster of warehouses located at the intersection of industrial and commercial zones. There lay several green medical resource points alongside a few inconspicuous white supply points. More crucially, the radar indicated that a 5-member player team was active in the area. Their red markers exhibited erratic movement, and their sporadic firepower revealed them to be a makeshift team of limited strength. Not far from their operational zone, a solitary whaler awaited quietly in a narrow alley. A flawless plan materialized in Lin Yu's mind. He intended to utilize that unfortunate team to experiment with his strategy of feigned attacks and corpse manipulation. Stealthily, he approached an abandoned residential building situated approximately 500 meters from the warehouses. This distance ensured both his safety and the ability to monitor the team and the whaler within his field of vision. Setting up his binoculars, he quickly discerned the true nature of the team. As Lin Yu had anticipated, they were 4 scavengers hastily assembled, ill-equipped and uncoordinated, struggling against a few ordinary zombies at the warehouse entrance, evidently intent on looting supplies. Their tactics were haphazard, with gunfire and shouts betraying their location. A perfect bait, Lin Yu coldly assessed before shifting his gaze to the alley concealing the whaler. He retrieved an empty can of beef from his spatial backpack, meticulously calculating the trajectory and the influence of the wind. His arm muscles tensed in anticipation. With the enhancement of his basic combat mastery, his control over strength had reached an extraordinary level. Go, my beacon! With a powerful swing of his arm, the can soared through the air, tracing a precise arc before landing squarely at the entrance of the alley with a faint whoosh. Clang! The crisp sound of metal striking metal echoed piercingly through the silent street. The Blaze escort team, engaged in their arduous struggle with the zombies, startled at the sudden noise. What was that? Damn it, who's over there? They cautiously peered in the direction of the sound, but saw nothing. Unbeknownst to them, a most terrifying alarm had already been triggered. In that narrow alley, the sound-sensitive whaler abruptly lifted its grotesque head. Its enormous maw stretched to the limits, opened wide with an alarming intensity. A wave of inaudible infrasound, mingled with a high-pitched shriek sharp enough to rupture eardrums, erupted violently from its gaping mouth. The sound resonated like a hellish horn, radiating outwards from its epicenter with frenzied fervor. Lin Yu, observing from atop of a residential building, despite having prepared by stuffing cloth in his ears, found himself dizzy and overwhelmed by the invisible sonic waves that surged through him. The unprepared team below bore the brunt of the assault. 5 individuals instantly collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads in agony, blood streaming from their orifices, rendering them entirely incapacitated. Then, the most horrifying scene unfolded. On Lin Yu's radar map, all red dots within a 500-meter radius of the whaler seemed to receive a sinister summons, transforming from chaotic wandering into a synchronized charge. 1, 2, 10, 100. Hundreds upon thousands of zombies erupted from the streets, buildings, and sewers, coalescing into a black torrent of death. Surging toward the source of the sound, the utterly dazed team. No, don't come closer. It's the whaler. We've been set up. One member of the squad, recovering a glimmer of clarity amidst the excruciating headache, gazed in terror at the relentless tide of corpses, despair etched across his face. He yearned to flee, but it was too late. The dark wave of the undead engulfed them in an instant. The screams lasted barely 3 seconds before being drowned by an endless cacophony of roars. Lin Yu observed the bloody feast through his binoculars, his expression devoid of emotion. He had succeeded. With merely an empty can, he had effortlessly dispatched a player team and instigated a considerable turmoil. Once the horde was drawn to the blood and flesh of the 4 individuals, he silently infiltrated the now desolate warehouse complex from another side. Like a specter, he deftly pried open locked warehouses, collecting medical supplies and essential provisions with ease. And this buffet, ignited by the whaler, was merely the beginning. Lin Yu lifted his gaze toward the somber city, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 36, The Trap. Prelude to the feast, the presence of the scavenger escort team pierced Lin Yu's heart like a thorn. The figure of the armored Wong, alongside the seasoned and decisive escort members, made him acutely aware of the hidden talents in this challenging dungeon. His current equipment paled in comparison, likened to that of a primitive man wielding a mere firewood stick. It was imperative for him to enhance his firepower at any cost. Lin Yu's objective became strikingly clear. He required a weapon capable of posing a genuine threat, at the very least, something akin to an assault rifle. He once again immersed himself in the radar's secondary map, akin to a general surveying a battlefield, meticulously inspecting every inch of the city. His gaze was soon drawn to a conspicuous blue, located in the western part of the city, quietly nestled within a building marked as a police station branch. Meanwhile, a cluster of red dots representing another player team advanced along the main thoroughfare in an audacious and almost reckless manner. This team, consisting of 5 members, displayed formidable firepower as indicated by the energy signals on the radar, moving in a straight line and obliterating every oblivious zombie in their path with brazen confidence. It was evident that this squad was no ordinary foe. Observing their trajectory, a cold smirk crept upon Lin Yu's lips. Their shared objective was clear: the firearms within the police station. What a perfect stepping stone for his plans. Calculating the impending arrival of acid rain, he stealthily approached the vicinity of the police station, careful not to draw attention. Instead, he took a long detour, positioning himself about 800 meters away in a secluded alley to the east of the station. The radar revealed a solitary screamer lurking in the area. Lin Yu chose not to disturb it, patiently setting up his position on the rooftop of a nearby 6-story residential building. Time passed slowly as the ominous clouds began to churn overhead, heralding the arrival of acid rain. The escort team's off-road vehicle finally appeared at the end of the street. True to the intelligence reports, they charged forward with unrestrained audacity, their modified vehicle careening along the main road, occasionally spewing flames that reduced the scattered zombies to mere remnants. "Ha ha! A bunch of trash. Brother Zhang, behold, the treasures within that police station are all yours." A bald, muscular man leaned out of the window, laughing boisterously. Brother Zhang, sheltered within the vehicle, reclined comfortably in his seat. Tick-tock, just then, the chilling acid rain arrived on cue. "Damn it, what bad luck." The bald man grumbled as he retreated back inside the vehicle. Just as the bald giant retracted, he could not help but exclaim, "It's all your fault, third. Otherwise, according to our plan, we would have surely reached the police station before the acid rain fell." Suddenly, the acid rain poured down in torrents, the corrosive liquid drenching the metal exterior of the SUV, producing a hissing sound and billowing white smoke. The water pooling on the road quickly turned thick and slippery, inevitably slowing the vehicle's pace. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, who had been lying on the rooftop like a statue, suddenly opened his eyes, radiating intensity. The moment had arrived. He retrieved an inconspicuous iron weight plate from his spatial backpack, a prize from earlier scavenging. His target was not the shrieking creature, but rather the entrance to the alley where the screamer resided, a rusted gasoline barrel he had previously marked. Now was the time. He took a deep breath, tensing every muscle in his body, twisting at the waist, channeling all his strength into his throwing arm. Whoosh! The heavy weight plate sliced through the air in an almost straight trajectory, emitting a shrill sound that tore through the rain curtain. Hurtling towards its target at an unimaginable speed, the fire escort team, already vexed by the acid rain, suddenly heard a sharp sound cutting through the air. Before they could react, clang, the weight plate struck the gasoline barrel filled with an unknown liquid with tremendous force. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire block. A colossal fireball shot skyward, instantly vaporizing the surrounding acid rain. And the resulting shockwave even caused the fire escort team's SUV to jolt violently. What is happening? Inside the vehicle, Zhang, terrified, spilled red wine all over himself, screaming in panic. However, that was not the most fatal aspect. The most perilous consequence was that the immense explosion had completely enraged the nearby shrieker. A sound reminiscent of a hellish abyss erupted. The high-pitched wail, mingled with the explosion's roar, formed a dual death command, spreading wildly in all directions. The zombies, already on the brink of frenzy due to the acid rain, were now driven mad by this dual stimulus. Roar! Roar! In an instant, hundreds of acid rain-enhanced zombies surged from every corner. Their crimson eyes fixated on the SUV, laboring through the acid rain as if it were the most delectable flesh in the world, coalescing into an unprecedented and terrifying tide of the undead, recklessly sweeping forward. This is bad. It's the Shrieker. We've been ambushed. The captain of the fire escort team, a seasoned warrior, turned pale and let out a desperate howl. Their vehicle lost all control on the slick road, crashing into a nearby building and stalling. In the next moment, the black wave of death engulfed them entirely. Chapter 37. Unexpected firepower, a dark wave of death surged forth like a deluge breaching its banks, engulfing the stalled off-road vehicle within mere seconds. Countless rotting, twisted arms frantically battered against the windows and doors, producing a cacophony of thuds, while the metal frame of the vehicle was scratched and contorted. Inside, the members of the fire escort team, once brimming with arrogance and bravado, were now overtaken by an abyss of fear. "Captain, what do we do? We are surrounded." The previously boisterous bald man trembled, his voice quaking as he indiscriminately sprayed bullets from his machine gun into the endless tide of corpses, only to find that his efforts stirred not a ripple in this sea of death. "Mr. Zhang, please, do not be afraid. We will surely protect you and break through." The escort team leader, known as the Mad Lion, fought to maintain composure, reassuring the pale-faced boss behind him as he valiantly fired his rifle. "Protect? What the hell do you think you can protect me with?" Mr. Zhang had completely unraveled, pointing at the grotesque faces pressed against the glass, their features distorted by the crushing mass outside, and screamed hysterically, "I paid you so much money. I didn't hire you to bring me to my death." The Mad Lion's face turned ashen. He understood that if this continued, in less than 3 minutes, once the doors were breached, they would all be torn to shreds. The conventional means of escape had become utterly impossible. A flash of profound pain and resolution crossed his eyes as he bellowed towards the trunk. "Old 3. Stop hiding. Use that thing." From the trunk, a slender team member hesitated momentarily at the command, but upon meeting the murderous gaze of his captain, he dared not linger in uncertainty. Gritting his teeth, he extracted a large, dark, metallic object from a tightly wrapped canvas box. It was an individual portable RPG launcher. On a distant rooftop, Lin Yu, observing through binoculars, felt his heart skip a beat upon sighting the RPG. An RPG, these fellows possess such military-grade weaponry. A tempest of astonishment surged within him. He had always believed that firearms were exceedingly rare in the novice zone. He never imagined that these professional escort teams concealed such terrifying trump cards. In that moment, a twinge of apprehension about his previous plans washed over him. Had he not opted for a strategy of passive observation from a distance, relying instead on his radar to approach recklessly, he might now be oblivious to the manner of his demise. As Lin Yu grappled with his shock inside the off-road vehicle, the team member known as Old 3 had already opened the sunroof, aiming the RPG launcher at the densest mass of corpses ahead. "Brace yourselves," the Mad Lion roared, his voice resonating with urgency. In the next moment, Old 3 pressed the launch button. Whoosh, boom! A rocket propelled with a long tail of flame surged forth with tremendous force, striking with a ferocious explosion at the heart of the horde. The devastation wrought was far beyond that of a mere grenade. In an instant, a fan-shaped area exceeding 10 meters in diameter was utterly annihilated. Dozens of zombies were incinerated and torn asunder by the searing heat and shockwave, their charred remnants mingling with the foul black ichor, resembling a terrifying deluge that scattered in all directions. The immense blast wave even hurled away the surrounding undead, creating a massive breach in the once impenetrable encirclement of the horde. Now it was the moment. Forward! The fierce lion's eyes blazed crimson as he seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, kicking open the car door and charging out first with his rifle, paving the way for his comrades and the boss. The others followed closely, for men guarding the central figure of General Zhang. As they stumbled over the corpses and slick blood, racing desperately towards the police station along the blood-stained path carved by the RPG. They dared not glance back at the off-road vehicle, now swallowed again by the relentless tide of the undead. On a distant rooftop, Lin Yu slowly lowered his binoculars, a cold sweat breaking out across his back. The terrifying power of the RPG had imparted a bloody lesson. For the first time, he genuinely felt how trivial his own strength and equipment were in the face of these true predators. He needed to be more cautious, absolutely avoid any direct confrontation with these madmen. He murmured to himself, elevating the principle of survival in his mind to its highest level. Meanwhile, the fire escort team, after suffering grievous losses, finally broke free from the encirclement of the horde and took refuge in a nearby building, momentarily safe. Damn it! The leader, the fierce lion, smashed his fist into the wall, his entire arm trembling slightly, a mix of fear and rage coursing through him. This was undoubtedly the work of that gravedigger and his wretched crew. He gasped for breath, beginning to analyze their recent ordeal. The timing and location had been too precise. First, the acid rain forced them to slow down. Then the explosion triggered the screamers, effectively trapping them. Such insidious tactics could only belong to that scoundrel Mad Dog. Leader, what do we do now? Those bastards are surely nearby, waiting for us to weaken ourselves against the horde so they can swoop in and collect the spoils. The burly bald man said, still shaken. A glint of ferocity flashed in the fierce lion's eyes. They think they can play the role of the cunning sparrow? I won't allow it. We will rest here, wait for the horde to disperse, and whatever treasures lie within the police station, I shall blast them open. I will settle this score with that mad dog sooner or later. Thus, a perfect misunderstanding was born. The true instigator, Lin Yu, having confirmed the threat of the RPG, had silently departed from his vantage point. Once again, merging into the shadows of the city, he decided to temporarily abandon his thoughts of the police station, allowing the two escort teams to engage in their own vicious struggle. He intends to take advantage of this period to explore other areas of the city, in search of safer and more discreet resource points, thereby continuing his covert development. Chapter 38. The undercurrents of the CDC, the shadow of the RPG loomed over Lin Yu like the sword of Damocles, compelling him to completely abandon any thoughts of direct engagement with high-level player teams. He recalibrated his role from a patient hunter to a pure and cautious scavenger. He began to consciously steer clear of hotspots that might contain blue-quality resources or higher, such as military camps, large hospitals, and police stations, areas that would inevitably become battlegrounds. His new hunting grounds became the forgotten corners of the city, aging residential districts, abandoned factories, and those unremarkable commercial streets that appeared mundane on the map. Guided by the secondary radar, his scavenging efficiency was astonishing. He was the most effective of rat men, always able to locate a safe refuge just before the acid rain fell. Once the rain ceased, he could swiftly chart a route that connected the maximum number of resource points while avoiding the vast majority of zombies. Hours slipped by quietly. Lin Yu's space backpack was once again filled to the brim with various high-grade medicines, compressed foods, and some utilitarian white-quality tools. His magazines for both the Type 92 pistol and the Glock were fully replenished. His strength accumulated steadily, almost imperceptibly. During these hours, He also took a keen interest in observing the skirmishes between the two teams, the scavengers and the blaze. They were akin to two tigers vying for territory within the same forest. Although they did not engage in devastating battles, small-scale conflicts and probing encounters never ceased. Each side experienced victories and defeats, with neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. However, as night fell and Lin Yu prepared to embark on another scavenging journey, an unusual phenomenon caused him to halt. He noticed that the player teams, previously roaming throughout the city, were inexplicably converging and moving rapidly in the same direction. Their goal was astonishingly consistent: the seemingly unremarkable and somewhat dilapidated city center for disease control and prevention, commonly referred to as the CDC. The CDC. Lin Yu's pupils dilated as a term he had almost forgotten resurfaced in his mind. World overview. A modern metropolis deeply infected by the T-virus. It is reported that the city's CDC may harbor the original samples of the T-virus. So that was it. Lin Yu suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He finally comprehended the true purpose of these elite escort teams and their wealthy backers in entering this challenging dungeon. Their objective was not the ordinary blue or purple gear, but rather the unique, high-value quest item within this world, the original T-virus sample. With this revelation, Lin Yu's heart began to race uncontrollably. A tremendous temptation, akin to the gaze of an abyss, left him parched and restless. To go or not to go? Reason cautioned him that the Disease Control Center was now the eye of the storm, a perilous den of danger, with his current abilities. To engage would be tantamount to courting death. Yet another voice within him roared with fervor. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A clash among the survivors would inevitably lead to mutual destruction, and he, the specter who held the keys to the entire situation, would become the sole and most lethal Ren. High risk signifies high reward. Lin Yu's gaze, after a brief struggle of mere seconds, transformed into an unwavering and piercing resolve. He resolved to gamble once more. He was no longer the scavenger who could only survive in the crevices. He possessed a secondary radar, exceptional combat skills, and an extraordinary level of calm and patience. Instead of hurrying towards the Disease Control Center, he first activated his radar, meticulously analyzing the terrain, buildings, and distribution of zombies within a 7-kilometer radius surrounding the center. No longer hesitating, he adjusted himself to peak condition and, like a true shadow, stealthily advanced towards the Disease Control Center, which was destined to become a gruesome meat grinder, utilizing the most secluded and obscure paths. Chapter 39. The confrontation before the storm. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, situated in a relatively desolate area in the heart of the city, consisted of a 12-story main research building accompanied by several auxiliary structures, all encircled by towering walls and electrified barbed wire. In the wake of the apocalypse, the power systems had long since collapsed, yet the formidable defenses still attested to the site's former significance. As Lin Yu stealthily approached a vantage point approximately 1 kilometer from the CDC, the scavenger escort team had already arrived ahead of him. The seasoned leader, Mad Dog, demonstrated his vast experience by refraining from an immediate assault. Instead, he directed his team to swiftly construct a makeshift yet efficient defensive position outside the main entrance using abandoned vehicles and barricades. The reconnaissance operator, Ghost, deployed a drone that ascended silently like a specter, hovering above the CDC to monitor every surrounding movement. They clearly aimed to establish a complete lockdown, treating the CDC as their private sanctuary. Boss Wong has everything arranged. As long as we hold this position, when those fools arrive, they'll be caught like fish in a barrel, Mad Dog said with a sycophantic grin towards the man clad in exoskeleton armor. Good job, Boss Wong replied, nodding in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with a greedy determination. Relay my orders. If that bunch from Fire dares to show their faces, hold nothing back. Hit them hard. I want that Zhang to know who's truly in charge of this B2 instance. However, no sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar of engines erupted from the other end of the street. The fire escort team had arrived. Clearly having learned from past encounters, they opted for 3 agile beach buggies instead of the cumbersome off-road vehicle. charging aggressively to within 100 meters of the scavenger's position before coming to a sudden halt. "Mad Dog, you cowardly cur, hiding in the shadows and biting," roared the leader of Fire, Lion, a man whose fiery temperament matched his name. He leaped from his motorcycle, shouldered an RPG with a solitary round remaining, and pointed menacingly at the opposing position, cursing, "Today, I will settle the score for our last encounter." "Lion? Huh? A defeated foe daring to bark here?" Mad Dog emerged from his cover, a scornful smile etched on his face. "What's wrong? Did that grenade last time blow out the water from your brain? You can't even figure out who ambushed you, yet you come here to act tough? Stop your meaningless chatter. In this instance, the only ones brave enough to employ such tactics against us are you mangy dogs." Lion bellowed. Behind him, his boss, Zhang, stepped forward, sneering at Wang. "Don't think your money can allow you to do as you please. We, Fire, are set on acquiring that T-virus sample. If you know what's good for you, take your mutts and scram." In that moment, the atmosphere was charged with tension. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, and a bloody confrontation seemed imminent. In the distance, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. "Fight! Let the clash commence. The more fiercely you battle, the better for me as I stand to reap the rewards amidst your mutual destruction." However, just as both sides were poised to engage, the seasoned captains instinctively maintained a modicum of restraint. The Mad Dog's eyes flickered with understanding. He recognized that while they held the advantageous position, the opposing side's RPG represented a significant threat. Should combat break out, even a victory would likely come at a grievous cost, allowing lurking adversaries to seize the opportunity. The Lion, too, though filled with fury, was not foolish. The enemy's stronghold was defensible and difficult to assault. A headlong charge would lead only to demise. His RPG served as their final deterrent. Once employed, they would lose all leverage in negotiations. After a brief standoff, the Mad Dog spoke first, his voice icy. "Lion, let me reiterate, I had no part in the last incident. Believe it or not, today, neither of us shall monopolize the CDC. Instead, let us each enter based on our own merit. Whatever treasures we seize shall belong to us. Yet, before we resolve the troubles within, should anyone dare to strike from the shadows, do not blame us if we unleash the undead upon you, leading to our mutual demise." This was a rational proposition. The Lion pondered for a moment before slowly lowering his RPG. He understood this was their only viable option. "Very well, let it be as you suggest." Thus, a fragile and perilous temporary alliance was forged. The two teams cautiously advanced towards the CDC's main entrance, one behind the other. Unbeknownst to them, as they brokered their agreement and focused their attention on the interior of the CDC, a dark figure had silently maneuvered to the center's flank during their standoff. Lin Yu's radar map clearly indicated an entrance to an abandoned underground sewage system, cloaked in vines, less than 50 meters from the CDC's basement. "Well then, gentlemen, enjoy yourselves." Lin Yu smirked coldly, deftly prying open the heavy manhole cover, while the two teams engaged in a fierce gunfight with the zombies at the main entrance. He slipped into the dark underground passage like a slippery eel, once again stepping ahead into the eye of the storm. Chapter 40. The Yellow Sparrow enters the nest. The atmosphere was dark, damp, and reeked of the distinct stench characteristic of sewers. Lin Yu illuminated the tactical flashlight, casting a beam through the narrow sewage conduit, revealing a repugnant sight. Slippery moss, unidentified filth, and several bloated corpses of zombies obstructed the already cramped passage. Wearing a gas mask, he remained indifferent to the grotesque scene, calmly navigating through the labyrinthine underground network, guided solely by the radar. The distant sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed through the pipe structure, resembling a muted thunder, providing an impeccable soundtrack for his clandestine infiltration. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at a junction sealed by iron bars. The radar indicated that beyond the bars lay the underground backup motor room of the main research building of the Disease Control Center. Lin Yu retrieved a crowbar from his backpack and, without causing much noise, dismantled the rusted lock. He slipped inside, instantly greeted by a pungent mix of machine oil and formaldehyde. He had successfully infiltrated the inner sanctum of the Disease Control Center. To Lin Yu, the facility resembled a beautiful woman stripped of her garments, devoid of any secrets. The formidable capabilities of the secondary radar laid bare the three-dimensional structure of the building, the locations of all resources, and the distribution of every zombie, vividly manifesting in his mind. He observed the scavenger and blaze teams engaged in a brutal tug-of-war in the first-floor hall, battling against a horde of zombies drawn by the gunfire. Their clusters of red dots constantly shifted formations under the onslaught, their firepower unwavering. His ultimate objective, the peculiar item suspected to be the original T-virus sample, radiating an eerie purple glow, lay quietly in the P4 level biological sample repository on the 4th underground floor. P4 sample repository. Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Such a high-security laboratory would undoubtedly possess formidable defenses. Indeed, as he shifted the radar's scanning focus downward, he was met with a spine-chilling sight. The only passage from the 1st underground floor to the 4th was barred by several heavy alloy gates. Behind those gates loomed an enormous red light cluster, pulsating with intense energy. The size and brightness of that cluster surpassed even the elite, armored bull he encountered at the university town. A boss, perhaps. Lin Yu understood all too well that challenging this unknown creature with his current firepower would be tantamount to suicide. Yet, far from being intimidated, a cold smirk crept across his lips. The Besky was already in the first-floor hall, paving the way for him. He had no intention of forcing his way through. His plan from the outset was to let the scavenger and blaze teams serve as the valiant champions to vanquish the foes for him. His intention was to deliver a fatal strike to the weary heroes at the very moment they vanquished the malevolent dragon and prepared to seize the treasure. However, before that, he had a far more pressing matter to attend to. A competent ambusher, while awaiting the climactic battle between the mantis and the cicada, would never remain idle. He would seize this opportunity to gather all that could enhance his own strength. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon a cluster of dense green dots on the radar map, situated on the 3rd floor. That was the pharmaceutical warehouse of the Disease Control Center. He refrained from acting hastily, instead observing the ongoing battle in the first-floor hall through the radar with meticulous attention. The prowess of the scavengers and the Firestorm team was indeed formidable. After sustaining injuries to several members, they finally managed to clear the tide of corpses from the hall and began their advance toward the staircase leading underground. Their focus was entirely captivated by the treasure below. Now was the moment. Lin Yu seized this rare opportunity, stealthily emerging from the basement like a nocturnal raccoon, making his way through the fire escape directly to the pharmaceutical warehouse on the 3rd floor. He kicked open the warehouse door and beheld shelves lined with an array of high-grade pharmaceuticals, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Military-grade, powerful regenerative agents, advanced virus inhibitors, adrenaline boosters. These green and even blue-tier medicines, which would incite a frenzy outside, were now as accessible as cabbages. Without hesitation, he swept through, clearing out all valuable medicines with the swiftness of autumn winds scattering leaves, filling both his space backpack and tactical pack to the brim. Having completed this task, he did not depart immediately. A more insidious plan began to take shape in his mind. He retrieved several inconspicuous ball bearings he had previously scavenged from his backpack. Approaching the staircase leading to the 4th floor, he discreetly scattered the bearings onto the dust-laden steps. Then, he silently retreated to a fire hydrant cabinet located between the 3rd and 4th floors, perfectly concealing himself. He aimed his weapon toward the staircase, his breath becoming long and steady, his demeanor as cold as stone, merging seamlessly with the shadows. He awaited the moment when the two teams below, realizing the monsters underground were too formidable to handle in the short term, would inevitably dispatch a portion of their members to ascend and scavenge for medical supplies. Here was the first surprise he had prepared for them. Indeed, within 10 minutes, hurried footsteps echoed from below. "Hurry up. Those mad dogs are still dragging their feet down there. We grab the meds and leave." It was the Firestorm escort team. 2 members, cursing under their breath, charged up to the 3rd floor, heading straight for the pharmaceutical warehouse. Just as they finished looting the supplies and were about to return with satisfaction, Lin Yu's figure materialized behind them like a specter. "Who?" One of the members seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly turn around. However, What awaited him was the icy muzzle of a gun and the dull thud of a gunshot. Bang! Chapter 41. A fatal misfire bang. The dull gunshot reverberated through the stairwell on the third floor, echoing like the ominous toll of a death knell. Lin Yu's shot was the result of meticulous calculation. He aimed for the back of the head of the fire brigade member trailing behind, confident to a 99% certainty that he could deliver a lethal blow, instantly crippling the adversary and forging an undeniable advantage for the ensuing operation. The bullet tore through the air, imbued with a chilling intent as it raced toward its target. Yet, in the very instant before impact, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The seemingly carefree fire brigade member, who had been cursing alongside a comrade, displayed an astonishing reflex that belied his outward demeanor the moment he heard the gunshot. Without turning back or even glancing toward the incoming bullet, he instinctively crouched to the side, honed from countless brushes with death. Thud! The bullet narrowly missed the fatal target, grazing his shoulder and leaving a deep, bone-exposing gash in its wake. I've been hit. Damn it. It's an ambush. The wounded member bellowed, yet he did not falter. His companion reacted even more swiftly. Almost simultaneously with the gunshot, he executed a roll and took refuge in a nearby room. From his tactical pouch, he produced a silver metal aerosol canister and sprayed it onto the injured member's wound with urgency. Sizzle! A frothy white substance swiftly enveloped the gruesome injury, and the blood, which had been flowing freely, began to coagulate at a visibly rapid pace. Rapid hemostasis gel spray. Lin Yu's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this seemingly rugged team possessed such high combat proficiency. His fatal strike had, against all odds, missed its mark. The consequences of this fleeting miscalculation proved dire. Over there. Shoot! Though in excruciating pain, the wounded member accurately pinpointed Lin Yu's location. He roared as he raised his assault rifle, unleashing a torrent of fire toward the fire hydrant cabinet. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The furious barrage engulfed Lin Yu's south hiding place in flames of fury. Bullets pummeled the iron fire hydrant cabinet, sending sparks flying and shrapnel scattering, while the concrete wall was pockmarked with ghastly craters. Lin Yu, sensing impending doom the moment the gunfire erupted, abandoned any thoughts of a follow-up shot. Like a nimble raccoon, he pressed himself against the ground, rolling out from the opposite side of the fire hydrant cabinet and hastily retreating downstairs. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He had gravely underestimated the formidable prowess of this professional escort team, adept at navigating perilous missions. These individuals were no mere trifles. They might be brash or uncouth, but their survival through countless battles was not solely reliant on luck or equipment. Thinking of escape? It would not be so simple. The fire brigade members below, having heard the gunfire and their comrades' furious shouts, immediately sprang into action. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly divided into two groups and encircled the staircase that Lin Yu might use to escape. The gunfire shattered the brief tranquility of the disease control center. The scavenger escort team, which was cautiously attempting to breach the first alloy gate on the underground level, was startled by the sudden eruption of gunfire. What was happening upstairs? Captain Mad Dog furrowed his brow. The reconnaissance soldier, Ghost, immediately piloted a drone upward, and soon, his expression grew grave. Captain, fire is in a shootout on the third floor with an unidentified individual. It seems they aim to seize the pharmaceutical warehouse. Damn it, these fools. They are more likely to ruin things than to achieve anything. Mad Dog muttered under his breath, yet a barely perceptible glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes. He secretly hoped that the fire team would engage in a mutually destructive conflict. However, the unfolding events were far beyond his control. The gunfire on the third floor acted as a fuse igniting a powder keg, not only within the disease control center, but even outside on the streets. Other player teams that had been lingering and observing, drawn in by the sounds of gunfire and explosions, could no longer contain themselves. They are fighting inside. Our opportunity has arrived. Charge! Let us take advantage of their internal strife and seize the T-virus. Fortune favors the bold. Let's clash with them. In an instant, at least 7 or 8 player teams of varying sizes surged forth like hyenas sensing blood, launching an assault on the disease control center from all directions. The entire facility transformed from a standoff chessboard into a chaotic, blood-soaked meat grinder. At this moment, Lin Yu had successfully retreated to the second floor. Utilizing the advantage of his radar, he narrowly evaded the encirclement of the fire team. He harbored no desire to linger. He understood that this location had become the eye of the storm, the most perilous point in the entire instance. Each passing second increased the risk. He swiftly made his way back toward the underground sewage passage he had initially come from, preparing to temporarily vacate the battlefield and await the changing tides of the situation. However, just as he was about to reach the entrance to the basement, 3 red dots that had been patrolling the perimeter of the disease control center suddenly darted through an unexpected ventilation duct, directly blocking his path back to the underground passage. They were a scavenger team of 3 rat-like players, clearly intent on taking advantage of the chaos, and by sheer misfortune, they collided head-on with Lin Yu, who was preparing to flee. Lin Yu's expression darkened completely. With pursuers ahead and a blockade behind, he found himself trapped. Chapter 42. The Flesh Grinder in the Narrow Corridor. The air appeared to be suspended in time. Lin Yu leaned against the frigid wall, his gaze as sharp as that of a hawk, fixated on the 3 crimson dots on the radar map that were rapidly approaching. He could distinctly perceive that the 3 adversaries had formed a classic triangular assault formation, moving stealthily with an evident mastery of stealth and assassination. They resembled wolves that had caught the scent of blood, drawn to the gunfire above, eager to partake in the chaos. Meanwhile, the footsteps of the 2 members of the fire escort team grew ever closer. Although they had yet to pinpoint Lin Yu's exact location, they had effectively sealed off the main stairway and were conducting a thorough search. With enemies closing in from both sides, he found himself in a dire predicament. In that moment, Lin Yu's mind raced at full capacity. Conventional stealth and evasion had become futile. He needed to forge a path before the 2 groups could converge. His gaze swept across the corridor's surroundings. It was a typical hospital hallway, flanked by abandoned patient rooms, with collapsed beds and medical carts strewn about, providing makeshift cover. Ultimately, his eyes settled on a rusted fire sprinkler adorning the ceiling. A bold and audacious plan crystallized in his mind in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted from behind cover, his 92-style pistol not aimed at any foe, but directed skyward towards the sprinkler head, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! The sharp crack of gunfire reverberated through the corridor as the bullet struck the decrepit sprinkler with precision. Suddenly, a cascade of murky, icy fire suppression water poured down from the ceiling like a torrential waterfall. This unforeseen spectacle momentarily stunned both the approaching trio of stealthy players and the searching members of the fire team above. Yet, Lin Yu craved that fleeting moment of bewilderment. The true essence of his strategy was not the deluge of fire suppression water. As the gunfire erupted, he swiftly retrieved a fragmentation grenade from his spatial backpack. Having seized it from the military base, with no hesitation, he pulled the pin and hurled it towards a trio of assassin players. The grenade traced an arc through the chilling firewater, landing perfectly in the center of their formation. "It's a grenade. Scatter." The 3 assassins reacted with remarkable speed, their faces paling at the sight of the explosive, and they immediately leaped in different directions. However, it was far too late. In the constricted corridor, there was nowhere to take refuge. Boom! The deafening roar of the explosion instantly engulfed the entire hallway. A violent shockwave mingled with countless high-velocity steel pellets and shrapnel, creating an indiscriminate storm of death. The walls shattered, and the ceiling's light fixtures and wiring crashed to the ground, as if the corridor had succumbed to an apocalyptic cataclysm. The 3 assassin players barely had time to utter a cry of despair before they were instantaneously torn to shreds, their crimson light points extinguishing on Lin Yu's radar map. "Damn it! That bastard! Yes, down there." The members of the fire squad above were momentarily taken aback by the violent explosion, but they quickly regained their composure, roaring in fury as they prepared to rush downstairs. However, Lin Yu afforded them no such opportunity. The instant he hurled the grenade, he had already pivoted, sprinting towards another direction, the staircase leading to the first-floor hall. He successfully forged a path downward with his thunderous tactics. At this moment, The first floor hall had devolved into a veritable meat grinder. 7 or 8 player teams, driven mad by the desire to seize the entrance to the underground, were locked in a frenzied battle. The cleansing escort team, equipped with superior gear and advantageous terrain, staunchly defended the entryway. Yet they were perilously besieged by foes outnumbering them several times over. Gunfire, explosions, the brilliance of skills, the agonized cries of the dying, and the howls of zombies drawn to the chaos intertwined to create a cacophony of bloodshed and warfare. Lin Yu's arrival was akin to pouring a bucket of cold water into a cauldron of boiling oil. He chose not to breach the front lines of either faction, for that would be tantamount to courting death. Like a true specter, he navigated the periphery of the battlefield, weaving through the chaos and smoke generated by the explosions, slipping between the myriad of stray bullets and skills. At that moment, his secondary radar functioned with remarkable efficacy. He could clearly discern the position of every enemy, identifying every fleeting safe corner on the battlefield. He danced like a performer on the edge of a blade, both graceful and lethal. When 2 skirmishing squads momentarily faltered in their firepower to reload, he did not hesitate to glide between them. When a player, reduced to a sliver of health, cowered behind cover, trembling in fear, he would casually pass by, dispatching a silent shot with unerring precision. In this tumultuous theater of war, he executed a most efficient game of survival. His objectives were clear, his actions resolute. He exhibited neither greed nor an inclination to linger, striking swiftly and retreating. In less than 5 minutes, he traversed this hellish arena unscathed and successfully reached the entrance to the underground sewage pipeline, a route he had memorized thoroughly. Farewell, brave heroes. Lin Yu glanced back at the still maddened battlefield, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 43. The Grim Reaper of the 4th underground level, as Lin Yu returned to the familiar underground network, reeking of rust and foul odors. His mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Where he once operated in stealth, now he reigned as the sole monarch of this subterranean kingdom. The fierce battle above had afforded him invaluable time and a perfect cover. With unwavering composure, he approached the entrance to the basement of the disease control center, pausing not for a moment, and proceeded directly toward the staircase leading deeper into the abyss. On the 1st underground level, the formidable alloy gate had been violently breached, bearing the scars of a fierce explosion and the marks of cutting flames. Clearly, the scavenger escort team had employed their expertise to unlock the gateway to hell before departing from this place. The further he descended, the colder the air became, a faint yet palpable sense of dread emanating from the depths below, as if some primordial beast were breathing in its slumber. The 2nd underground level, the 3rd. Every gate along the way had been forcefully opened, with walls pockmarked by bullet holes and claw marks, while the ground was littered with the shattered remains of zombies and fragments of players' equipment. Lin Yu's radar map displayed the 2 elite teams, who, after suffering the loss of at least 2 members, had finally cleared the threats of the first 3 levels and reached the entrance to the final level, the 4th underground level, designated as the P4 Biological Sample Repository. Behind the door lay a colossal red orb, marked by Lin Yu as the boss, motionless and foreboding. The scavenger team and the blaze team, who had been locked in a fierce struggle above ground, now stood in unexpected harmony, one to the left and the other to the right of the repository's entrance, forming a fragile temporary alliance. They understood, well, that the creature lurking behind the door was far beyond the capacity of any single team to confront alone. Lin Yu refrained from rushing in. Instead, he found an excellent vantage point within a ventilation duct on the 3rd underground level. From this elevated position, he could survey the entirety of the battlefield on the 4th level. Melto, Quitstaudling. Captain Lion appeared somewhat impatient. Beside him, Boss Zhang's pallor indicated he was shaken by the earlier skirmish. Let us deal with this beast swiftly so we can secure our prize and depart. Easy for you to say. Mad Dog chuckled derisively, while Wong, standing close by, gripped the revival pack tightly, the exoskeleton armor emitting a faint hum. The contents are imperative for us. We can open the door, but we must agree on 3 rules first. First, upon opening the door, Both teams will launch a simultaneous attack, with no one allowed to act selfishly. Second, and most crucial, the T-virus original sample belongs to whoever retrieves it last. The other party cannot seize it for any reason. Otherwise, don't blame us if it comes to mutual destruction. Captain Lion pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Very well, let it be so. In his view, the outcome was destined to be one of mutual destruction. He gestured to several teammates. An accord was struck. Both teams drew forth their most formidable weapons. The scavenger team commenced the process of breaching the alloy door of the P4 sample vault. Lin Yu, concealed within the ventilation duct, observed the scene with clarity, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. How Navi, this so-called gentleman's agreement, was as fragile as parchment in the face of immense greed. Yet, both parties likely harbored ulterior motives. The one who spoke first would gain a moral advantage upon acquiring the serum. With a resounding clang, the heavy alloy door began to creak open inward. A gust of chilling air, laced with the acrid scent of blood and formaldehyde, surged forth from within. Almost immediately, a roar erupted from beyond the door, a sound so fierce it seemed to resonate with the very core of one's soul, filled with brutality and insatiable hunger. A colossal monster slowly emerged from the darkness. Towering over 4 meters, its form resembled a monstrous bear, yet devoid of fur. Its body was covered in a layer of dark crimson, resilient skin akin to a keratinous shell. Its right arm had morphed into a 3-meter-long, gleaming bone blade, while its left bore a massive, porous tumor that dripped with corrosive green acid. Its face was devoid of eyes, instead featuring an enormous circular maw brimming with serrated teeth. The armored Terminator, a specimen. The presence of this horrifying creature sent shockwaves of terror through all who beheld it. Open fire. The seasoned veteran, Mad Dog, was the first to react, bellowing as he squeezed the trigger. In an instant, a barrage of firepower was unleashed upon the armored Terminator. Rifles, machine guns, and even the high-tech energy weapon wielded by Mr. Wong released blue beams akin to a tempest, all crashing into the beast. However, the despairing scene unfolded. Every bullet and energy beam merely sparked against the Terminator's dark red skin, failing to penetrate even its outer layer. Physical attacks. Immune? The raging lion let out a shocked cry. Roaring in anger, the armored Terminator lunged forward, its massive bone blade slicing through the air with a fierce wind as it swung violently. With a sickening sound, a hapless scavenger team member was cleaved in two, the upper half soaring through the air while the lower half collapsed helplessly into a pool of blood. Use explosives. Target its maw and the acid sac on its left arm. Those are its weak points. True to his veteran status, Mad Dog swiftly identified the creature's vulnerabilities. As he directed the assault, he deftly retrieved a high-explosive grenade from his belt. Thus began an extraordinarily brutal confrontation with the boss. After enduring tremendous losses, the two teams finally shattered the acid sac on the left arm of the armored Terminator with the last RPG shot from the rampaging lion, triggering a violent explosion that sent it crashing to the ground. However, just as they believed the battle was nearing its conclusion and prepared to deliver the finishing blow, the downed armored Terminator suddenly opened its solitary massive orifice. A wave of invisible psychic shock surged across the battlefield in an instant. Everyone felt as if their brains had been struck by a heavy hammer, plunging them into a disorienting stupor that lasted for 3 agonizing seconds. Yet Lin Yu, who had been hiding within the ventilation ducts and witnessing the entire scene unfold, only experienced a mild dizziness due to his distance and prior precautions. He realized that the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Like a weightless raccoon, he silently slipped from the ventilation shaft without making a sound. He paid no heed to the armored Terminator struggling to rise or the players ensnared in their daze. His objective had remained singular from the very beginning. With utmost swiftness, he dashed into the P4 specimen chamber, its doors wide open and emanating an enticing purple glow. Chapter 44. In troubled waters within the P4 biological sample repository. The temperature was so frigid it seemed capable of freezing human blood. Rows of precisely crafted low-temperature storage cabinets, shimmering with a ghostly blue glow, stood neatly aligned, preserving a plethora of chilling viruses and biological specimens. Yet, at the heart of the laboratory, on a pedestal fashioned from a special crystal and equipped with its own energy system, a uniquely shaped syringe floated serenely. The liquid within the syringe exhibited an enchanting and bizarre purple hue, as if it contained the universe's most profound mysteries, swirling and flowing endlessly. T-Virus original sample, unstable. In Lin Yu's eyes, an unprecedented fervor ignited. He could even feel his body yearning for the terrifying power encapsulated within that syringe. A force potent enough to alter the very fabric of life itself. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, closing the distance to the pedestal in mere strides, and struck the crystal casing with a powerful fist. Crack! The seemingly robust crystal shattered at once. He grasped the purple syringe in his hand. It felt icy to the touch, yet it was as if he held a flame ablaze. In that instant of seizing the syringe, a chilling system prompt erupted before his eyes. Name: T-Virus original sample, unstable. Grade: purple, special mission item. Description: contains infinite possibilities for life evolution, accompanied by the immense risk of annihilation. Direct usage carries a 95% probability of transforming into a powerful, mindless mutant, with only a 5 minuscule chance of successfully merging with the virus, transcending human limits, and becoming a higher life form. Special note: this item may be purified and stabilized by a pharmacist, a class transition from a medic at level 50 or above. Once stabilized, the risk of fusion failure will be reduced to 5, with a significant probability of retaining the user's human consciousness after failure. The rating of the stabilized item will elevate to red. Pharmacist. Lin Yu etched this crucial information firmly into his memory. He understood that this item could not be utilized at present, yet the future it represented brimmed with boundless potential. Without hesitation, he stowed the syringe, a harbinger of the future, deep within his spatial backpack. Just as he completed this act, outside the laboratory, the terrifying armored Terminator finally regained its senses after 3 seconds of disorientation. It emitted a thunderous roar, abruptly rising from the ground, its massive circular maw locking onto the scavenger and the surviving members of the fire team, who had just recovered from their stupor, their faces still bearing traces of confusion. No, this is bad. Quickly evade. Captain Mad Dog's heart raced as he watched the armored Terminator's body swell rapidly, like an overinflated balloon. Self-detonation. In its final moments of existence, this monstrous creature chose to perish alongside its foes. Boom! A catastrophique explosion. Far more terrifying than the detonation of an RPG, instantaneously engulfed the entire 4th level underground. A violent shockwave of energy, mingled with corrosive acid and remnants of flesh, coalesced into a deadly whirlwind. The walls and ceiling of the subterranean space trembled violently, cracking and collapsing under the strain. The survivors, who had just regained their ability to move, found themselves vaporized in an instant by this apocalyptic blast, leaving no trace behind. Their red dots flickered out in clusters on Lin Yu's radar map. As the architect of this devastation, Lin Yu had already sought refuge in an emergency shelter constructed of superalloy, designed specifically for isolating the highest threat level specimens, a mere second before the explosion occurred. He could feel the entire shelter shaking violently, accompanied by the hissing sounds of metal corroding and melting just outside the door. It took a full minute for the tremors outside to gradually subside. Lin Yu pushed open the heavy door of the shelter, and the sight before him made him draw in a sharp breath. The magnitude of the explosion exceeded Lin Yu's imagination. Even within the protective confines of the superalloy shelter, he could sense the earth beneath him wailing and trembling, as if the entire CDC building was on the verge of collapse. The heavy alloy door reverberated with the impact of the shockwave, and dark red flames along with green acid seeped through the cracks, corroding the doorframe with a sizzling sound. Lin Yu's heart raced. He had no doubt that had he hesitated for even half a second, he would have met the same fate as those brave souls outside, utterly evaporated by the explosive energy, leaving no complete bones behind. After what felt like an eternity, the terrifying vibrations finally began to dissipate. He took a deep breath and opened the now warped door of the shelter. The scene that unfolded before him rendered even this seasoned hunter, accustomed to mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, breathless. The entire fourth level had transformed into a veritable hell of molten rock. Walls, ceilings, and floors were strewn with twisted, melted metal and pits carved by the potent acid. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of charred flesh and an acrid, overpowering scent of acid. Where the elite players had once stood, there remained only a few charred remnants of human shapes, alongside fragments of equipment, half-melted and unrecognizable. The two top escort teams, the Scavengers and the Blazing Fire, who had roamed the B2 instance with impunity, had been utterly annihilated in the blink of an eye. Truly, a pitiful group of stepping stones. Lin Yu shook his head, his face betraying no sympathy. He understood that this was the law of the apocalyptic world. One misstep, and all was lost. However, just as he believed the dust had settled and prepared to depart with composure, a chilling blue halo flickered defiantly amidst the ruins not far away. Lin Yu's pupils constricted in sudden alarm. In the midst of the chaotic battlefield, a spherical barrier composed of several translucent blue energy shields quietly hovers. Its surface is marred by a web of cracks, clearly having reached the limits of endurance. Yet, it has ultimately withstood the cataclysmic explosion. Within the confines of the barrier, Captain Mad Dog kneels, gasping for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion as pale as parchment. Beside him, the owner, Mr. Wong, lies in a state of terror, collapsed on the ground, his expensive exoskeleton armor flickering with blinding electric sparks due to energy overload. Meanwhile, the Scout Ghost and another strength-based team member have succumbed to unconsciousness, their fates uncertain. The emergency energy protection barrier, an exceedingly rare purple quality consumable skill scroll, can instantaneously generate an energy shield capable of withstanding the majority of damage, serving as the last resort for affluent players seeking survival. Chapter 45. Escape from death. The Mad Dog concealed such a formidable weapon. It is you, detestable rodent. The Mad Dog suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wild and beast-like, fixating intently on Lin Yu, who had emerged from the P4 sample repository. His voice was hoarse, brimming with inexorable resentment and murderous intent. The T-virus is in your possession? Although he was unaware of how Lin Yu had gained entry, he was certain that this specter-like figure was undoubtedly the ultimate fisherman in this perilous game. Lin Yu's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He had not anticipated that anyone could survive such a catastrophic explosion. He had miscalculated. Without a moment's hesitation or superfluous words, the instant the Mad Dog spoke, he made the most prudent decision: run. He turned on his heel, sprinting down the path he had come, fleeing with unparalleled speed. You think you can escape? Leave your life behind. The Mad Dog let out a frenzied roar, battling through his injuries as he struggled to rise from the ground. Raising the assault rifle that had also survived the explosion and firing frantically at Lin Yu's retreating figure, the gunfire erupted in a chaotic burst, casting a deadly barrage in the dim underground space. Lin Yu felt a searing pain in his back and left leg, and in an instant he lost his balance, collapsing to the ground. He had been shot. The powerful impact of the bullet felt as though it would shatter his bones, and blood quickly soaked through his shirt. You scum! The Mad Dog, witnessing Lin Yu fall, revealed a cruel and sinister smile, dragging his wounded body forward step by step. However, there was no trace of despair in Lin Yu's eyes. Instead, a glimmer of icy resolve flashed within. Emergency medical aid. Activate, he silently recited, and the blue skill he had always regarded as his final trump card erupted into action. In an instant, a warm and potent life force surged from his heart, radiating throughout his entire being. He could distinctly feel his back and leg muscles, veins, and even nerves healing and regenerating at an extraordinary pace that defied the laws of nature. The agonizing pain that would incapacitate an ordinary person vanished without a trace in mere seconds. Lin Yu sprang to his feet, and in the astonished gaze of the Mad Dog, he swiftly retrieved a pre-prepared adrenaline booster from his backpack, plunging it into his thigh without a moment's hesitation. Rise, now! With a low growl, the powerful adrenaline coursed through his veins. His heart began to pound with unprecedented ferocity, every blood vessel engorged, as an explosive force surged from the core of his being. In that instant, his speed transcended all limits. He did not even glance back at the mad dog. Instead, he transformed into an arrow released from a bow, racing into the familiar. Dark underground sewage pipes, disappearing in the blink of an eye. No! The mad dog emitted a desperate and unwilling howl, yearning to pursue. Yet the injuries to his body rendered it difficult for him to even stand firm. He could only watch helplessly as the cooked duck, in a manner he could not comprehend, flew away from his sight. He realized that this time, he was utterly doomed. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, who had successfully escaped, did not pause for a moment. He bore the side effects of adrenaline as he sprinted relentlessly through the intricate underground network for several kilometers, until he finally distanced himself from the disease control center and burst forth into the open air. He dared not linger in the city center, now a den of chaos. His sole objective was to return to the university town, the sanctuary he had long chosen, safe and concealed. There, he could tend to his wounds and await the final victory. His only haven. The night was as dark as ink, and the city, post-acid rain, was shrouded in a thin mist reeking of decay. Lin Yu's figure moved like a tireless specter, darting swiftly between abandoned buildings and labyrinthine alleyways. The effects of adrenaline were gradually waning, replaced by waves of dizziness and weakness. Yet he dare not stop or look back. He was acutely aware that a creature like the mad dog would not relent easily. Though severely injured, there was no assurance he lacked special means of communication or tracking. The crushing defeat at the disease control center would only drive him to greater madness. He had to return to his relatively safe refuge with utmost urgency. After more than an hour of frantic flight, the familiar, desolate outline of the university town finally reappeared at the edge of his vision. Lin Yu resembled a weary traveler who had at last glimpsed the direction of home. His taut nerves could finally relax, albeit slightly. He avoided the main roads, instead slipping along the most secluded walls to infiltrate the campus. Skillfully, he evaded the mutated zombies that roamed the grounds, ultimately reaching a secluded storage room on the top floor of the library, a spot he had long designated. This location was remote, with but a single entrance, and offered an excellent vantage point, allowing him to survey the surrounding expanse. He secured the door with a spade from the inside and barricaded it with heavy bookshelves, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the cold floor, gasping for air. Having narrowly escaped death, this was the closest he had come to mortality since entering the realm. The terrifying power of RPGs, the formidable strength of the elite escort team, the cataclysmic self-detonation of the boss, and the relentless pursuit of the mad dog. All of these had struck his once resilient heart like a battering ram. I have underestimated this world. Lin Yu lay on the icy floor, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. His previous successes had fostered an unwarranted arrogance within him. He had believed that with the advantages of a level 2 radar, he could manipulate everyone at will. Yet reality delivered him a resounding slap in the face. In this apocalyptic world, there always exists an unknown trump card, and there will always be beings stronger, more ruthless, and more unhinged than oneself. While an advantage in information is undoubtedly significant, it is one's own tangible strength that ultimately determines life and death. He slowly closed his eyes and, within his personal sanctuary, retrieved the advanced nutrient solution and restorative potions pilfered from the CDCS pharmaceutical warehouse, beginning the process of mending the deficiencies inflicted upon his body by the forced use of adrenaline. Chapter 46. Lurking that night, he fell into a deep yet restless slumber. His dreams were filled with the explosive flashes of fire and the menacing jaws of armored terminators. As the first rays of gray sunlight filtered through the cracks of the window the following day, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze, all traces of fatigue and dread had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented calmness and composure. He did not rush into action, but instead entered a state of profound contemplation. He mentally replayed his experiences in the instance, analyzing the merits and demerits of each decision he had made. He realized that his greatest advantage was not his combat prowess in the heat of the moment, but rather the unparalleled strategic planning ability and patience derived from radar information. He was a chess player, not merely a pawn. A competent chess player never recklessly positions themselves at the center of the board, engaging in direct confrontation with the enemy without absolute certainty. He activated the secondary radar, expanding the scanning range to its maximum, and began to survey the city. The number of players in the instance had sharply dwindled to fewer than 200. What followed was a final, bloody struggle among the survivors, vying for their last chance at escape. Lin Yu observed quietly as one small team turned against each other in a frantic scramble for a supply crate. Another was overwhelmed by a tide of corpses, and scattered survivors floundered like startled birds, struggling to survive amidst the ruins of the city. His heart remained unperturbed. He was like an indifferent observer, recording the movements and extinguishments of each flickering light, capturing the final madness of the city in its entirety. He was waiting for a signal. At last, as the instance time reached the 48th hour, a colossal system notification, glowing with a soft green luminescence, simultaneously appeared on the retinas of all survivors. Notification: 24 hours remaining in the instance. Evacuation points have been generated. A. Evacuation point: rooftop helipad of the municipal first hospital. B. Evacuation point: underground freight subway platform of the central hub. The emergence of these evacuation points ignited two brilliant beacons amidst the desolate ruins. Almost instantaneously upon the announcement, all surviving red dots on the radar map surged unhesitatingly towards Point A, the municipal hospital. The hospital, located in the city center, boasted abundant resources and an expansive terrain, making its rooftop helipad an excellent stronghold that was easy to defend yet difficult to assault. To most survivors, it undoubtedly represented a viable path to survival. No one considered themselves inferior. Everyone sought to seize a favorable opportunity at the evacuation point. A final, bloody battle around the hospital erupted in an instant. Lin Yu watched the radar map as the area surrounding Point A became densely packed, a chaotic mass that began to clash violently, with red dots extinguishing one after another. A faint, icy smile curled at the corners of his lips, a swarm drawn to the flames by the hope of survival. His gaze gradually shifted to the opposite end of the map. The often overlooked B Point, the central hub subway station, lies desolately beneath the city. Its grand vision is now poised to enter the final and most crucial phase. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his attire, his gaze calm and profound. The treasure hunt has truly commenced. While all survivors are engaged in a bloody struggle for the seemingly promising route to a Point municipal hospital, Lin Yu's figure flows against the current like a specter. He departed from the long-hidden library, re-entering the deathly campus he knew all too well. His objective was unequivocal: the biological engineering building. The golden treasure he had temporarily stowed away awaited him there, quietly anticipating its master. In this moment, the university town appeared even more desolate and silent, for the survivors had long since departed. Yet Lin Yu felt no relaxation. The radar map indicated that danger here had not diminished in the slightest. The formidable mutated creatures remained steadfast in their territorial guardianship. He navigated the familiar route to the exterior of the biological engineering building, avoiding detection by the two patrolling armored bulls. Utilizing the external pipes once more, he skillfully ascended to the shattered window on the second floor, stealthily slipping inside. Inside the building, all remained unchanged. Lin Yu made a beeline for the principal's office on the top floor. This time, he harbored no hesitation or trepidation. The elite armored bull stationed at the stairway's entrance stood resolute like a guardian deity. Rather than confronting it directly, Lin Yu retrieved an unassuming chemical reagent bottle scavenged from the Centers for Disease Control. He twisted off the cap, and a pungent aroma swiftly permeated the air. Calculating his angle, he hurled the reagent bottle towards the far end of the corridor, away from the stairwell. With a crash, the bottle shattered, unleashing a volatile liquid with a sharply irritating scent that rapidly diffused into the atmosphere. The armored bull, with its dull sense of smell, was instantly drawn to this unfamiliar and aggressive odor. It emitted a low, puzzled growl, abandoning its post at the stairway, and lumbered towards the source of the scent. Now was the moment. Like an arrow released from its bow, Lin Yu darted past the armored bull at the instant it turned, directly entering the principal's office. He paid no mind to the long-dried corpse of the principal, striding to the desk, where he retrieved the faintly glowing purple top-level security card from a concealed compartment in the drawer. Success! Without a moment's pause, he spun around, intent on descending to the underground third level. However, just as he was about to exit the office, the armored bull, drawn away by the scent, seemed to sense the intruder's presence. It abruptly turned its head, its crimson eyes locking onto him. A deafening roar erupted, as if it intended to topple the entire building. The armored bull was utterly enraged, abandoning its quest for scent, resembling a human-shaped battering ram, charging forth towards Lin Yu with an unstoppable momentum. This was splendid. Lin Yu, far from being alarmed, was filled with delight. He had been anticipating this very moment. Chapter 47. The golden resource point in the university town, he did not choose to flee. Rather, he calmly retrieved a remote-controlled bomb confiscated from the corpses of the fire escort team from his spatial backpack. After activating it, he tossed it directly at the entrance of the office. He then turned, shattered the window behind the principal's office with a decisive kick, and without a moment's hesitation, leaped out. In midair, he deployed the climbing rope he had meticulously prepared. The hook of the rope latched onto the windowsill below with precision, allowing him to swing deftly against the wall, landing securely on the balcony of the next floor. Meanwhile, the enraged armored bull charged headlong into the empty principal's office. Farewell, big fellow. Lin Yu concealed himself behind the cover below and pressed the remote control in his hand. Boom! A violent explosion instantly engulfed the entire principal's office. The ferocious flames and shockwave surged forth from the windows and doorway, completely drowning the once mighty armored bull along with its defiant roar in a sea of fire. Having eliminated the final nuisance, Lin Yu wasted no time and made his way directly to the alloy blast-proof door located in the heart of the building. He gently swiped the purple access card across the keypad. Beep! Access confirmed. Were accompanied by the heavy sound of mechanical operation. The immensely thick alloy door slowly ascended, revealing the staircase that led to both hell and heaven. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu stepped inside. The third underground level, the low-temperature cold storage. Everything here was identical to his previous visit. He navigated with ease to the safe embedded in the wall and forcefully pried it open with a spade. The syringe, quietly hovering on its pedestal and radiating a resplendent golden glow, once again caught his eye. He reached out and grasped it tightly in his hand. This time, he harbored no reservations or concerns. Name: Stamina Awakening Potion, Golden. Quality: Golden. Effect: upon use, your stamina attribute will receive a permanent one. 25x increase, including but not limited to subsequent upgrades, equipment, skills, and all other channels for stamina enhancement. Note: cannot be used within instances. Note: after use, other awakening potions and professional awakenings cannot be utilized. Lin Yu's heart raced wildly at the extraordinary attributes described. This was no mere enhancement. It was a permanent, growth-oriented potential increase. This meant that his future held infinite possibilities. However, the inability to use other potions or undergo a professional awakening after this gave him pause. Just as he grasped the potion, a familiar, chilling crimson curse notification appeared as expected. Warning: you have picked up the highest value item in this world. Negative status triggered. The curse of a treasure. Effect: your location coordinates will forcibly broadcast to all survivors within this apocalyptic fragment world every 30 minutes. The countdown, a crimson harbinger of doom, mercilessly pulsated on Lin Yu's retina. 29 minutes and 59 seconds. He had to traverse a significant portion of the city within this fleeting half hour to reach the forsaken evacuation point B, long forgotten by everyone else. Yet, there was no hint of panic on Lin Yu's face. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth curled into a smirk of confident mastery. He swiftly assessed his condition, optimizing all his gear and supplies to perfection. Without a trace of hesitation, he turned away from the university town that had bestowed upon him immeasurable treasures. His silhouette cut through the ruins of the city like a fleeting shadow. No longer did he tread cautiously, skirting danger. In the face of sheer velocity, the sluggish, ordinary zombies posed no threat. He became a bolt of black lightning, darting between streets and buildings, leaving all obstructions far behind. His mind functioned like a highly efficient navigation system, instantly converting the information on his radar map into the optimal route ahead. 300 meters ahead, the street was blocked by abandoned vehicles. He would turn left into a commercial building, traversing through a third-floor window to save 30 seconds. To the right, two lurking foes emitted faint energy signals. He could charge through, as they would be caught off guard. He danced on the precipice of death like a specter, each turn and leap executed with textbook precision. 20 minutes later, he had successfully crossed several blocks, the dilapidated entrance of the Central Hub subway station, resembling the maw of a colossal beast, loomed ahead. However, an unexpected development appeared on his radar. A dozen red dots were rapidly converging from various directions towards the subway station entrance. So many people had chosen point B? Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise coursing through him. He immediately slowed his pace, hiding behind a heap of rubble, and observed with binoculars. Soon, he discerned the true nature of the group. They were not a cohesive unit, but rather an improvised assembly of 3 or 4 ragtag remnants. Most had lost their comrades in the bloody conflict at the municipal hospital, depleted their ammunition, and, recognizing their inability to contest Point A, had retreated to Point B. Tattered and wounded, their faces were etched with fatigue and despair, like startled prey, poised to flinch at the slightest rustle. A pitiful collection of failures. Lin Yu coldly averted his gaze. These individuals posed no threat to him. Yet, he felt no sympathy for them. Just then, a chilling system notification echoed in the minds of every survivor. All-channel broadcast. Coordinates of the highest value item holder. 345. 981. 224. The cold, mechanical voice stunned those players still embroiled in a bloody struggle for a favorable position near the municipal hospital. What? The bearer of the golden artifact has appeared. The coordinates are, at the entrance of the subway station, Chapter 48. Countdown to death, let us go. To the subway station. Eliminate him. Seize the treasures, and we can retreat in time. In an instant, at least half of the players relinquished their contest for the hospital. Like hyenas scenting blood, they redirected their frenzy toward the evacuation point B. They prefer to believe in an ethereal golden legend rather than linger another second in this grotesque meat grinder. At the B evacuation point, at the entrance of the Central Hub subway station, the recently forged fragile alliance of failures fell into a profound silence. They exchanged glances, their eyes shifting rapidly from initial shock to an uncontrollable, raw greed and suspicion. The bearer of the golden item was among us. This thought, like a venomous seed, took root and flourished wildly in the depths of each heart. Who has taken the golden item? A player with a severed arm screamed, his voice trembling, instinctively aiming his gun at the nearest ally. At that moment, the atmosphere froze to a chilling point. The fragile trust, born from shared failure, shattered in an instant. Each gaze became predatory, filled with suspicion towards everyone nearby. Lin Yu's heart plummeted to the depths. He sprinted towards the subway station entrance, spotting the softly glowing green evacuation portal. Yet, just as one foot was about to step through, a new system notification struck him like a thunderbolt. Welcome to the B2 Instance Evacuation Zone, Central Hub. Notice, to ensure stable transmission, you must remain in this area for 30 minutes before evacuation can be completed. Current evacuation countdown, 0, 29, 59, 30. 30 minutes? Lin Yu's pupils constricted suddenly. A chilling dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He instantly comprehended the malicious design of the system. The direct evacuation from the novice instance had misled him. This was not a safe evacuation zone. It was a gladiatorial arena, clearly marked with a timetable for the survivors to turn against one another. 30 minutes was ample time for the lunatics rushing from the municipal hospital to turn this place upside down. And he, marked as a living target by the curse of the treasure, would be akin to wearing a sign proclaiming "Kill me." While awaiting the onslaught of all, more perilous still, The dozen or so allies beside him had transformed into the most dangerous ticking time bombs. They did not know who the bearer of the golden item was, but they knew that person was among them. Eliminate them all. Kill everyone here. The golden item must be ours. A voice, shrill with desperation, ignited the powder keg amongst the crowd. Bang! The first gunshot erupted unexpectedly amidst the throng. A seemingly honest, middle-aged man, with a glimmer of madness in his eyes, fired a shot that pierced the skull of a nearby youth. You bastard! Kill! In that moment, the chain of suspicion was utterly ignited. The fleeting alliance disintegrated into mere vapor, as trust evaporated among all. They raised their remaining weapons and unleashed a torrent of fire upon the closest individual. The air was filled with screams of agony, curses, and gunfire. At the entrance of the cramped subway station, a chaotic and bloody fratricide erupted instantaneously. As the gunfire erupted, Lin Yu reacted without the slightest hesitation. He immediately abandoned the thought of entering the evacuation zone, rolling behind a massive support pillar. He surveyed the grotesque tableau of human tragedy before him, his gaze cold and devoid of warmth. He understood that Point B had transformed into a veritable death trap. Remaining here would only seal his fate. He needed to escape swiftly before the hunters from Point A could arrive and ensnare him on this cursed chessboard. A bold and meticulously crafted plan swiftly took shape in his mind. He would exploit this final gap in information to stage the most dazzling escape imaginable. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Yu cast aside any lingering attachments. Seizing the moment when the 10 or so individuals at the entrance were locked in a deadly struggle, he silently retreated into the shadows behind the subway station, swiftly moving in the direction diametrically opposed to the city hospital at Point A. Chapter 49. Prey and hunting grounds. Lin Yu's silhouette melded seamlessly with the shadows of the night as he swiftly extricated himself from the chaotic battleground of Central Hub Metro Station. He refrained from glancing back, for he understood that the carnage and wails of despair would persist until the last soul succumbed or the hunters dispatched from Point A thoroughly cleared the area. His new objective lay before him. The municipal hospital, currently hosting the final showdown, a veritable arena of bloodshed. However, this was not a reckless plunge into danger, but rather a meticulously orchestrated strategic maneuver. In his mind, the plan was crystal clear. Capitalizing on the prevailing assumption that he remained at Point B, he would stealthily position himself near Point A. When, 30 minutes hence, the next broadcast of the curse coordinates was announced, his location would be revealed as the municipal hospital. At that moment, all survivors' gazes would be firmly fixed upon the hospital, believing that the bearer of the golden artifact had been lurking in the vicinity all along. While the previous coordinates at Point B were merely a diversion or a trap, it was then that he could exploit this critical window of opportunity when everyone was drawn away, enabling him to swiftly return to Point B, now mostly devoid of threats, to complete the perilous 30-minute stay and withdraw safely. This was a flawless tactic of misdirection, a high-stakes gamble that toyed with the fates of all players involved. He navigated the fringes of the city at breakneck speed, fully harnessing the formidable capabilities of his secondary radar. In his mental map, the movement trajectories of every red light point and the outlines of zombie-infested zones were vividly clear. He consistently devised the safest and most efficient route, avoiding unnecessary skirmishes half a minute in advance. Half an hour later, he had silently arrived at a dilapidated building 1 kilometer from the municipal hospital. Crouching at the edge of the rooftop, he raised his binoculars, and the scene before him elicited a palpable sense of trepidation. The municipal hospital had transformed into a veritable fortress of war. Several well-equipped teams of players occupied advantageous positions, engaging in brutal offensive and defensive maneuvers around the hospital's periphery and lower levels. Gunfire and explosions echoed incessantly, while the brilliance of skills illuminated the night as though it were day. They were not only contending with rival players, but also combating the relentless tide of zombies drawn by the cacophony of gunshots. On Lin Yu's radar map, the red light points near Point A were diminishing at an astonishing rate. With every flash and explosion, multiple lights representing life were extinguished. This was a true meat grinder, mercilessly reaping the lives of survivors. Lin Yu observed this carnage with a detached indifference, his heart a still pond. He resembled a masterful chess player, quietly savoring the sight of his pieces on the board, engaging in mutual attrition and destruction as he had envisioned. At last, the dreaded cursed broadcast arrived on schedule. All channels broadcast. Coordinates of the highest value item holder, 782. 115, 639. This time, the refreshed coordinates pointed precisely to the dilapidated building where Lin Yu was located. Boom! The entire battlefield seemed to have been paused, as all players still engaged in combat instinctively halted their actions, gazing incredulously at their maps. Nearby the hospital. Damn it! That fellow intends to escape from the hospital. We've been deceived. Everyone, cease fire. The Golden Legend is in our vicinity. Let us locate him first. After a brief moment of astonishment, an overwhelming fury and insatiable greed surged forth. The objective of all survivors instantaneously shifted from battling for the hospital to the pursuit of Lin Yu. Like a frenzy, they charged towards a dilapidated building where Lin Yu was located. Even those squads that had been rushing from Point B immediately redirected their course, joining this grand hunt. Observing the radar map, Lin Yu witnessed dozens of red dots converging upon him from all directions, and a cold smile of triumph emerged on his face. He knew that the fish had taken the bait. He stowed away his binoculars without a trace of reluctance, and turned to quietly descend the other side of the unfinished building using a climbing rope. Behind him was an approaching army of hunters, while before him lay the now deserted and unprecedentedly secure evacuation zone at Point B. Thus, the hunting game had reached its conclusion. It was time for my escape. Lin Yu's figure transformed once more into a black flash as he boldly surged towards the route he had taken. The Central Hub subway station. Chapter 50, the final 15 minutes, the sensation of moving against the current was exhilarating, imbued with an intoxicating sense of control. As Lin Yu sprinted towards the Central Hub subway station like a racing cheetah, his secondary radar map was staging a comically absurd chase. Dozens of red dots, representing survivors, surged towards the derelict building he had just vacated, drawn as if by a magnetic force. Distrust and wariness permeated their ranks, resulting in minor skirmishes along the way as they vied for advantageous search positions. Little did they know, the prey they pursued was at that very moment heading in the opposite direction toward the lair they had so recently abandoned. 20 minutes later, Lin Yu once again arrived at the entrance of evacuation Point B. The scene had transformed into a veritable graveyard since his departure. Numerous dismembered corpses lay sprawled in pools of blood, the air thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. The internal conflict ignited by suspicion had yielded no victor. They would be slaughtered by those arriving from Point A. With a stoic expression, Lin Yu stepped over the bodies, his gaze hardly lingering on the scattered equipment. He proceeded directly into the evacuation portal, still emitting a soft green glow and functioning steadily. Welcome to Evacuation Zone B2, Central Hub. Detection shows you have entered the evacuation area. Countdown initiated. Time remaining, 0:29:59. As he beheld the cold countdown displayed on his retinal screen, Lin Yu's heart finally settled. Rather than linger at the open entrance, he swiftly navigated into the subway station, guided by his radar. Familiar with the layout, he sought out a highly concealed maintenance passage beneath the platform. This location was ideal, situated at the edge of the evacuation portal, while perfectly camouflaging his presence. He secured the iron gate from within and leaned against the frigid wall, allowing himself to relax completely. The ensuing 30 minutes would be the most comfortable yet agonizing stretch of time since entering this scenario. He activated his radar, shifting his perspective to Point A municipal hospital, where the farce continued unabated. Time trickled away, measured in the torturous wait and distant chaos. Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened as the countdown dwindled. However, when only 15 minutes remained on his evacuation countdown, the dreaded announcement echoed throughout the entire scenario. All channel broadcast, coordinates of the highest value item holder, 345, 981, 224. That infernal broadcast reverberated once more. This time, the coordinates unmistakably pointed back to the Central Hub subway station. Boom! If the previous broadcast had plunged the players at Point A into anger and confusion, This announcement sent them spiraling into madness and self-doubt. The subway station. He had returned to the subway station when the world was happening. We have been played. We are like fools, led by the nose, scurrying about this city. I must kill him. The overwhelming sense of humiliation and the fury of being deceived instantly obliterated the rationality of all. They were devoid of any hesitation or contemplation, akin to gamblers who have lost all their stakes, channeling their wrath and hope into this final pursuit. On Lin Yu's radar map, the dozens of crimson dots that had been swirling chaotically near Point A suddenly coalesced into a single force, charging towards Point B with an unprecedented speed, filled with determination and madness, launching one last, desperate offensive. Lin Yu's expression finally grew grave. He cast a glance at his evacuation countdown, 0:14, 58. According to the radar's calculations, the enemy's advance guard would reach the subway station in no more than 12 minutes. He had less than 3 minutes of leeway. Should they corner him at the subway station, even if he managed to escape, he would inevitably face a bloodbath with a slim chance of survival. Damn it, this specter refuses to dissipate. Lin Yu muttered a curse under his breath, yet there was no trace of panic in his gaze. He swiftly adjusted himself to peak condition, gripping the Type 92 pistol and Glock tightly, bullets chambered as he lay in wait like a patient serpent lurking in the shadows. Fixated on the entrance of the maintenance passage, the final trial was upon him. He was to face the last and most frenzied onslaught of dozens of enemies, all alone. In these final 15 minutes, he must safeguard his path to survival. Chapter 51. S-Class Settlement in the final 15 minutes. Each second felt as though we're traversing the edge of a blade. Lin Yu concealed himself within the dark maintenance passage of the subway, regulating his breathing to the faintest whisper, merging his being with the surrounding shadows. His entire focus was immersed in the vast radar map within his mind. He could perceive the survivors, a surging tide of crimson, advancing with an unstoppable momentum. 12 minutes later, the first wave of adversaries, 3 speed-oriented supernatural beings, burst into the central hub subway station like phantoms. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged towards the coordinates displayed on the cursed broadcast. Is anyone here? That fellow must be hiding. Search for him. The trio immediately dispersed, akin to hunting hounds, scouring every conceivable nook and cranny. Lin Yu's heart raced. His breath caught in his throat as he noticed one of the red dots rapidly approaching the entrance of his maintenance passage. Gripping his dual pistols tightly, he prepared to deliver a decisive blow. However, just as the red dot was about to reach the entrance, reinforcement arrived. Don't move. That guy is surely lurking nearby. A commanding voice echoed through the vast platform. Form pairs and conduct a fan-shaped search centered on the coordinates. Spare no ventilation ducts or maintenance passages. Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He recognized that his greatest fear, a thorough search, had indeed materialized. Time slipped away, second by second. Evacuation countdown, 0:02, 47. The search party outside drew ever closer. He could even hear the clattering of iron boots against the concrete and the hushed exchanges among the players. Nothing here. Have we checked the pipe entrance? Indeed, all are locked. Lin Yu's heartbeat nearly ceased. On his radar map, 2 red dots had come to a halt before the iron gate at the entrance of his maintenance passage. This gate seems priable. Hurry, let's see. Lin Yu's pupils constricted suddenly. He understood that he had been compromised. Without hesitation, as the adversaries prepared to make their move, he sprang from the shadows. His dual pistols aimed at the rusted iron gate and unleashed a tempest of gunfire. Bang, 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 bang. The barrage of bullets, like the scythe of death, pierced through the fragile iron gate, reducing the 2 unsuspecting players outside to a grotesque tableau of blood and flesh. The enemy is inside. Open fire. The players outside were taken aback by this sudden onslaught, but quickly regained their composure, pouring all their firepower into the narrow passageway. Ah-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The furious tongues of flame illuminated the entire passageway as Lin Yu, in the instant he fired, rolled into the corner of the corridor. Bullets whizzed past his scalp, igniting a shower of deadly sparks against the wall. His evacuation countdown had only 20 seconds remaining. He chose not to retaliate, but instead retrieved his last fragment grenade from his spatial backpack, pulled the pin, and hurled it outside before dashing deeper into the passage without a glance back. Boom! A violent explosion sent several players, who had charged ahead, crashing to the ground and temporarily halting the enemy's pursuit. 10, 9, 8. Lin Yu fervently counted down in his mind. The sounds of gunfire and curses grew ever closer behind him. 3, 2, 1. Evacuation conditions met, teleportation commencing. Just as a few players with weapons stormed into the maintenance passage, on the verge of locking onto his retreating figure, a gentle green light enveloped Lin Yu entirely. He turned back and could even see the expressions of shock, rage, and ultimate despair on the faces of those players. Silently, he raised a middle finger at them. In the next moment, his figure vanished abruptly within the green light, leaving all the chaos and bloodshed forever behind in this city of acid rain. In the central hall of the Nexus, as Lin Yu's form solidified within the teleportation beam, his feet touched the cold, smooth floor, and he could feel every cell in his body rejoicing in the aftermath of his narrow escape. Under the influence of the Nexus rules, his body rapidly restored to its peak condition, clearing away all the negative effects left by drug use and frantic fleeing. Immediately after, the familiar and splendid settlement interface unfolded before him with a resounding presence. Mission: Survival Challenge in Zombie City No. B2, Acid Rain City. Personal Evaluation. S. Your performance has once again surpassed all expectations. Experience point settlement in progress. Detected items: Golden Quality Stamina Awakening Potion X1, providing experience points 1,000. Detected items: Purple Quality Virus Original Sample X1, providing experience points 100. Detected items: Blue Quality Items X3, providing experience points 30. Detected items: White Quality Basic Supplies, various medicines, providing experience points 28. Total experience points gained 1158. Boom! An even more massive and pure stream of energy surged into Lin Yu's limbs and bones. His level skyrocketed like a rocket, ascending rapidly once more. Level up. Current level, LV5. Level up. Current level, LV6, 246, 700. In an instant, he had risen 2 levels. You have gained 2 free attribute points. Please allocate them. Lin Yu did not rush to assign his stamina points. The interface continued to descend. Estimated total value of acquired items, based on average black market price 560,000 credits. Would you like to choose to exchange some all items for credits? Lin Yu opted for no. He did not intend to sell this bounty. Finally, there was the special reward for his S-rank evaluation. Congratulations on receiving an S-rank special reward. Random equipment draw card, purple, X1. Lin Yu promptly activated the card. A brilliant light flashed, and a beautifully crafted peach wood sword, adorned with crimson runes, materialized in his grasp. Name: Soul-subduing peach wood sword. Level: Purple. Effect: effectively slays zombies. Lin Yu gazed at the attributes of the sword, momentarily taken aback. What purpose does this serve? It is ineffective against zombies. Could there be a future quest involving a zombie outbreak? He scoffed, casually tossing the seemingly formidable, yet seemingly useless peach wood sword into his spatial backpack, intending to sell it when the opportunity arises. Chapter 52. The dust settles, and new agreements. Lin Yu once again disregarded the tumultuous discussions and the piercing gazes that felt like needles within the central hall. With a calm demeanor, he stowed away the settlement interface, skillfully maneuvering through the crowd. Amidst countless eyes filled with awe and jealousy, he quietly returned to his personal sanctuary, promptly exiting the dimensional nexus. He did not even take a moment to tally his gains. Instead, he hurried to the city center hospital. Pushing open the door to the ward, he was greeted not by the acrid scent of disinfectant, but by a faint, warm aroma of home-cooked meals. His mother sat by the window, her complexion rosy and her spirits vibrant as she gazed out at the scenery. Compared to the frail figure she had been a fortnight ago, she appeared to be an entirely different person. "Xiaoyu, you're back," she said, her face lighting up with a genuine smile upon seeing Lin Yu. "Mom," Lin Yu approached, observing his mother's improved condition. and felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. What did the doctor say? The doctor said, all my indicators have returned to normal. After a couple more days of observation, I could be discharged, she replied, squeezing his hand affectionately. Thanks to you, my dear son. Lin Yu smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. He understood that all this had been earned through his own sacrifices. As they shared a warm dinner, his mother suddenly sighed, her eyes reflecting a hint of worry and dread. Xiao Yu, was this instance in the dungeon particularly perilous? Though she could not see the conclusion, she could sense the subtle yet increasingly fierce aura of lethal intent emanating from Lin Yu. She surmised the brutal battles her son had endured. Mom, it's all right. It's behind me now, he reassured her. Xiao Yu, promise me that once you complete those 5 mandatory summons, you won't enter again, okay? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her grip on Lin Yu's hand tightening, her voice trembling. I don't want you to end up like your father, never to return. The sacrifice of his father remained an everlasting wound in their family's heart. Lin Yu fell silent, gazing into his mother's pleading eyes, feeling a sharp pang in his heart, yet he could not utter the word of agreement. How could he possibly stop? The dimensional nexus was akin to Pandora's box. Once opened, it could never be closed. It revealed a brand new world brimming with infinite possibilities. The weak struggled to survive within, while the strong, like addicted gamblers, fervently craved greater power, superior equipment, and the glory of standing atop the world. He had already glimpsed the breathtaking view from the summit. How could he content himself to return to the base and live as an ordinary person? Observing her son's silent resolve, the light in his mother's eyes gradually dimmed. She understood that her words could no longer sway him. The boy she once perceived as needing protection had grown into a majestic eagle, soaring with newfound wings in a realm unknown to her. His world had long transcended the confines of this small hospital room, venturing into the vast, perilous sea of apocalyptic stars filled with death and opportunity. After a long pause, Mother sighed once more, yet this time her gaze was no longer pleading. Instead, it bore a complex mix of resignation and a hint of support. Never mind, she said. I see your eyes reflect your father's. She wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and suddenly shifted the conversation, revealing a sly smile. However, since you wish to continue down this path, there is one thing you must promise me. What is it? Lin Yu asked, somewhat taken aback. Your Aunt Wang's niece has just turned 18 this year. She is beautiful and has a lovely disposition. I've already spoken to her. You two are to meet next weekend for a blind date, Mother declared with unwavering authority. A blind date? Lin Yu was stunned, never having anticipated his mother would bring this up so suddenly. Yes, a blind date. Mother insisted resolutely. Your father passed away early, and you are the sole heir of the Lin family. Since you are intent on engaging in such perilous endeavors, you must first secure the future of our lineage. That way, should anything happen to you, should there be any unforeseen circumstances, I will still have a semblance of hope, and our family will not be entirely severed. Lin Yu gazed into his mother's unwavering eyes, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that she was expressing her concern and love in a different manner, unable to prevent him from soaring into the skies. She could only hope he would leave behind some semblance of attachment and roots. He wanted to refuse, but the sight of her aged yet hopeful face made it impossible to utter the words of denial. Ultimately, he slowly nodded. All right, I promise you. This might be the only trivial compensation he could offer to the woman who had worried herself to pieces for him. The time spent in the hospital was a rare moment of tranquility and warmth for Lin Yu since entering the chaotic realm of battles. He did not rush to tally the spoils that would drive any player to madness, nor did he contemplate the next quest. Instead, he quietly sat with his mother, peeling an apple and recounting amusing anecdotes from the original owner's school life, as if he had never stepped into that brutal world of blood and fire. Still the ordinary high school student in need of his mother's care. Watching his mother's complexion improve day by day, bolstered by top-notch medical resources, Lin Yu felt his heart, hardened by violence, soften as if immersed in warm water. That afternoon, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm golden hue over the pristine floor of the hospital room and illuminating his mother's slightly pale face. Xiao Yu, mother said, gazing out the window with a distant look of nostalgia. Do you think I am utterly useless? Making you work so hard at such a young age. Lin Yu paused in his task of peeling the apple, lifting his gaze to meet the guilt in his mother's eyes. His heart ached, and he quickly replied with a smile, "Mother, what are you saying? You've raised me with such effort. Now it is only right for me to take care of you." Upon hearing this, Mother smiled with a mixture of gratitude and a hint of bitterness. She remained silent for a long while, as if having made a resolute decision. Gradually, she turned her head and gazed intently into Lin Yu's eyes. Chapter 53. The Mother's Secret Little You. There are matters I had intended to conceal from you for a lifetime. However, you have now matured and stepped into that realm. There are certain truths you have the right to know. Your father's death was not as uncomplicated as you recall. Lin Yu's heart jolted, her grip on the fruit knife tightening involuntarily. Her memories of her father were largely fragmented remnants from the original owner. He was a formidable yet silent man, with combat attributes twice that of an ordinary person, who ultimately perished quietly during an exploration of a high-level alien world. This has been an everlasting sorrow for the Lin family, the final straw that broke this household. My father, did he not sacrifice himself in a dungeon? Lin Yu's voice trembled slightly. Yes, and yet no. Tears glistened in her mother's eyes, as if she were ensnared in painful recollections. He did indeed die in the alien world, but he could have chosen not to go. He undertook that perilous mission for my sake. For you? Lin Yu furrowed her brow tightly, having been oblivious to such underlying circumstances. Her mother extended her somewhat withered hand, revealing the pinprick scars left by prolonged nutrient injections. Her voice heavy with endless sorrow and regret. Little you are aware that my health is frail, requiring vast sums of money to sustain my life. Yet, you remain unaware that my ailment is not a mere illness, but rather a curse. A curse? Indeed, a curse originating from the world nexus. Her mother slowly unveiled the buried secret of a decade. When you were very young, your father and I were merely a humble scavenger team. On one occasion, when your father was still in a dungeon, I was forcibly conscripted into a zombie dungeon where my randomly matched team met with total annihilation, and I suffered grave injuries, teetering on the brink of death. I had exhausted my 3 revival chances prior, and in that fleeting moment when my life was about to fade, I invoked a one-time rare skill, emergency evacuation. This skill miraculously allowed me to escape that doomed dungeon. However, it also bestowed upon me an irreversible curse. Her mother's voice grew increasingly somber, each word seemingly draining her of strength. The price of emergency evacuation was that from that moment onward, my stamina attribute would permanently diminish by 2 points each year, while my strength and agility would decline by 1 point each. Like a balloon punctured, my vitality wanes relentlessly. Initially, your father devoted all his savings to procure expensive nutrients and cellular repair solutions, barely managing to sustain my bodily functions, allowing me to appear somewhat normal. But as time marched on, my attributes deteriorated further. The doctor warned that the day my stamina attribute reaches 0 would herald my demise. Lin Yu's mind buzzed, blanking out. She finally comprehended why her mother's health was so fragile, and why the family had been rendered destitute by exorbitant medical expenses. It turned out that her mother's life had been ensnared in a merciless countdown. Thus, my father. So, your father has gone mad. Mother's tears finally burst forth as she recounted how he relentlessly entered the dungeons in search of a stamina awakening potion. A stamina awakening potion? Lin Yu gasped in disbelief. Indeed, only a golden quality stamina awakening potion could utterly reverse the collapse of my body and restore my potential for growth. Mother's voice was laden with despair, yet the awakening potion for 3-dimensional attributes. It might not even appear once among 100 ordinary dungeon-esque golden items. Even if it did appear, retrieving it from the covetous hands of countless survivors would be an insurmountable challenge. To enhance his odds, your father specifically sought out the more perilous alien worlds. These high-difficulty realms generally contained 5 golden resources and 1 red resource, treating each revival as a gamble. Until the final time, when he simply could not return. The hospital room fell into an oppressive silence. broken only by Mother's stifled sobs and Lin Yu's labored breaths, heavy with the weight of the truth that was far more brutal than he had imagined. The death of his father and his mother's illness loomed over him like twin mountains, pressing heavily upon his heart. He gazed at his mother's face, increasingly aged by sorrow, filled with an inexorable sense of regret and a flicker of relief. Regret for not having known all of this sooner. Relief, however, came as he looked at the syringe quietly resting in the corner of his dimensional storage space, its radiant golden glow a testament to his hesitation over the potential awakening item for his class. He understood that the faint glimmer of hope his father had pursued with his life, the miracle that could save his mother, now lay within his grasp. Lin Yu's heart was engulfed by a tumultuous wave of emotions: shock, sorrow, regret, and a fleeting joy akin to breaking through the clouds to see the sky. These complex feelings intertwined, rendering him momentarily speechless. He grasped his mother's cold hand tightly, acutely aware of the frailty stemming from the ebbing vitality. He finally comprehended why the original owner had worked so tirelessly, even to the point of exhaustion, to sustain this household. He was racing against an unseen specter of death, using his meager strength to delay his mother's countdown to oblivion. His father, that towering figure, had given his life merely to secure a chance for his wife to survive. This profound love stirred Lin Yu's soul, a traveler from another world, evoking waves of heartache. "Xiao Yu, I share this with you not to burden you," Mother said, wiping her tears and forcing a smile that shattered Lin Yu's heart. "I am content to have witnessed you grow into adulthood, knowing my time is limited. I just don't want you to live in ignorance of the past. Your father was my hero, sacrificing everything to protect our family." "Mother." Lin Yu's throat felt as though it were constricted by some unseen force. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, his gaze more resolute than ever before. With each word, he declared, "You shall not come harm. The dreams unfulfilled by my father shall be realized by me. I have vowed that from this day forth, I shall be your protector." Chapter 54. The Golden Elixir. "The withered tree revives my dear child. What nonsensical words are you uttering?" The mother, mistaking her son's reassurance for mere comfort, affectionately stroked his head. "Golden treasures are not easily acquired. What matters most now is for you to safeguard yourself. Promise me, do not venture into those perilous dungeons again, all right?" "No." Lin Yu shook his head. He perceived the astonished look in his mother's eyes and refrained from further explanation. Action, he believed, was the most compelling proof. With a mere thought, he discreetly retrieved the stamina awakening elixir from the personal space of the realm hub, unnoticed by his mother. In the next instant, a peculiar syringe, crafted entirely from an unknown golden metal and filled with a resplendent golden liquid, materialized in his hand. "Buzz, what is this?" His mother was taken aback by the sudden occurrence, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the syringe radiating a divine glow. She felt a tremor of life energy that stirred her once withered body, and an absurd yet undeniable thought flickered in her mind. A golden item. Stamina. Awakening elixir. Her voice quivered. "Yes, Mom." A trace of relief illuminated Lin Yu's face. "I brought this back from the dungeon. It is the remedy that will heal you." Boom! His mother's mind went blank. She fixated on the elixir, tears cascading uncontrollably once more. But this time, they were not tears of sorrow. They were intermingled with shock, ecstasy, and profound bitterness. The miracle that her husband had sought with his life had been returned by her son, just as her own life approached its twilight. "No, this cannot be." After a fleeting moment of elation, her resolve hardened. She shook her head vehemently, forcefully pushing Lin Yu's hand away, her eyes filled with resistance and determination. "Xiao Yu, this is far too precious. You risked your life for this. It has the power to alter your entire destiny. How can you waste it on a dying woman like me? I forbid it." She understood the value of such a golden treasure. Each item possessed the potential to elevate an ordinary person to greatness. This elixir symbolized an infinite future for Lin Yu. How could she, a mere mortal on the brink of death, jeopardize her son's promising future? "Mom, please listen to me." Lin Yu grasped his mother's hand tightly, his gaze gentle yet resolute. There is nothing more important to me than seeing you live healthily. If I cannot protect my dearest kin, then what significance does my strength hold? My father's greatest regret was not being able to save you. I do not wish for this regret to befall me as well. Therefore, you must use this elixir. But there are no buts. Lin Yu's demeanor brooked no argument as he held the elixir before her. His voice softened immensely. Mom, do you not wish to see me attend Qingxue University? Do you not long to witness me marry and have children? Do you not wish to hold your grandchildren? The phrase grandson resonated like an incantation, striking the softest recesses of the mother's heart. Gazing into her son's resolute eyes, she found herself unable to utter a single word of refusal. Trembling, she extended her hand and accepted the golden elixir that bore the hopes of 2 generations. Lin Yu assisted his mother in taking her seat, then gently rolled up her sleeve, directing the syringe's needle toward her parched arm. It might sting a little. Please bear with it. As the golden liquid was gradually infused, an indescribable, vast surge of life energy radiated from her arm, enveloping her entire being. The mother felt as though her body transformed into parched soil, receiving much-needed rain, each cell rejoicing and exuberantly absorbing this divine energy. She could distinctly sense the curse that had long resided within her, incessantly devouring her vitality, being vanquished before the overwhelming golden force. Akin to ice and snow melting under the blazing sun, utterly purified and dispelled, her once desolate body was undergoing a revolutionary metamorphosis. Atrophied muscles regained their fullness, fragile bones fortified, and even her hair appeared to regain a hint of luster. The weakness and ailments that had plagued her for nearly a decade were swept away in that moment, replaced by an unprecedented vigor and strength. Life form restructuring in progress. Curse of life decay has been purified, body functions restoring to peak condition. Physical attributes awakening. Awakening successful. Physical attributes receive a permanent one. 25 times enhancement. A series of notifications, though visible only to Lin Yu, allowed him to palpably sense the transformations occurring within his mother. As the final glimmer of golden light melded into her being, she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze brimming with a joy and astonishment akin to rebirth. She moved her limbs, the long-lost sensation of strength nearly bringing her to tears. Xiaoyu, Mom, how do you feel? I feel as though I have become 20 years younger. The mother exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yu smiled, a genuine smile from the depths of his heart. Just then, a mandatory notification from the junction system quietly appeared on his personal screen. Mandatory summons notification. Esteemed player Lin Yu, you have been selected to participate in the upcoming mandatory dungeon quest. The quest will commence in 7 days. Please prepare in advance. Beneath this notification, there were messages from his mother's attending physician and Aunt Wang. Mr. Lin, your mother's recovery is progressing splendidly. She can complete the discharge procedures tomorrow. Xiaoyu, Auntie's niece is a bit pressed for time. Can we schedule your blind date for tomorrow at 3 p.m. at the Blue Bay CAF in the city center? Lin Yu regarded these 3 messages with a bittersweet smile of resignation. It appeared that some commitments were inescapable. Chapter 55, Blind Date the following day. Lin Yu completed the discharge procedures for his mother, observing her as she resembled a little girl, brimming with curiosity and vitality towards everything around her, even excitedly planning what vegetables to plant and what flowers to nurture upon their return home. Lin Yu's spirits brightened as well. However, during their journey home, his mother broached the subject that troubled him. Xiaoyu, do not forget about the blind date at 3 o'clock this afternoon, she reminded him while adjusting her new attire. I've already spoken with Aunt Wang about it. The girl's name is Li, and she is quite lovely. I've heard she just turned 18, and she is very gentle and sensible. You must make a good impression. Don't keep that cold expression on your face all day, or you might frighten her away. With a sigh, Lin Yu nodded resignedly. I understand, Mom. He had initially contemplated a direct refusal, but seeing his mother's enthusiastic demeanor, he couldn't bring himself to dampen her spirits. He resolved to treat it as a mere task to complete, finding solace in that thought. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Lin Yu donned a clean casual outfit and took a taxi to the Blue Bay CAF in the city center. This CAF exuded sophistication and elegance, frequented by well-dressed urban professionals. Lin Yu chose a seat by the window, ordered the cheapest coffee, and then languidly gazed out at the bustling traffic, his thoughts drifting to the mandatory dungeon task set for a week later. The difficulty of the dungeon in the realm of Jieshu escalated exponentially. He needed to utilize these few days wisely, strategizing to see if he could acquire some useful equipment or items from the trading market. While he was lost in contemplation, a melodious voice broke through his thoughts. "Excuse me, are you Lin Yu?" He lifted his gaze to see a young woman, adorned with exquisite makeup and dressed in a designer dress. Indeed, she was as beautiful as his mother had described, tall with fair skin and wavy chestnut hair that lent her an air of maturity beyond her years. However, Lin Yu merely glanced at her, quickly perceiving a keen scrutiny and shrewdness lurking behind her seemingly demure eyes. "That's me." Lin Yu nodded, gesturing for her to sit down. The girl, Li, gracefully took her place opposite him, setting a trendy handbag on the table before signaling the waiter and effortlessly ordering an expensive coffee and a delicate tiramisu. All without consulting Lin Yu, as if it were a foregone conclusion. Lin Yu remained composed, quietly observing her performance. "I heard from my aunt that you are also a Jieshu survivor this year." Lily took a sip of her coffee and asked straightforwardly, her tone laced with an air of superiority. "Yes," Lin Yu replied tersely. "And have you awakened your profession or abilities?" Lily leaned slightly forward, clearly eager about this particular inquiry. "No," Lin Yu answered calmly. Upon hearing the response, a flicker of disappointment was unmistakably evident in Lily's eyes. She reclined back in her chair, her tone becoming notably casual. "Oh, I see. That's rather unfortunate, isn't it? However, it's all right. Ordinary people have their own ways of living." After a brief pause, she seemingly asked nonchalantly, "So, you must have ventured into the dungeons, right? How many times? Your revival count should still be intact?" Lin Yu regarded her inquisitive demeanor with amusement akin to observing a bureaucrat conducting a census. "I've entered twice. My revivals are still available." "Twice, huh?" Lily elongated her syllables, as if weighing something, then revealed a self-satisfied smile, saying, "Actually, I came here today on the behest of my family. You know how it is for us girls. We are often a disadvantaged group in the Nexus. I haven't been fortunate and haven't awakened any formidable abilities, and I am about to face my first mandatory conscription, which frightens me quite a bit." "So?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "So, I was hoping to find a capable and experienced boyfriend who could protect me." Lily winked at Lin Yu, her feigned innocence causing a wave of nausea within him. "I heard from Aunt Wong that you made quite a fortune on your last dungeon run. Since you are so capable, could you escort me safely through 5 mandatory dungeons? As long as I can pass safely, everything else can be negotiated." Lin Yu could not suppress his laughter any longer. He looked at this self-important woman as one might regard a jester. "Escort you 5 times? Sure." Lin Yu leaned back in his chair, speaking leisurely. Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was certain no man could resist a beauty like her. However, Lin Yu's subsequent words caused her smile to freeze instantly. The market rate for escorting a normal dungeon run is a guaranteed 50,000 credit points. 5 times totals to 250,000, considering my mother's reputation. I can offer you a 20% discount, bringing it down to 200,000 credit points. Payment in advance, then we proceed. 200,000? Lily exclaimed, her voice rising in shock, attracting the attention of nearby patrons. She stared incredulously at Lin Yu. "Are you out of your mind? We are here for matchmaking. We're discussing feelings. How can you bring money into this?" "Discussing feelings?" Lin Yu's smile turned sardonic since he sat down. "Which of your inquiries has pertained to emotions? Occupation, dungeon runs, revival counts, and now you wish for me to serve as your free bodyguard. Is your affection so cheap that at ISNT even worth 200,000? Lily was rendered speechless, her pretty face flushed crimson. She had assumed that with her charm and the connections between their families, she could easily manipulate this suddenly affluent young man. She envisioned him funding her through the mandatory conscription and later presenting her with a substantial bride price, an utterly perfect life plan. Little did she expect that he would deviate entirely from the script, laying everything bare on the table as a transaction. Lily took a deep breath, seemingly preparing for a final struggle. She gritted her teeth and declared, "Fine. Even if we do not discuss feelings, let us speak of marriage. According to our customs, the betrothal gift is 500,000 credit points. Do you possess such an astronomical sum?" She aimed to use this staggering figure to intimidate Lin Yu and regain her dignity. However, Lin Yu merely regarded her with a calm demeanor, his gaze akin to that of someone observing a fool. Slowly, he rose to his feet, placed a 100 yuan bill on the table, and said nonchalantly, "I've covered the cost of my coffee. You can settle your own." With that, he turned away without casting another glance at the trembling woman, who was seething with rage. As he reached the door, he paused, glanced back, and addressed Li Li in a tone that was cold and indifferent. "Furthermore, do not bother me again. I neither have the time nor the inclination to waste a single second on someone as foolish as you. If you seek a gullible fool, turn right upon exiting, and take your leave." With his words lingering in the air, Lin Yu's figure vanished through the CF's entrance, leaving Li Li alone, her complexion shifting from pale to flushed, subjected to the scrutiny of onlookers who regarded her with either sympathy or derision. Chapter 56. The Nexus Forum. A storm approaches, having departed from the farcical blind date. Lin Yu felt a refreshing clarity wash over him. He chose not to return home, instead heading directly to his personal space within the Nexus. For him, the physical world held little allure beyond his mother. It was only in this realm, governed by data and cold rules, that he could truly experience a sense of freedom and empowerment. He brewed himself a cup of hot tea and comfortably reclined on the sofa, automatically generated by his personal space, before opening the official forum of the Nexus. This forum served as a bustling hub for billions of players worldwide to exchange information, boast, and trade intelligence, representing Lin Yu's most vital channel for acquiring external news. The forum's layout was designed with simplicity and efficiency in mind. At the top were several prominent red sticky posts, followed by subsections categorized by various dungeon worlds, professional classes, and trading information. Lin Yu's attention was soon captivated by several highly popular threads. Sticky Post 1 alert. A new type of unknown monster has emerged from the rift, with new species invading the front line. The author of this post, an acclaimed information broker known by the ID Dungeon Sage, was quite reputable within the forum. Lin Yu clicked on it, and the content caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Attention players. According to internal reports from several high-level teams and recent analyses of anomalous items appearing in multiple dungeon clearances, we have reason to believe that within the whirlpool of the Nexus, several entirely new monster systems have infiltrated, distinct from the zombies, aliens, and insectoids we are familiar with, namely, zombies, giants, and parasitic beasts. Recent frontline reports indicate that these types of monsters have been frequently appearing in the rifts. Accompanying the post was a blurry photograph taken by a drone from a considerable distance. In the image, a figure clad in ancient official robes stood rigidly in an eerie posture under the moonlight in a desolate landscape. This photograph instantly ignited a frenzy in the comment section. Player Iron Fist Invincible. Wow. Zombies? Is Lin Zhengying's movie coming true? My youth has returned. Player Science First. Nonsense. What era are we in to still be indulging in feudal superstition? I see it as merely a special mutation. The so-called invulnerability is likely just due to its thick outer skin. Player Taoist Disciple. What a bunch of nonsense from the above. Our Taoist teachings have long stated that the energies of yin and yang exist in the world. With the rift in turmoil and the outpouring of yin energy, the emergence of zombies is inevitable. I have long prepared to enter the dungeons and slay them all. Player Dungeon Sage replied to Taoist Disciple. Indeed, this Taoist friend speaks truth. In fact, according to our intelligence, several recent dungeon clearance rewards have indeed begun to feature items with special attributes such as Exorcism, Dispel, and Soul Calming. For example, Peachwood Sword, Refined Glutinous Rice, Rooster Blood, and so forth. These items, once considered useless trash, now appear to be crucial tools that the Nexus system has prepared for us in response to new threats. Upon reading this, Lin Yu's heart stirred abruptly. He recalled the last time he received an S-level evaluation and drew what he had deemed a rather useless purple equipment, the Soul-Restraining Peachwood Sword. Name: Soul-Restraining Peachwood Sword. Level: Purple. effect capable of effectively harming zombies. So this was the case. Lin Yu suddenly understood. He gazed at the ancient peach with sword nestled in his spatial backpack, his expression shifting to one of bemused incredulity. He had assumed he had drawn a worthless item, only to discover he had inadvertently acquired an answer to tackle the impending new dungeon. This revelation deepened his understanding of the interface hub system. It appeared that this system was not entirely chaotic. It subtly guided players to adapt and combat the looming new crisis. The post also mentioned 2 additional types of new monsters. Giant, a colossal humanoid creature, standing anywhere from 10 to 50 meters tall, whose sustenance comes from devouring humans. Its sole apparent weakness lies in a specific area at the nape of its neck. Parasite beast, a parasitic organism capable of invading a host's brain and transforming its body into a terrifying weapon of slaughter. They possess remarkable intelligence and camouflage abilities, allowing them to blend seamlessly among human survivors, making them exceedingly difficult to detect. These descriptions invoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity in Lin Yu, reminiscent of certain classic works from the world he had traversed from. It seemed that the interface hub was not merely linking to a desolate world, but perhaps even to realms of fantasy. This conjecture sent a chill down Lin Yu's spine, filling him with a deeper sense of apprehension and anticipation regarding the forthcoming dungeon world. He continued to scroll down, and the second pinned hot post bore an even more sensational title. Pinned Post 2, Global Attention. The first triangular warrior with 3-dimensional attributes exceeding 100 may emerge in the next dungeon. The content of the post primarily analyzed and predicted the power progression of the top 10 elite players currently ranking on the global leaderboard. According to the official power assessment model of Interface Hub, the globally recognized number 1 player hails from the Dragon Nation's Dragon Shield Bureau, a captain-level figure named Lin Yu. His foundational 3-dimensional attribute total has astonishingly reached 298 points. Should he achieve even the slightest increase in any attribute during the next dungeon, he will become the first player worldwide to surpass the 300-point threshold. What does surpassing 100 in all 3 dimensions signify? It indicates that his physical prowess has begun to evolve into the realm of the superhuman. Each of his punches could potentially create a sonic boom. Each of his sprints could outpace a racing car. Accompanying the post was a clip of soul battling within a dungeon. Lin Yu watched the video, his expression growing gravely serious. At his current level of 6, with 12 points in strength and agility and 13 points in stamina, he felt as insignificant as an ant before these true powerhouses. The journey ahead is still long, he murmured to himself, an unprecedented sense of urgency surging within him. He must grow stronger at a faster pace. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a subsection of the forum's trading area, where a highlighted bounty post captured his full attention. The title caused his heart to skip a beat. Chapter 57, The Crimson Bounty, a bounty notice, emblazoned in the most striking scarlet font, boldly proclaimed its presence at the top. The title was straightforward, yet brimming with unparalleled allure. Top-tier bounty, long-term valid, seeking any attribute, awakening potion, will exchange for red quality items. Face-to-face transaction, guaranteed credibility. Contact, Shinnon Group, Dr. Jiang. Red quality. Lin Yu's pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpricks. Within the universally recognized hierarchy of items in the realm of Jieshu, white denotes the basic tier. Green signifies medical supplies, blue represents fine quality, and purple indicates rarity. Above purple lies gold, and even more elusive, the fabled red. Any red item possesses boundless value, wielding a terrifying influence that could alter the trajectory of a large battle squad's future. Its worth transcends mere credit points, representing an actual market rarity, a true aspiration coveted by all elite players. Lin Yu could hardly fathom that someone would be willing to exchange a red item for a golden attribute awakening potion. He almost immediately clicked on the bounty post to peruse the ensuing comments. As expected, the comments section had erupted, with responses exceeding several 100,000 in just a few days, drawing nearly all the active participants from the Jieshu forum. Player 1 Punch Man? No way. Am I seeing this correctly? Red items for awakening potions? Has the Shinnong group lost their minds? This is an enormous offer. Player equipment appraiser. The previous commenter clearly lacks understanding. The Shinnong group is one of the largest biotechnology giants in the real world. Their entry into Jieshu was never about domination, but rather research. For them, any sample that aids in unraveling the mysteries of life, evolution, holds far greater value than a mere piece of equipment. The attribute awakening potion is the prime research material. Player insider. Indeed, I've heard that Dr. Jiang, the chief scientist of the Shinnong group, is an exceedingly powerful technical expert class awakener. Her lifelong dream is to unlock the secrets of Jieshu and life evolution. To this end, she has even turned down offers from the military and top battle squads, dedicating herself entirely to research. This post was likely authored by her. Player Luminescence. Wake up. Even if you had it, would you dare trade? What scale is the Shinnong group? You, a lone player, approaching them with a golden potion, would probably end up as nothing more than dust. The comments section brimmed with shock, envy, jealousy, regret, and a profound respect for the Shinnong group's might. Lin Yu flipped through the pages. Yet within him churned a tempest of thoughts. His situation diverged significantly from that of ordinary players. While he lacked a ready-made attribute awakening potion, he possessed something far more precious and essential: the T-Virus original sample. Once stabilized and refined by a potion master, the final product would attain red status. Using the T-Virus sample to negotiate with the Shinnong group, Lin Yu's heart raced uncontrollably, thumping with fervor. This notion, both mad and laden with lethal temptation, compelled him to calmly analyze the feasibility and risks of such a transaction. The dangers were glaringly apparent. As players in the comment section had remarked, an obscure solo player possessed a treasure potent enough to drive any faction into madness, and he was approaching a behemoth like the Shinnong group. This was akin to a lamb clutching a gold nugget, willingly stepping into a den of wolves. The likelihood of them silencing him post-transaction to eliminate any future threats was exceedingly high. Yet, the potential rewards were equally unimaginable. A red quality item. This could catalyze a seismic transformation in his capabilities, granting him the means to dominate in the forthcoming dungeons. Furthermore, establishing a connection with a research institution like the Shinnong group would imply future avenues to stabilize and purify the original T-Virus sample he held. High risk, high reward. This was, in essence, the survival principle of Jieshu. After much internal struggle, Lin Yu's gaze ultimately solidified into unwavering resolve and sharp clarity. He resolved to take this gamble. However, he would not approach it like a reckless novice. He needed to craft an infallible plan that would guarantee his absolute safety during the transaction. He closed the tantalizing thread that had stirred his emotions and began fervently gathering every piece of information related to the Shinnong group and Dr. Jiang across various forum sections. He needed to comprehend his adversary, her modus operandi, her strengths, and every facet of her being. Knowledge of oneself and the enemy ensures victory in countless battles. Chapter 58a, 23 Urban Pestilence in the ensuing days. Lin Yu immersed himself entirely in the vast ocean of information available on the Jieshu forum. He meticulously gathered posts, news articles, and even fragments of gossip related to the Shinnong group and Dr. Jiang, cross-referencing and analyzing the data. Gradually, a vivid portrait of a character began to take shape in his mind. Dr. Jiang, whose full name is Jiang Shui, is a prodigious woman of merely 30 years. She stands as one of the foremost experts in biological genetics in the real world and is among the fortunate few who awakened to the exceedingly rare profession of technical expert following the advent of the Jieshu system. Unlike others who wield their professional abilities to dominate in dungeons, Jiang Shui has consistently exhibited an intense aversion to combat and violence, coupled with an almost pathological fervor for research. Leveraging the immense financial resources of her family enterprise, the Shinnong group, she established a unique team composed entirely of researchers and specialized escorts. Their singular aim is to collect all biologically valuable samples, genetic fragments, and technological blueprints from the remnants of various apocalyptic scenarios. The forum's evaluations of her are polarized. Some label her a madwoman who stops at nothing for the sake of science, having sacrificed an entire escort team to obtain a live sample of a rare mutant. Conversely, others portray her as a pure scholar of impeccable reputation, claiming that every transaction she has committed to has been without blemish. On several occasions, she has even selflessly intervened to rescue players with whom she had no prior connection. A research fanatic? Lin Yu synthesized all the information and arrived at a conclusion. Engaging in transactions with such an individual presents both risks and opportunities. While she is unlikely to sabotage her own T-virus sample out of greed, her intense desire for the samples might prompt her to employ extreme measures post-transaction, summoning him to her laboratory for comprehensive research. It appears that the venue and method of negotiation must be dictated by me. Lin Yu plotted his course. He refrained from immediately contacting the public communication method left in the post, as that would expose his identity. Instead, he resolved to wait until the next mandatory dungeon task concluded and his strength had increased before approaching her with an absolutely secure anonymous identity for preliminary contact. With a clear vision of the future direction, Lin Yu redirected his focus to the current mandatory task. He opened his attributes panel, observing the 2 unallocated free attribute points. After a moment's contemplation, he allocated them entirely to stamina. Strength, 12, agility, 12, stamina, 13, 15. Subsequently, he commenced organizing his equipment. Having experienced the bloody battle in Acid Rain City, he had come to deeply appreciate the significance of firepower. The pistol proved inadequate against swarms of enemies or the resilient mutants, prompting him to plan on purchasing targeted or heavy firepower equipment before the dungeon commenced. After spending a few more days with his mother, the cold, inescapable system notification arrived as expected. Mandatory recruitment notice. Esteemed player Lin Yu, you have been selected to participate in the upcoming compulsory dungeon mission. The mission will commence in 5 hours. Please prepare accordingly. Randomly matching you with a dungeon world. Match successful. Dungeon name, A23 Urban Insect Plague, difficulty level, hard, recommended level, LV, 6 LV. 9. World description, a modern metropolis utterly devastated by a genetically mutated and highly organized insect race. The city is veiled in viscous insect excretion and nest structures, with the air saturated with pheromones and the stench of decay. Urban insect plague. Lin Yu gazed at the words on the screen, a slight frown knitting his brow. Unlike zombies, the threat posed by insects is often more diverse and organized. The overwhelming swarms, relentless ambushes, and various bizarre abilities contribute to the consistently high mortality rates in insect-plagued dungeons. However, rather than feeling fear, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He promptly accessed the trading market of the interface, beginning to procure equipment tailored to his needs. Given the insect plague, conventional kinetic weapons might prove ineffective against the heavily armored insectoids. The insect's most significant characteristic is their sheer numbers and fearless nature. Thus, area of effect and sustained damage flame-based weapons undoubtedly emerged as the optimal choice. His objective was crystal clear. Soon, he discovered the desired items in a weapon specialty store within the trading market. Name, military-grade portable flamethrower, level, blue. Effect, capable of projecting high-temperature flames up to 10 meters, delivering devastating blows to unarmored or lightly armored units, with an additional 15 damage bonus to insectoid creatures. Price, 200,000 credit points. Name, special burning bottle bundled sale. A box of 12. Level, white. Effect, contains specially formulated napalm, offering longer burn times and greater adhesion, making it an excellent choice for clearing swarms and blocking pathways. Price, 100,000 credit points. Without hesitation, Lin Yu spent 300,000 credit points to acquire these formidable weapons. He meticulously calculated his arsenal, selecting the flamethrower, burning bottles, a carbine, a Type 92 pistol for spare magazines, and some fragmentation grenades as his initial equipment for this dungeon expedition. The system notification promptly reappeared. Warning, your combat readiness, excluding the backpack, has reached the recommended limit for the current dungeon difficulty, hard. After reducing his supply by 2 fragmentation grenades, he was just within the threshold to enter the dungeon. With all preparations complete, Lin Yu glanced at the remaining time. Only 3 hours left. He chose not to bid farewell to his mother in person, as it would only heighten her concerns. Instead, he composed a timed message, scheduled to be sent to her screen 12 hours after his entrance into the dungeon. Mom, I have entered the dungeon. I have revival chances, so do not worry. All is well. Having completed all of this, he quietly sat on the sofa in his personal space, closed his eyes, and attuned both his mind and body to their utmost peak and calm state. He was acutely aware that a far more brutal and perilous bloody feast, eclipsing even the acid rain city, was about to commence. Once again, he would step into that hunting ground where death and opportunity coexisted, embodying the identity of a solitary wanderer. The countdown had reached its conclusion. Forced summons initiated, transmitting to Urban Infestation A23. Accompanied by a familiar and irresistible sensation of being drawn, the pure white space before Lin Yu instantaneously transformed into a distorted tapestry of light and shadow, as boundless darkness engulfed him entirely. Chapter 59. The City of Centipedes. When Lin Yu's consciousness regained clarity, an overwhelming stench, an unsettling blend of rust, decay, and an unidentifiable biological fluid invaded his nostrils, nearly inducing nausea. He discovered himself beneath an abandoned overpass, standing on a surface no longer firm with concrete, but rather a thick, viscous secretion resembling congealed grease. Each step he took was met with a repugnant squelching sound. Gazing around, the entire city appeared ensnared in a colossal web of grayish-white organic matter. Once towering skyscrapers now lay enveloped in massive structures reminiscent of ant nests, their walls riddled with countless holes from which peculiar insects sporadically emerged. The sky was shrouded in a yellow-green miasma, blocking the sun's rays and casting this city of death into a perpetual, oppressive twilight. Transmission complete. Welcome to the A23 Urban Insect Plague. A chilling system notification flashed in Lin Yu's retinas, promptly followed by detailed instance information. Difficulty level, hard. Current instance participants, 1,000. Instance duration, 72 hours. Mother insect summon. Deep within the city center's underground lies a mother insect. Every 2 hours, she emits a series of sound waves, summoning swarms from outside the city. Concurrently, all insects within the city will enter a 30-minute frenzy, significantly enhancing their aggression, speed, and perception range. First mother insect summon countdown, 159, 58, final deadline. In 72 hours, an endless swarm will completely overwhelm this city. Special note, the data center of the apocalyptic biotechnology company located in the city center appears to harbor a unique biological energy sample. Evacuation point information will be disclosed in 48 hours. Another time-restricted mechanism. Lin Yu's expression grew grave. The bi-hourly frenzy meant he had to meticulously plan his actions and refuge within a 120-minute cycle. This undoubtedly escalated the survival pressure for all players to an extreme level. At that moment, the air beside him began to distort, and 4 figures solidified in his vicinity. The Force Team formation commenced. Team formation successful. Your squad members are as follows. Zhao Feng class, Scout, LV 6, Li Wei ability, Speed Awakening, LV 7. Zhang Chong class, None LV 6, Lu Fei class, None, LV 7. Lin Yu's gaze swiftly traversed his newly assigned teammates. The scout named Zhao Feng bore an unremarkable appearance, yet his eyes darted with shrewdness and caution. He instinctively maintained a safe distance from Lin Yu, clearly a seasoned survivor accustomed to relying on the strong while remaining ever vigilant. The individual known as Li Wei, a speed awakener, is a tall and slender young man clad in ostentatious, form-fitting athletic attire, his visage adorned with unabashed arrogance and disdain. His gaze swept dismissively over Lin Yu, Zhang Chong, and Lu Fei, as though he were surveying 3 heaps of refuse by the roadside. The remaining duo, Zhang Chong and Lu Fei, represent 2 starkly contrasting extremes. Zhang Chong, slightly plump, wore a pallid complexion, his legs quivering slightly, evidently paralyzed by the apocalyptic scene before him. His eyes brimming with helplessness and terror, instinctively yearning to gravitate towards the crowd. Conversely, Lu Fei, a bespectacled gentleman of refined demeanor, although anxious, exhibited a flicker of astute intelligence in his eyes, clearly a man with his own calculations. Ah, what splendid fortune it is to have matched with three ineffectual individuals. Indeed, as the team assembled, the haughty speed awakener, Li Wei, was the first to speak, his voice laced with mockery, his gaze contemptuously flitting over Lin Yu and her companions. A scout, a speed-oriented fighter, accompanied by three utterly inconsequential ordinary folk. Is the system attempting to thrust us into hell mode? Although the scout, Zhao Feng, remained silent, the barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips revealed his stance. Zhang Chong, upon hearing Li Wei's remarks, paled further, burying his head lower. Meanwhile, Lu Fei adjusted his spectacles, a flicker of discontent crossing his eyes, yet he refrained from immediate outburst. Li Wei, evidently relishing the sensation of dominance over the gathering, cleared his throat and pronounced in an irrefutable tone, "Enough of the trivialities. Since we are grouped, there must be rules. Zhao Feng and I are the core of this team, responsible for combat and reconnaissance. The three of you will serve as peripheral support, tasked with scouting, transporting supplies, and, when necessary, diverting the attention of the insects." This declaration was no mere suggestion. It starkly relegated Lin Yu and her companions to the status of expendable fodder and bait. "I object." The previously silent Lu Fei suddenly interjected. His pronouncement resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly shattering Li Wei's self-assured sense of control and drawing the attention of all present towards him. Li Wei's countenance darkened, his eyes narrowing into a dangerous slant as he fixed a menacing stare upon the bespectacled man, sneering, "Oh, what insights do you possess?" "Nothing of particular insight," Lu Fei replied, adjusting his glasses. His tone, though polite, conveyed an unmistakable clarity of logic. "Mr. Li Wei, Mr. Zhao Feng, you are awakeners with formidable strength, and your ambitions rightfully lie with high-risk, high-reward territories, such as the Apocalypse Company indicated by the system. However, the three of us are merely ordinary individuals. Accompanying you, we would not only fail to assist, but would likely become a burden, incapable of even a single encounter." He paused, glancing at the trembling Zhang Chong, and continued, "Thus I propose we part ways. You two formidable individuals are vying for your fortunes, while the three of us ordinary souls shall huddle together for warmth, seeking a secure corner to conceal ourselves and gather some essential supplies. As long as we can endure until the evacuation point emerges, we will consider our mission accomplished. This arrangement is beneficial for both parties, allowing us to avoid encumbering one another. Such reasoning is both sound and persuasive, flattering the opposition while clearly delineating the factions, even extending a hand to Lin Yu and Zhang Chong. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Chong immediately seized upon them as if grasping a lifeline, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, Brother Lu is right. We will not trouble the two esteemed leaders." Chapter 60. The break, murderous intent. Li Wei's countenance grew increasingly grim. He initially intended to treat these three individuals as mere laborers and human shields, but he never anticipated that the seemingly mild-mannered Lu Fei would dare to undermine him in public. His gaze ultimately settled on Lin Yu, who had remained silent throughout, appearing as an outsider. To Li Wei, Zhang Chong was a useless fool, Lu Fei a clever troublemaker, while Lin Yu, being taciturn and seemingly honest, appeared the easiest to manipulate. Once he dealt with Lin Yu, Lu Fei's so-called alliance of ordinary people would crumble without a fight. "What about you?" Li Wei leaned slightly forward, an oppressive aura characteristic of a speed awakener enveloping Lin Yu. "Do you wish to cower in the shadows with these two useless individuals, scavenging like beggars?" The scout Zhao Feng crossed his arms, intrigued, eager to observe the choice of this seemingly inconspicuous fellow. Finally, Lin Yu slowly lifted his head, his gaze calm as water, briefly meeting Li Wei's eyes before he replied coolly, "I prefer to act alone." At this declaration, all present were taken aback. Lu Fei and Zhang Chong were astonished that Lin Yu would even refuse the olive branch of their alliance of ordinary people. Meanwhile, Li Wei was utterly infuriated. Rejection by Lu Fei could be dismissed as mere cleverness, but being spurned by Lin Yu, whom he deemed an honest man, was a blatant affront. Act alone? Li Wei's fury morphed into a twisted smile, his laughter laced with cruelty and savagery. You, a mere ordinary person without any abilities, dare to negotiate with me? It seems I must teach you a lesson, so you learn the meaning of humility. Before his words had fully dissipated, his figure abruptly vanished from sight. The advantage of a speed awakener was starkly evident at that moment, as he transformed into a blurred afterimage, instantly appearing before Lin Yu. One hand reaching out like an iron claw to seize Lin Yu by the collar. He intended to use overwhelming speed and strength to force this audacious individual to the ground in supplication. Yet his hand grasped nothing but air. Just as he was about to make contact with Lin Yu executed a movement imbued with a rhythmic grace far beyond Li Wei's expectation. Sliding back a half step, this retreat was perfectly timed, evading Li Wei's assault and leaving him wide open due to his excessive force. Li Wei's heart sank. He had not anticipated that an ordinary person's reaction speed could match his own. However, being a level 7 awakener with extensive combat experience, he swiftly adapted, his other hand transforming into a knife-like strike aimed at Lin Yu's neck, accompanied by a sharp wind. Yet, awaiting him was a cold, emotionless gun barrel. Lin Yu did not even glance at Li Wei's attack. The dark Glock 17 pistol had seemingly materialized out of thin air, firmly pressed against his forehead. Meanwhile, in the other hand, a fragmentary grenade, its safety pin removed, lay quietly in his palm. Noble awakened one. It seems my number of revivals has become rather excessive. Lin Yu's voice remained calm, yet the chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped Li Wei like a tangible shroud. At that moment, Li Wei's body completely froze. He could distinctly feel the cold metallic touch pressed against his forehead, as well as the terrifying killing intent emanating from his adversary. He had no doubt that any sign of movement on his part would prompt the other to pull the trigger without hesitation, igniting the grenade. Cold sweat instantly trickled down his forehead. Behind him, the scout Zhao Feng's pupils abruptly constricted. The previous sense of superiority had vanished, replaced by profound trepidation and disbelief. A pistol, a grenade, such equipment would require tens of thousands, even close to 100,000 credit points for them, the awakened. Yet this ordinary individual had effortlessly produced it. This was no mere commoner. This was clearly a living bomb. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhao Feng quickly stepped forward to mediate, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. My brother has a fiery temper, but he means no harm. We are all teammates here. Let us not damage our camaraderie. Lin Yu cast a cold glance his way, remaining silent. Yet the gun's barrel pressed against Li Wei's forehead showed no signs of retreat. Li Wei's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. He wished to utter a few harsh words, but in the face of that frigid, murderous intent, he could not muster a single syllable. Ultimately, in the depths of humiliation and fear, he slowly raised his hands. Observing this, Lin Yu finally holstered his pistol and stored the grenade, as if nothing had occurred, and turned away, walking alone in the opposite direction, swiftly disappearing into the ruins of the city. Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, Lu Fei and Zhang Chong exchanged glances. Their hearts stirred with tumultuous waves. Li Wei, meanwhile, clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Chapter 61. The call of the motherworm. Lin Yu's figure swiftly vanished from the complex gazes of the two groups. He did not venture far, instead utilizing the guidance of his radar to quickly locate a relatively stable parking structure, which he designated as his first temporary stronghold. He was acutely aware that although his earlier display of authority had momentarily intimidated Li Wei and Zhao Feng, it had irrevocably positioned him as their adversary. The two would undoubtedly seek retribution. Given an opportunity, they would spare no effort to eliminate him, the potential threat. However, Lin Yu remained unfazed. They were merely two insignificant clowns. As long as they did not provoke him, he could scarcely be bothered to waste a single bullet on them. His primary objective now was to familiarize himself with the environment of this world before the imminent summoning of the Mother Worm, and to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming treasure hunt orchestrated by the Apocalypse Corporation. In the underground parking lot, he chose a well-ventilated corner with multiple exits and immersed his consciousness into the secondary radar system residing in his mind. With a soft hum accompanied by a slight fluctuation of mental energy, a vast black and white three-dimensional map, centered around him with a radius of 7 kilometers, unfolded dramatically in his awareness. He observed thousands of red dots, the swarm, scattered throughout every corner of the city. Some formed dense streams that flowed slowly along the streets. Others coalesced into massive red vortices, entrenched within structures akin to hives, emanating an unsettling wave of energy. Amidst this boundless sea of red, a few white and green dots, representing resources, were sporadically scattered. They resembled tiny boats amidst crashing waves, seemingly insignificant, yet they embodied the survival hopes of all players. At the very center of this map, the Apocalypse Biotech Company, marked with a special alert by the system, radiated an extraordinarily alluring and intense purple glow. This light was imbued with a deadly temptation, as if beckoning all greedy moths to flutter toward it. Lin Yu's gaze lingered on the purple for a moment before swiftly diverting. He began meticulously analyzing every possible route from his current position to the Apocalypse Company. On his radar map, a complex web of pathways, interconnected by numerous safe zones, areas devoid of red dots or sparsely populated with them, was rapidly charted. Exiting through the northern side of the underground parking lot, traversing the abandoned shopping center, evading the horde of beetles occupying the central square, and then making his way through the rooftop of the city library. The entire journey would take approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes, just in time to reach the outskirts of the Apocalypse Company before the next Motherworm summoning. Lin Yu's mind functioned like the most efficient biological computer, formulating an almost flawless stealth plan in mere minutes. Just then, a sharp and piercing alarm blared unexpectedly from every corner of the city. Warning: the inaugural summoning of the mother insect is imminent. Countdown 10, 9, 8. In an instant, an invisible wave of subsonic vibrations, laden with a merciless and insatiable will, surged forth from the heart of the city. At that moment, the entire city seemed to awaken. The cacophony of countless malevolent insects resonated from all directions, merging into a symphony of death. On Lin Yu's radar map, the once sluggish red dots erupted into a frenzy. Their speed accelerated dramatically, and the intensity of their energy signals surged exponentially. Swarms of insects surged forth from the depths of the earth, from cracks in the walls, and from the openings of their lairs, flooding every street like a black tide. Lin Yu could even hear the terrified screams and futile gunfire of other players resonating above ground, but soon, these sounds were utterly drowned out by the incessant chorus of insect cries. Meanwhile, he remained composed in the dark underground parking lot, calmly observing the frenzied countdown of 30 minutes on the luminous screen, his gaze betraying no hint of disturbance. Once these 30 minutes elapsed, and the swarms driven mad, scattered throughout the city's nooks and crannies, it would be the perfect moment for him, the stealthy treasure seeker, to commence his quest. Chapter 62. The first encounter with the insect blade, the 30-minute summoning frenzy of the mother insect, is a nightmarish ordeal for most players. However, for Lin Yu, who had already grasped the situation and found a secure refuge in advance, it was merely a rare opportunity to recuperate and gather strength. As the piercing screeches of the insects gradually subsided above the city, and the frenzied red dots on the radar map returned to a slow, leisurely state, he wasted no time. He immediately departed from the underground parking lot, merging back into the transformed Death City like a shadow of gray. Adhering strictly to the meticulously planned route he had devised earlier, he embarked on his stealth journey towards the Apocalypse Corporation. The formidable capabilities of the secondary radar allowed him to completely evade the massive swarms of insects. Yet, in this city rife with peril, skirmishes were an inevitability. As he traversed an abandoned park choked with vines and a blanket of fungi, a sudden, fierce gust of wind surged from the grass beside him, striking without warning. Lin Yu's hair stood on end. He barely had time to glance back. His body instinctively rolled to the side, propelled by the combat instincts bestowed by his proficiency in basic hand-to-hand combat. Swish! A green blur grazed perilously close to his back, crashing violently into the concrete ground where he had just stood, leaving a terrifying gash several inches deep. As Lin Yu rolled to his feet, he finally discerned the true nature of his assailant. Before him stood a creature exceeding 2 meters in length, its body a vibrant green resembling that of a mantis. Yet its arms had morphed into 2 colossal, bone-like sides that shimmered with a metallic sheen, each a meter long. Its compound eyes glinted with a chilling intent to kill, and its gossamer wings fluttered lightly, producing a low hum. This was the scythe mantis, a predatory insect renowned for its speed and ambush capabilities. Impressed by its quick reflexes, Lin Yu thought to himself as he leveled his Glock at the creature's head. However, the intelligence of the scythe mantis was evidently not to be underestimated. It seemed aware of the firearm's threat. The instant Lin Yu raised his gun, it transformed into a green lightning bolt, approaching him with an uncanny S-shaped motion, seeking to deny him any opportunity to fire. Attempting to close the distance? A cold smirk curved Lin Yu's lips. Rather than retreating, he charged towards the scythe mantis. Just as the two were about to cross paths, Lin Yu abruptly shifted his step, evading the mantis's scythe strike that could have eviscerated him at a perilous angle. Simultaneously, he wielded his entrenching tool like a striking serpent, aiming precisely at the relatively vulnerable joint connecting the wings to the thorax of the scythe mantis. Crack! A sharp sound of bone cracking echoed. One of the mantis's wings severed with a resounding snap. The excruciating pain caused its body to lose balance instantly, emitting an enraged shriek as it crashed heavily to the ground. Lin Yu, seizing the moment, showed no mercy. Before its adversary could rise again, the Glock pistol in his hand was already aimed at the unsuspecting back of its head. Bang! Bang! The dull echoes of 2 gunshots rang out, instantly shattering the cranium of the scythe mantis, sending green ichor and brain matter splattering in all directions. Having disposed of this nuisance, Lin Yu wasted no time and swiftly departed from the area. The gunfire would undoubtedly attract other predators. As he pressed onward, he passed through a commercial street ravaged by acidic slime, riddled with gaping wounds. His radar map illuminated a dense cluster of red dots, prompting him to halt. Concealing himself behind the corner of a building, he cautiously peered out. Before him sprawled the street, where dozens of enormous beetles, each the size of a small automobile, crawled slowly. Their backs were encased in thick black shells, marred with green pustules. Occasionally, they unleashed jets of corrosive green acid from these pustules, sizzling and eroding the surrounding structures and ground, rising in billowing clouds of white smoke. These acidic liquid beetles were a slow-moving, yet remarkably resilient species, boasting formidable area of effect corrosive capabilities. To charge headlong into them would be tantamount to courting death. Lin Yu promptly abandoned the idea of traversing this path. His radar map clearly indicated that by circumventing 2 blocks and passing through the interior of an abandoned office building, he could deftly avoid this perilous zone. Chapter 63. The indifferent choice after skillfully maneuvering past the treacherous region inhabited by the deadly acid liquid beetles, Lin Yu's journey of stealth became significantly more fluid. He moved like a specter through the shadows of the city, consistently foreseeing danger and selecting the safest routes. The scattered insects along the way posed no threat. Most were silently dispatched by his spade before they even sensed his presence. Yet, just as he was about to reach the periphery of the Apocalypse Corporation, an unusual signal fluctuation emanating from within a convenience store halted his progress. This was a 24-hour convenience store, and, at that moment, 5 red dots were relentlessly cornering 2 other red dots in the store's warehouse. The energy signals relayed by the radar indicated that the 5 red dots outside were moving rapidly and displaying high aggression, while the 2 dots inside appeared weak and disordered, clearly in dire straits. A thought flickered in Lin Yu's mind, prompting him to stealthily ascend to the 2nd floor of an adjacent apartment building. Through a shattered window, he beheld the scene within. The 2 besieged individuals were none other than his nominal former teammates, Lu Fei and Zhang Chang. The assailants were 5 monstrous creatures, each resembling a wild dog in size, their bodies entirely black, with viscous saliva dripping from their mandibles. They could scurry along walls and ceilings with the agility of a gecko. More perilous still, the creatures occasionally arched their scorpion-like tails, unleashing strands of sticky fluid that sealed off the warehouse's entrance. "Lu, brother Lu, what do we do? My leg is stuck. I can't move." Inside the warehouse, Zhang Chong was paralyzed by fear. One of his legs was firmly ensnared by the white, viscous substance, leaving him slumped on the ground. He cried out in desperation, swinging a fire axe in vain, unable to inflict any harm on the agile monsters. Lu Fei, however, appeared considerably more composed. He had pushed a metal shelf in front of himself as a makeshift barrier. Wielding a crossbow he had scavenged from somewhere, firing repeatedly. Yet, his ammunition was limited, and the creatures moved too swiftly for him to maintain a decent accuracy, narrowly escaping several ambushes from above. "Be quiet. What good does crying do? I truly can't fathom how you leveled up." Lu Fei shouted at Zhang Chong, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, indicating he too had reached a critical juncture. "Conserve your strength. Find a way to free your leg. Otherwise, we will perish here." Lin Yu observed the unfolding chaos with an air of detachment, his heart unperturbed. He recognized the creatures as burrowing worms, a species proficient in group assaults and trap setting. Once ensnared by their sticky substance, escape became nearly impossible. After a brief glance, he prepared to turn away. These two were no longer his companions. Their fates held no significance for him. In this harsh world, compassion is both the most inexpensive and the most lethal of sentiments. However, just as he was about to depart, Lu Fei, whom he had always regarded as a clever individual, performed an act that made him halt, a fleeting chill passing through his gaze. Lu Fei, having once again missed his shot with the crossbow and narrowly escaping the jaws of a burrowing worm that lunged at him from the side, revealed a glimmer of extreme malice and madness in his eyes. Suddenly, he ceased his assault on the worms and violently pivoted, channeling all his strength into striking Zhang Chong, who was still crying out in terror with the now empty crossbow. With a resounding thud, the crossbow collided with Zhang Chong's head, causing him to collapse, bloodied and unconscious. "Useless. If you're to die, let me alone. Don't drag me down." A grotesque, twisted smile spread across Lu Fei's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked the unconscious form of his former ally, Zhang Chong, out from behind a shelf. The 5 ravenous burrowing worms, upon spotting this fresh, defenseless morsel, instantly abandoned their assault on Lu Fei, erupting into excited shrieks as they surged forward. The sounds of tearing flesh and crunching bones reverberated through the small warehouse. Seizing this precious respite bought at the cost of a companion's life, Lu Fei retrieved a bottle of alcohol from his backpack, dousing his legs before igniting it and quickly extinguishing the flames, melting away the viscous slime. Without a backward glance, he scrambled out through a small window of the warehouse. Lin Yu stood at a distance, silently observing this grotesque drama of betrayal and death unfold, his expression growing ever colder. This was a quintessential survivor, willing to unhesitatingly sacrifice anyone for the sake of life. In his heart, Lin Yu marked this individual's name with a crimson cross. He paid no further heed to the fleeing Lu Fei, nor did he glance back at the mangled remains that had been devoured. Instead, he turned and silently vanished into the shadows of the city. Chapter 64. The Gate of Apocalypse. Approximately half an hour later, a colossal structure, imbued with an aura of futuristic technology, yet presently ensnared by the grayish-white organic matter of the insectoid horde, finally came into view. The biotechnological company, Apocalypse, had arrived. This establishment was evidently a landmark of the city prior to the cataclysm, comprising several streamlined glass-clad buildings interconnected by enclosed aerial walkways. It formed a self-contained bastion reminiscent of a sci-fi cinematic fortress. However, at this moment, the stronghold had long since fallen. The sturdy glass facades were riddled with spiderweb-like fissures and vast, gaping wounds, while the silvery metal shell bore the marks of severe acid corrosion and immense claw imprints. Lin Yu did not hasten to approach. Instead, As per his usual practice, he sought a vantage point several hundred meters away, meticulously scrutinizing the target through binoculars. The radar map was activated in full force at that very moment. Despite being prepared, Lin Yu could not suppress a sharp intake of breath upon witnessing the radar's revelation. The entire Apocalypse Company appeared on the radar as a colossal, ominous red nest, teeming with thousands of crimson points of light densely scattered throughout every corner of the structure. Furthermore, at least 5 massive, high-energy signal-emitting shell guardians were patrolling the periphery of the main building. Their size was comparable to that of heavy-duty trucks, their thick shells reflecting a metallic sheen under the dim light, evoking a sense of suffocation merely by sight. A den of dragons and tigers, Lin Yu murmured to himself. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on a point emanating an eerie purple glow on the first underground level of the main building. Fortune favors the bold. He meticulously examined the radar map, endeavoring to discover a route that could circumvent those terrifying sentinels. However, he soon realized that this was nearly impossible. The insect swarm within the Apocalypse Company was densely packed, with virtually all external entrances closely monitored by the Shell Guardians. Any attempt to approach from the ground would be tantamount to suicide. As Lin Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating countermeasures, 2 familiar crimson points unexpectedly materialized on the opposite side of the Apocalypse Company on his radar map. It was Li Wei and Zhao Feng. Lin Yu swiftly adjusted his binoculars and soon discerned their figures. They had evidently recognized that a direct assault was futile, as they concealed themselves behind a pile of debris, furtively deliberating on something. Scout Zhao Feng was cautiously maneuvering his hummingbird drone into the air, attempting to survey the internal structure of the Apocalypse Company from above. Meanwhile, Speed Awakener Li Wei exhibited a visage of impatience and agitation, clearly at a loss regarding their current predicament. It seems I'm not the only one with my eyes set on this place. A cold smirk played at the corners of Lin Yu's lips. He was not concerned about the possibility of these 2 getting the jump on him. In his perspective, given the capabilities of these 2 individuals, daring to challenge the 5 armored sentinels would be tantamount to courting death. Instead, they might unwittingly serve as unexpected allies in his scheme. At that moment, a new development appeared on Lin Yu's radar. Another 4-member squad had quietly approached from a different direction. This team was exceptionally well equipped, each member clad in tactical vests and wielding automatic rifles, their movements exuding a sense of camaraderie that clearly indicated they were a well-trained professional unit. How intriguing. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly lively. Rather than feeling anxious, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. He resembled a masterful chess player, silently observing the various factions as they gradually entered the fray, vying for a share of the colossal prize known as the Apocalypse. He understood that the first to succumb to impatience would inevitably become the target of scorn and also serve as his most valuable scout. Indeed, after a standoff lasting several minutes, it was the later arriving professional squad that first lost their patience. Seemingly having devised a strategy, the 4 of them suddenly launched a fierce assault from different directions towards one of the isolated armored sentinels. The rapid gunfire shattered the oppressive silence. Thus commenced a bloody siege. Almost simultaneously, upon the sound of gunfire, Li Wei and Zhao Feng made their move. They did not engage in the battle. Instead, they seized the moment when all the armored sentinels were distracted, stealthily darting toward a relatively vulnerable side entrance of the main building like 2 cunning foxes. Was it a case of the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole lay in wait? Lin Yu watched this scene with a cold smile. He put away his binoculars, no longer paying heed to the impending carnage. For his radar had uncovered a 3rd route, the only one unnoticed by anyone, leading to the Gate of Apocalypse. At the rear of the main building lay a garbage disposal passage, half buried by a recent landslide. Chapter 65. The 3rd Path Without a Trace of Hesitation. Lin Yu donned a mask extracted from his spatial backpack, ensuring that the radar map revealed no signs of life within the passage. He bent down and slipped into the narrow, dark opening. The conditions inside the passage proved to be even more dire than he had anticipated. The air was thick with a pungent blend of marsh gas and decaying organic matter, almost suffocating. Beneath his feet lay a viscous layer of indeterminate filth, each step accompanied by a repulsive squelching sound. The walls flanking the passage were cloaked in a slick carpet of fungi, emitting a faint, ghostly phosphorescence in the darkness. Ordinary individuals would likely succumb to overwhelming discomfort within mere minutes in such an environment. Yet Lin Yu's composure was as tranquil as still water. His focus remained entirely on the monochromatic, three-dimensional radar map in his mind. This refused disposal passage was a convoluted network, intricately connected to the building's underground system, resembling a labyrinth. However, under the comprehensive scan of the secondary radar, the entire structure of the subterranean network appeared to him as clear as a meticulously etched blueprint in his mind. He adeptly circumvented thoroughly blocked forks and navigated past numerous chambers filled with toxic gases, advancing towards the basement of the main building with precision and efficiency. Approximately 10 minutes later, a formidable alloy gate, heavily corroded with rust, loomed before him. One corner had been forcibly torn open by an immense force, creating an opening sufficient for a single individual to pass through. The radar indicated that beyond this gate lay the true interior of the Apocalypse Corporation. Concurrently, the radar map began to display sporadic, rapidly moving, minute-red dots, sentinel worms. These creatures, no larger than the palm of one's hand, possessed acute sensory perception and were tasked with vigilance and information relay. They functioned akin to mobile alarms, immediately releasing a unique pheromone upon detecting an intruder, summoning nearby combat units. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu calibrated his respiration and heartbeat to their faintest state, then, like a gecko, silently maneuvered through the opening. He had successfully infiltrated the interior of the Apocalypse building. This area was the equipment maintenance zone on the third underground level. Massive pipes crisscrossed like serpents of steel, while the air vibrated with the low hum of machinery and the crackling of electricity. The walls and floor were similarly enshrouded in a layer of grayish-white organic matter, with enigmatic eggs suspended beneath the pipes, pulsating gently and exuding an eerie aura of life. Lin Yu did not linger on these peculiarities. His entire concentration was devoted to evading the elusive sentinel worms. He pressed against the shadow of a colossal pipe, moving slowly. At that moment, a red dot on his radar was advancing towards him along the wall at an astonishing speed. Instantly, Lin Yu's body froze, transforming into a statue, perfectly blending into the shadow cast by the intersection of the pipe and the wall. Hiss! A creature, entirely cloaked in darkness with 6 articulated limbs. Resembling a spider, yet possessing a colossal crimson compound eye, scuttled swiftly past him, less than half a meter away. It seemed to sense something, pausing momentarily as its scarlet eye swept the surroundings. In that instant, Lin Yu could even detect the faint, metallic scent emanating from it. He held his breath, not daring to blink. A few seconds later, the sentinel bug, seemingly oblivious to any anomalies, resumed its hissing and vanished around the corner along the wall. Lin Yu gradually exhaled a breath of stale air, a fine sheen of cold sweat already beating on his forehead. This was far more taxing on one's psychological fortitude than directly confronting a beast. Without hesitation, he continued his ascent. As he progressed, he moved like a master of stealth, utilizing the radar's alerts and his impeccable bodily control, sidestepping the patrolling sentinel bugs multiple times without triggering any alarms. Along the way, he witnessed the harrowing aftermath of the apocalypse. In the forsaken laboratory, experimental equipment lay scattered across the floor, while the reinforced glass bore the dried remnants of dark red blood, splattered as if from a violent eruption. On the walls of the employee lounge, desperate words such as help and oh God were inscribed in blood. Undoubtedly, this was a graveyard consumed by hell. Navigating through the eerie specimen storage, avoiding the central elevator blocked by a nest of insects, Lin Yu ultimately arrived at an emergency fire escape leading to the upper levels. However, upon glimpsing the scene within the passage, his pupils constricted slightly. A massive limb, adorned with menacing barbs, lay sprawled across the corridor, utterly obstructing his path. On the radar map, a red signifying a formidable entity, radiating a stable and potent energy signal, loomed at the stairway's corner. Motionless, like a silent statue imbued with lethal threat. He had indeed stumbled into genuine peril. The fire escape was dimly lit, with only the faint green glow of emergency indicators barely dispelling the darkness, rendering the surrounding environment even more sinister. The colossal limb sprawled across the staircase exhibited a muted metallic sheen, its surface teeming with serrated hooks and a keratinous layer reminiscent of shark teeth. Just the sight of it evoked images of a horrific demise, should one be struck by it. Lin Yu refrained from rash actions, concealing himself behind the door, peering out just enough to catch a glimpse, while his mind immersed in the radar map, meticulously analyzing the formidable foe perched at the staircase's bend. This was an elite-level monster. The energy signal intensity reported by the radar far surpassed any conventional insect he had encountered before, even eclipsing that of the scythe mantis that had ambushed him by several folds. This was indeed a powerful guardian stationed to protect a critical juncture. Holding his breath, Lin Yu cautiously adjusted his perspective, finally revealing the full visage of the creature. It was a colossal soldier insect, nearly 3 meters in size, resembling an ant yet adorned with a formidable black exoskeleton. The most striking feature was its pair of terrifying mandibles, akin to massive hydraulic pincers, which dominated nearly 2/3 of its head. As those enormous jaws opened and closed, one could even witness sparks igniting from the friction. Chapter 66. The Silent Guardian, the giant mandible soldier ant, an elite insect species renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities and devastating bite, presented an insurmountable challenge. Lin Yu was utterly convinced that the bullets from his Glock handgun would leave no more than a fleeting mark upon its thick exoskeleton. To confront it directly would be akin to attempting to shatter stone with an egg. This was a barrier that could not be breached by brute force. It was a pure test of stealth and intellect. The colossal creature seemed to be in a state of semi-hibernation, its massive form motionless as it occupied the landing at the staircase corner leading from the first to the second floor, effectively sealing off the only route. Anyone wishing to pass would have to navigate within less than a meter of it. Lin Yu promptly dismissed the idea of using grenades or Molotov cocktails for an assault. Firstly, the potential damage might prove insufficient to be fatal, which would likely provoke the creature into a furious rage, trapping him in a dire situation. Secondly, the tremendous noise would instantaneously attract the entire swarm of insects throughout the building, plunging him into a veritable death trap. Thus, only one option remained, slipping past it undetected. This seemed like a fanciful notion, yet Lin Yu discerned a glimmer of possibility amid this seemingly insurmountable predicament. He began to meticulously observe the slightest movements of the giant mandible soldier ant, utilizing his radar system to analyze its energy fluctuations and sensory range. Time slipped away. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Lin Yu remained still, akin to the most patient of hunters, biding his time. At long last, he discerned a pattern. The giant mandible soldier ant was not entirely motionless. Approximately every minute and a half, its enormous head would rotate ever so slightly, employing its minuscule compound eyes to survey the area beneath the staircase. After another minute and a half, it would turn to scan the upper staircase. This was a fixed, mechanical patrol routine, and it was precisely during the fleeting moment when it shifted its gaze to one side, concentrating its attention entirely there, that a persistent sensory blind spot would emerge on the opposite side for roughly 3 seconds. The opportunity lay within this ephemeral window of time. A daring stealth plan began to take shape in Lin Yu's mind. He needed to traverse from behind the door to the base of the staircase within 1 cycle. In the second cycle, he would ascend the staircase, reaching the side of the giant mandible soldier ant. The third cycle would involve slipping past it to the landing. And finally, in the fourth cycle, he would completely exit its sensory range and ascend to the second floor. The entire process would require nearly 6 minutes for flawless cycles. Any misstep, no matter how minor, would result in catastrophic failure. This was not merely a test of courage and skill. It was an examination of one's mastery over both body and time, precise to the very second. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Yu exhaled slowly, expelling all distractions from his mind. He began his endeavor. As the massive mandibles of the soldier ant turned towards the staircase above, Lin Yu's figure glided forth like a specter from behind the door, making not a single sound as he settled quietly at the base of the stairs, immediately merging with the shadows below. His heartbeat resonated in the stillness of the corridor, akin to the relentless beat of a war drum. 1 minute and 30 seconds stretched on, feeling as protracted as a century. The soldier ant's head gradually descended as anticipated. Lin Yu could distinctly perceive its crimson compound eyes sweeping through the darkness, exuding an icy, inhuman indifference. As its head pivoted upwards once more, Lin Yu sprang into action. Like a nimble feline, he ascended the staircase's edge, his hands and feet working in perfect harmony, each movement imbued with a rhythmic grace that showcased his bodily coordination to its fullest extent. He successfully reached the side of the colossal creature, now less than a meter away from the terrifying beast. He could even detect the acrid stench emanating from the crevices of the soldier ant's exoskeleton, reminiscent of concentrated sulfuric acid. The immense power contained within that formidable body was palpable. A mere twitch could see those massive pincers easily severing him in two. Lin Yu's back was drenched in cold sweat, yet the hand gripping the entrenching tool remained steadfast as a rock. The moment had arrived once more. Just as the soldier ant's head turned upwards for the third time, Lin Yu propelled himself forward, executing a roll through the narrow gap between the beast and the wall. It was a perilously daring maneuver, his combat suit nearly grazing the rough appendages of the ant. A faint sound emerged. His backpack inadvertently brushed against a fragment of stone that had fallen from the wall. Though slight, in this profound silence, the noise rang out sharply. The soldier ant froze in its tracks. Its colossal head swung around with an unforeseen swiftness, its crimson eyes locking onto the source of the sound. In that instant, Lin Yu's heart nearly ceased to beat. He pressed himself flat against the ground, daring not to move, even his breath stilled. Was this the end? The soldier ant slowly extended its scythe-like mandibles towards his position. Yet, just as those formidable jaws were about to make contact with Lin Yu, they halted abruptly. Perhaps the fallen stone had landed a few centimeters away from his body, or perhaps this silent sentinel had not truly perceived any living being. It lingered in confusion for several seconds before gradually retracting its mandibles, resuming a state of semi-dormant vigilance. Death brushed past him. Lin Yu remained sprawled on the cold ground, waiting nearly a minute before he dared to muster all his strength to inch himself into the shadows of the second floor. He had succeeded. He leaned against the frigid wall, gasping for breath, his heart racing as if it were about to leap from his chest. A wave of relief washed over him, inundating him with the sweetness of survival. Casting a glance back at the silent sentinel still lurking at the staircase corner, a flicker of trepidation crossed his gaze. It was overshadowed by a profound exhilaration at having triumphed over the impossible. He lingered not for long. Once he regained a semblance of calm, he stealthily proceeded towards his ultimate objective, the core server room located on the top floor. He had already surmounted the most arduous of hurdles. Chapter 67. Overclocked chip. As one ascends through the layers of the building, the internal landscape becomes increasingly surreal yet orderly. The pale gray organic matter that once cloaked the walls and floors gradually thins, giving way to a stark, metallic aesthetic imbued with a sense of advanced technology. The air, previously laden with the stench of decay, is now suffused with a faintly ionized aroma reminiscent of ozone. It is evident that the upper echelons of this edifice harbor an energy field or environment that elicits aversion and trepidation among the insectoid beings. This revelation is undoubtedly favorable for Lin Yu. On the radar map, the number of sentinel insects has plummeted, and by the time he reaches the pinnacle, they have vanished entirely. Here, it feels as though one has entered a forbidden zone for the insect race. Lin Yu's stealth becomes considerably easier, and he swiftly makes his way to his ultimate destination, the core server room situated at the very top of the building. Pushing open the heavy fire door, constructed from a special alloy and notably unlocked, a vast expanse brimming with futuristic sci-fi allure unfolds before him. This is a colossal circular server room, housing hundreds of server cabinets that stand like silent, black monoliths, meticulously aligned. Countless streams of blue data flow rhythmically across the translucent shells of the cabinets, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. At the heart of the room hovers a holographic control platform, suspended mid-air and interconnected by a network of intricate energy conduits. The entire space resonates with an eerie tranquility, broken only by the deep, resonant hum of server fans. Drawing his attention is a beguiling purple glow that has lured him since the inception of his journey, emanating from an exceptionally unique server nestled in the deepest recesses of the room. Unlike the surrounding black cabinets, this server boasts a silvery white exterior, adorned with intricate golden patterns that evoke the beauty of a fine art piece. More importantly, it is enveloped in a shimmering, translucent energy shield that ripples like water. Lin Yu's gaze sharpens. This is evidently the final and most critical line of defense. He approaches cautiously, refraining from recklessly touching the energy shield. He is neither a technologist nor well-versed in hacking or energy decryption. Attempting to deactivate this field through conventional means would be akin to chasing a mirage. He meticulously circles the extraordinary server, scrutinizing it closely. He discovers 4 robust energy conduits, thicker than the others, extending from the ceiling and connecting to each corner of the server's base, continuously supplying power to the energy field. To sever the energy supply, a flicker of insight crosses Lin Yu's mind. This represents the simplest yet most brute force approach. He does not delve into the complexities of the energy conduits, as that would squander his precious time. Instead, his gaze fixates on the 4 energy interfaces located on the server's base. This is the critical point of the defense system. From his spatial backpack, he retrieves his most trusted companion once more, the engineer's shovel, already stained with the remnants of monstrous fluids. Within this sanctuary, a testament to humanity's pinnacle of technological achievement, he opted for the most primitive approach to resolve the dilemma. Drawing a deep breath, his arm muscles tensed instantaneously as he swung the entrenching tool, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, and struck one of the energy interfaces with formidable force. The resounding clang of metal colliding shattered the silence of the server room. Sparks erupted. The energy interface, forged from ultra-high-strength alloy, was indented severely by the pointed end of the entrenching tool. The energy field enveloping the servers flickered violently, its hue dimming slightly. Success! Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. His spirits lifted. He granted the defensive system no respite nor chance for recovery, wielding the entrenching tool like a tireless blacksmith, commencing a brutal dismantling of the 4 energy interfaces. Clang, 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 clang. The crisp and resonant sounds of impact formed a wild symphony infused with the aesthetics of destruction within the server room. At last, after a relentless barrage of strikes, one of the energy interfaces could no longer withstand such barbaric assault, and with a crack, it shattered completely. Blue arcs of electricity surged forth from the fracture, resembling frenzied silver serpents, emitting a menacing crackle. The energy field surrounding the servers dissipated into the air like a punctured balloon, flickering violently before vanishing entirely. Triumph! Lin Yu discarded the now dull entrenching tool and immediately reached for the silvery server. At the top of the server, a recess began to open slowly, revealing a diamond-shaped chip, roughly the size of a thumb, composed entirely of purple crystal, within which countless specks of starlight seemed to swirl, quietly resting and emanating an intoxicatingly mysterious glow. Without hesitation, he seized the chip, the moment his fingertips brushed against it. A wave of cool and soothing energy surged into his body, followed by a flurry of purple system notifications exploding onto his retina. Congratulations! You have obtained a purple quality special item. Neural Link Overclocking Chip. Item name: Neural Link Overclocking Chip. Quality: purple, upgradable. Type: special implant. Effect: permanently enhances the user's mental capacity and the speed of their neural system connection by 50. Your thoughts will become more agile. Your reaction speed will experience a qualitative leap, and the efficiency of learning and mastering new skills will significantly increase. Note: this is a genius creation that transcends the era. It enables you to truly act upon your thoughts and intentions. Would you like to fuse it immediately? A permanent enhancement. Moreover, it can grow. Lin Yu's heart raced with exhilaration. The value of this item far surpassed his expectations. It fundamentally elevated an individual's potential limits. However, before he could revel in his triumph, an unexpected change occurred. At the very moment he extracted the chip from its recess, the entire Apocalypse Tower suddenly quaked violently. Immediately thereafter, a piercing alarm, sharp enough to rupture eardrums, resounded throughout the edifice without warning. Woo woo woo! Within the control room, all the indicators that had previously emanated a soft blue glow instantaneously transformed into blinding crimson. Stripes of red warning beams frantically swept across the entire space. A chilling, emotionless mechanical, synthesized voice reverberated from the ceiling's broadcasting system, echoing in every corner. Warning! Warning! Core data sample has been unlawfully removed. All units, please be advised. All units, please be advised. Eliminate the intruder. Repeating. Eliminate the intruder. The alarm blared. Lin Yu's expression darkened in an instant. He realized he had stirred a hornet's nest. Chapter 68. Framing the blaring alarm echoed through the entire apocalyptic tower like a death knell, reverberating with a frenzied intensity. Lin Yu did not need to glance at the radar. He could distinctly hear the cacophony of countless agitated insectoid creatures, their cries filled with brutality and hunger, emanating from every corner of the building. Like a pack of sharks sensing blood, they were converging from various floors towards the core server room on the top level where he stood. In that moment, the once silent edifice had transformed into a colossal trap, primed to ensnare any intruder. Worse still, at that very moment, a familiar subsonic wave, imbued with a savage will, swept once again from the distant city center. The second maternal summoning has commenced. Rampage state countdown, 30:00. Caught between internal and external assaults, the frenzied swarm, coupled with the enraged hive security protocol, rendered the apocalyptic tower a veritable death trap for any human player. Yet, amidst the eye of the storm, Lin Yu remained unervingly composed. His gaze was as cold as ice, as though the despairing scene before him had long been anticipated. He glanced at the pulsating purple neural link overclocking chip in his hand, but refrained from immediate fusion. Now was not the time. The fusion process was fraught with uncertainty. He swiftly stowed the chip in his dimensional backpack and turned, retreating hastily along the path he had come. Meanwhile, in the mid-levels of the building, Li Wei and Zhao Feng were cautiously exploring an abandoned office. After slipping into the tower amidst the chaos, they discovered that the peril here was far greater than they had imagined. The elusive sentry bugs had nearly exposed them multiple times, forcing them to scurry like mice. Too fearful to delve deeper. Damn it, this place is enormous. Where on earth is that purple treasure? Li Wei kicked over a fallen office chair in a fit of frustration, venting his impatience. Chill, keep it down. Zhao Feng, the scout, immediately gestured for silence, skillfully maneuvering his small hummingbird drone to peer through the door crack, scanning the outside activity. Don't rush. The purple resources that trigger system alerts are not easily obtained. We must. Before he could finish, the jarring alarm blared with renewed intensity. Woo woo woo. Then came the cold, mechanical, synthesized voice. Warning. Core data sample has been illegally removed. Li Wei and Zhao Feng froze momentarily, and then a shared expression of ecstasy and greed illuminated their faces. Removed? Li Wei's eyes widened in shock. Someone had succeeded. The alarm was triggered from above. Zhao Feng quickly retracted the drone, his breathing becoming rapid. That individual must be trapped now. This is our chance. As long as we can locate him before he is engulfed by the swarm and eliminate him, that coveted purple equipment shall be ours. A wave of insatiable greed instantly overwhelmed the last vestiges of reason and caution within their hearts. To them, this was nothing short of a divine opportunity. Someone had traversed all the traps, dismantled every defense, and seized the treasure, only to trigger an alarm that sealed their fate within. Was this not an invitation for them to become unwitting prey? Let us ascend to the top floor. Li Wei growled, unable to contain himself any longer. His latent powers as a speed-awakened individual surged forth, transforming him into a fleeting shadow as he was the first to burst from the office, racing towards the staircase. Zhao Feng followed closely behind, his eyes glinting with a frenzied light. Their minds were consumed with thoughts of how to ambush that fortunate soul and snatch away the invaluable purple equipment. However, they soon realized the magnitude of their folly. As they burst into the fire escape, ready to ascend with reckless abandon, they were met not by a solitary fortunate soul, but by an endless tide of enraged insects, surging downwards like a black wave from above. Hiss! Leading the charge were a dozen robust acid beetles and scythe mantises, their crimson compound eyes instantly locking onto the unwelcome intruders, Li Wei and Zhao Feng. What the hell? Why are there so many? Li Wei esa complexion balad dramatically. What awaited him was a deluge of corrosive green acid and lightning-fast bony scythes. In an instant, a brutal skirmish erupted within the narrow corridor. Li Wei and Zhao Feng, the self-assured mantises, had unwittingly stumbled into a true trap, becoming sacrificial lambs. Meanwhile, the genuine prey, Lin Yu, calmly orchestrated his departure. Rather than ascending, he chose to descend. As the entire insect horde, driven by alarm and fury, surged towards the top-floor control room, the lower levels of the building transformed into an unprecedented sanctuary. He retraced his steps, effortlessly returning to the equipment maintenance area on the third basement level. Along the way, he encountered not a single sentinel insect. He even had the leisure to glance back at the giant jaws soldier ant, which still lingered at the first-floor stairway. That silent guardian had also been roused by the alarm, abandoning its mechanical patrol to ascend, agitated, towards the upper floors, joining the frenzied hunt for the intruders. Lin Yu's figure, like a ghost who had fulfilled its mission, silently emerged from the refuse disposal passage, re-entering the outside world, rife with the stench of decay. He could even hear the desperate cries and gunfire belonging to Li Wei and Zhao Feng resonating from within the apocalyptic tower. Yet, he merely cast a cold glance before turning away, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the city. After discovering an absolutely secure, underground, independent bomb shelter, Lin Yu finally exhaled in relief. Leaning against the cold wall, he listened to the increasingly intense sounds of explosions in the distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It was a flawless escape, a masterful act of framing another. He retrieved the Neuralink overclocking chip, observing the enticing purple glow it emitted in the darkness. Without hesitation, he chose to merge with it. With a soft hiss, the chip seemed to come alive, transforming into a stream of violet light that swiftly entered his third eye. An indescribable agony surged through him, overwhelming his entire brain like a tidal wave. It felt as though countless steel needles were simultaneously piercing every nerve in his body. Yet, almost immediately, the excruciating pain morphed into a chilling torrent that coursed through his limbs and bones. He sensed his entire world as if it had been placed on a slow-motion reel. The distant chirping of insects, the flow of dust in the air, the rhythmic beating of his heart. Everything became strikingly clear and languid in his perception. When he finally opened his eyes again, the world appeared entirely transformed before him. Chapter 69, Gaze. The leap in power is a wondrous sensation that defies description. Lin Yu sat quietly in the darkness of the air raid shelter, experiencing the profound transformation of his body and mind. Previously, he resembled a high-performance computer, capable of processing various information with calmness and speed. However, after integrating the neural link superfrequency chip, he felt as though he had ascended to the status of a quantum supercomputer. In his mind, the black and white three-dimensional radar map, with a radius of 7 kilometers, became unprecedentedly clear and dynamic. Where he once required mere fractions of a second to concentrate and analyze the information on the map, now everything seemed to occur in perfect synchrony with his thoughts. He could contemplate his next course of action while instinctively processing thousands of data points returned from the radar. The movement trajectories of each red light, their energy levels, and even their subtle pauses automatically constructed precise, dynamic models within his mind. This sensation was akin to equipping his brain with a top-tier independent graphics card and processor. His speed of thought and reaction had improved by at least 50. Lin Yu quietly assessed his transformation, his eyes shimmering with excitement. This 50 enhancement could determine life or death on the rapidly changing battlefield. capable of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. To validate his newfound abilities and replenish the ammunition and supplies expended at the Apocalypse Company, Lin Yu departed the air raid shelter after the tumultuous phase of the second Motherbug summoning had concluded, embarking on his first true active hunt since entering this instance. His objective shifted from the scattered white supply points to the blue supply points previously guarded by elite Zerg creatures, which he had once carefully avoided. Within a large, abandoned shopping center on the western side of the city, the radar indicated a bright blue light emanating from the jewelry counter area. Guarding the spot was a small group of 8 scythe mantises. Had this been before the integration of the chip, Lin Yu would have likely chosen to bypass such a situation. 8 swift elite monsters, if besieged, would exact a considerable toll even if he emerged victorious, rendering the effort futile. But now, he approached them with intention. Like a specter, he silently infiltrated the second floor of the shopping center, surveying the chaotic supply area below. The 8 scythe mantises wandered aimlessly, their chitinous blades reflecting a chilling glimmer in the dim light. Lin Yu did not rush to attack. In just 1 second, his mind calculated a flawless assault plan based on the movements of the 8 mantises. He retrieved a fragmentation grenade from his backpack, removed the safety pin, counted silently for 2 seconds, and then, with precise parabolic trajectory, hurled it towards the most densely clustered position of the mantises. The grenade lingered in midair as he aimed his Type 92 pistol at the mantis furthest from the grenade's impact point, the one most likely to survive the impending explosion. Boom! The grenade detonated with a thunderous roar. The violent shockwave and countless steel pellets instantaneously shredded the 5 mantises closest to the blast into mere fragments. Green ichor and severed limbs splattering in every direction. Almost simultaneously with the explosion, Lin Yu's gunfire erupted. Bang! The mantis at the edge of the explosion, momentarily staggered by the shockwave, had no time to react before a precise bullet obliterated its head. The remaining 2 mantises, after a brief moment of shock, emitted furious hisses, locking onto Lin Yu on the second floor, transforming into 2 streaks of green lightning as they scaled the wall with fervor. Yet, within Lin Yu's slow-motion perception, their movements were rife with vulnerabilities. Instead of retreating, Lin Yu advanced, leaping from the second-floor railing. In midair, he fired 2 quick shots from his pistol. Bang! Bang! Both bullets found their mark, striking the mantis's fragile compound eyes as they hurtled through the air. With a pitiful cry, the once mighty mantises plummeted to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling utterly still. The entire sequence from the grenade's release to the conclusion of the battle unfolded in less than 5 seconds, clean, swift, and efficient. Lin Yu landed steadily, surveying his results with a nod of satisfaction. He approached to retrieve his prize, a blue-quality adrenaline injector, capable of significantly enhancing the user's strength and speed for a brief period. For the next 30 hours, Lin Yu immersed himself in this mode of hunting and observation. Utilizing his exceptional battlefield foresight, he systematically scoured every valuable blue resource point throughout the city. Simultaneously, he coldly observed the myriad lives within this apocalyptic world. By the second day of the instance, the number of surviving players had dwindled to fewer than 300. The survival conditions within the city had deteriorated increasingly, coinciding with the rising frequency of the motherworm summons. The swarms grew larger and more aggressive. Lin Yu witnessed countless scenes of struggle and demise. He observed a 5-member team descend into infighting over the distribution of gear from a blue chest, ultimately turning on each other, only to be annihilated by the approaching swarm. He saw a survivor, having finally found a safe haven and ample food, succumb to the unbearable weight of prolonged solitude and fear, hastening out to detonate a grenade, perishing alongside the horde. Yet he also glimpsed the flicker of humanity's brilliance, though it was faint and nearly imperceptible. A couple of survivors, ensnared by the swarm, faced their doom. The male, in a final act of love, relinquished the last chance to his partner, igniting all his explosives to carve a bloody path for her escape. Alas, the end of that path led to another, even hungrier swarm. Betrayal, despair, madness, and trivial sacrifices. All of these have rendered Lin Yu's already frigid heart even more unyielding. In this world, only absolute rationality and formidable strength serve as the sole passports to survival. He traversed nearly half of the city, the areas illuminated on his radar map expanding with each passing moment. Yet, he failed to uncover any trace of golden resource points. Aside from the singular chip he had acquired, even the purple quality resources seemed to have vanished without a trace. It struck him as peculiar. A dungeon of such difficulty should not possess merely one purple resource point. A flicker of doubt stirred within Lin Yu. At that moment, a chilling system notification resonated precisely in the 36th hour of his entry into the dungeon, echoing in the minds of all survivors. Chapter 70. Golden Resources Full Dungeon Announcement. Dungeon Progress, 36 hours. Locating the world's most valuable golden core resources. Location confirmed. The coordinates of the core resources will be broadcast to all survivors in 10 seconds. 10-9-8. The cold, emotionless countdown of the system echoed in the ears of every survivor, reminiscent of the tolling bell of death. In that moment, whether huddled in trembling fear within underground bunkers or fiercely battling swarms of creatures, all actions came to an abrupt halt. Each face exhibited an intricate tapestry of emotions: shock, ecstasy, greed, but predominantly a profound sense of trepidation and unease. Golden quality resources. Such treasures existed only in legends, capable of elevating a mere scavenger from the depths of despair to the heights of fortune, forever altering one's destiny. Lin Yu also paused, standing atop the roof of a department store, gazing down upon the desolate cityscape. His expression bore a weight heavier than any other. He understood that this was no serendipitous gift from the heavens. It was the clarion call of a decisive battle. When an irresistible bait is cast into the fray, it signifies the end of the peaceful development phase of the dungeon. What lay ahead was the most sanguinary and brutal ultimate contest among all survivors. 3, 2, 1. Coordinates announced. As the final note of the system's prompt resounded, a brilliant golden beam, radiant as the sun, surged skyward from the heart of the city. Simultaneously, a flickering golden marker, laden with lethal temptation, appeared on the maps of all survivors. Lin Yu's interface, equipped with a rudimentary map, marked the location in an unprecedented and striking manner. Golden Resource Point, Mother Bug Nest, location, Central Circular Subway Hub, core area. Level 7 underground. Upon witnessing this location, even with prior mental preparation, Lin Yu's pupils involuntarily constricted. The Mother Bug Nest. The final treasure resided in the lair of the dungeon's ultimate boss. This was no mere trap. It was a blatant invitation to all. Desire the treasure? Then come and slay me. An utterly despairing, yet irresistibly tempting objective. For all understood that even without vying for this golden resource, they would inevitably confront the final outcome. Once the 72 hours elapsed, the relentless swarms would inundate the entire city. Rather than await their doom, it was far better to take the plunge and fight. Almost the instant the coordinates were announced, the entire dead city seemed to awaken from its slumber. On Lin Yu's radar map, the over 200 red dots, which represented survivors scattered throughout the city, began to move in unison toward a singular destination, the vast circular subway hub at the city's center. After a brief pause and hesitation, a shift across the entire map. In a corner of the city, amidst the ruins of a partially collapsed office building, two blood-soaked figures, disheveled and battered, struggled to emerge from the rubble. These were Li Wei and Zhao Feng, who had narrowly escaped the ambush at the Apocalypse Tower through a combination of luck and strategy. In this moment, they were far from the spirited individuals who had entered the instance. Li Wei's arm twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken, while Zhao Feng had lost an eye, his face marred by horrific scars from corrosive acid. They beheld the towering golden pillar of light and received the system notification. Mother Nest. Zhao Feng's single eye was filled with dread, his voice trembling. What are you afraid of? Li Wei, gripping his uninjured hand into a tight fist, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of a reckless gambler, declared, We are as good as dead. To remain here is to await death. To venture forth might offer a chance at life. If we can obtain that golden equipment, we can turn the tide. We shall dismantle that bastard who betrayed us in the Apocalypse Tower, piece by piece. Their profound hatred for Lin Yu and insatiable greed for the golden gear ultimately triumphed over their fear of death. Supporting one another, they limped in the direction of the city center. Countless players like them were on the move as well. All who had survived, be they powerful or weak, rational or mad, were drawn to that golden light, like moths to a flame, embarking on their final journey towards both death and hope. A monumental storm centered around the mother nest was about to unfold, engulfing all survivors. Standing atop a building, Lin Yu sensed the rising tumult in the city, a volatile mixture of greed, madness, and despair, his gaze cold and piercing. He lowered his head to inspect the equipment in his spatial backpack, then raised it again, his eyes piercing through the debris toward the resplendent golden beam. Without further hesitation, he leapt from the rooftop. The emergence of the golden light was akin to a drop of oil in boiling water, igniting the entire dead city into a frenzy. Countless survivors surged forth like iron filings drawn by a magnet, rushing towards the feast and towards death. Their eyes burned with greedy flames, hoping to alter their fates through a desperate gamble, unaware that they had become mere pawns, manipulated at will by the system. Yet, amidst this tumultuous tide heading toward annihilation, Lin Yu's figure stood out like a chilling current in reverse, strikingly out of place. He not only refrained from joining the reckless charge, but instead turned away, like a shadow that did not belong to this world, swiftly making his way towards the outskirts of the city. His decision formed a striking and glaring contrast to the fervor of those around him, empowered by the terrifying augmentation of the neural link overclock chip. His mind operated with an unprecedented calmness and speed. On the radar map, the more than 200 luminous points converging rapidly towards the city center ceased to be independent entities in his eyes. Instead, they transformed into discernible streams of data, the ultimate trajectory of which he had already calculated with utmost clarity. At that moment, the mother hive resembled an intricately arranged, colossal meat grinder. The system cast out bait, not to present a grand gift, but to efficiently eliminate all survivors. The first, second, and even third waves of players, regardless of their strength, faced but one fate: to serve as stepping stones for the subsequent arrivals, becoming expendable fodder to deplete the living forces of the swarm. True hunters never engage in futile charges. They lurk in the shadows, observing with cold detachment, patiently waiting until both prey and trap have exhausted themselves, until the scales of victory tip decisively, before emerging from the darkness to deliver the most lethal blow. Chapter 71. The rational hunter Lin Yu's intention was not to be the first valiant warrior to reach the battlefield, but rather the last, the grim reaper who would cleanse the aftermath. However, before embarking on this ultimate hunt, he needed to prepare some extraordinary tools. The density of the insect swarm in the city had escalated, making conventional methods increasingly inadequate. He had to seek out asymmetrical weapons capable of altering the tide of battle. His primary target was explosives, not mere grenades, but high-grade explosives in the truest sense. Lin Yu did not naively aspire to confront the deeply buried queen insect with explosives. That would be akin to attempting to dislodge a mountain with a toothpick. His strategic intent was to create maximum chaos at the most critical juncture by demolishing vital structural supports of the insect nest, triggering widespread collapse, or igniting densely packed egg incubation zones to incite panic among the swarm. Alternatively, in a dire situation, he might forge an unexpected escape route that would catch everyone off guard. This was the core instrument to pivot the course of the entire plan. The radar map unfurled rapidly in his mind, swiftly sifting through the architectural structures within the city. Military bases, likely already stripped bare. Chemical factories, too perilous and unstable. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon an explosion-proof police substation located on the eastern side of the city. There, he might find what he sought. Like a whispering breeze, he silently arrived at his destination. Dozens of acid beetles, each the size of a small car, languidly sprawled across the square at the substation's entrance, intermittently spewing corrosive green acid that sizzled upon contact with the ground. Lin Yu observed calmly for a moment, utilizing his profound understanding of the insect race and extraordinary reflexes to swiftly devise a feint and flank strategy. He He circled to the opposite side of the substation and, wielding a silenced pistol, precisely detonated the fuel tank of an abandoned car. The thunderous explosion instantly captured the attention of most beetles in the square, which lumbered heavily towards the source of the sound. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yu darted forth like a flash of lightning, slipping into the shadows of the substation's main building. He navigated the labyrinthine structure with alacrity, ultimately locating a forgotten cache in the underground arsenal, tightly wrapped for plastic explosives and several accompanying remote detonators. With the heavy bounty secured in his spatial backpack, Lin Yu did not linger a moment longer and immediately set about preparing for his second target, an effective insecticide. In such a world, there must exist methods to combat the onslaught of insects. Ordinary insecticides had long proven ineffective against these genetically mutated monstrosities, but he sought a more specialized chemical formulation capable of addressing the insect plague. His target quickly became the chemical warehouse of a defunct biotechnology company named GeneLight. Upon his arrival, he discovered the site had been overtaken by a bizarre fungal growth, with the air saturated by a pungent mixture of chemicals and spores. The radar indicated that these fungi release spores with potent paralyzing effects, forming a natural defensive barrier. Lin Yu held his breath, carefully avoiding the perilous crimson zones, ultimately discovering a well-sealed canister of military-grade G3 pheromone interference spray within a specially designed metal cabinet marked with high-risk biohazard labels. This final preparation, a critical step meticulously considered by Lin Yu, was the heavy-duty fireproof suit specifically tailored for firefighters. The internal temperature of the insect nest was bound to be exceedingly high, compounded by his intention to deploy flamethrowers and Molotov cocktails on a large scale. A professional-grade thermal suit would be paramount in ensuring his survival. It was capable of withstanding temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, and its heavy composite materials offered a degree of protection against corrosive acids, while perfectly masking any sense emanating from his human form. This was a dual assurance for stealth and survival. This time, his gaze shifted towards a large fire station located on the far western edge of the city, away from the bustling downtown. This isolated and desolate area had minimal chances of being frequented by other players, ensuring that supplies would likely be preserved in optimal condition. As Lin Yu quietly approached like a specter, the scene before him seemed to validate his assumptions. The enormous garage doors stood ajar, revealing several red fire trucks cloaked in a thick layer of dust, surrounded by an eerie silence. His radar scan indicated a bright blue supply signal within the equipment room on the second floor, precisely the fireproof suit he sought. However, just as he prepared to infiltrate, 3 life signals suddenly emerged on the radar map. 2 of the signals were weak and erratic, radiating a familiar energy fluctuation. Indeed, they belonged to Li Wei and Zhao Feng. They appeared gravely injured, huddled in a corner on the second floor, trembling in fear. The 3rd signal, however, was formidable, cold, and cunning. It lurked in a corner of the second floor like a top predator, emanating an unsettling aura of danger. Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He understood that this seemingly straightforward supply retrieval mission was unlikely to proceed smoothly. An unforeseen encounter was all but inevitable. Inside the fire station, the deathly silence was shattered by a barely perceptible, spine-chilling sound of subtle friction. The air on the second floor was permeated by a faintly sweet, metallic odor, mingled with the scent of rust and dust, creating a nauseating concoction. Lin Yu refrained from hasty action, blending into his surroundings like a stone, silently ascending to the rooftop of a residential building opposite the fire station, which served as an excellent vantage point. He set up his binoculars, observing the hunting game unfolding on the second floor. Li Wei and Zhao Feng's condition was even more dire than he had imagined. They were trapped in a second-floor fitness training room, the entrance sealed off by layers of nearly transparent spider silk that shimmered ominously under the light. Li Wei's severed arm was awkwardly suspended with a rag across his chest, his face ashen and lips devoid of color from blood loss. In Zhao Feng's remaining solitary eye, bloodshot and filled with boundless dread, he grasped a fire axe tightly, his palm slick with sweat that had soaked the handle. Their intention had been to seek out some medical supplies and a safe haven for rest at this remote fire station. Little did they anticipate that they would stumble into the meticulously crafted lair of a terrifying creature. The formidable unknown signal loomed like a sovereign patrolling its realm, moving silently between the ceiling and walls of the training room with an elegant yet lethal grace. It seemed in no rush to extinguish the lives of its prey, instead relishing the sight of these intruders struggling in despair, much like a cat toying with a mouse. Chapter 72. A transaction? A mere toy to tease in Lin Yu's mind. The information about the creature swiftly emerged. Mimetic spider. This was no ordinary mutated spider. Its size was comparable to that of a calf, boasting 8 elongated and sharp appendages. However, its most terrifying aspect was not its size, but rather its nearly flawless mimetic ability. Its epidermal cells could rapidly alter color and texture in accordance with the ambient light and background within mere seconds. As observed by Lin Yu, it sometimes transformed into an inconspicuous pile of firefighting equipment in the corner. At other times masqueraded as a peeling patch of wall on the ceiling. It could even perfectly simulate the cold texture and rust of a metal storage cabinet. Had it not been for the secondary radar capable of locking onto its life energy signals, detecting its presence with the naked eye would have been nearly impossible. In addition to its mimicry, it could eject a nearly transparent web from its abdomen, whose resilience far surpassed that of steel. Once ensnared by this web, even an awakened individual with physical capabilities far exceeding that of an ordinary person would find it exceedingly difficult to break free in a short span of time. Its venomous fangs contained a potent neurotoxin, and a single drop could paralyze the heart of its prey within seconds. It moved silently, cunningly, and with great patience, making it a natural ambush master, a deadly assassin lurking in the shadows. Li Wei and Zhao Feng, 2 formidable tigers in the outside world, had now become 2 lambs awaiting slaughter beneath the web. Just as the mimetic spider seemed to have finally lost its patience and was poised to launch a fatal strike from the ventilation duct above, an abrupt figure appeared at the entrance of the training room, ghost-like and silent. Whoosh! A torrent of searing flames erupted from the flamethrower in Lin Yu's hands, akin to an enraged fire dragon, instantly incinerating the resilient web that blocked the doorway. The acrid scent of charred protein immediately filled the air. This sudden turn of events left both individuals in the training room and the mimetic spider on the ceiling momentarily stunned. Lin Yu. Upon seeing that familiar yet fearsome figure at the door, Li Wei and Zhao Feng wore expressions of extreme complexity, shock, disbelief, followed by a flicker of uncontrollable resentment and jealousy in Li Wei's eyes. In contrast, the scout Zhao Feng maintained a clearer head. He was acutely aware of their predicament, and the instinct for survival eclipsed all other emotions. Without hesitation, he shouted towards the cold man at the door. Lin Yu, let us collaborate. We must cooperate. The mimetic spider, evidently incensed by this uninvited guest, emitted a sharp hiss, abandoning its assault on Li Wei and Zhao Feng. In an instant, it vanished into the shadows of the complex piping in the ceiling. Zhao Feng knew he had to present Lin Yu with a compelling argument before the creature attacked again. Ignoring his injuries, he urgently shouted, I know you intend to head to the mother bug's lair. Don't think we're unaware. But you certainly do not know that the main entrance of the lair is guarded by at least 100 elite insect warriors, and even 2 carapace guardians. Entering from there is a guaranteed death. He fixed his gaze intently on Lin Yu, revealing his most significant trump card, one earned at the cost of his own life. However, during our reconnaissance with the Hummingbird drone, we inadvertently uncovered a secret passage, a disused section of the city's heating system, unmarked on any rudimentary map. Its entrance lies at a landslide 3 kilometers west of the central hub, allowing us to bypass all frontal defenses and lead directly to the mid-level area of the lair. This is our last route for escape. The intelligence we procured at the cost of half our lives. Help us eliminate this spider. This information is yours. Zhao Feng's voice, tinged with excitement and fear, betrayed a slight rasp. He recognized that this was their sole chance for survival. Lin Yu stood at the doorway, his expression impassive as he listened. A secret passage? With his secondary radars scanning range and precision, finding such a route would not pose a challenge, given sufficient time. Zhao Feng's intelligence would merely save him some search time. Yet, at that moment, an unusual thrill surged within him. He yearned to test the extent of his current capabilities, enhanced by the neural link hyperfrequency chip. The creature before him, the mimetic spider, along with these two treacherous former teammates, undoubtedly represented the ideal subjects for his experiment. As for the so-called collaboration, it was merely a drama destined for betrayal. He was more than willing to assume the role of director in this theatrical performance. With unwavering confidence, he made his decision. Lin Yu sheathed his flamethrower, his cold gaze sweeping over the two disheveled men in the training room, and ultimately uttered a single word, "Good." He then shifted his attention to the dark, intricate ceiling, as if he could penetrate the layers of obstruction to perceive the lurking predator, calmly inquiring, "What is its weakness?" "The eyes," Zhao Feng replied instantly. In order to mimic, it has sacrificed its thick exoskeleton. Its only vulnerability lies in the 8 enormous compound eyes on its head. Thus, a makeshift hunting party, composed of adversaries, prey, and hunters, was forged beneath the shadow of the web. The air was thick with a scent far more perilous and lethal than the pheromones of the monster, the essence of humanity itself. Chapter 73. The frenzy of the hunter. The curtain of battle was abruptly drawn back the moment Lin Yu nodded. Drones ascended into the air, activating thermal imaging and dynamic capture modes. Zhao Feng, enduring excruciating pain, immediately assumed the role of scout. He deployed a hummingbird drone, no larger than a palm, which silently soared beneath the ceiling, serving as his extended third eye, commencing a thorough scan of every nook and cranny on the second floor. "Li Wei, create some noise. Flush it out," Zhao Feng bellowed at the still-dazed Li Wei. Li Wei cast a resentful glance at Lin Yu's retreating figure, but the instinct for survival ultimately overshadowed his hatred. With a fierce roar, he bore the agony of his severed arm and seized a heavy fire axe with his remaining hand, striking wildly against the surrounding metal lockers. Clang, clang, clang. The jarring cacophony reverberated through the empty fire station, a blatant provocation directed at the lurking predator. Meanwhile, Lin Yu emerged as the undeniable protagonist of this hunting tableau. He eschewed any cover and positioned himself in the center of the training room, the M4A1 assault rifle in his hands hanging slightly, his demeanor radiating an air of calm. Yet his mind, linked through a hyperfrequency chip, was intricately connected to the battlefield. 11 o'clock. Ceiling ventilation duct. "It's there." Zhao Feng's voice sharpened. Almost instantaneously, Lin Yu's body reacted. Without lifting his gaze, his rifle, as if endowed with sight, swiftly elevated, the muzzle accurately trained on that direction. Swoosh! A shadow, akin to a venomous serpent, surged forth from the duct, darting towards Li Wei with lightning speed. However, greeting it was Lin Yu's preemptively calibrated pinpoint shot. Bang! 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 3 bullets formed a triangular pattern, decisively sealing off all escape routes for the mimetic spider. The creature emitted a sharp hiss midair, desperately contorting its massive form to evade the bullets, but its rhythm of stealth was irrevocably disrupted. Failing its initial strike, the mimetic spider swiftly showcased its cunning as an elite foe. It ricocheted off the wall, vanishing into the shadows on the opposite side, its exterior rapidly blending with the surrounding wall. "It's gone. The thermal imaging has lost it." Zhao Feng's forehead glistened with cold sweat. "No need to search," Lin Yu replied, his voice calm and unwavering. He slowly turned, aiming his rifle at a seemingly unremarkable row of fire hydrants about 7 meters behind him. "It's there." Both Zhao Feng and Li Wei were taken aback, utterly perplexed by Lin Yu's deduction. Just then, the surface of the fire hydrants began to undulate, as if stirred by unseen waters. A massive limb, glinting with a chilling light, abruptly thrust from the wall, aiming straight for Lin Yu's back. Swift, ruthless, accurate. However, what appeared to be a fatal blow in the eyes of an ordinary person seemed to unfold in slow motion from Lin Yu's perspective, as if time had decelerated tenfold. He even had the leisure to calculate the angle and velocity of the approaching limb. At the moment the appendage was about to make contact, Lin Yu's body glided forward and to the side as if devoid of bones, evading the strike by a mere half step. The limb brushed perilously close to his combat uniform, creating a gust that made his clothes flutter. A flawless evasion. Simultaneously, his rifle roared once more. Bang, 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 bang. This time, it was not a mere series of precise shots, but a torrential barrage. Bullets rained down like the scythe of death, accurately splattering against the massive head of the mimic spider, which had just revealed itself. Several bullets successfully penetrated the relatively weak exoskeleton of the mimic spider, embedding themselves deep within its compound eyes. Dark green ichor erupted like a fountain. Hiss! The mimic spider emitted its first true cry of pain and fury since the battle began. It abandoned all pretense of camouflage. Its 8 enormous compound eyes turned blood red, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. A wounded beast is the most dangerous, no longer lurking in the shadows. It unleashed its full speed, its 8 appendages transforming into whirling blades, sweeping towards the 3 with ferocious intent. "Be careful," Zhao Feng exclaimed in alarm. Li Bei, terrifia, stumbled backward. Yet Lin Yu did not retreat. He surged forward to meet the tempest of death. His flamethrower had, unbeknownst to him, replaced the rifle in his grasp. A roaring orange fire dragon engulfed the entire form of the mimic spider. Flames, the nemesis of all webs and toxins. The mimic spider writhed madly in the inferno, its proud camouflage and webs rendered utterly useless in the face of such searing heat. Seizing the moment, Li Wei finally summoned his courage, letting out a fierce roar as he swung his fire axe down with all his might, successfully wedging it into one of the struggling limbs of the mimic spider. Now is the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he discarded the flamethrower and retrieved a meticulously prepared Molotov cocktail from his backpack, hurling it with precise angles into the agonized mouth of the mimic spider. Boom! A dull explosion reverberated from within the creature. This time, there were no mournful cries. No more struggles. The massive body convulsed violently a few times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, charred and hollowed out from within. The battle had concluded. In the training room, the acrid scent of charred remains filled the air. Zhao Feng and Li Wei leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, their faces reflecting the relief of having survived. Lin Yu approached the corpse of the mimic spider with calm composure, using a spade to pry open its charred head, extracting a pulsating, blue-glowing neurotoxin gland from within. With an impassive expression, he stowed the trophy in his backpack, observing Lin Yu's deft yet indifferent actions. A previously subdued greed and resentment surged again in Li Wei's eyes, akin to a venomous serpent, uncontainable in its emergence. He fixed a gaze filled with malice upon Lin Yu's retreating figure and whispered conspiratorially to Zhao Feng beside him. "That madman. It must have been him who toyed with us at the Apocalypse building yesterday. He undoubtedly possesses the coveted purple supplies from there. Look at him. He hasn't even broken a sweat. He is merely an ordinary individual with luck on his side. No matter how quick his reflexes, his strength and stamina are surely limited. We have just exhausted him significantly. This is his moment of greatest vulnerability." The two were already seeking justifications for eliminating Lin Yu. Yet in this apocalyptic world, what justification was truly necessary? His voice brimmed with seduction. "I will do everything in my power to distract him. You strike from behind and end his life. Everything he possesses, including that purple equipment, shall belong to us." A recently extinguished fire of conflict was on the verge of being reignited by the more grotesque flames of human nature. Chapter 74. Overwhelming Zhao Feng's heart raced violently, spurred on by Li Wei's insidious temptations. In his singular eye, reason and greed were engaged in a fierce internal struggle. He had witnessed Lin Yu's spectral combat style and her uncanny ability to predict her opponent's moves, instilling a primal fear within him. Logic dictated that opposing such a formidable adversary was tantamount to courting death. Yet, Li Wei's words echoed in his ears like a devil's whisper, incessantly urging him on. The phrase purple equipment possessed an enchanting allure, capable of rendering any player devoid of reason. They had experienced the alarms of the apocalypse building firsthand. firmly believing that Lin Yu was the one who had seized the core treasure. In the recent skirmish, Lin Yu had indeed expended a significant amount of ammunition and stamina, even resorting to using a flamethrower. Perhaps she had truly reached her limit? Perhaps this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Human greed is akin to a poisonous weed growing perilously close to the edge of a cliff. Once it takes root, it will flourish uncontrollably, ultimately dragging one into an abyss from which there is no return. In just a few seconds of hesitation, the scales of Zhao Feng's heart tipped decisively towards greed. He uttered no words, yet the slight tremor in his hands as he tightened his grip on the fire axe signified his tacit agreement. Upon witnessing Zhao Feng's reaction, a vicious and distorted smile spread across Li Wei's face. He inhaled sharply, channeling every ounce of power within him as a speed awakened being. Pushing himself to the utmost limit, he transformed into a blurred shadow, akin to a descending tiger, and with his unscathed shoulder, he charged recklessly at Lin Yu, who was bent over collecting her spoils, seemingly unguarded. He wagered all his strength, fury, and hope on this desperate assault. However, what he deemed speed, the pride of his swiftness, appeared to Lin Yu as sluggish as a poorly executed black-and-white silent film. At the moment Li Wei surged forward, Lin Yu did not even turn to face him. Her mind processed all the information in an instant. Li Wei's muscle contraction frequency, his acceleration, the angle of his impact, and the overwhelming energy fluctuations emanating from Zhao Feng, rife with fear and murderous intent. Everything was under her control. Though he arrived last, he struck first. Just as Li Wei's formidable body was about to collide with her back, Lin Yu's form shifted with an almost boneless fluidity, moving sideways in a manner that defied the principles of human biomechanics. This half-step, seemingly effortless yet precise to the millimeter, allowed her to evade Li Wei's thunderous charge perfectly. With Li Wei's strike missing its mark, the sheer force of his momentum left him vulnerable and wide open. Lin Yu's movements were as swift as lightning, offering him no chance for reaction or adjustment. Without even firing her weapon, she struck with the butt of her gun in a seamless motion, delivering a precise blow to the outer side of Li Wei's supporting knee joint. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed clearly throughout the training room. Li Wei emitted a chilling wail, devoid of human semblance, as he distinctly felt the excruciating force shatter his kneecap from an unimaginable direction. The agony surged through him like an electric current, rendering him devoid of balance, and he collapsed to the ground, kneeling in despair. Yet Lin Yu's assault was far from over. Without a hint of mercy, a swift kick landed squarely on Li Wei's already fractured arm. The dual torment, potent enough to incapacitate an ordinary person, obliterated Li Wei's willpower in an instant. He could not even muster a scream. A pained groan escaped his throat as his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness like a lifeless heap. The entire sequence, from Li Wei's ambush to his utter incapacitation, transpired in the blink of an eye, so rapid that Zhao Feng, standing nearby, had yet to lift the fire axe in his grasp. By the time Zhao Feng comprehended the situation, Li Wei lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog stripped of its backbone, utterly devoid of combat capability. He stood frozen, the fire axe in his hand seeming to weigh 1,000 pounds, utterly beyond his ability to lift. The color drained from his face in a heartbeat, rendering him paler than a corpse. An overwhelming dread engulfed him like icy waters, illuminating the ludicrousness of their initial misjudgment. They had perceived Lin Yu as an ordinary individual relying on equipment and luck, oblivious to the fact that before him, they were mere ants, incapable of even a struggle. Lin Yu slowly turned, his frigid, emotionless gaze fixated upon Zhao Feng. There was no anger, no mockery, not even a hint of malice. Instead, his expression conveyed an absolute, unfeeling indifference akin to observing a pebble by the roadside. This indifference struck Zhao Feng with greater terror than any furious outburst. Without uttering a word, Lin Yu approached the trembling Zhao Feng, who was too fearful to even breathe. With such meager abilities, you dare to call yourselves awakened ones? Lin Yu finally spoke, his voice calm, yet as heavy as a hammer upon Zhao Feng's heart. He gently patted Zhao Feng's face, the motion reminiscent of soothing a frightened pet. Wait here for your demise, anticipating the tide of insects that shall consume both of you worthless beings. With that, Lin Yu turned away, not sparing him a glance, and strode towards the equipment storage. He retrieved a pristine, metallic glimmering heavy, fire-resistant suit, leaving the two wholly incapacitated awakened ones behind in that silent, dark fire station, abandoned to their boundless fear, regret, and the ominous approach of death. As Lin Yu donned the heavy, fire-resistant suit, he found it even more exquisite than he had anticipated. Crafted from multiple layers of composite fireproof materials and lightweight alloy plates. The suit was fortified with ceramic inserts at the chest and back, while its joints featured a flexible, pleated design, ensuring maximum protection without sacrificing agility. As he donned the matching, wide-vision, full-face helmet, the cacophony and filth of the outside world were entirely shut out, leaving only the sound of his steady breathing. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped him. He stepped out of the equipment room, passing by the two former teammates who had succumbed to utter despair, without even bestowing a glance upon them. For him, this farce had reached its conclusion. These two had transformed from potential threats into worthless debris, unworthy of any further exertion of his energy. Chapter 75, Prelude to Hell. Lin Yu's footsteps echoed like the pendulum of death, silently crossing the threshold of the fire station. Behind him stood two once mighty awakened beings, now ensnared in an abyss of regret and fear, awaiting their inevitable demise at the hands of the swarm. Their wails and curses had long been muted in Lin Yu's mind, reduced to mere background noise devoid of significance. In this brutal realm of survival of the fittest, the lamentations of the defeated held no sway over the victors, who remained indifferent. He did not immediately proceed to the so-called secret passage. The battle with the mimic spider, though it appeared effortless, had drained his mental fortitude considerably. The final, fluid sequence of counterattacks had nearly pushed the capabilities of his overclocked chip to its limits. His mind, too, craved respite. He sought refuge in an abandoned underground cold storage facility on the outskirts of the city. Its remote location and sturdy structure, coupled with the frigid temperatures that effectively stifled the phenomenal communication of the insectoids, rendered it an ideal hideaway. Securing the door from the inside, he leaned against the icy wall, allowing himself to fully unwind. This was perhaps the last moment of tranquility before the impending climactic confrontation. Time was not squandered. He meticulously assessed and organized his equipment. The heavy-duty fireproof suit was flawless, and the fully enclosed helmet shielded him from all external contaminants, its microcirculation system providing purified air, far surpassing the value of its blue-grade designation. 5 kilograms of C4 plastic explosives, accompanied by 10 wireless detonators, served as his key instruments for inciting chaos and shifting the tides of battle. Military-grade G3 pheromone interference spray was prepared as a gift for the unknown mind disturber, a critical asset for navigating through the throngs of adversaries. He had half a tank of flamethrower fuel, 8 special incendiary bottles, ample ammunition for his M4A1 assault rifle, and an assortment of medical supplies and high-energy food. Everything was meticulously prepared. He resembled a premier F1 driver, fine-tuning his vehicle to perfection. After approximately 3 hours of rest, during which he rejuvenated both his spirit and stamina to their zenith, Lin Yu activated his secondary radar system with a thunderous hum. The map, spanning a radius of 7 kilometers, encompassed the massive circular subway hub at the city's center and its surrounding areas. He first directed the radar's focus toward the secret passage entrance that Zhao Feng had mentioned in his desperate bid for survival. Located 3 kilometers west of the hub at a collapsed substation, the radar confirmed the presence of a deep, intricately structured network of pipelines with no signs of player activity. At least they possessed some utility, Lin Yu thought coldly. He then gradually expanded the radar's scanning range, inch by inch, into the depths of the mother insect's lair. He needed to ascertain whether any other warriors had ventured into this domain before him. However, the images relayed by the radar caused him to furrow his brow slightly. The entire nest of the mother insect, from the periphery to the mid-layer, was teeming with an overwhelming multitude of luminescent insectoid points. Yet there was not a single signal of life emanating from the players. The more than 200 players, who had once surged with fervor toward the city center, had now inexplicably vanished. No, they had not merely disappeared. Lin Yu adjusted the radar's precision to its utmost, soon uncovering the grim reality at the outer expanse of the nest. It resembled a battleground constructed from the corpses of both humans and insects. Countless dismembered limbs, shattered equipment, and the amalgamation of insect shells and viscera formed a vast morass of death. Clearly, those players had met with a cataclysmic defeat while attempting to storm the entrance of the nest, succumbing entirely to the seemingly inexhaustible numerical superiority of the swarm. They had validated the veracity of Zhao Feng's intelligence with their own lives. Entering through the front door was indeed a path to demise. Having confirmed that he would be the sole visitor, Lin Yu harbored no further hesitation. He rose, stretching his limbs as the sound of cracking bones echoed in the stillness. He approached the derelict substation, where he discovered a well concealed beneath rubble and cables. Without a moment's pause, he leaped into the abyss. The prelude to hell had commenced. Inside the ventilation duct, the space was far narrower and more oppressive than he had anticipated. The air was thick with an unpleasant amalgam of rust, machine oil, and the secretions of the insectoid creatures. The duct walls were coated in a slick mucus, compelling him to tread cautiously to avoid producing unnecessary noise. He resembled a parasite navigating through the innards of a colossal iron beast, solitary yet resolute, as he slithered toward the heart of the abyss. His secondary radar served as his sole eye. He could discern bright red points, representing elite sentinels, far more luminous than the ordinary soldier insects, patrolling the main thoroughfare with heavy footfalls. He could even sense a rhythmic pulsing from the depths of the earth, resonating with an aura of authority and brutal will. This place was a living entity steeped in the essence of death, and he was the most lethal virus poised to infiltrate the heart of this being. Just as he descended several hundred meters underground, nearing the mid-layer of the nest, a chilling system prompt reverberated throughout the entire instance world. Global instance announcement. The instance has reached 48 hours. Evacuation points have been activated. Evacuation point A, north gate of the city. Evacuation point B, rooftop of the skyscraper at the pinnacle of the city. Warning, the structural integrity of this building is at 15. Expected to collapse entirely in 12 hours. Please choose wisely. Lin Yu's gaze flickered momentarily. He immediately committed the locations and characteristics of the two evacuation points to memory. The pinnacle of the city, a time-sensitive, high-risk evacuation point fraught with variables. This was, quite literally, the ultimate stage tailored for him. The path of retreat had become clear. In his heart, there were no longer any lingering concerns, only an endless calmness intertwined with madness. He quickened his pace, charging boldly towards the deepest depths of that inferno. Chapter 76. The Labyrinth of Death. Lin Yu emerged silently from a viscous-laden vent, akin to a gecko, landing steadily on the ground of the nest's mid-layer. Upon beholding the scene before him, even his heart, tempered by bloodshed and carnage into an unyielding fortress, was seized by profound shock. This place transcended any architectural comprehension conceivable to humankind. Here lay a colossal, living biological cavity. The walls, floor, and ceiling were composed of a grayish-white, smooth, muscle-like organic substance. They pulsed rhythmically in unison with a resonant heartbeat emanating from the depths below, exuding a faint bioluminescence and an oppressive heat. The air was humid and viscous, saturated with pheromones so potent that any ordinary individual remaining here for mere minutes would likely succumb to neurotic disarray, driven to madness by the overwhelming influx of these substances. Enormous, translucent ova, resembling ripened grapes, dangled in clusters from the depressions in the walls. By the dim glow radiating from the walls themselves, one could discern the coiled, developing forms of various larvae within, embodying an eerie vitality. In this moment, Lin Yu's heavy-duty fireproof and insulated suit proved invaluable. It not only shielded him from the lethal heat, but, more crucially, The fully enclosed helmet and independent air circulation system spared him from the onslaught of pheromones and a myriad of toxic spores. He resembled an astronaut clad in a spacesuit, descending upon an alien world, observing with detachment this realm replete with primal and savage horrors, starkly divergent from terrestrial civilization. Yet beneath the beautiful yet sinister facade lay a pervasive and deadly threat. No sooner had he traversed 10 meters than a faint red warning illuminated on the radar map ahead. Lin Yu halted abruptly, crouching down to gently scrape away the seemingly innocuous grayish-white fungal mat with his entrenching tool. Beneath this layer lay a seemingly bottomless pool of bubbling emerald green acid. The causticity of the liquid was so potent that even the metal edge of his shovel began to sizzle and emit wisps of white smoke within mere seconds of contact. This thin layer of fungal mat served as the perfect camouflage, a death trap capable of instantly dissolving an armored tank. A glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. He understood that from this moment forth, each step he took must be measured with utmost precision. He forged an unprecedented connection between his mind, the hyperfrequency chip, and the secondary radar, intertwining them with extraordinary intensity. His brain transformed into a vast canvas, while the voluminous data relayed back by the radar became brushes, sketching a dynamic map replete with lines of mortality. Which segments of the ground concealed acid pools, which walls harbored dormant soldier insects, and which parts of the ceiling were on the verge of dripping mucus, all unfolded before him in a data-driven, utterly rational manner. He commenced his extreme dance within this labyrinth of death. After advancing approximately 100 meters, he arrived at a relatively spacious intersection. This place was inhabited by a novel elite species of insect. Dozens of monstrous creatures resembling gigantic bats, devoid of eyes and possessing two enormous ears akin to radar receivers, hung upside down from the vault above the crossroads. These are the soundwave bats, sentinels that relied entirely on auditory perception to navigate their world. They emitted periodic waves of invisible infrasound, scanning the surroundings. Any object detected by their sound waves that did not belong to the insect swarm would instantly provoke a collective assault. Their calls could directly affect the nervous systems of living beings, inducing intense dizziness and hallucinations. Lin Yu concealed himself behind a colossal, fleshy stone column, where the radar displayed distinct fan-shaped sound wave detection ranges slowly sweeping across the entire area. He felt as if he were engaged in the most perilous stealth game, waiting for the intervals between the sound waves. At last, in the area before him, the sound waves had just passed, creating approximately 5 seconds of detection vacuum. Now was the moment. Lin Yu's body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, making no sound as he moved with a low profile, skimming the ground swiftly toward the shadow of another stone column. His movements were as quick as lightning, yet as light as a cat. Just as he reached the opposite column and curled into the shadow, a new round of detection sound waves brushed perilously close to his back. Had he been even a fraction of a second late, he would have been completely exposed. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, but beneath the fully enclosed helmet, no one could witness the tension etched on his face. However, the challenge was far from over. Having navigated through the domain of the soundwave bats, he now faced a narrow passage stretching 100 meters ahead. The walls on either side were overgrown with numerous purple plant-like organisms resembling gigantic pitcher plants. These were spore spitters. They were highly sensitive to movement. Should any prey enter their attack range, they would unleash clouds of highly corrosive and paralyzing spores from their top openings. To charge through would be akin to bathing in acid rain. Lin Yu halted, his mind racing with calculations. A glance at the radar revealed a patrol unit of 5 ordinary soldier ants approaching slowly from the other end of the passage. A bold plan swiftly crystallized in his mind. He chose not to wait, nor to take a detour. From his backpack, he retrieved the silence-type .92 pistol he had confiscated, calculating the position and speed of the patrolling soldier ants. He gently fired a shot at the distant wall at the end of the passage. A faint sound echoed through the empty corridor. The 5 soldier ants abruptly paused, their rudimentary intelligence drawn to the unusual noise, prompting them to accelerate toward Lin Yu's location. Now was the moment. In the moment Lin Yu fired, He had already withdrawn his body into the shadow of the wall. The 5 unfortunate soldier ants, without a hint of hesitation, charged headlong into the death corridor, laden with spore sprayers. With a series of muffled sounds, as they entered the passage, all the spore sprayers on either side of the walls seemed to receive a signal, simultaneously blooming. Vast clouds of purple spores erupted like a dense fog, instantly engulfing the entire corridor. The soldier ants emitted piercing screeches as their hardened exoskeletons began to emit visible wisps of smoke, corroded by the spore clouds, becoming pockmarked and battered. Their movements grew increasingly sluggish, and ultimately, after running less than 20 meters, they collapsed, convulsed a few times, and were reduced to pools of foul-smelling liquid. Seizing the golden opportunity, while all the spore sprayers had just completed a round of fire and were in a brief cool-down period, Lin Yu darted through the gaps between them like a bolt of black lightning. He could even feel the scorching airflow generated by the lethal spores as they whisked past him, brushing against his insulated suit. Having traversed this perilous corridor unscathed, Lin Yu did not pause to catch his breath and continued onward. After enduring numerous trials, pushing his stealth skills, predictive abilities, and psychological fortitude to their limits, he finally emerged at the edge of a vast cavernous nest. Gazing downward, he felt a terror far more potent than any pressure he had encountered thus far. A palpable energy pulsating with a kingly might that sent shivers through his very soul, emanating from the abyss below. On his radar map, a terrifying red dot, radiant like a star and occupying nearly a third of the screen, lay quietly lurking in the darkness beneath. Surrounding it were 6 elite points of light, their intensity rivaling that of the giant mandible soldier ants, if not surpassing them, orbiting like the most loyal satellites, dutifully guarding their queen. He had finally reached the culmination of his journey, the Queen's Chamber. Chapter 77. The Queen's Chamber. Lin Yu, like the most patient of predators, concealed her form entirely behind a massive rock face at the edge of her lair. Peering down into the vast chasm below through the miniature camera and radar system on her helmet, the scene before her transcended the imagination of any science fiction horror film. This was far from a conventional cave or nest. It was a living, breathing, colossal womb of existence. The entire expanse surpassed that of a standard football field, with walls, ceilings, and floors composed of a dark crimson, wrinkled, organic flesh. They pulsed rhythmically and slowly with a resounding heartbeat emanating from below, each throb casting alternating shadows and light throughout the space, as if the world itself were inhaling and exhaling. Countless massive veins, akin to oil pipelines, wound through the fleshy walls, slightly protruding, revealing a viscous liquid glowing with a golden hue flowing within. Tens of thousands of gigantic eggs, resembling ripe fruits, dangled from the ceiling on fleshy tendrils, emitting a nauseating aroma that mingled the scent of amniotic fluid with the sweetness of honey. This was the origin of all insectoid life on the A23 planet, a crucible of life and a breeding ground for death. At the heart of this hellish grandeur lay the creator of it all, the planet's former and current mother insect. No conventional biological terms could adequately describe it. It resembled a colossal mound of flesh, exoskeleton, mucus, and crystal. Its lower half was an immense, bloated mass akin to a tumor, irrevocably fused with the nest's ground. Countless bundles of nerves and veins extended from the earth into its body, rendering it the true heart and brain of this land. Its factory-like abdomen exhibited a bizarre translucence, revealing thousands of new eggs slowly forming within, continuously delivered to the corners of the nest through a colossal ovipositor connected to its lower end. The upper half retained a semblance of insectoid characteristics, yet appeared more distorted and divine. 6 massive, industrial-like appendages meticulously cleaned its body of mucus or transported nutrient-rich substances, pulsating with energy into its abyssal maw. It lacked mobility, for it was an immovable yet indestructible bastion of war. The golden light that had captivated all players since the 36th hour of the instance did not guard treasure. Rather, that treasure was an integral part of its very being. At the very center of the enormous and grotesque head of the mother insect, prominently embedded in the forehead, lies a gem of remarkable size, akin to a human head, crafted entirely from the purest golden crystal. It glimmers with a brilliance reminiscent of a flawlessly cut diamond, pulsating in rhythm with the mother's heartbeat, emanating an overwhelming presence steeped in ancient vitality. Lin Yu's retina instinctively conjured the attributes of this golden treasure. Name: a 23 heart of the insect nest. Quality: golden, unique. Type: special core material. Effect 1: passive source of life while possessing this item. Your stamina attribute will experience a permanent increase of 5 points to its maximum limit, and both your health and stamina will regenerate at a rate of 1 per minute. Effect 2: passive swarm command. When confronted by insectoid entities, your presence will instill a faint psychological deterrent, granting a 5 chance that they will hesitate or succumb to fear for 1 second during their attack. Effect 3: active sacrifice of source energy. You may choose to absorb this core in a single act, instantly acquiring 1,000 experience points, with a 5 minuscule chance of directly comprehending a purple quality skill related to life or domination. Note: to obtain it, one must first possess a heart harder than this gem and the courage to challenge the divine. The astonishing attributes made Lin Yu's heart race uncontrollably. However, such an invaluable treasure is naturally guarded by formidable and desperate protectors. Surrounding the colossal form of the mother insect are 6 grotesque beings, each exuding an energy far surpassing any elite monster previously encountered. Akin to the most loyal yet ruthless knights, safeguarding their singular queen. Lin Yu's radar swiftly locked onto them, analyzing the terrifying composition of this royal guard. 2 rock-armored sentinels. Their size rivals that of a heavy tank, their bodies enveloped in an exaggeratedly thick black chitinous armor, each wielding a massive bone shield resembling a city gate. They serve as the absolute defensive core, an insurmountable wall against any assault. 2 shadow scythes. Their forms are extraordinarily slender and elongated, entirely cloaked in black, as if they could meld seamlessly into the surrounding shadows. Their speed is so swift that only fleeting afterimages are visible on the radar, making them silent yet deadly assassins. 1 plague bearer. It resembles a gigantic leech magnified hundreds of times, its soft and bloated body covered in vibrant, oozing sores. It incessantly spews potent corrosive mists and lethal spores capable of parasitizing any organic matter from its maw, rendering it a terrifying area control unit. Lastly, the most formidable and daunting to Lin Yu was the Mind Interferer. This creature bore the unsettling likeness of a human brain, stripped of its flesh, yet adorned with numerous tendrils reminiscent of jellyfish. It hovered in the air above the head of the mother worm, continuously emanating invisible waves of psychic energy, distorting the surrounding atmosphere. This entity was the nemesis of all stealth operatives and psychics. Within its psychic field, any form of stealth or mental probing would be magnified infinitely, rendering one utterly exposed. Confronted with this seemingly insurmountable and despair-inducing defensive formation, Lin Yu's gaze bore no hint of retreat. Rather, it ignited an unprecedented, frenzied flame. His mind, propelled by the super-frequency chip, began to process all known variables at an extraordinary pace. The explosive yield of C4 explosives, the remaining fuel of the flamethrower, the structural layout of the lair's cavity, the Royal Guard's patrol routes down to the second, and the mother worm's rhythmic ovulation cycle, engaging in an unprecedented life or death, wildly ambitious simulation. A plan with a success rate of 30%, brimming with aesthetic violence and deceit, gradually took shape in his mind, becoming increasingly distinct. Lin Yu's gaze fixated intently on the resplendent heart of the nest on the mother worm's forehead. Fear and greed had vanished from his visage, leaving only a resolute madness as he wagered his life and intellect upon the table. Silently, he retrieved the first block of C4 plastic explosive and its accompanying remote control from his spatial backpack, a cold and wild smile curling at the corners of his lips. He murmured softly to himself, as if proclaiming a final declaration of war to the entire lair and to the exalted queen above. All right, the warm-up is over. Now, the party is about to commence. Chapter 78, Madness. Lin Yu's entire mind was ensnared in the frenzied realm of a thought chessboard, constructed from hyperfrequency chips and secondary radar. At the center of this board stood the unassailable throne, the Mother Bug. Surrounding it were 6 pieces, the Royal Guard, moving in a constant, precise trajectory reminiscent of celestial bodies in their orbits, weaving an impenetrable net of defense. As for Lin Yu, he was merely a singular, inconspicuous pawn in this grand scheme, a pawn intent on toppling the entire board with sheer audacity. A frontal assault was nothing more than the folly of a dreamer. His only chance lay in exploiting the information disparity, wielding those seemingly inconsequential tools at his disposal to unsettle this seemingly insurmountable equilibrium, generating chaos, and within that turmoil, seizing the fleeting, singular opportunity. His gaze first settled upon the entity he most feared, the very core of the defense system, the mind interferer, floating ominously in midair. This creature served as the eyes of the entire chessboard. As long as it existed, all his actions would be laid bare under its omnipresent mental field. His radar advantage would be utterly diminished. Thus, the first step of the plan must be to blind it. He meticulously observed the mind interferer's trajectory. It was not stationary. Instead, it floated irregularly within a 50-meter radius of the Mother Bug, moving at an exceedingly slow pace. Lin Yu discerned a crucial detail. Whenever the Mother Bug completed an oviposition cycle at the moment of its abdomen's violent contraction, the mind interferer's mental field would experience an ephemeral dip in energy, lasting approximately 1.5 seconds. This was his optimal moment to strike. From his backpack, he retrieved a canister of military-grade G3 pheromone disruption spray. Its effective range was limited to 10 meters, necessitating a means to deliver this spray beneath the mind interferer without alarming the other guards. This task was nearly impossible. Yet, within this impossibility, he discovered a mad fulcrum, the Plague Bringer. This colossal leech-like creature periodically spewed toxic mist and parasitic spores onto the ground. Each expulsion would cause a slight displacement due to the reaction force. After observing for half an hour, Lin Yu accurately calculated the landing point of each of its movements. He was about to undertake an unfathomable act, utilizing the immense body of the Plague Bringer as a catapult to deploy his disruption spray. With the first phase of the plan solidified, he had resolved the issue of the eyes. Next, he had to dismantle the indomitable shield, the 2 rock armor guards. To confront them head-on would be akin to striking a tank with an egg. Lin Yu's gaze gradually shifted from the 2 armored sentinels to the dome above them, composed of living flesh and adorned with vast blood vessels. A chilling smile graced his face. The 5 kilograms of C4 plastic explosives in his grasp were never intended for these resilient monstrosities. His true target was the structural support points of this entire Queen's chamber. Through the radar structural scanning, he had clearly identified 5 crucial load-bearing pillars nestled within the dome. These 5 pillars were the core sustaining this immense void from collapsing. If he could detonate all 5 simultaneously, even if it did not cause an immediate collapse of the entire nest, it would surely trigger a catastrophic avalanche of flesh and blood. At that moment, the descending massive tissues and severed vessels would unleash a chaotic and lethal indiscriminate area attack. He himself was protected by a heavy fire-resistant suit, but those sluggish rock-armored sentinels would be entirely overwhelmed or dismembered in this man-made calamity. This was the second phase of the plan, Heaven's Collapse. The final and most perilous aspect involved the 2 wraith-like Shadow Reapers. Their speed posed the greatest threat to Lin Yu. Even with the integration of an overclocking chip, he had no absolute confidence in evading their lethal assaults in a one-on-one scenario. His only defenses against their swiftness were traps and flames. Lin Yu's strategy was to utilize all the special incendiary bottles and fuel from his flamethrowers to create a circular wall of fire. This fiery barrier would enclose the Queen, compressing the movement space of the 2 Shadow Reapers to its utmost limits, forcing them to operate within a confined, flame-encircled area. Under the relentless heat of the inferno and the disruption of shadows, their prideful stealth capabilities would be severely diminished, and their speed would be affected. This would grant Lin Yu a precious window of time to approach the Queen and seize the nest heart. This was the 3rd phase of the plan, The ultimate killing strike, purgatory. Blinding, heaven's collapse, purgatory. These three interconnected phases, each more frantic and perilous than the last, formed a vividly clear combat blueprint in his mind. Steeped in a violent and aesthetic destruction, the execution of the entire plan must be compressed within 2 oviposition cycles of the queen, amounting to less than 10 minutes. Any deviation at any stage would result in his instantaneous dismemberment, leading to his irreversible doom. Lin Yu took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. He unscrewed the cap of the G3 pheromone disruption spray, setting a 3-minute delay for the dispersal mechanism. Then, using a small piece of C4's adhesive properties, he firmly attached it to a fist-sized chunk of hardened organic material that had peeled off the rock wall. His eyes remained fixated on the slowly writhing plague bringer below. He began his countdown. As the plague bearer unleashed its vile expulsion once more, the body was propelled towards its designated position by the force of reaction. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yu's hand moved. With an extraordinary precision akin to that of a catapult, he hurled the stone bound with explosives in a perfect parabolic arc. The stone traced an inconspicuous curve through the air, silently and accurately, landing squarely upon the enormous, supple back of the plague-bearer. Having accomplished this feat, he lingered not for an instant, swiftly turning and ascending the rocky walls of the cavern's edge like an agile monkey, racing towards the 5 weight-bearing pillars of flesh that he had meticulously marked on the dome above. The first piece in this frenzied chess game had been set in motion. Next, it was time to herald the raucous prelude of the solitary dance. Chapter 79 Prologue Time, in Lin Yu's perception, seemed to stretch infinitely. He ascended the slick and warm flesh walls of the nest, moving with the swiftness of a phantom, yet landing soundlessly. The heavy soles of his fireproof insulated boots struck precisely upon the solid protrusions beneath him, evading the notice of any guards. His mind simultaneously processed 3 critical tasks. First, he calculated the shortest climbing route between himself and the 5 supportive flesh pillars of the dome. Second, he monitored the movements of the plague-bearer below, ensuring it carried the timed explosive, advancing toward its designated target, the mind disturber. Third, and most crucially, he fixated on the undulating abdomen of the mother insect, calculating the arrival of its next oviposition cycle. Everything must detonate within that golden window of 5 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. The canister he had cast aside, the G3 pheromone disruption spray, resembled a passenger catching a favorable ride, inching closer to the center of the board under the rhythmic undulations of the plague-bearer. Meanwhile, Lin Yu successfully reached the base of the first supportive flesh pillar. This pillar was more substantial than he had anticipated, with a diameter exceeding 3 meters, resembling a colossal column connecting the dome to the ground, its surface pulsating with thick, throbbing veins. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the first block of C4 plastic explosive firmly against the most vulnerable joint of the pillar before swiftly moving to the next target. Time slipped away, second by second, the second, third, fourth blocks. Just as he completed the installation of the 5th and final C4 explosive and returned to a prime, sniping, and observation point at the edge of the nest, the situation below reached a decisive moment. The plague-bearer, after another spasm, positioned itself perfectly, directly beneath the slowly floating mind disturber. The delay mechanism of the disruption spray had also reached its conclusion. With a soft whoosh, a colorless and odorless but immensely potent gas that fundamentally distorted and shielded against the pheromones of the insect swarm erupted from the back of the plague-bearer, forming a 10-meter radius information black hole. Simultaneously, the mother insect's oviposition cycle arrived as expected. Its massive abdomen contracted violently, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The psychic field of the mind disturber experienced a fleeting energy trough lasting precisely 5 seconds. Now, a fierce glint ignited in Lin Yu's eyes. His fingers pressed the detonation button for the 5 pre-marked C4 coordinates on the virtual radar map simultaneously. Boom! Blinding light and cataclysmic collapse were triggered at that very instant. Suspended in midair, the mind interferer was besieged by a potent interference spray at its most vulnerable moment. Its brain-like form convulsed violently, emitting a silent yet agonizing shriek that rippled through the surrounding space. Its omnipresent mental field shattered instantaneously, collapsing like broken glass. On Lin Yu's radar map, the hazy mist that had long enveloped the entire nest, symbolizing mental interference, dissipated with a thunderous roar. For the first time, the intricate details of the Queen's chamber were unveiled before him with startling clarity. But soon, an even more cataclysmic destruction unfolded. A series of 5 thunderous explosions resonated from the nest's dome, each one reverberating like the very wrath of the heavens. The 5 colossal pillars that supported the entire structure were obliterated in an instant by the terrifying force of C4 explosives. A chain reaction ensued. Tons of mixed rock and living flesh cascaded from the dome, as if the sky itself had collapsed. Countless severed blood vessels erupted like uncontrolled fire hoses, showering the ground below with a torrential downpour of scalding golden slime. A disaster orchestrated by Lin Yu had descended upon them. The royal guard below was plunged into unprecedented chaos. Although the 2 rock-armored sentinels raised their massive bone shields in a futile attempt to defend themselves, they found themselves utterly overwhelmed by such indiscriminate devastation. One was struck squarely by a massive chunk of flesh the size of a small car, pinning it beneath with a furious roar, rendering it temporarily immobile. The other narrowly evaded the fatal blow, but was drenched in debris and scalding slime. Becoming isolated from the rest of the guard, Lin Yu's target was precisely this solitary sentinel, the most resilient of shields. At the moment of detonation, he leapt from the towering rock face like a predatory falcon, his fireproof suit's microjet propulsion igniting, allowing him to carve a precise arc through the air, silently landing behind the disoriented rock-armored sentinel. The sentinel seemed to sense something amiss, slowly turning its massive head. Yet what awaited it was Lin Yu's most ferocious greeting. Meticulously prepared, with a furious roar, the military-grade flamethrower in Lin Yu's hands unleashed a 10-meter-long torrent of orange-red flames, reaching temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. The inferno surged with unstoppable force, precisely targeting the relatively vulnerable joints of the sentinel's thick exoskeleton. The shell glowed a fiery red as flesh was instantaneously carbonized, sending a pungent aroma of charred meat soaring into the air. The rock-armored guardian emitted a roar of excruciating pain, thrashing its colossal bone shield in a frenzied attempt to crush the minuscule human clinging to it like a parasite. Yet, Lin Yu moved with swiftness and agility that surpassed its own. He danced around the behemoth like the most skilled matador, engaging in a cacophonous solo performance. With each evasion, he deftly sidestepped the sweeping blows of the bone shield. With every fiery blast, he directed lethal flames into the creature's most vulnerable points. Rather than confront it head-on, he employed the most cunning and merciless strategy, gradually roasting this seemingly invincible monster from within. At last, after nearly a minute of relentless scorching, the movements of the rock-armored guardian grew increasingly sluggish. It let out a reluctant wail, and its massive form crashed to the ground, utterly devoid of life. In that moment, the other guards were just beginning to regain their senses amidst the chaos of destruction. The blinded mind interferer also regained a semblance of awareness. Emitting a piercing alarm once more, the entire lair erupted into pandemonium. However, Lin Yu had successfully torn a fatal breach in this impenetrable bastion of defense. Chapter 80. The Dance of Death. The fall of the First Royal Guard was akin to a deep-water bomb being cast into a tranquil lake, instantaneously igniting the wrath of the entire Queen's chamber. The colossal head of the mother creature lifted for the first time, unleashing a roar that pierced the soul, filled with unparalleled authority and fury. As it roared, the entire lair trembled violently. The remaining 5 royal guards, along with the thousands of ordinary insectoids hastening from all directions upon hearing the news, fixed their blood-red, murderous gazes upon the diminutive figure clad in heavy thermal armor. Lin Yu, standing atop the searing corpse of the rock-armored sentinel. A storm was brewing. The first to strike were the 2 surviving shadow scythes. Whoosh, whoosh. Their forms vanished from sight, transforming into two bolts of black lightning, completely imperceptible to the naked eye. As they approached Lin Yu's neck and heart from two sharply divergent angles, defying the laws of physics. Their speed was breathtaking. The attacks produced no sound, as if even the air had been cleaved by their razor-sharp limbs. However, within Lin Yu's mind, accelerated to its utmost by the super-frequency chip, the trajectories of these lethal bolts were captured with clarity and slowed down several times. He could even discern the cruel glint in their compound eyes and the delicate sparks igniting from their scythe-like forelimbs due to the rapid friction against the air. Lin Yu chose not to retreat, nor did he attempt to block. He understood that any extraneous movement in the face of absolute speed would be futile. Just as the twin scythes were about to make contact, he executed a maneuver incomprehensible to all living beings. He directed the flamethrower in his hand downward, unleashing a fierce jet of flame. Whoosh! A swirling wall of fire erupted beneath him in an instant. Simultaneously, leveraging the powerful recoil of the flamethrower, his body catapulted forward. Not upward nor backward, but in a peculiar stance, hurtling diagonally downward toward the pestilent spreader, which was incessantly exhaling toxic fumes. Thud! Thud! The deadly strikes of the shadow scythes ultimately struck only the empty space where Lin Yu had once stood, leaving behind two gashes deep enough to reveal bone. Missing their target, they immediately sought to adjust their forms for another assault. Yet Lin Yu granted them no such opportunity, thus commenced a deadly waltz. Utilizing the recoil of the flamethrower, Lin Yu continuously shifted his position mid-air, transforming into a leaf caught in a tempest. Performing a breathtaking dance of death between the two shadow scythes and the pestilent spreader. Each burst of flame not only facilitated his movement, but also crafted a localized fire barrier. He deftly extracted 8 specialized incendiary grenades from his spatial backpack, casting them with precision at key points within the queen's chamber, resembling celestial maidens scattering blossoms. Boom! 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 Fiery blooms of orange-red infernos erupted violently upon the blood-soaked ground. In no time, he successfully conjured a vast, encircling inferno around the mother worm and the remaining guards. The billowing flames and searing waves of heat severely disrupted the shadow's scythe, its vision and perception, diminishing its once proud speed and stealth amidst the flickering chaos of fire. The sluggish plague bringer became the most pitiful dance partner in this macabre waltz, forced to sway helplessly. Lin Yu's form clung to it like a parasite, relentlessly entwining itself around the creature. Whenever the shadow scythe lunged from an unexpected angle, Lin Yu would swiftly jet away to the other side of the plague bringer's massive, mountain-like body, using it as the most impeccable mobile shield. Hiss! The shadow scythe's claws, sharp enough to rend alloy, repeatedly struck the plague bringer's flesh, leaving gaping wounds that oozed copious amounts of green ichor. In its agony, the plague bringer instinctively exhaled vast clouds of corrosive miasma towards the source of its torment. In an instant, the royal guard was plunged into unprecedented chaos. Thanks to Lin Yu's disruptive presence, he had masterfully turned the enemy against itself. Now was the moment. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. He seized upon a minuscule lapse in coordination between two shadow scythes, who had momentarily evaded the toxic fog. No longer evading, he charged directly at one of the scythes. His M4A1 assault rifle roared like the specter of death. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. Rather than aim for the rapidly moving head, he unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the ground before the shadow scythe. Countless rounds erupted against the hard surface, sending sparks and ricochets flying. Despite its incredible speed, the shadow scythe was compelled to alter its trajectory in the face of such irrational, anticipatory suppression. The new path it took led directly behind another shadow scythe. A perfect act of self-destruction, orchestrated by Lin Yu himself, unfolded before him. Thud! The first shadow scythe's razor-sharp scythe pierced through its comrade's chest. Unable to halt its momentum, the backstabbed scythe emitted an incredulous wail, while the assailant froze in fatal shock at the sudden turn of events. Lin Yu had awaited this very opportunity. The entrenching shovel in his hand had inexplicably replaced his rifle, and with a piercing whistle akin to black lightning, he accurately severed the dazed, shadow-sized head from its body. Immediately, he executed a swift maneuver, utilizing his Glock pistol to send the severely injured weasel back to the depths of hell. In the blink of an eye, two of the most formidable assassins had perished. With the greatest threat neutralized, Lin Yu shifted his gaze towards the still spewing toxic miasma, the living target known as the Plaguebringer. "It's your turn," he uttered with a cold scoff, unleashing the entirety of his last canister of flamethrower fuel upon the massive, fleshy worm without a hint of restraint. Amidst the chilling wails and the acrid scent of charred flesh, the Plaguebringer met the same fate as its companion. At this juncture, 4 of the 6 royal guards had tragically succumbed to Lin Yu's prowess. Only the boulder-pinioned rock armored guardian, futilely struggling, and the mind disturber, having regained its senses yet paralyzed by the fear of flames, remained. Lin Yu stood amidst the inferno, locking a frigid gaze with the towering mother worm across the raging flames. His chest heaved violently. His physical stamina was nearing its limit. Chapter 81. The Final Movement. The heart on the throne of the gods, the inferno churned, and cries of despair echoed across the land. Lin Yu's figure, amidst the raging flames and the scattered remnants of destruction, resembled a deity of death emerging from the depths of hell. His icy gaze pierced through the distorted waves of heat, precisely locking onto the last 2 royal guards. The stone-armored guardian, half buried beneath a massive boulder, continued to struggle and roar in vain. Its demise was merely a matter of time. The true threat lay in the mind disturber, which had already recovered from the pheromone disruption and was now ensnaring Lin Yu with its invisible mental force field. A piercing shriek erupted from the mind disturber, its brain-like form quivering violently as an intangible mental shock, akin to a battering ram, crashed into Lin Yu's mind. Were it any ordinary player, such an assault would likely result in instant chaos, rendering them a complete fool. Yet Lin Yu merely experienced a slight dizziness. The neural link hyperfrequency chip, long fused with his soul, erupted in a brilliant violet light, serving as an impenetrable firewall that deflected the majority of the mental assault. "Is this all you can muster?" A cold, scornful smile curled at the corners of Lin Yu's lips. The creature's greatest reliance lay in its mental attacks and reconnaissance. Once these capabilities faltered, its feeble physical defenses would be as fragile as parchment before him. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, braving the onslaught of psychic strikes like an enraged leopard, directly confronting the mind disturber. Clearly unprepared for this audacious human to face its mental prowess, the creature momentarily faltered. However, as a guardian, its instinct for battle kicked in. Its jellyfish-like tendrils elongated suddenly, like dozens of venomous whips, coiling towards Lin Yu from all directions. Yet, within Lin Yu's divine perspective overlooking the battlefield, every movement was riddled with flaws. His mind calculated the attack trajectories and coverage of all the tendrils in an instant. The M4A1 assault rifle in his hands played the final movement once more. Tot. Instead of targeting the agile tendrils, he unleashed all his firepower upon the defenseless brain of the mind disturber, suspended in midair. Puff, puff, puff. The bullets easily tore through the thin membrane, the scorching projectiles burrowing deep into the soft, grayish-white brain tissue. A final, silent wail of anguish emanated from the mind disturber, its brain-like body exploding like a burst water balloon, sending countless grayish-white liquids splattering everywhere. The 5th Royal Guard fell, with his formidable foe vanquished. Lin Yu's gaze turned toward the last remaining stone-armored guardian, which was still struggling for survival. He could hardly be bothered to waste another bullet. Approaching the creature, pinned beneath the colossal boulder and utterly immobile, he disregarded its furious and resentful roars. With a cold and efficient demeanor, he wielded his entrenching tool, piercing relentlessly through the crevices of its heavy shell, again and again, with precision. A minute later, the roars abruptly ceased. Thus the 6 royal guards, who had shielded the Queen's throne, were utterly annihilated. The Queen's chamber fell into a profound silence. interrupted only by the crackling of flames and the increasingly labored breaths of the mother insect. Lin Yu stood amidst the chaos of corpses and flames, slowly raising his head to meet the icy gaze of the queen, perched high upon her throne, penetrating through the barriers that separated them. He understood that the appetizer had concluded. Now, it was time for the main course. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the last remnants of his strength to its utmost limit, transforming into a streak of black lightning, charging toward the massive head of the mother insect, which loomed like a mountain. This was an epic endeavor of mortals challenging the divine. The colossal body of the mother insect stood as the steepest and most perilous of peaks. Its skin was slick and resilient, riddled with myriad secretion-filled pores and defensive keratinous layers. Lin Yu utilized his entrenching tool and combat knife as climbing picks, employing both hands and feet to ascend the nearly vertical wall of flesh. The mother insect, clearly aware of this ant's intentions, unleashed a thunderous roar. Its 6 enormous limbs, capable of crushing tanks, crashing down toward Lin Yu with terrifying force. His body maneuvered upon the vast flesh wall like a nimble monkey. With each titanic strike, he expertly found a minuscule indentation or protrusion to narrowly evade the onslaught. Each colossal arm smashed into the mother insect's own body, producing dull thuds and splattering blood and viscera, yet it could never reach the agile figure that danced like a flea. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. The distance swiftly evaporated. Lin Yu could clearly discern every wrinkle and pulsating vein upon the grotesque head of the mother insect. He felt the alluring and immense life energy radiating from the heart of the hive, embedded in the mother insect's forehead. Finally, as he exhausted the last remnants of his stamina, he reached the pinnacle of this divine mountain, standing atop the mother insect's head. He was but a single step away from that golden heart. Roar! The mother insect emitted a final, humiliating, and resentful bellow. All of its limbs frantically crashed down toward its own head, attempting to obliterate the mortal who dared to desecrate the throne alongside itself. But it was too late. In Lin Yu's eyes flickered the desperate madness of a gambler, poised for the ultimate gamble. He disregarded the cataclysmic assault and, with every ounce of strength, drove his most trusted companion, the once razor-sharp yet now dulled engineer's shovel, forcefully into the crevice where the heart of the hive met the flesh of the mother worm. Give me. Rise! With a thunderous roar that echoed through the abyss, he exerted all his might and pried upwards. A resounding crack, akin to leather being torn asunder, reverberated throughout the entire nest. The radiant, golden heart of the hive, symbolizing the very essence of the insectoid race, was wrenched from the mother worm's brow with sheer force. A torrential flow of golden ichor erupted from the gaping wound upon the mother worm's forehead, surging forth like a fountain. Chapter 82, Overclocking. At the moment when Lin Yu tightly grasped the heart of the nest, time seemed to freeze. A warm and formidable surge of life energy coursed through his palm, instantly revitalizing his nearly exhausted strength by an astonishing 30%. However, this sensation of comfort lasted less than a second. The next moment, he was engulfed by an overwhelming wave of fury and malevolence emanating from the entirety of the world. The mother worm emitted its first and final cry, devoid of any information, a pure expression of endless pain, wrath, and despair, a cosmic wail capable of piercing souls and rending the heavens. This lament transformed into an invisible, devastating psychic shockwave, radiating from the Queen's palace and sweeping across the entire 23 apocalyptic fragment world in an instant. In that moment, whether it was the ordinary soldier bugs gnawing on corpses amidst the city ruins, the elite giant worms lying dormant deep underground, the flying insect species soaring through the skies, or the bizarre creatures lurking in dark corners, every single unit of the insect race froze in unison. Subsequently, in the depths of their crimson compound eyes, the last remnants of their biological instincts were utterly replaced by a more primal and ferocious collective known as vengeance. The Queen's heart had been taken. The perpetrator who had desecrated the divine and stolen the very essence of the entire race must die. They must be torn into a billion pieces in the most brutal manner possible. Buzz, the heart of the nest, in Lin Yu's hand suddenly blazed with light, and a golden mark, filled with curses and resentments, emerged, instantly searing itself onto his chest. Even through the thick fire-retardant suit, the searing pain that penetrated to his very marrow made him stifle a groan. On his retinal display, a line of blood-red, heart-stopping alerts erupted. Warning: you have seized the core of the world and have been marked for ultimate pursuit by the motherworm. Queen's resentment. Effect: your existence will be like a star in the night, generating an irresistible allure to all insect units in this world. They will abandon all actions and, at any cost, converge upon you with relentless speed, pursuing you to the death. The Queen's resentment cannot be dispelled by any skill or item, lasting until your death or successful escape from this world. Almost instantaneously with the alert's emergence, Lin Yu's secondary radar map went haywire. On the map, millions of red dots representing the insect race seemed to receive a unified command, transforming into torrents of crimson, crazily converging from every corner of the city towards the central point where he stood. At this moment, the entire city morphed into a colossal, contracting cage, and he was the sole prey within this prison. It was time to leave. Lin Yu's heart plummeted to the depths. Even a fleeting moment of hesitation would render him utterly submerged by the cataclysmic tide of insects. He stowed the heart of the nest into his spatial backpack, then leaped from the crumbling head of the matriarch, racing towards the secret passage he had once traversed, embarking on a desperate flight. Yet, he had gravely underestimated the wrath of the swarm. The entire lair of the mother insect seemed to awaken. The original passage was swiftly sealed by writhing flesh, and countless corrosive fluids gushed forth from the wall's crevices, while sharp bone spurs erupted from the ground without warning. Just as he burst from the Queen's chamber, he was met head-on by the first wave of an elite frenzy, drawn by the mournful wails of the matriarch, composed of hundreds of scythe mantises and acid beetles. "Get out of the way!" Lin Yu roared, alternating fire between his flamethrower and M4A1, carving a bloody path through the swarm. However, his pace was severely hampered. Behind him, even more formidable insects surged forth relentlessly. With no path to the heavens and no door to the earth, he found himself encircled, a suffocating, impenetrable ring of relentless fury, a definitive death trap. Suddenly, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Detection of host in lethal crisis. Survival probability below 0. 01. Neural link overclock chip. Emergency protocol activated. Do you wish to activate ultimate mode? Soul overclock? Soul overclock. Through irreversible energy overload, elevate the chip's computational capacity to a theoretical limit of 200 for a brief period. Your cognitive speed and reaction time will be doubled. Simultaneously, the chip will forcibly stimulate your adrenaline and nervous system, enabling you to achieve a movement speed that surpasses physical limits by twofold. Warning: this mode lasts for 2 hours. Upon completion, the chip will be irrevocably destroyed due to energy overload. Please choose wisely. Was there even a choice? A grim smile spread across Lin Yu's face. Without hesitation, he roared inwardly, "Activate! Give me overclocking!" Buzz! An unimaginable torrent of energy, akin to a supernova's explosion, surged from his brow, engulfing his entire brain and soul. The instantaneous agony nearly rendered him unconscious. Yet, that pain swiftly transformed into an unprecedented, absolute clarity and coldness. The world before him appeared as though the super slow motion button had been pressed. The grotesque mandibles of the swarm, the slashing claws, the spewing acid, all morphed into a series of slow, ludicrous frames. Simultaneously, his heart raced violently, and every muscle in his body ignited, unleashing an explosive force that transcended all limits from his limbs. A vivid crimson countdown timer appeared on his retina. 1:59, 59 roar. Lin Yu emitted a roar that was anything but human, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. He transformed into a bolt of black lightning, utterly imperceptible to the naked eye, traversing the suffocating swarm with an unfathomable speed and trajectory, forcefully tearing open a breach. Those elite insectoids, which had once posed a formidable challenge, now appeared to him as mere infants taking their first steps. Their assaults could not even graze the hem of his garment. He burst forth from the hellish lair of the mother insect, escaping through that hidden passage and returned to the surface. However, what awaited him was an even more desolate scene. The entire city had been utterly submerged by a tide of black insects. The sky, the ground, every building, everywhere he looked was a swarm. And he, the man who burned with the essence of his own soul, stood as the sole golden beacon, replete with irony. Amidst this ocean of darkness, Chapter 83, the shifting tide of calamity in a state of transcendent frequency, Lin Yu felt as if he had transformed into an omnipotent deity. Time and space, within his perception, morphed into a series of datasets that could be effortlessly interpreted and predicted. He burst forth from the subterranean depths, without a moment's pause, initiating a frantic dash across the city ruins, utterly submerged by the tide of insects. His figure moved so swiftly that it left behind a cascade of afterimages. At times, he traversed the walls of buildings as if they were mere ground, while at others, he leapt between towering edifices with the agility of a master parkour artist, each jump and turn meticulously calculated to the centimeter, skillfully evading the densest clusters of insects on the ground and the diving aerial swarms above. However, despite possessing godlike speed and reflexes, Lin Yu's heart remained as cold as iron. He was acutely aware that this state was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. 2 hours of heightened frequency seemed ample, yet his body was being drained and exhausted at an unprecedented rate. He could distinctly feel each muscle emitting cries of anguish, each heartbeat resonating like a war drum of life. More critically, the number of insects was, in every sense, inexhaustible. He could temporarily shake off his pursuers. Yet the mark of the Queen's resentment upon his chest served as an unerring GPS, guiding the city's swarms to converge upon his location, forming a new and thicker encirclement. He resembled a soul ensnared in a quicksand pit. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he would only sink deeper. Theoretically, charging toward the evacuation point at the city's edge was feasible at his current speed. However, his mind, augmented by the frequency chip, swiftly calculated the outcome. Before he could reach the skyscraper, he would be completely surrounded by the encroaching swarms, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion in an open expanse. He had to devise a means of diversion. He needed to create a precious respite, even if it were merely a matter of minutes. His gaze, as piercing as that of a frigid falcon, scanned the city map within his mind. Soon, his focus zeroed in on a location deemed a lifeline by the majority of survivors, the A-point evacuation zone at the northern gate of the city. An exceedingly ruthless yet remarkably effective plan crystallized in his mind. Since he was the source of this catastrophe, the beacon attracting all the swarms, then by relocating this beacon to where other survivors gathered. Apologies, dear compatriots. Blame it on your misfortune. Lin Yu felt no twinge of guilt or sympathy. He abruptly altered his trajectory, veering resolutely toward the A-point evacuation zone, charging forth like a harbinger of disaster. At this moment, the northern gate of the city had already transformed into a veritable meat grinder. Although the vast majority of players met their demise in the onslaught against the Motherbug's lair, a small handful, either sufficiently rational or fortunate, managed to survive. The moment the evacuation point opened after 48 hours, they unhesitatingly abandoned any illusions of golden treasures and swiftly made their way to the most secure location, Point A. Most of the survivors were eager to extract a toll from their companions, hoping to justify their perilous journey. Suddenly, a survivor engaged in combat caught sight of a distant tide. What is that? A vigilant player, peering through binoculars, beheld a remarkable sight on the horizon. A black tide, with an overwhelming and engulfing force, was sweeping towards their northern gate. This was no ordinary swarm. It was the culmination of all the insect hordes within the city. Heavens, the faces of all survivors drained of color, leaving only boundless fear and despair. They could not comprehend why this apocalyptic tide was precisely advancing towards their meager stronghold. Soon, an answer emerged. At the forefront of the swarm, They spotted a figure racing away. He had lured the entire city's insects. That devil. Fire. Eliminate him first. Quickly, take him down. The survivors instantly grasped the grim truth, unleashing desperate and furious roars as they unleashed all their firepower upon the man who had summoned their doom. However, Lin Yu was far too swift. The bullets could not even catch his fleeting shadow. Without a moment's pause, he tore through the fragile defenses of the survivors like a merciless whirlwind, not once glancing back. In his wake, the cataclysmic black tide surged forth like a breached dam, swiftly engulfing the 20 or so survivors and their anguished cries. He could distinctly sense the colossal and unified will of the pursuit behind him, momentarily disrupted and delayed by the fresh blood it encountered. Sufficient. He had successfully gained the most precious few minutes of respite. With a renewed resolve, he pivoted towards the towering skyscraper at the city's edge, now barely visible and on the brink of collapse, the pinnacle of the city, and began his final, most tragic sprint. Chapter 84. Count down the path leading to the pinnacle of the city is a one-way ticket to hell. The extreme surge of his soul is recklessly depleting Lin Yu's life force. His vision begins to blur, while his ears resonate with his heavy, labored breathing, reminiscent of a dilapidated bellows. Every muscle in his body feels as though it is being torn apart, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. The countdown on his retina indicates less than 30 minutes remaining. He understands that once the surge concludes, he will instantly become a feeble being, incapable of even walking. And at that point, even the most rudimentary insect would easily rend him to shreds. He must reach this singular path of survival, which is on the brink of annihilation, before the countdown expires. Behind him, the briefly diverted tide of insects, having devoured all survivors at Point A, has refocused its relentless pursuit upon him, now surging forth with a more frenzied intensity. At last, the towering skyscraper, devoured by giants and rendered a mere shell of its former self, emerges at the end of his line of sight. It stands like a solitary and despairing giant, silently enduring the twilight of the apocalypse, its structure creaking under the weight of its own despair, as if it could collapse at any moment. Lin Yu arrives at the base of the building. Without a moment's hesitation, he begins the final, most arduous ascent. This is no longer a test of skillful parkour. It is a pure contest of willpower in a tug-of-war with death itself. His ammunition has long been exhausted in the battle against the mother insect's lair, and his strength has dwindled to a mere whisper under the strain of the surge. He can only rely on his bloodied hands and the entrenching tool that has accompanied him thus far, inching his way up this vertical tower of death, littered with debris and rebar. Countless insects, resembling black ants, have already infested the entire exterior of the building. They surge towards Lin Yu from all directions, fixated on him as their sole target. He swings his entrenching tool, shattering the skull of a flying beast that lunges at him. With a swift kick, he sends a burrowing worm, intent on gnawing at his thigh, plummeting from the heights. His fire-resistant suit is tattered and torn, his body riddled with wounds of varying severity, blood trickling down his arms and legs. Yet, his ascent never falters, unwavering and relentless. His gaze remains fierce and resolute, akin to that of a lone wolf, brimming with determination and madness. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters when he expends the last vestige of his strength to hurl his battered body onto the fractured rooftop helipad, he collapses almost lifelessly onto the ground. Before him, a gentle green evacuation beacon, symbolizing hope and redemption, quietly pulsates. He has succeeded. He struggles to crawl into the embrace of the light. Welcome to the A23 evacuation zone, City Pinnacle. Detected that you have entered the evacuation zone. The countdown for evacuation begins. Remaining time, 0:04:59. 5 minutes. As Lin Yu gazed at the countdown, his heart plummeted to the depths of despair, for his accelerated countdown had dwindled to a mere 30 seconds. The overwhelming tide of insects had already surged onto the rooftop. Countless insects, like a black tsunami, launched their final assault towards the singular target within the luminous circle from all directions. The acceleration ended. Lin Yu felt a piercing pain in his brain, as if an omnipotent force had instantaneously vacated his body. An unfathomable fatigue and excruciating pain engulfed him like a relentless tide. He found himself devoid of the strength to resist or even to rise. He could only watch helplessly as the black wave of death consumed him entirely. The cold exoskeleton, the sharp mandibles, the fetid slime. Infinite torment emanated from every corner of his being. He felt his flesh being gradually torn and devoured. Was this the end? Just as Lin Yu's consciousness was on the verge of being completely engulfed by darkness, a thunderous roar erupted. The towering skyscraper atop the city could no longer withstand the immense weight of the inexorable insect tide, nor its own structure that was already on the brink of collapse. The rooftop crumbled. Lin Yu felt the ground disappear beneath him, plummeting alongside countless insects into the abyss. However, fortune seemed to smile upon him. After falling for about 10 meters, the rooftop he was on was miraculously caught by a massive horizontal crane arm. Most of the insects were flung away in the violent collapse, plummeting into the depths below. Lin Yu, however, remained astonishingly fortunate, still perched on the small platform that had been secured. Even more fortuitous was the fact that this platform remained within the bounds of the green, cylindrical evacuation light. At this moment, only 30 seconds remained in his evacuation countdown. Moreover, he was left with merely 7 or 8 mantises still ravenously gnawing at his flesh. Ugh! Lin Yu let out an uncontrollable roar of agony, mustering the last vestiges of his willpower to shield his head and vital organs, while allowing the creatures to carve deep, bone-visible wounds across his back and limbs. He gritted his teeth, fixating intently on the pulsating numbers on the screen. 10, 9, 8. He understood that if he could endure, if he could return to that place, all the suffering and scars he bore would dissipate into nothingness. 3, 2, 1. Evacuation conditions met, teleportation commencing. A gentle green light enveloped his body, which had nearly been reduced to a skeletal frame, bloodied and mangled. The last sight he beheld was the unwilling and wrathful compound eyes of the mantises. In the next moment, his figure, along with all the anguish he bore, vanished eternally from this crumbling, apocalyptic world. Chapter 85. Return to the central hall of the Nexus. As Lin Yu's figure rematerialized within the beam of transmission, he experienced a wondrous sensation akin to the reconstitution of his very soul. Just a moment prior, he had endured the excruciating torment of being devoured by an endless swarm of insects. Yet in the blink of an eye, under the supreme influence of the Nexus's transcendent rules, his body instantaneously rejuvenated to its most perfect and pinnacle state. His skin gleamed with a freshness reminiscent of youth, his muscles brimming with explosive strength, and his spirit felt more invigorated than ever before. It was as though the harrowing battle for survival had merely been a vivid nightmare. However, he was acutely aware that it was no dream. Glancing downward, he inspected the center of his brow. The mark, once imbued with divine power by the neural link overclocking chip, had now dimmed, marred by fine cracks and rendered utterly ineffective. A piece of purple equipment had exchanged a life. This transaction was certainly worthwhile. Almost immediately, the familiar and resplendent settlement screen, signifying glory and reward, thundered open before him. Mission: 23 Urban Insect Plague. Difficulty: Personal Evaluation S. You performed a solo dance in the depths of hell, illustrating the essence of survival through wisdom and madness. You are the storm itself. Team rating: C. Your team resembled a mess. Experience points settlement in progress. Detected item: Golden quality 23 Insect Nest Heart X1. Providing experience points 1000. Detected item: Purple quality neural link overclocking chip damaged X1. Providing experience points 100. Detected item: Blue quality item neurotoxin gland X1. Providing experience points 10. Total experience points gained 1110. Level up. Current level LV 7. 656 800. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Please allocate it. Congratulations on receiving S-level evaluation special reward. Skill upgrade card Blue X1. Skill upgrade card. Blue can elevate any blue or lower quality skill by 1 level. Lin Yu cast a glance at his skill bar, fixing his eyes on the solitary blue skill, Emergency Medical Care. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to temporarily retain this card. Although this skill was invaluable for survival, its limitation of use to once per instance was rather constraining. The potential for an upgrade might not yield optimal results. He deemed it wiser to await the acquisition of a more pivotal blue skill in the future. The screen continued to scroll downward. Estimated total value of acquired items, based on black market average price 850,000 credits. Lin Yu calmly retracted the settlement screen, his gaze sweeping across the hall. At that moment, his eyes met with a familiar figure amidst the crowd. Zhao Feng, it seemed, had lost one of his resurrection opportunities. Upon encountering Lin Yu's frigid gaze, Zhao Feng's body trembled violently, as if he were the prey of a primordial beast, his singular eye brimming with an ingrained terror and reverence. Instinctively, he averted his gaze, lacking even the courage to meet Lin Yu's eyes. Lin Yu merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before retracting his gaze. He harbored no concerns regarding potential retribution. The regulations of the realm were stringent. In the tangible world, any disputes arising from the enmities of the instances would be met with severe sanctions from the authorities. Within the instances, life and death were dictated by fate. Once beyond their confines, the pursuit of vengeance could only be orchestrated in secrecy. Thus, a cowardly awakened one posed no threat to him. Nonetheless, this incident served as a poignant reminder. As he continued to attract attention, the array of offended factions and individuals would only increase. Ultimately, the limits of personal power became evident, making the quest for a formidable ally imperative. The notion of an official organization quietly took root in his mind. He resolved that once he had addressed his immediate concerns, he would endeavor to join the official management agency for extraordinary individuals in Longhua, even if it meant starting as a lowly escort. He sought a legitimate identity, one that could shield him from a plethora of unnecessary troubles while wielding substantial power. Returning to his solitary personal space, Lin Yu finally had the opportunity to reflect upon his most significant acquisition from this endeavor. He opened his palm to reveal a heart the size of a human head, resplendent and seemingly containing an entire universe. The A23 hive core, gently suspended above his hand, emanating an intoxicating vitality. Beside it lay the now dim and cracked neural link hyperfrequency chip. Chapter 86. A reflection on gains. This heart embodies the essence of the entire 23 apocalyptic world. Lin Yu scrutinized its attributes with great care. A permanent increase of 5 points to his stamina cap, alongside a restoration of 1% of health and stamina every minute, presents a formidable enhancement to his survival and endurance capabilities. This implies that he no longer needs to burden himself with medical supplies when entering dungeons. Moreover, the third active effect, Source Energy Sacrifice, is imbued with a perilously enticing allure. A one-time acquisition of 1,000 experience points, accompanied by a mere 5% chance of directly comprehending a skill of purple quality. 1,000 experience points are sufficient to elevate his current level by 1 and beyond. Purple quality skills are legendary rewards, seldom encountered, each possessing the extraordinary ability to transform the mundane into the miraculous. Were he a gambler, he would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, wagering this heart for a more resplendent future. Yet Lin Yu is no gambler. He is a hunter, one who places unwavering faith in the blade in his hand and the strategies in his mind, an utterly rational hunter. A 5% chance. Lin Yu curled his lip into a scornful smile. When has my life ever depended on such nebulous odds? For him, entrusting hope to luck is the most foolish and perilous act in this apocalyptic realm. Tangible, permanent enhancements are infinitely more reliable than this probability. Without hesitation, he resolved to retain the Nidalee heart, making it the core of his arsenal to bolster his foundation. Next, his gaze fell upon the now dull and cracked neural link overclocking chip. Gently caressing the cold fractures upon the chip, a complex array of emotions flickered in his eyes. There was regret, yet more prominently, a sense of satisfaction in having made the most of his resources. A purple gear had cost him a life, yet it had yielded this golden Nidalee heart. This exchange was undeniably profitable. In the future, even better opportunities await, he murmured, placing the defunct chip upon the wall of his personal space as a memento of this reckless endeavor. Subsequently, he accessed his attribute panel. Name, Lin Yu, level, LV, 7, 656 900. Strength, 12, agility, 12, stamina, 15 5, unallocated attribute points. One gazing at those two precious free attribute points, Lin Yu fell into a momentary contemplation. Having traversed the urban insect-plagued dungeon, he gained a clearer understanding of his combat style. In the face of firearms potency, the significance of pure strength is diminishing. Unless one can elevate their strength to a level where they can physically confront mechas and disregard bullets in a realm beyond human capability in a modern combat paradigm, even the highest strength can be rendered irrelevant by bullets and explosives. Conversely, agility embodies the swiftness of reaction, the velocity of movement, and the grace of physical coordination, while stamina signifies vitality, endurance, and the resilience against abnormal states. These attributes are fundamentally essential for a treasure-seeking, skill-based player like him. Enhanced speed allows one to evade a greater number of lethal assaults and reach destinations more swiftly than others. Increased endurance facilitates prolonged combat and survival from severe injuries. No matter how formidable one's strength, a single shot can incapacitate. It is agility and stamina that form the bedrock of treasure hunting and self-preservation. Lin Yu understood this profoundly, casting aside any lingering doubts as he precisely allocated a point to his attributes, enhancing his agility. Agility 12-13. In that instant of attribute allocation, he could distinctly sense his body becoming more alive, his reaction speed seemingly sharpened. Finally, Lin Yu recalled a long-forgotten trophy, the military-grade encrypted tactical tablet. He had acquired this from his first dungeon, harboring a glimmer of hope as he posted a decryption task in the bounty section of the trading market. In hindsight, this action appeared utterly absurd. He activated his personal interface, intending to withdraw the now-neglected bounty task. However, just as he opened the task interface, he unexpectedly discovered a private message from the interface system beneath the bounty post. Technical expert number 735 has sent you a private message. Lin Yu paused momentarily before clicking on it. The message was succinct, conveyed in a tone imbued with a unique combination of weariness and kindness characteristic of someone who had been through similar experiences. Little brother, I noticed your bounty for that military tablet. Given your low level, you must be a newcomer to interface not long ago. Allow me to offer you a kind reminder. Such so-called encrypted devices salvaged from low-level apocalyptic worlds have become exceedingly common. The data within is worthless to genuine military and large corporations. Don't waste your credits keeping it posted. Withdraw it. Selling it directly to the interface system for recycling will net you a few thousand points, which you can use to purchase some supplies and ammunition, far more beneficial. Lin Yu regarded the message, remaining silent for a moment before bursting into a quiet chuckle. He could sense the sincerity in the words, devoid of any mockery. It seemed that not everyone in this frigid apocalyptic world was as calculating and malicious as Li Wei or Zhao Feng. He promptly removed the bounty task and, following the advice he received, sold the military tablet directly to the interface system. Item recycling successful. You have received 5,000 credits. Although it was a trivial sum, Lin Yu felt a significant lightness in his heart. After settling all his gains, he sensed an unprecedented strength within himself. Chapter 87 Request. After immersing himself in personal space for 2 days to thoroughly solidify his rapidly increasing strength, Lin Yu's life once again returned to the tranquility of the real world. The stark contrast between the gruesome battlefield of corpses and blood and the warm, serene daily life had once caused him a slight discomfort. However, he has since grown accustomed to this transition, for he understands that this peace is a treasure he has fought for with his very life. On this particular day, while he was at home with his mother, poring over recipes, a notification from the Realm Hub system shattered the warmth of the moment. You have over 99 unread messages. Would you like to check them? Lin Yu's brows furrowed slightly. Since entering the Realm Hub, he had almost entirely blocked all messages from teachers and classmates to avoid unnecessary troubles. Now, seeing the 99, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. He clicked on the message list, and in an instant, a tide of messages surged forth. Some were from his high school homeroom teacher, others from the academic affairs office, and many from classmates whose names he could barely recall. The content of the messages was largely similar, all overflowing with shock, flattery, and sycophantic praise. Lin Yu, it's Teacher Wang. I heard you received an admission notice from Qingxue University and achieved an S-level rating twice consecutively. You are truly the pride of our school. The school is preparing to award you the Outstanding Graduate Honor Certificate. When can you come by? Lin Shun, big shot. Do you remember me? I'm Xiao Ming, the one sitting in front of you. Please take me along. I need your support. Lin Yu, this is Su Qingxue. Can we talk? Lin Yu, expressionless, scanned through these messages with swift indifference, his eyes revealing no trace of emotion. Those who had once disregarded him, or even regarded him with disdain, were now swarming around him like flies drawn to the scent of blood. Human nature is, indeed, so real and yet so cheap. Just as he was about to delete these tedious messages as he usually did, a familiar name halted his fingers. Wang Hao. The only one who had shown him kindness at the outset, awakening him from the brink of despair, was his chubby deskmate. His messages were the simplest yet the most persistent among all. Lin Yu, are you all right? I saw the news. You achieved S-level again. That's incredible. Lin Yu, the teachers and classmates can't reach you. Everyone is very worried about you. Lin Yu, I prepared the reward you mentioned last time. I've gathered 50,000 credit points. Could you take me along for the next dungeon? Gazing at Wang Hao's almost pleading words, Lin Yu fell silent. He recalled the exorbitant price he had initially set to make him realize the harshness of this world. To his astonishment, this chubby fellow had truly gone through with it. In Lin Yu's heart, that lake's surface, long since encased in ice, seemed to have been disturbed by a trivial pebble, creating a ripple. He did not genuinely require the 200,000 credit points. His initial intention was merely to test and sift through potential candidates. Wang Hao, with his unwavering dedication and sincerity, had successfully passed this trial. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu responded with a nonchalant two-word reply. All right. Barely 3 seconds had elapsed before Wang Hao's urgent communication request appeared. Lin Yu opted to connect. The holographic screen revealed Wang Hao's familiar round face. However, unlike the previous encounter marked by fatigue and fear, this time his visage radiated excitement, admiration, and an almost fanatical reverence. Lin God, it's truly you. I thought you had blocked me. Wang Hao's voice trembled, overwhelmed with emotion. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Yu's tone remained calm, as if nothing had transpired. Yes, there is. Wang Hao nodded vigorously, drawing a deep breath as if steeling himself for a monumental declaration. Lin God, I have prepared the credit points. 50,000, not a single one less. I implore you, allow me to join you for a dungeon run, just this once. I am aware of my shortcomings. I simply wish to survive. As he spoke, he attempted to transfer the credit points. Lin Yu raised his hand, halting his movement. There's no need for the money. Wang Hao froze, his expression shifting from excitement to despair in an instant. He feared Lin Yu was retracting his offer, choosing to deny him. Lin God. You cannot do this. You promised we would engage in trade. I said, Lin Yu interrupted, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. For the sake of our past camaraderie, I shall take you along this time for free. Wang Hao's mind momentarily short-circuited. He stared blankly at the indifferent man on the screen, who had just uttered words he could scarcely believe. After what felt like an eternity, he finally comprehended, his round face flushing with joyous disbelief. Lin God, you're like a brother to me, Wang Hao exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. Thank you. Lin God, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. If you command me to go east, I shall not venture west. If you instruct me to chase a dog, I shall not pursue a chicken. Enough with the theatrics. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, immune to such cheap displays of loyalty. When is your next compulsory summons? 3 days hence. Wang Hao promptly replied. Good. Lin Yu nodded. Contact me before the task begins in 3 days. Remember, once we enter the dungeon, all actions will follow my commands. Do not inquire where it is unnecessary, and do not touch what should remain untouched. If you can adhere to this, you will live. If not, you shall perish. Do you understand? Absolutely. I completely understand. Wang Hao nodded fervently. Having settled this matter, Lin Yu prepared to disconnect the communication. However, Wang Hao suddenly recalled something and hurriedly added, "Oh, Lin God, there's one more thing. Our homeroom teacher has organized a graduation party, scheduled for tomorrow evening. They proclaim that you have now become the most illustrious figure in our school. No, in the entire city. A common individual who has achieved consecutive S-rank evaluations. This is nothing short of a legend. They wish to invite you to serve as the distinguished representative of the graduating class and deliver a speech on stage." Lin Yu's brow furrowed instantly. A graduation ceremony? Speaking on stage? He merely wished to utter 2 words, utterly tedious. Chapter 88. The invitation to the graduation party. A mother's expectations not interested. Lin Yu uttered these words without hesitation, succinct and decisive, devoid of any semblance of reluctance. To him, the so-called graduation party was merely a frivolous social revelry among a group of naive youths yet to grasp the stark realities of life. The thought of addressing the audience was laughably absurd. Why should he share his hard-earned survival wisdom, forged through blood and death, with a bunch of sheltered blossoms who had never even faced a challenging dungeon? Could they comprehend his struggles? Did they deserve to hear such tales? "Do not bother me with such trivialities." Lin Yu's tone grew frigid. "From now on, unless it pertains to dungeons, do not contact me." Just as he was about to terminate the communication, he was interrupted. "Wait, please, Lin Shun," Wang Hao exclaimed, startled. "It's not me pestering you. It's Teacher Wang. He sent an invitation to your mother, expressing a desire for parents to attend together and witness this glorious moment." Lin Yu's hand froze mid-motion. His gaze sharpened instantly. These individuals dared to involve his mother? They were well aware of his notorious indifference and social detachment. A direct invitation would likely meet a merciless rejection. However, his filial piety was equally renowned. From the extravagant medical expenses he bore for his mother to the extraordinary lengths he went to alter her fate with a golden-grade stamina awakening potion. His deeds had circulated through various channels, becoming the stuff of local legend. They had seized upon his one vulnerability. Indeed, no sooner had Lin Yu severed the connection with Wang Hao than his mother emerged from her room, holding an exquisitely crafted electronic invitation, her face radiant with joy. "Xiao Yu, come quickly. Your teacher Wang just sent this. The school is throwing a celebration for you, and they want you to speak as the representative of the graduates. Oh, my son has truly made something of himself. I've never been so proud in my life." Her face shone with genuine joy and pride, devoid of any ulterior motives. That smile was akin to the warmest sunlight on a winter's day, melting a sliver of Lin Yu's cold, hardened heart. He opened his mouth to protest, to declare his disinterest, to label them as a tedious crowd, to articulate that it was merely a waste of time. Yet, gazing into his mother's expectant, sparkling eyes, those icy words remained lodged in his throat. "Mom," he began, struggling to find the right words. "What's wrong?" His mother grasped his hand lovingly. "Are you feeling nervous? Afraid you won't speak well? It's all right. Just go up and say a few words. Tell them how you protect me. Tell them my son is the greatest hero in the world." Lin Yu fell silent. He observed his mother's cheeks flush with excitement, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. He can disregard the gaze of the entire world, wielding a knife against any adversary. Yet he cannot turn away from the expectations of his mother. Just as he wavered, his mother seemed to perceive his thoughts. Her smile dimmed slightly, and she let out a gentle sigh, her eyes reflecting a distant reminiscence and concern. "Xiao Yu," she murmured, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible sadness. "Your father. Your father was just like this back then." Lin Yu's heart quivered. He often claimed that friends were burdensome and socializing a waste of time. His singular focus was on progressing through dungeons, growing stronger, and earning a living for the family. In his world, there was no room for anyone but me. He was formidable, the sole hero in his mother's eyes. Yet, he was also profoundly lonely. His mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she grasped Lin Yu's hand tightly, the warmth radiating from her grasp as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. "Mother knows you are traversing a path equally arduous and perilous. I do not wish for you to have countless friends, nor do I expect you to excel in socializing. I simply do not want you to become like your father, surrounded by silence, without even one person to converse with. This upcoming gala, let it be for your mother, just to make an appearance, shall you? You need not speak on stage or engage with anyone. Just be there, sit quietly, and allow me to behold you, my son, in your moment of glory, admired by all. That would suffice for me. Her words struck Lin Yu's heart like a tender, yet irresistible hammer, resonating deeply within his most vulnerable core. He may disregard the opinions of the world, but he could not overlook his mother's feelings. His father's solitude remained an eternal regret within this family. His mother wished not for this regret to replay itself in his life. After a prolonged silence, Lin Yu finally nodded slowly. He inhaled deeply, as if summoning all his strength to utter a single word. "All right," he then added, as if making a promise to himself and to his mother. "I promise you, just for a little while." Upon hearing her son's commitment, a radiant smile blossomed anew on his mother's face. She beamed with the joy of a child, eagerly beginning to select an outfit for Lin Yu to wear at the gala the following evening. Meanwhile, Lin Yu leaned back on the sofa, gazing out the window, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He understood that the graduation gala would prove far more exhausting than facing an endless tide of insects. Yet, for the sake of that smile upon his mother's face, he was willing to go. He had resolved in his heart to make an appearance, fulfill his promise to her, and then depart immediately. As for the so-called classmates, teachers, and various others who might seek to ingratiate themselves with him, he would pay them no heed. Chapter 89. The center of attention, out of place the following evening. As the city lights began to twinkle, the grand auditorium of Jianghai Third High School was adorned anew, radiating a festive ambience. Here, an unprecedented graduation gala was about to unfold. Its uniqueness stemmed not solely from the rarity and extravagance of such a large gathering in the aftermath of the apocalypse, but also from the presence of a universally acknowledged, unequivocal protagonist, a legendary figure who, as an ordinary individual, had achieved the highest S rank rating 3 times consecutively in the realm of the pivotal instances, Lin Yu. Inside the auditorium, a cacophony of voices filled the air. The surviving seniors congregated in small clusters. Though smiles graced their faces, there lingered an unmistakable hint of fatigue and vigilance, remnants of their harrowing experiences through the end times. Their conversations had shifted dramatically from idle celebrity gossip and anime to discussions of their last encounters with monstrous foes, the gear they had exchanged, and strategies for the impending mandatory summons. Su Qingxue, clad in an elegant white gown, stood out amidst the crowd like a crane among chickens. She remained as stunning and captivating as ever, yet her visage bore a subtle, lingering complexity of emotions. Her gaze frequently drifted toward the entrance of the auditorium, as if she were awaiting someone's arrival. Beside her, Zhang Hao, Wang Chong, and Li Bin, once her ardent supporters, whispered among themselves, "Hey, do you think Lin Yu will really show up? Who knows? He is a deity-level figure now. Why would he bother with us mere mortals? I bet he won't come." "Not necessarily. I heard that Teacher Wang personally delivered the invitation to his mother. If he doesn't show, it would be quite disrespectful." Just as the murmurs filled the air, the heavy doors of the auditorium creaked open. A silhouette emerged, backlit by the light, stepping into the room. In an instant, the previously raucous sounds seemed to be muted, abruptly silenced. All eyes, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, focused intently on the figure that had entered. It was Lin Yu. Unlike others, he was not clad in a suit, nor did he make any effort to adorn himself. Instead, he wore the simplest, cleanest black casual attire, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of indifference as he walked slowly into the space. His pace was unhurried, yet each step resonated with the heartbeat of everyone present. He truly has come. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Those who had once belittled, mocked, or abandoned him instinctively lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, the girls who had once harbored fantasies about him now felt only profound respect and an insurmountable distance in the presence of his icy demeanor. Su Qingxue trembled slightly. her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions as she beheld the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure before her. Regret, bitterness, shock, and a hint of admiration for the strong, emotions intertwined, nearly suffocating her. She wished to approach, to utter something, perhaps an apology or a simple long time no see. Yet, in the end, she found herself devoid of courage. She understood that between them lay an insurmountable chasm forged by blood and death. They were no longer of the same world. Upon catching sight of Lin Yu, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, instantly greeted her with a broad smile. "Ah, Lin Yu, you finally made it. Please come in. Your seat is right up front." He enthusiastically reached for her arm, but halfway through was halted awkwardly by Lin Yu's frigid aura. Lin Yu merely cast a fleeting glance his way, remained silent, and walked straight to the least conspicuous corner of the auditorium, pulling out a chair and sitting down, thereby signaling her stance. "I'm here for my mother's sake. However, I have no interest in participating in your farce." Mr. Wang's expression fluctuated between shades of green and white, the awkwardness palpable. Yet he dared not show any signs of frustration. The atmosphere of the event grew distinctly eerie with Lin Yu's presence. Everyone cautiously stole glances at the figure in the corner, who seemed to be in complete dissonance with the world around her. She resembled a black hole, silent yet captivating all attention and imagination. Finally, midway through the event, during the segment for the so-called Outstanding Graduate Representative speech, the host, with unbridled excitement and reverence, called out Lin Yu's name. "Everyone, let us give a warm round of applause for our school's once-in-a-century legend, our pride. The student who has achieved S-grade evaluations 3 times in a row, Lin Yu. Please come to the stage to share your invaluable experience." Thunderous applause reverberated throughout the auditorium as all gazes turned toward the corner. Yet, Lin Yu remained seated, unmoving, as if she had not heard her name at all. Her fingers lightly tapped on the table, seemingly calculating something. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. The host's smile became rigid, and beads of cold sweat trickled down Mr. Wang's forehead. After a long pause, Lin Yu slowly rose. Everyone assumed she would take the stage, their faces alight with anticipation. However, without even glancing at the podium, Lin Yu turned and walked directly toward the auditorium's exit. She communicated in the most direct and ruthless manner to all present, "My promise has been fulfilled. Your performance ends here." Without a moment's hesitation, she pushed open the door, her figure vanishing completely from view, leaving behind a profound silence and a scattering of shattered memories known as youth. Chapter 90. The calm before the storm. Having departed from the graduation party, which was rife with hypocrisy and pretense, Lin Yu felt an immediate ease in his breathing. Engaging in meaningless social interactions with those he deemed weak was, to him, more exhausting than maneuvering through the royal guards within the mother's lair. Upon returning home, his mother did not inquire about the details of the event. She merely smiled with relief at his safe return. This gesture quelled the last remnants of turmoil in Lin Yu's heart, a turmoil sparked by his unannounced departure. He understood that all his mother desired was the assurance of his whereabouts, a mere gesture of his willingness to blend into the crowd for her sake. That was sufficient. He once again retreated into the personal space of the junction. This cold, expansive realm, brimming with absolute freedom and infinite possibilities, was his true sanctuary. The fleeting encounter with the past world at the party had not evoked any sense of nostalgia. Rather, it solidified his resolve to grow stronger and seize control over his destiny. Seated on the sofa, he reflected quietly on the gazes he had received from classmates and teachers during the evening. Their mixed expressions of awe, fear, jealousy, and flattery deepened his understanding of the concept of power. In this new world, power served as the sole passport, the singular truth, the paramount rule that defined and altered everything. The thought of joining an official organization resurfaced clearly in his mind. He was acutely aware that as he grew stronger and more conspicuous, he would inevitably attract the attention of various factions. Among these would be both benevolent offers and malicious intentions. The limitations of personal power were evident. He could not remain a solitary wolf outside the system indefinitely. It was imperative to seek a formidable ally that could provide protection and shield him from unnecessary troubles. The Dragon Shield Bureau, The official agency overseeing extraordinary individuals in the Dragon Kingdom was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Joining the Dragon Shield Bureau would not only grant him a legitimate and powerful official identity, but also afford him access to core intelligence and top-tier resources that ordinary players could never attain. After this mission with Wang Hao, he resolved to apply for assessment. He was not concerned that his ordinary identity would pose an obstacle. His consecutive S-rank evaluations served as a robust credential, capable of opening any door within the factions. He believed that the higher-ups at the Dragon Shield Bureau could not all be short-sighted fools. Having clarified the overarching direction for his future, Lin Yu redirected his focus to the present. In 2 days, he would embark on his first true venture of guiding someone through a challenging dungeon alongside Wang Hao. Although Wang Hao's combat prowess was nearly negligible, Lin Yu was unperturbed by the prospect of him becoming a burden. What he required was not a comrade to fight alongside him, but rather an utterly obedient follower who could assist him with trivial matters, allowing him to concentrate more intently on his core objectives. Wang Hao, without a doubt, was the most suitable candidate for this role at present. He activated the communication link with Wang Hao. How are the preparations coming along? On the other side of the holographic screen, Wang Hao's visage appeared instantly. His demeanor markedly improved since their last encounter, his eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. I am ready, Lin Shun. Following your previous list, I have exchanged all my credit points for the highest grade nutritional fluids and recovery potions. I will not hold you back. Excellent, Lin Yu nodded. Remember what I said. Once we enter the instance, follow my commands without question. Yes, Lin Shun. Wang Hao's voice was resolute. Be prepared. Contact me before the forced conscription begins. After Lin Yu concluded the communication, 2 fleeting days passed. In the final hour before the commencement of Wang Hao's conscription, Lin Yu began his last-minute preparations for battle. His engineer's shovel, having endured numerous intense skirmishes, was now worn and battered. It is time to acquire a more suitable melee weapon, Lin Yu murmured to himself. Although firearms and explosives constituted his primary means of offense, a reliable cold weapon remained indispensable for unexpected situations and stealthy assassinations. He accessed the trading market of the interface, where an array of weaponry and equipment flooded the holographic display. Among the new gear, there were the glimmering blue 3D maneuver gear and the rune engraved exorcism dagger, with prices ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of credit points. Yet, Lin Yu's gaze bypassed these ostentatious items. What he sought was a weapon that was sufficiently sturdy, sharp, and dependable, rather than an extravagant artifact that demanded meticulous maintenance. With practiced ease, he activated the filtering function, restricting the search to standard military equipment and items produced in the novice world. Soon, a long knife, simple in design, yet exuding a steady aura of lethality, caught his eye. Name, T56 Tactical Long Knife. Quality, white excellent. Description, originating from the T56 novice world, forged from high-strength alloy steel. The blade is elongated with a forward center of gravity, capable of both slashing and piercing. Unremarkable in appearance, yet incredibly sturdy and durable. It serves as a reliable companion for countless novice survivors. Price, 80,000 credit points. This is it. Lin Yu decided without hesitation and selected the purchase option. In the next instant, a jet-black long knife, its handle wrapped in anti-slip paracord, materialized in his grasp. He casually swung it, the blade slicing through the air with a deep, steady whistle. The substantial and reliable feel of the weapon prompted a satisfied nod from him. He secured the long knife onto the tactical clip on his back, casting a glance at the countdown on the holographic screen, now dwindling to less than 10 minutes. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and adjusted his mental state to its utmost peak, a serene stillness akin to a tranquil pond. A brand new world awaited him, along with a trembling companion and an uncertain challenge. All of this stirred the blood within him, which had lain dormant for days, beginning to simmer gently. Mandatory summons initiated. The familiar yet irresistible tug pulled his consciousness into the boundless abyss of darkness in an instant. Chapter 91. Collaborative Instance. Misty Harbor. As Lin Yu's consciousness regained clarity, a potent amalgamation of briny seawater, rusted decay, and an enigmatic foulness assaulted his nostrils. He found himself alongside Wang Hao in a derelict docks warehouse district, standing on a slick, moss-covered concrete floor, surrounded by rust-laden containers and frayed ropes. The most striking feature was the enveloping, impenetrable pall of thick gray mist that cloaked the world. Visibility was exceedingly low. Beyond 20 meters lay a hazy void. Only the vague outlines of colossal cranes and warehouse silhouettes discernible, resembling ancient behemoths lurking within the fog, exuding an ominous aura. Transmission complete. Welcome to C-69 Collaborative Instance, Misty Harbor. Difficulty level, moderate. Current number of participants, 200. Instance duration, 48 hours. Corrosive mist. Visibility within the city will continuously decline, periodically erupting into blood mist. Countdown to first blood mist eruption, 5:59, 47. In 48 hours, a cataclysmic tsunami will engulf this world. Any players failing to evacuate will be obliterated. With a gulp, Wang Hao, standing beside Lin Yu, nervously swallowed, his corpulent form trembling uncontrollably like an immense sieve. Lin, God. This place is terrifying. His voice trembled, pressing closely against Lin Yu's back, as if seeking a modicum of security. The fog was suffocating. Visibility was non-existent beyond 20 meters, and he felt as if a monster could emerge at any moment. For a novice like Wang Hao, who had never encountered a proper battle, the oppressive and unknown environment was far more terrifying than any tangible zombies or swarms. Yet, Lin Yu's expression betrayed no hint of anxiety. Not a single furrow marred his brow. "Stay close to me." He uttered these words with a calm demeanor, as a newly acquired T-56 tactical long knife silently slipped into his grip. Simultaneously, a secondary radar map, spanning a radius of 7 kilometers, unfurled in his mind like a divine tapestry. On this monochromatic, three-dimensional map, everything lay bare. He discerned 3 hostile red points meandering aimlessly behind a rusty container, approximately 30 meters ahead. Mist Walker, a special type of zombie mutated by the corrosive mist, possessing severely degraded vision, but heightened auditory and light perception, making it the most common threat within this fog. "Remain here, do not move or make a sound," Lin Yu instructed Wang Hao, who immediately froze, as if ensnared by a spell, covering his mouth tightly, not daring to breathe. Lin Yu's footsteps were as light and silent as those of a nimble raccoon, stealthily advancing towards the trio of fog-dwelling specters. His figure soon vanished into the thick mist. Wang Hao remained in place, feeling as though the surrounding fog had come alive. The distant, elusive sounds, akin to nails scraping against metal, sent shivers down his spine, nearly driving him to the brink of despair. Just as he was about to scream, a whisper-like sound, reminiscent of a blade slicing through leather, emerged from the depths of the fog. Shortly thereafter, 2 more nearly simultaneous whispers echoed through the air. Then, silence enveloped everything once more. Wang Hao stood frozen, perplexed by the unfolding events. Moments later, Lin Yu re-emerged from a mist. Resembling a vengeful specter returned from the depths of hell. The T-56 tactical long knife in his hand bore not a single drop of blood. "Let's proceed. The path ahead is secure," he spoke calmly, as if he had merely taken a stroll. Summoning his courage, Wang Hao followed closely behind Lin Yu, cautiously navigating around a nearby shipping container. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his heart, which had already been lodged in his throat, leapt to its highest point, only to be swiftly replaced by an indescribable sense of awe and reverence. Before him lay 3 towering figures, zombies with pallid, grayish skin, hollow eye sockets, and sharp, blackened nails, quietly sprawled on the ground. Each bore a subtle, smooth incision at the neck, as though crafted by the hands of the most skilled surgeon, severing the cervical spine with precision. There were no extraneous wounds, nor futile struggles. Everything appeared so clean and decisive, embodying a certain aesthetic of violence. Wang Hao's mind went blank. He finally witnessed Lin Yu's extraordinary, artful prowess in the art of assassination. Was this truly the same classmate who would sleep through lectures and only see living beings during practical sessions? He murmured to himself, gazing at Lin Yu's back with eyes that now reflected not mere admiration, but a fervent worship akin to that reserved for deities. The duo continued onward, traversing an area littered with the remnants of abandoned ships. The surrounding fog seemed to thicken, reducing visibility to less than 15 meters. Wang Hao anxiously scanned the vicinity, clutching his handgun tightly, palms slick with sweat. "Lin, is there anything ahead?" he queried softly. Yet, Lin Yu's steps abruptly ceased. Without replying, he slowly raised his 92-style silenced pistol, aiming at a seemingly vacant area shrouded in rolling mist to the left front. Wang Hao was taken aback. Following Lin Yu's line of sight, he discerned nothing amiss. Just as he was about to question whether Lin Yu was overly tense, Lin Yu spoke calmly, directly ahead. 43 meters, there too. To the left front, 40 meters, one. Preparing for a flank assault. Wang Hao was momentarily stunned. What? 43 meters? 40 meters? In such visibility, how could he possibly see? Does he possess the gift of clairvoyance? Just as Wang Hao remained in a state of shock and disbelief, Lin Yu's gun fired. The muffled sound of 2 shots, enhanced by a silencer, resonated dully across the silent dock. The bullets accurately penetrated the swirling fog ahead, vanishing without a trace. As if swallowed by the sea, Wang Hao was utterly dumbfounded. He believed Lin Yu must be insane to fire in this sound-sensitive, ghostly place. Wasn't he that courting death? However, mere seconds later, the expression on his face shifted from one of stupor to sheer terror. Within moments of Lin Yu's gunfire, 2 bodies of the fog walkers lay strewn across their path, accompanied by 2 zombies. Chapter 92. The blood mist and the name of the dragon shield at the center of their foreheads. A perfectly precise bullet hole appeared. Before Wang Hao could fully grasp the astonishing feat of blind shooting, Lin Yu swiftly redirected his gun towards the dense fog on the left. With a sharp crack, another gunshot echoed. A second later, a mistwalker, poised mid-leap, suddenly froze in the air, only to fall helplessly to the ground, a still smoldering bullet hole marking its forehead. Instant kill. Predictive instant kill. Within the visibility of less than 15 meters, he had anticipated and accurately slain 3 hidden foes. Wang Hao's jaw dropped in disbelief as he observed the man, who holstered his pistol and walked past the corpses with an expressionless demeanor, as if he had merely crushed 3 ants underfoot. This was astounding. How could someone so formidable have a shooting score inferior to mine in practical training? He quickly fell in step behind Lin Yu, feeling all his fears and uncertainties replaced by a profound sense of security. He realized that as long as he clung tightly to this pillar of strength, not only would survival be assured, but even traversing this hellish scenario might pose no challenge at all. Lin Yu paid no heed to the now adoring Wang Hao trailing behind him. He was internally strategizing the forthcoming course of action. The difficulty of this mission was, indeed, not particularly daunting for him. He spoke up. Based on our shooting scores, everyone is quite impressive. However, turning to Wang Hao, he continued, the true challenge lies in maintaining composure under pressure, overcoming fear, and unleashing one's potential. For those of us trained, this is not insurmountable. Yet, his goals extended far beyond mere survival. He aimed to maximize the value of this mission while ensuring Wang Hao's safety. Lin Yu's judgments were as precise as system commands. He guided Wang Hao through the labyrinthine maze of containers and warehouses as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Each turn and pause was perfectly timed to evade the patrolling Mistwalker squads, occasionally encountering solitary foes. Lin Yu would dispatch them silently with his suppressed pistol before they even sensed their presence. Wang Hao followed closely, his heart racing with both terror and admiration. He realized that Lin Yu's prowess transcended mere skill with firearms and blades. It lay in his godlike dominion over the entire battlefield. Lin God, where are we headed? Wang Hao inquired softly, observing the increasingly unfamiliar surroundings. To find a place to rest, Lin Yu replied succinctly, utilizing radar structure scans. He had already pinpointed an excellent temporary refuge, an abandoned large seafood cold storage facility located at the edge of the dock. This cold storage was deeply buried underground, featuring only a ventilation shaft and a heavy alloy door, making it remarkably fortified and defensible. More importantly, the extremely low temperature effectively suppresses the spread of odors and muffles sound, making it the optimal choice for evading the impending blood mist. After dealing with a few wraiths lingering at the entrance of the cold storage, Lin Yu led Wang Hao inside. He secured the heavy alloy door from the inside with several steel rods before finally allowing himself to relax. Inside the cold storage, the temperature was frigid. Frost clung to every surface, and a faint fishy odor permeated the air. Wang Hao retrieved 2 thick winter jackets from his backpack, offering one to Lin Yu. Lin Yu accepted it without hesitation. Although his physical attributes exceeded those of ordinary individuals, he was not yet immune to the harshness of such a cold environment. Lin Shun, here. Wang Hao presented a high-energy nutrition bar and a bottle of purified water from his backpack, as if showcasing a prized possession. These were the finest supplies he had acquired with all his savings before entering. Lin Yu glanced at him and accepted the offerings. The two leaned against the icy wall, quietly replenishing their strength. Wang Hao attempted several times to initiate conversation, but upon catching sight of Lin Yu's serene, impassive profile, he swallowed his words. He understood that, for this deity, silence might be the most effective form of communication. Time flowed slowly in the oppressive stillness. Approximately 5 hours passed, and just as Wang Hao was dozing against the wall, a sharp, piercing wail, reminiscent of an air raid siren, suddenly erupted from the outside, reverberating throughout the fog harbor. Immediately, an invisible wave of brutal and frenzied intent surged like a tide, sweeping through every corner. Warning: the first blood mist has descended. Duration: 30 minutes. All wraiths have entered a state of frenzy. Survivors, proceed with caution. Wang Hao jolted awake, his senses heightened. He could distinctly hear the thunderous sound of countless zombies charging above them, akin to the stampede of 1,000 horses. Alongside this cacophony were roars filled with insatiable hunger and fury, more chilling than before. He even faintly perceived the desperate cries of other players, quickly drowned out by the futile gunfire. Is this the blood mist? Wang Hao's face turned ashen. He had no doubt that if they were outside at this moment, within mere seconds, they would be torn to shreds by the relentless tide of frenzied corpses, leaving not even bones behind. Stay calm. At that moment, a voice devoid of emotion echoed in his ear. Wang Hao turned to see Lin Yu still leaning against the wall, his eyes slightly closed, as if the cataclysmic horror unfolding outside was merely a trivial storm beyond the window. The unwavering composure that radiated from Lin Yu, unperturbed by the impending doom, somehow soothed Wang Hao's racing heart. With Lin Shun present, what was there to fear? Lin Yu remained calm because the radar map had already laid out every detail of the outside world clearly within his mind. He beheld thousands of frenzied fogwalkers, surging like a crimson tide, inundating every street and obliterating all living beings within their sight. Among them, he even discerned several elite red luminaries, radiating with a brilliance several times greater than that of ordinary fogwalkers, emerging amidst the sanguine mist. Yet at that moment, an unexpected revelation prompted him to slowly open his eyes, a hint of intrigue curling at the corners of his mouth. Approximately 2 kilometers away from their cold storage, near a large supermarket, a well-equipped and meticulously organized team of players, comprising a dozen individuals, had astonishingly established a formidable defensive line against the raging horde of corpses. Chapter 93. Serendipitous encounter. In the immediate aftermath, a resounding, steady, and powerful female voice resonated through the loudspeaker, echoing across several nearby blocks. Attention, all survivors. Attention, all survivors. We are the 9th Division of the Dragon Shield Bureau. We are currently executing an official escort mission in this area. We urge all survivors who hear this broadcast to remain calm, hold your position, refrain from making loud noises, and do not engage in any offensive actions. Repeat. We are the 9th Division of the Dragon Shield Bureau. We have established a safe zone here and will do our utmost to draw the surrounding horde. Seize this opportunity and conserve your strength. This announcement undoubtedly served as a potent morale booster for the survivors enveloped in the crimson fog. Upon hearing that familiar name, Wang Hao was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. The Dragon Shield Bureau. It's the official escort team of the Dragon Shield Bureau. My heavens! We are saved. Lin Shun, let us hurry and seek refuge with them. With the presence of the officials, we are safe. Wang Hao evidently held immense trust and admiration for this extraordinary organization of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Yu observed his exhilaration with a subtle smile, teasingly remarking, "Fortune favors you." It appears this mandatory instance is indeed a benevolent bureau, allowing us to encounter the official escort team. The name Dragon Shield Bureau was one Lin Yu had long been familiar with. It was the foremost, most enigmatic, and most formidable organization of extraordinary individuals in the Dragon Kingdom, comprised solely of the elite among the awakened. Dressed uniformly in combat attire adorned with black and golden dragon patterns, they often manifested in mid to low difficulty instances. Their presence invariably signaled the establishment of territorial dominion, safeguarding those without a chance of resurrection who had entered into living contracts. Lin Yu understood well the purpose of their broadcast, to assert sovereignty over the area, instilling fear in those with ulterior motives. Furthermore, as they claimed, they were actively drawing fire to create an unequivocally secure environment for their valued clients. This was a public declaration, a brazen proclamation of dominance, crushing all opposition with sheer might. Lin Yu found no aversion to this. Rather, he developed a keen interest in this suddenly appearing 9th Division of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Perhaps, he mused, it would be worthwhile to engage with them. It was an opportune moment to observe the caliber of the official forces in this world up close. As the 30 minutes of blood fog gradually dissipated amidst the anguished cries of countless zombies and the sporadic lamentations of players, Lin Yu, accompanied by Wang Hao, cautiously pushed open the heavy door of the cold storage. A pungent and overwhelming scent of blood assaulted their senses. The ground was strewn with the torn remnants of zombies and dark crimson stains, transforming the entire dock into a scene reminiscent of a bloody baptism. Wang Hao gazed at the gruesome tableau before him, his stomach churning violently, nearly succumbing to the urge to vomit. However, Lin Yu, accustomed to such sights, remained composed. After confirming the absence of remaining threats through his radar, he led Wang Hao at a measured pace towards the direction from which the Dragon Shield Bureau's broadcast had emanated, the large supermarket. Lin, are we truly going to seek refuge with them? Wang Hao followed closely behind, both excited and somewhat apprehensive. It's not seeking refuge, it's merely passing through, Lin Yu calmly corrected. He had no interest in becoming someone's subordinate. He merely wished to observe closely and glean any useful intelligence from these officials. The duo soon arrived at the periphery of a large supermarket named Harbor Star. At the entrance, a formidable barricade had been erected by the Dragon Shield Bureau's personnel, utilizing abandoned vehicles and roadblocks. Several elite team members, clad in black uniforms adorned with gold dragon insignias, were systematically clearing the area and gathering supplies. Each of them was well equipped, existing in a realm entirely distinct from that of ordinary independent players. As Lin Yu and Wang Hao prepared to circumvent the supermarket from the opposite side, a voice filled with arrogance and vigilance suddenly rang out from behind the barricade. "Halt! Who goes there?" A robust young man, exuding an air of superiority, approached briskly with 2 team members, blocking their path. He was Zhao Tianlong, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Clearly, he had been temporarily assigned to assist the 9th Division with this operation. Yet his demeanor radiated the unmasked confidence of an elite. His gaze scrutinized Lin Yu and Wang Hao as if they were criminals. And upon observing their unremarkable gear and Wang Hao's evident fear and anxiety, his contempt deepened. 2 wanderers? Zhao Tianlong scoffed, his tone leaving no room for debate. This is currently a temporary security zone of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Disperse immediately, or do not blame us for being ungracious. His 2 subordinates simultaneously raised their assault rifles. The dark muzzles aimed squarely at Lin Yu and Wang Hao, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Wang Hao, unaccustomed to such intimidation, felt his legs weaken at the overwhelming aura and the cold barrels pointed at them. Instinctively, he wanted to plead for mercy, to explain their benign intent of merely passing through. However, Lin Yu, standing before him, did not even bat an eyelash. He stood there impassively, observing the imposing captain of the Dragon Shield Bureau with an expression as tranquil as a bottomless, frigid pool. There was no anger, no fear, nor even the slightest emotional fluctuation. He regarded Zhao Tianlong as one would a jester performing a tedious and absurd act. Lin Yu's indifference and disregard incited an unprecedented fury within Zhao Tianlong. To him, as the captain of the Dragon Shield Bureau, an elite among awakeners, a pinnacle of strength in this world, it was inconceivable that these two ordinary individuals, devoid of any profession, would not display immediate fear and groveling submission upon encountering him. How dare this man look at him with such audacity? What kind of gaze is that? Zhao Tianlong was utterly infuriated by Lin Yu's calm demeanor. He stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation, and pressed menacingly towards Lin Yu. Get lost. Do you not comprehend human language? Under this oppressive force, Wang Hao found himself rendered speechless, struggling for breath. Lin Yu slowly lifted his head, finally meeting Zhao Tianlong's gaze. He did not utter a word, yet there was a flicker of an almost imperceptible, frigid, killing intent in his eyes. Zhao Tianlong's heart jolted. He inexplicably sensed a hint of fear. This absurd thought filled him with both astonishment and rage. Seeking death, he bellowed, as a surge of power coursed through him. The veins on his arms, which were significantly thicker than those of an average person, bulged ominously, as if ready to crush this oblivious fool into a mere puddle of flesh at any moment. Just then, a clear, ethereal voice, akin to a distant orchid in a secluded valley, resonated from behind him. Zhao Tianlong, cease at once. Chapter 94. Qin Shue's appreciation upon hearing that voice. Zhao Tianlong's impending surge of power abruptly faltered. The fierce expression on his face instantly softened, giving way to a mix of reluctance and apprehension. Turning around, he beheld a tall woman clad in the same standard combat uniform, yet possessing an aura entirely distinct from his own. With measured strides, she approached, her beauty strikingly exquisite, her skin as pure as snow, brows resembling distant mountains, and her pair of phoenix-like eyes imbued with a sharpness and calmness that starkly contrasted with her delicate exterior. She was none other than Captain Qin Shue of the 9th Division of the Dragon Shield Bureau, an elite level 9 scout. Despite his inner dissatisfaction, Zhao Tianlong found himself compelled to temper his arrogance in the presence of this formidable woman, whose reputation and prowess within the Dragon Shield Bureau subtly overshadowed his own. Reluctantly, he uttered her name. Qin Shue, however, paid him no heed. Instead, she cast a cold glance in his direction, the warning in her gaze unmistakable. Her attention then shifted to Lin Yu and Wang Hao, her icy demeanor softening considerably, even tinged with a hint of apology. My apologies, esteemed guests. My colleague here tends to be a bit impulsive. I hope he isn't frightened you, she articulated, her voice melodious and refreshing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Wang Hao was utterly captivated, never having imagined that such a beautiful and sensible leader could exist within the Dragon Shield Bureau. Lin Yu, on the other hand, maintained a stoic expression, calmly observing Qin Shue without uttering a word. He sensed within her a profound strength, one that contrasted sharply with Zhao Tianlong's demeanor, a true leader exuding a quiet confidence. Noticing Lin Yu's unyielding demeanor, Qin Shue's admiration for him deepened. She astutely recognized that this seemingly ordinary man possessed a composure and icy serenity far beyond what a mere novice player could exhibit. Particularly in the face of Zhao Tianlong's intimidation, his tranquil response, laced with a hint of latent ferocity, convinced her that he was no ordinary individual. I am Qin Shue, the captain of the 9th Division of the Dragon Shield Bureau. She introduced herself, extending her hand. You two must be independent survivors. To navigate such a perilous instance alone speaks volumes of your exceptional skills. Lin Yu glanced at her alabaster hand, but refrained from shaking it, simply replying with a subdued, Lin Yu. Wang Hao, sensing the tension, quickly interjected to ease the situation. Yes, Lin Yu, and I'm Wang Hao. We are merely passing through. Yes, just passing through. Qin Shue, unfazed, retracted her hand with a smile. Lin Yu Hao, I understand you are merely passing through. However, the outside is rather unsafe at present. If you would not mind, you are welcome to rest in our safe zone. While we cannot formally include you in our escort mission, we can certainly offer some supplies and protection within our capacity. Her proposition was not only a gesture of goodwill, but also an attempt to gauge Lin Yu's capabilities. Zhao Tianlong stood nearby, his brow furrowed in concern. He contemplated voicing his dissent, but upon meeting Qingxue's frigid gaze, he swallowed his words. In that moment, an unforeseen calamity unfolded. With a chilling hiss, a shadowy figure of grayish hue suddenly erupted from a shattered window on the second floor of the supermarket, propelled by a foul gust of wind, targeting a Dragon Shield Bureau member who was tending to his wounds. It was an elite-level zombie known as the Fog Ghost. Its physique was as agile as that of a monkey, armed with sharp, bony claws, and it moved with a ghostly swiftness, adept at launching lethal ambushes amidst the mist. The events transpired with such rapidity that even Qingxue, a level 9 elite scout, could only barely sense the impending danger, leaving her no time for an effective response. Zhao Qianlong's team was caught completely off guard, resulting in utter chaos. "Be careful," Qingxue shouted sharply, her tactical dagger drawn in an instant, poised to intercept. However, a figure surged forth, faster than she, even swifter than the Fog Ghost's assault. Bang! A resonant yet impeccably precise gunshot shattered the air. It did not emanate from any member of the Dragon Shield Bureau, but rather from Lin Yu, who had remained stationary, seemingly indifferent throughout. At the moment the Fog Ghost lunged, Lin Yu's movements were minimal. The seemingly unremarkable 92-style pistol appeared in his hand, as if by teleportation, its muzzle unleashing a deadly flame. The bullet did not strike the body of the Fog Ghost. Lin Yu, having anticipated the zombie's speed via radar, knew that conventional aiming would be futile. Instead, the bullet was fired at an astoundingly sharp angle, striking the wall against which the Fog Ghost intended to launch itself. Clang! The bullet ricocheted off the wall, igniting a shower of sparks, the force causing the wall's surface to shatter instantly. The Fog Ghost's claws, poised to push off, lost their grip, its entire balance faltering for a critical fraction of a second in midair. In the realm of skilled combatants, victory or defeat hinges upon mere instants. For a top-tier expert like Qingxue, that fleeting moment of vulnerability was enough to determine the outcome. A splendid opportunity. Qingxue's eyes narrowed, her feet surging with power as she darted forth like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly positioning herself by the Fog Ghost's side. Her tactical dagger carved through the air in a cold, silver arc, akin to the fangs of a venomous serpent, plunging with unerring accuracy into the creature's eye socket and deep into its brain. With a sickening squelch, the Fog Ghost froze momentarily, all motion stilled, before it plummeted helplessly to the ground, twitching a few times before succumbing to silence. The entire sequence, from the Fog Ghost's ambush to its demise, transpired in a mere 3 seconds. The atmosphere was thick with silence. The members of the Dragon Shield Bureau gazed at Lin Yu, who was slowly holstering his firearm, with expressions of disbelief, as if beholding a monster. Zhao Tianlong's mouth hung slightly agape, his expression transitioning from shock to bewilderment, ultimately morphing into an unmistakable blend of jealousy and embarrassment. The strength he prided himself on found no application in the recent unforeseen circumstances. Conversely, this individual he deemed as insignificant wielded what appeared to be an unremarkable bullet, saving a team member's life and even steering the course of the entire battle. It was akin to a resounding slap, striking him squarely across the face. Qingxue slowly rose to her feet, gazing at Lin Yu. For the first time, her sharp phoenix-like eyes revealed a brilliance of astonishment and admiration, reflecting a newfound respect. She realized that she had, perhaps, stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 95. Temporary Allies, a Remarkable Shot. Qingxue exclaimed as she approached Lin Yu, her voice tinged with a hint of admiration she herself had not fully comprehended. As an elite reconnaissance officer of the Dragon Shield Bureau, she understood better than anyone the immense significance of that shot. It transcended mere marksmanship. It was a prophetic anticipation of the battlefield dynamics, coupled with an extraordinary mastery over the entire combat environment. In that fleeting moment when the fog demon launched its ambush, he had accurately predicted its subsequent trajectory and used a single bullet to disrupt its landing point, thereby creating a fatal opening. Such prowess she had only witnessed in the most elite tactical masters of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Yet here stood a man who was merely an ordinary individual without even a profession. How could this be? It was merely a coincidence, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, as if he had accomplished a trivial task. To onlookers, his demeanor exuded an air of confidence, but to Qingxue, it only deepened the aura of mystery surrounding him. Mr. Lin Yu, I sincerely apologize for my previous rudeness. The Dragon Shield Bureau member he had saved approached, deeply bowing in gratitude. If it weren't for you, I fear my life would have been forfeited here. Lin Yu merely cast a glance at him, offering no comment. His act of saving the man was not born from a benevolent heart. Rather, it was a disruption to his observation caused by the fog demon. Everything was simply a rational decision to eliminate an unstable variable. However, the members of the Dragon Shield Bureau clearly held a different opinion. In an instant, their gazes shifted from initial wariness and rejection to respect and goodwill. Only Zhao Tianlong's expression remained dark, as if it could drip with bitterness. He scoffed and stepped aside, choosing silence, though his venomous glare occasionally slithered across Lin Yu's back like a serpent. Qingxue observed this all with keen eyes, her disdain for Zhao Tianlong deepening while her interest in Lin Yu intensified. She knew she could not let such talent slip away. Lin Yu, she began again, this time her tone imbued with utmost seriousness and sincerity. I would like to formally extend an invitation to you and your companion. I hope you can temporarily accompany the Dragon Shield Bureau on our mission. She paused before adding, rest assured, we will not require your participation in any combat. You need only follow us from behind. Until the conclusion of our operation, we shall exert our utmost efforts to ensure your safety. This is not only a gesture of gratitude towards my colleague, but also my personal acknowledgement and investment in your capabilities. At these words, Zhao Tianlong could no longer contain himself. Captain Qin, have you lost your mind? He retorted loudly. You know the rules. We are on a protective escort mission. Ensuring their safety is our primary concern. Bringing along these two unknown individuals. Who knows if they're spies sent by rival factions? Zhao Tianlong. Qingxue's expression instantly turned icy. She whirled around abruptly, her phoenix-like eyes radiating a terrifying chill, enveloping Zhao Tianlong in a pressure far more substantial and sharp than his own. Are you questioning my decision? Zhao Tianlong, momentarily overwhelmed by Qingxue's formidable aura, took a step back. Gritting his teeth, he intended to argue further. First, Qingxue interjected coldly, raising a finger. Lin Yu just saved one of our team members' lives. Out of both sentiment and reason, we must express our gratitude. Do you not comprehend such basic human decency? Second, she raised a second finger. Lin Yu is a high school graduate who has achieved an S rank in 3 different instances. Have you scanned his identity? Or are you merely speculating? Your narrow-minded factionalism and baseless suspicions will only pose the greatest risk to our team. Third, and most importantly, Qingxue's voice suddenly soared, filled with an undeniable authority. Here, I'm the commander of the 9th Division. My decision is a command. You either execute it, or you can take your team and return to the 3rd Division right now. I will not stand in your way. Her words left Zhao Tianlong speechless and flushed with anger. He knew she spoke the truth. Any further argument would only lead to his own humiliation. He could only glare at Lin Yu with resentment before sulking to the side, silently protesting. An internal conflict was decisively quelled by Qingxue's assertive approach. She turned back to Lin Yu, her face once again adorned with a sincere smile. Lin Yu observed everything with keen eyes, his assessment of this woman rising further. Decisive, assertive, possessing a grand vision, and adept at recognizing and utilizing talent. This was the essence of true leadership. What are the prerequisites for joining the Dragon Shield Bureau? Lin Yu did not immediately acquiesce, but instead posed a question that took everyone by surprise. Qingxue paused momentarily, then her eyes ignited with delight. She had not anticipated Lin Yu would inquire about this. The assessment standards of the Dragon Shield Bureau are exceedingly rigorous. The basic requirement is to reach level 5 and possess at least 2 B-grade personal evaluations. However, for a talent as exceptional as you, we can make an exception. If you can safely navigate this instance, upon your return, I will personally vouch for you and recommend your direct entry into the elite reserve of the Dragon Shield Bureau. She paused, adding, of course, if you are willing, I can even provisionally assign you to our 9th squad as a special advisor with my captain's authority. Although it would not be a formal position, you would have access to all our team's intelligence and resources. This was the utmost sincerity she could extend. Lin Yu gazed into her expectant eyes, contemplating for a moment. He understood that Su Qingxue was taking a gamble on him, and he too required a platform to comprehend the true core of this world. More importantly, Wang Hao needed an absolutely secure environment. All right, Lin Yu finally nodded, uttering a single word. I concur with the notion of forming an alliance with you. He did not mention joining, merely alluded to an alliance. In that subtle distinction, Su Qingxue instantaneously comprehended the implication. Rather than feeling disheartened, she found herself increasingly admiring Lin Yu's prudence and pride. With a smile, she extended her hand. Then, welcome to your temporary alliance. This time, Lin Yu did not refuse. He reached out and gently clasped her delicate yet powerful hand. The two exchanged contact information, agreeing to discuss matters in greater detail once they ventured outside. Chapter 96. The Golden Legend under the personal guidance of Su Qingxue. Lin Yu and Wang Hao traversed several meticulously cleared streets, eventually arriving at the temporary base of the Dragon Shield Bureau, housed within a library in the city. This library had evidently been chosen with great care. Perched upon elevated ground, its walls were constructed from thick granite, while the windows were tall and narrow, fortified with robust iron bars, presenting a natural fortress that was both defensible and formidable. As they stepped through the entrance, Wang Hao's jaw dropped in astonishment, remaining agape as he beheld the expansive library hall, which had been transformed into an orderly war command center. At the entrance, 2 crossfire machine gun positions had been erected using sandbags and discarded bookshelves, their dark muzzles glinting ominously. In the center of the hall, several logistics personnel in white lab coats huddled around a massive city map, incessantly marking it with red and blue pencils, while a tactical display flashed a torrent of data like a cascading waterfall. The surrounding reading areas were delineated into distinct functional zones. One side was piled high with supplies. Boxes of military-grade compressed biscuits, high-energy nutrient liquids, and purified water meticulously stacked. The opposite side was dedicated to medical supplies, with bandages, antibiotics, analgesics, and blood plasma bags meticulously categorized, even featuring several seemingly expensive portable vital sign monitors. A dozen Dragon Shield Bureau members were present. Some quietly polished their weapons. Others whispered intelligence to one another, while a few leaned against the walls with closed eyes, rejuvenating themselves. Despite the throng of personnel, an eerie silence enveloped the base, as if a pin dropping could be heard. Each individual resembled a precisely calibrated cog in a complex war machine, exuding an air of suffocating professionalism and lethal intent. Goodness! Wang Hao stood in stunned disbelief, pinching himself vigorously to affirm the reality of his surroundings. He had previously thought his meager provisions, purchased with his hard-earned savings, constituted extravagance, yet in comparison to the mountain of supplies before him, they seemed utterly insignificant. Was this the might of an official organization? It felt as though an entire logistics base had been transported into the instance. Wang Hao lowered his voice, expressing his awe and shock to Lin Yu beside him. The supplies were not conjured from thin air. They had been diligently scavenged inch by inch from the city by the Dragon Shield Bureau members within mere hours of entering the instance. Such terrifying execution and teamwork were beyond the comprehension of solitary players like them. Seemingly aware of Wang Hao's astonishment, Su Qingxue smiled and explained, "Our client for this escort mission holds a unique identity, hence our thorough preparations. Moreover, we have a dedicated logistics analysis team that can deduce the highest value supply points from the city's infrastructure layout the moment we enter the instance." Though her words were casually spoken, the confidence and pride inherent to the Dragon Shield Bureau were unmistakably evident. Zhao Tianlong let out a disdainful snort, casting a contemptuous glance at Wang Hao, as if to convey the sentiment of a provincial bumpkin, utterly unacquainted with the world. Lin Yu, however, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, his gaze merely sweeping across the entire base, silently committing to memory the defensive layout, personnel configuration, and firepower distribution. To him, no matter how formidable the logistics analysis team might be, it could not rival the reliability of the radar map etched in his mind, spanning a radius of 7 kilometers. Esteemed gentlemen, you may take a moment to rest in the lounge on the 3rd floor. It is relatively secure there, Qingxue instructed, gesturing upward. Food and water are freely available, but please refrain from approaching the weapons and special equipment area. We will arrange for rotating night watch, so you may rest easy. Thank you, Captain Qin. I'm immensely grateful, Wang Hao exclaimed, nearly bowing in gratitude. Lin Yu merely nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Night soon descended. Outside the library, the fog thickened, punctuated by the muffled, oppressive roars of fog walkers, rendering the world eerily sinister. Within the base, most team members had entered a state of rest, leaving only a few squads on watch at critical positions. Wang Hao had already found a corner, wrapped in a blanket, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Accompanying Lin Yu into the Dragon Shield Bureau base, this was the most restful sleep he had experienced since his 2 entries into the Interface Nexus instance. Lin Yu, however, sat cross-legged on the windowsill of a high window on the 3rd floor, his form melding into the night like a statue, entering a state of semi-conscious meditation. His mind had already delved into the vast, monochromatic radar map before him. He observed thousands of red dots meandering in every corner of the city. His radar meticulously scanned each inch of the urban landscape, endeavoring to uncover the most deeply concealed treasures amidst the desolate ruins. Time flowed silently. Just as Lin Yu began to think this instance might yield little in the way of rewards and prepared to retract his radar for a brief respite, suddenly, at the edge of his radar map, deep beneath an abandoned water treatment plant located in the most secluded southern part of the city, far removed from all main thoroughfares and even unmarked on the map, a faint yet dazzling golden light, akin to a star in the night sky, ignited without warning. Buzz! In that instant, Lin Yu's mind felt as though it had been struck by a bolt of golden lightning. For the first time in this instance, his previously placid heart surged uncontrollably, racing wildly. Gold! Lin Yu's breath quickened instantaneously. He immediately adjusted the radar's scanning precision to its utmost, concentrating all his mental energy on that diminutive yet irresistibly alluring golden light. Chapter 97. The underwater labyrinth. The emergence of the golden light appeared like an invigorating stimulant, instantly dispelling all fatigue from Lin Yu's being. His eyes, reminiscent of cold stars in the night, erupted with an alarming brilliance. He refrained from immediate action, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous surge of excitement within him ignited by the discovery of the treasure, and began to calmly analyze the location of the golden light. Adjusting his position, he meticulously utilized the secondary radar system, inch by inch, to delve deeper into the area marked as an abandoned water treatment plant. Before long, an exceedingly intricate yet remarkably clear underground structural diagram gradually unfolded in his mind. The water treatment facility was far grander than he had envisioned. The buildings above ground had long succumbed to the ravages of time, yet its true core lay buried deep beneath. It comprised a colossal underground hydraulic system, formed by a vast network of thick, interwoven pipes and enormous sedimentation pools. Its complexity resembled a vast maze of steel and concrete, shrouded from the light of day. At the very depths of this subterranean labyrinth resided the resplendent golden light, located within a vast circular central processing pool, entirely submerged underwater. Lin Yu's brow slightly furrowed. This presented a rather formidable predicament. The water would significantly hinder his mobility and render many of his devices, such as the flamethrower and Molotov cocktails, utterly ineffective. More crucially, to access the central processing pool, one would first need to navigate through a labyrinthine underwater pipeline, spanning several hundred meters, completely submerged. For an ordinary person, this would undoubtedly be a perilous dead end. lacking a professional map and sufficient oxygen. Entering meant only succumbing to the darkness and cold of the pipeline, drowning in despair. However, for Lin Yu, this seemingly insurmountable labyrinthine challenge was precisely where his greatest advantage lay. With the radar at his disposal, no matter how intricate the maze, it merely transformed into a navigable blueprint. A faint, knowing smile crept across Lin Yu's face. The all-encompassing scan of the secondary radar enabled him to visualize the entire structure of the underground pipes, even marking his position in real time on the map. He was akin to a player wielding GPS and a comprehensive map in a game that posed insurmountable challenges to others. The maze posed no issue. The true concerns lay in two additional aspects. First, the entrance. The radar's structural scan indicated that the sole access point to the underwater labyrinth was likely a gate. At this moment, that gate remained firmly shut, behind which lurked a bottomless shaft filled with murky, stagnant water. To force it open would be no simple task. Utilizing explosives for a breach? The resounding blast would likely summon every creature from the southern district of the city, transforming the area into a zone of death. Secondly, and most crucially, is the curse of the golden treasure. Once he grasps this gilded artifact, his position will undoubtedly be laid bare before all surviving players. Although the majority of participants in this instance have already fallen under the dominion of the Dragon Shield Bureau, there is no assurance that formidable lone wolves or factions remain hidden in the shadows. More critically, once his coordinates are revealed, the members of the Dragon Shield Bureau will certainly detect his anomaly at the earliest opportunity. At that moment, he may find himself confronted not only by the undead, but also by the most treacherous betrayal from allies. While Su Qingxue appears reasonable, Lin Yu harbors an unwavering distrust of anyone. In the face of the golden treasure's allure, any semblance of admiration or agreement is as fragile as gossamer. He cannot lead the vast contingent of the Dragon Shield Bureau into the quest for treasure. That would be tantamount to courting disaster and inviting calamity upon himself. Thus, he must operate independently. Lin Yu's gaze hardened with unyielding resolve. A plan, both crystal clear yet fraught with peril and challenge, swiftly took shape in his mind. This strategy comprised two distinct phases. The first step, ensure Wang Hao's safety. Since he had promised to guide Wang Hao through this instance, he must fulfill his pledge. He must first accompany the main force of the Dragon Shield Bureau, assisting them in their evacuation mission, and safely extricate the burden that is Wang Hao from this accursed realm. Only then can he relinquish all concerns and devote his entire focus to the ultimate treasure hunt. The second step, return to the quest for treasure. After escorting Wang Hao and the Dragon Shield Bureau's main force to safety, he would venture alone back into the true city of the dead, now devoid of any survivors. At that juncture, the entire Misty Harbor, with all its resources and secrets, will belong solely to him. He will have ample time to tackle the Alloy Gate, explore the submerged labyrinth, and claim the golden treasure that is rightfully his. Then, he shall depart unhurriedly, well ahead of the impending cataclysmic tsunami. Risk and reward are eternally proportional. A fervent flame ignited in Lin Yu's eyes. Chapter 98. The diving suit. Now that the ultimate strategic objective has been determined, the subsequent actions possess a remarkably clear direction. Lin Yu, akin to an exceptionally skilled chess player, begins to meticulously position his pieces for the grand solo performance that awaits him. To explore the dark, frigid, and entirely submerged underground labyrinth, a specialized diving apparatus is indispensable, a critical element in his endeavor. He certainly does not wish to succumb to the folly of running out of oxygen and perishing in the filthy sewers after acquiring the treasure. The professional diving suit. In this industrial port city, the most likely place to find such equipment would be within the rescue team stationed in the harbor area. Lin Yu's mind once again delves into the radar map. This time, he no longer scans aimlessly across the entire map. Rather, he purposefully narrows his focus to the port region. The port area is one of the city's core functional zones and also one of the regions with the highest concentration of monsters. A dense cluster of red dots nearly bathes the entire port area in an ominous crimson hue. Were it any other player, even a mere act of approaching would require immense courage, let alone venturing deeper into its depths. Yet, Lin Yu, like the most patient of archaeologists, meticulously maneuvers the radar's scanning, inch by inch, carefully filtering through every corner of this death-laden area. Abandoned dock offices, only some useless documents, white dots. The Maritime Bureau's patrol boat warehouse, housing a few basic maintenance tools, white dots. The container stacking area, devoid of anything save for countless fogwalkers. Just as Lin Yu was on the verge of giving up, ready to expand his search to the city's fire brigade or sporting goods stores, his radar detected an anomalous signal fluctuation emanating from a massive, rusted white shipwreck, partially submerged in the coastal silt. The vessel's hull still faintly bore the markings of Explorer No. 7. Clearly, this was a research vessel employed for marine geological or biological studies prior to the apocalypse. Within the mid-level cabin of that ship, an isolated, luminous blue dot, radiating an enticing glow, lay quietly there. He had found it. A flicker of joy sparkled in Lin Yu's eyes. Based on the radar's feedback regarding the item's shape and its location, he was over 90% certain that he would likely discover the diving suit here. It was as if fate itself had conspired to assist him. However, acquiring this crucial item would not be a trivial matter. The radar indicated that the capsized research vessel had long since transformed into a new monster lair. The interior of the ship, having languished in water for an extended period, was dark and damp, teeming with numerous red dots. A direct assault would undoubtedly be unwise. Not only would he face a pincer attack, but the considerable commotion could very well alert the Dragon Shield Bureau within the library. He must, like a true specter, quietly procure the equipment without anyone's knowledge. A flawless operational plan swiftly took shape in his mind. He needed an opportune moment. The Dragon Shield Bureau stood on high alert, preoccupied with their own affairs, unable to heed any disturbances from the outside world. A prime opportunity for action. Lin Yu slowly lifted his gaze to the luminous screen displaying the countdown to the Blood Mist. Next Blood Mist outbreak countdown. 3:14. 22. Just over 3 hours remained. This was the moment. A chilling smile crept across Lin Yu's lips when the blood mist descended once more, plunging the world into chaos and frenzy. It would mark the time for him to act. He intended to harness the collective fear of everyone as his most impeccable cover for his endeavors. He closed his eyes, disregarding all external matters, and began to meditate fervently, striving to elevate both his mental and physical states to their utmost peaks. Chapter 99. The solitary night walk. 3 hours of tranquility were abruptly shattered by the piercing sound of alarms. Wail! Wail! As that familiar, haunting cry echoed throughout the harbor. The second-to-last blood mist of this scenario arrived as anticipated. The grayish-white fog was swiftly supplanted by an ominous, faintly crimson haze, suffused with a sinister scent of blood. Visibility was reduced to the utmost. Beyond 5 meters lay a blurred abyss of sanguine void. Within the library base, lights flared to life instantaneously, and the atmosphere tightened to a breaking point. All personnel, enter the highest state of alert. Su Qingxue's cool yet commanding voice resonated through the intercom, reaching every corner. Defense Team 1, secure the main entrance. Gunners, prepare. Suppress the frontal horde of corpses. Defense Team 2, monitor the windows on the east and west sides. Be vigilant above. Prevent elite zombies from climbing. Zhao Tianlong led your team as a mobile reserve, ready to bolster any vulnerable points. Ensure the safety of our clients. The members of the Dragon Shield Bureau moved with the precision of a finely tuned war machine, transforming the entire base into a fortified bastion of readiness in under a minute. Wang Hao, nervously clutching a rifle, crouched behind a window on the 3rd floor, his palms slick with sweat. He gazed at the ghastly crimson world outside, at the relentless tide of frenzied corpses surging from every direction, a chill creeping up his spine. Lin Yu turned, slipping away unnoticed, like a shadow, from a relatively unguarded ventilation shaft at the rear of the library, vanishing into the rolling blood mist. A member of the Dragon Shield Bureau signaled to Su Qingxue, but she waved them off, indicating to disregard it. Once out of the Dragon Shield Bureau's sight, Lin Yu's presence transformed entirely. If within the base he was like a sword sheath, reserved and profound, Now alone, he had morphed into the most lethal specter of the night. A reaper unleashed from its scabbard. Without a moment's hesitation, he glided forth like a ghost dancing on the edge of a blade, swiftly making his way toward the capsized research vessel in the harbor. The blood mist was a living nightmare for all survivors, yet it served as his finest disguise. The furious horde of corpses was the bane of every defender, yet provided him with the perfect backdrop of chaos. Utilizing a secondary radar for absolute control over the battlefield, along with his honed stealth skills, he navigated seamlessly among the throngs of enraged fog walkers and newly emerged elite zombies. He moved like an elusive fish through tumultuous waves, always finding the singular, safe crevice. He even brushed past a colossal elite zombie known as the Giant Arm Butcher, the distance between them scarcely 3 meters. The beast, having caught the scent of the living, turned its head in perplexity. However, in the fleeting moment when it turned, Lin Yu deftly maneuvered and concealed himself beneath the tracks of an abandoned tank, seamlessly blending his presence with the rust and oil scents of the vehicle, successfully deceiving the opponent's sluggish perception. He reached the capsized research vessel unscathed. Inside, murky water had already engulfed half of the ship, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench of mold and decay. The radar indicated that at least a dozen zombies lurked beneath the murky depths, waiting for unsuspecting prey. Lin Yu opted not to enter through the main cabin door, which would have rendered him an immediate target for the lurking aquatic fiends. Instead, he circled to the opposite side of the vessel and discovered a shattered porthole above the waterline caused by the capsizing. He skillfully slipped inside, landing on a slanted corridor with icy, bone-chilling water pooling beneath his feet. He did not rush forward, but retrieved a flashbang grenade from his backpack, which he had casually taken from the Dragon Shield Bureau's supplies. Pulling the pin, he hurled it toward the corridor's most expansive waterlogged area. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted underwater, followed by a blinding flash and an ear-splitting high-frequency sound wave that momentarily incapacitated the submerged fogwalkers. Their already mutated auditory and visual organs could not withstand such intense stimulation, causing them to surface utterly defeated. Lin Yu, indifferent to the need for a finishing blow, swiftly navigated through this zone and arrived at the entrance to the chamber housing the blue supplies. An elite deep diver guardian was already alerted by the previous flashbang, emitting a furious roar as it lunged from the shadows. This creature was significantly larger than an ordinary aquatic ghoul, its body encased in a slick, seaweed-like carapace, with bulging eyes radiating an eerie green glow in the darkness. Yet, awaiting it was Lin Yu's already loaded M4A1 assault rifle. Rat-a-tat-tat. Faced with such a robust adversary, Lin Yu spared no bullets. Half a magazine was unleashed in a torrential barrage, striking the creature repeatedly. Despite the deep diver guardian's formidable defenses, it could not withstand the overwhelming firepower, staggering back as green blood mist erupted from its body. Seizing the advantage, Lin Yu continued to fire while swiftly closing the distance. As he emptied a magazine, successfully hampering the creature's movements, he drew his T-56 tactical knife, striking down upon its skull like a bolt of black lightning. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound of shattering bone, the battle concluded. Lin Yu kicked open the rusted door of the storage room, revealing an alloy box emblazoned with the words "Emergency Survival." With a tactical shovel, he violently pried open the box. Inside lay a sleek, deep blue diving suit, exuding an aura of streamlined elegance. Name: C-69 Deep Dive Combat Suit. Quality: blue. Effect: crafted from high molecular composite materials. It can withstand immense pressure at depths of 300 meters. It features a built-in miniature oxygen circulation system, allowing for sustained underwater activity for 2 hours. Miniature assistive systems have been installed at the joints, effectively countering water resistance. At last, it was in his grasp. A glimmer of delight flickered in Lin Yu's eyes as he unhesitatingly stowed this essential treasure-hunting tool into his spatial backpack. Glancing at the time, he noted that the blood mist would dissipate in just a few minutes. Without a moment's pause, he retraced his steps, moving stealthily back to the Dragon Shield Bureau's base. When he once again slid through the vent into the library, Su Qingxue and the others were still intently coordinating the battle. Chapter 100. The evacuation plan unveiled as the last vestiges of crimson blood mist were consumed by the profound darkness preceding dawn. The harrowing battle against the relentless tide of corpses, which had persisted for half an hour, finally drew to a close. The temporary base of the Dragon Shield Bureau had withstood the siege, albeit at a considerable cost. 2 of their members had been gravely injured by elite zombies during the fray. Though their lives were spared, their combat capabilities had been irrevocably diminished. The air within the base was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, mingling with the metallic tang of blood and the weariness that enveloped the survivors. Su Qingxue stood atop the defensive fortifications, gazing out at the mountain of zombie carcasses before her. A trace of undeniable fatigue marred her otherwise exquisite visage. She turned to glance at Lin Yu, who had remained quietly ensconced in a corner throughout the ordeal, seemingly detached from the chaos surrounding him. A flicker of complexity crossed her eyes. Account for casualties and assess resource depletion. Rest quickly. There will be no further broadcasts before the next blood mist. With her thoughts collected, Su Qingxue began issuing commands with methodical precision. However, before her words could fully resonate, a cold, unyielding system notification reverberated in the minds of every survivor. The cooperative instance has reached 24 hours. The evacuation point plan has been generated. Evacuation Point A. The Hope Cruise Ship. Location: Northern City. First cruise terminal. Mechanism: repair and activate the cruise ship, then sail away from this cursed expanse of sea. Required key materials: ship turbocharger X1, spare navigation compass X1, fuel pump X2, clean fuel X5 barrels. Evaluation: the longest duration, most cumbersome process, yet with the highest margin for error, suitable for large-scale team collaboration. Evacuation Point B. Medical rescue helicopter. Location: City First Hospital. Rooftop helipad. Mechanism: repair and activate the helicopter for aerial evacuation. Required key materials: high-strength alloy rotor blades X2, avionics component box X1, aviation fuel X3 barrels. Evaluation: extremely high demands on the team's combat prowess, the greatest challenge in breaching, yet a successful, the fastest evacuation. Evacuation Point C. Underground emergency shelter. Location: Central Subway Hub. Underground safety zone. Mechanism: simultaneously activate 3 control substations located in different areas to supply power to the central hub, opening the blast-proof gate leading to deeper underground safety zones. Evaluation: the most stringent requirements for team communication and time management. Any error in the chain will result in total failure. The unveiling of the 3 distinctly different evacuation plans was akin to a bombshell detonating within the command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Captain, choose B. Opt for the helicopter. Zhao Tianlong was the first to leap forward, his eyes alight with excitement. What do we have to fear from military airports and television towers? We can push through with our Dragon Shield Bureau's might. This is the most befitting and domineering means of evacuation. His proposal garnered the support of several other more radical team members. However, Su Qingxue merely shook her head calmly, outright dismissing his proposal. No, she asserted emphatically, the risks associated with Plan B are far too great. Our primary objective this time is to ensure the safety of our clients. Whether it involves breaching the airport or gathering supplies, there are simply too many uncertainties. Then, Plan C could work. Zhao Tianlong suggested as a compromise. We can split into 3 teams, and with our strength, simultaneously activate the 3 substations. It should be a piece of cake, right? You are underestimating the complexity of the situation, Su Qingxue replied, her brow slightly furrowing. She pointed to the map of Plan C displayed on the holographic screen and calmly analyzed. Observe the locations of these 3 substations. One is situated in a toxic gas zone near a chemical plant, another lies underwater, and the last is occupied by an elite boss. Each requires specialized equipment and strategic responses. Our manpower and resources are woefully insufficient to simultaneously tackle 3 such intricate areas. Furthermore, if any one team fails to complete their task within the designated time frame, all of our efforts will be in vain. Pausing briefly, she spoke with an undeniable authority, making her final decision. Thus, our only viable option is Plan A, to repair the Ho Cruise ship. Although this plan appears to be the most cumbersome and time-consuming, Its merits are unmistakable. Safety. We can utilize the library as our base of operations and send out teams in batches to collect the 4 different materials. Each step will be methodical and calculated. While this approach may be slow, it maximizes the safety of all involved and minimizes risks. Additionally, the evacuation area of the cruise ship is sufficiently spacious to accommodate all of us at once. Qingxue's gaze subtly drifted towards Lin Yu, who sat quietly in the corner. This decision was undoubtedly the most rational, aligning perfectly with the responsibilities of a team leader. Though Zhao Tianlong felt a sense of reluctance. Believing that such a cautious approach was overly constricting, he could not refute Qingxue's reasoning and begrudgingly fell silent. Soon, the final decision from the Dragon Shield Bureau was communicated to every team member. They would proceed with Plan A, repairing the Hope cruise ship for evacuation. Chapter 101. The Lazy Victory Dogs. As the colossal war machine of the Dragon Shield Bureau commenced its relentless operation towards the singular goal of repairing the Hope, it exhibited a terrifying execution capability beyond the imagination of ordinary players. Under the command of Qingxue, the entire team was swiftly reorganized. They refrained from squandering precious time on unnecessary rest and immediately devised a meticulous and efficient battle plan, dividing their forces into 6 paths. Within the makeshift command center, a vast holographic city map was projected into the air. Qingxue, wielding a laser pointer, resonated her calm and steady voice in the ears of every team member. Ladies and gentlemen, our objective is clear. To restore the Hope, we require 4 essential materials, each located in distinct regions of the city. Her laser pointer precisely marked 4 prominent red indicators on the map. The first target, the Maritime Museum Marine Turbocharger. According to intelligence, it is guarded by an elite, giant-armed butcher, possessing formidable physical defenses and terrifying strength. I will personally lead the 1st and 2nd squads to ensure the swift elimination and retrieval of the materials. The second target, the Port Lighthouse Backup Navigation Compass. The interior of the lighthouse is narrow and densely populated with numerous fogwalkers, making it difficult to breach. The 4th and 5th squads will be responsible, equipped with sufficient fragmentation grenades and shotguns to forcefully clear a passage upward through alternating cover. The third target, the coastal gas station, Clean Fuel, 5 barrels. This location is one of the primary gathering spots for ordinary fogwalkers, who are numerous yet lack individual strength. The 7th and 8th squads are tasked with carrying flamethrowers and incendiary bottles to conduct a large-scale cleansing through area denial. The 4th target, the abandoned auto repair shop on the west side of the city, fuel pumps, 2 units. Qingxue's gaze shifted to Zhao Tianlong, who had been scowling since earlier. This site is the farthest from us, and, according to reports, it is teeming with numerous corrupt swampers, whose acidic secretions can corrode the ground, creating traps. The environment is the most complex and perilous. She paused, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Zhao Tianlong, you will take your 3rd squad and accompany the 6th squad of our 9th team to this location. I entrust this arduous task to you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlong's expression darkened significantly. An arduous task? Nonsense. To him, it was evident that Qingxue was settling a personal score, deliberately assigning him to the farthest, most desolate and thankless endeavor. What nonsense about corrupt swampers? They were merely a disgusting breed of spitting insects, hardly comparable to the giant-armed butcher that Qingxue herself would face. The Maritime Museum, situated in the heart of the city, was a place where a mini-boss resided, guaranteeing at least a blue resource point, and, with a stroke of luck, perhaps even a purple one, all of which would be monopolized by Qingxue. Meanwhile, he was left to trudge to a forsaken repair shop, wallowing in mud with a horde of acidic creatures. This was nothing short of blatant targeting. Captain Qin, I find this arrangement. Zhao Tianlong suppressed his fury, eager to refute. Yet, Qingxue provided him no opportunity. Her cold, piercing gaze resembled a pair of unsheathed swords, striking directly at his heart. What? Captain Zhao, do you have any objections to my tactical arrangement? Or do you believe your subordinate team, the 3rd squad, is incapable of overcoming such a trivial challenge? With a dismissive flick, she placed upon him a label of incompetence. Zhao Tianlong found himself momentarily speechless, choked by her words. No objections. I assure you, we will complete the task. He gritted through clenched teeth, forcing the words out with great effort. He cast a venomous glare at Su Qingxue's retreating figure and then shot a fierce look at Lin Yu, who appeared indifferent in the corner, internally cursing, "Damn woman. And that pretty boy. Just wait until this mission is over. I shall deal with you both." He directed all his resentment towards Lin Yu, believing that his presence was the cause of Su Qingxue's relentless targeting of him. Su Qingxue was acutely aware of his petty thoughts, but chose to disregard them. She continued to issue commands. The remaining 6 squads will be led by Vice Captain Zhang Hai. Proceed immediately to the northern cruise terminal. Establish a robust final defensive position in the shortest time possible. Ensure the safety of the 100 escort clients. The terminal must remain secure until we return with the materials. Understood. We will accomplish the task. The entire team responded in unison, their voices reverberating through the air. Within a mere 5 minutes, a vast and intricate plan, dividing forces into 6 routes, was meticulously organized. Wang Hao observed with a surge of excitement and longing. Is this what an official organization entails? Such terrifying efficiency, such meticulous planning, such formidable confidence. He felt as though he were a rustic bumpkin witnessing skyscrapers in a great city for the first time, the awe emanating from the depths of his soul. Soon, the 4 assault teams tasked with gathering materials slipped silently into the dense fog like unsheathed blades. Meanwhile, the defensive brigade, responsible for safeguarding the rear, began escorting the distinguished clients towards the final evacuation point, the cruise terminal. Naturally, Lin Yu and Wang Hao followed the main force in their movements. Lin, shall we simply follow them? Wang Hao inquired softly, feeling as though he were in a dream. To do nothing yet be protected by a top-tier team. To have food and drink and ultimately evacuate safely. It was beyond the most beautiful dreams he could conjure. Lin Yu offered no reply, feeling quite at ease. He had initially thought he was to serve as a caretaker for others, yet found the experience surprisingly effortless. Chapter 102. A textbook strategy, the might of the Dragon Shield Bureau is manifested not only in their refined equipment and the exceptional individual skills of their operatives, but also in their flawless team collaboration and adept information processing capabilities. Akin to a finely tuned machine. Within the temporary command center located at the cruise ship terminal, 3 immense holographic screens have been erected, broadcasting in real time the first-person combat footage relayed by 3 assault teams. This is the unique battlefield information sharing system of the Dragon Shield Bureau, enabling commanders and analysts in the rear to grasp all frontline dynamics and provide timely tactical guidance. However, the Zhao Tianlong team, stationed at the farthest point, has not been afforded this live broadcast, ostensibly for energy conservation. Yet, it is evident to all that this is a silent reprimand from Su Qingxue towards her colleague. At this moment, all remaining team members, including Wang Hao, are holding their breath, fixated on the 3 simultaneously unfolding and breathtaking assault operations displayed on the screens. Wang Hao is utterly transfixed. He feels as though he is witnessing not the brutal struggle for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, but rather 3 concurrent cinematic spectacles of war, replete with special effects. On the first screen, the 4th and 5th teams are tasked with breaching the port lighthouse. The footage reveals a narrow, spiraling staircase within the lighthouse, completely choked by a throng of fogwalkers. These creatures, in such confined quarters, become a lethal meat grinder. Yet the operatives of the Dragon Shield Bureau remain unfazed. A robust, heavy armor operative, wielding an enormous alloy blast shield, stands resolutely at the forefront, resembling an immovable mountain as he carves out a minuscule safe zone amidst the tide of corpses using a shield. Behind him, 2 assault troopers brandish tactical shotguns loaded with dragon breath rounds. With each pull of the trigger, they unleash a fan of searing flames, incinerating the zombies within mere meters. Moreover, to their side and rear, a sharpshooter employs a rifle equipped with a semi-automatic function, methodically picking off those attempting to crawl over the pile of bodies or launching ambushes from the walls. Advance, suppress, eliminate, then advance again. Their coordination flows seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. Each step appears to have been rehearsed countless times, embodying textbook precision and efficiency. The second screen features the 7th and 8th teams, who are engaged in clearing the coastal gas station. Faced with hundreds of ordinary fog walkers surging like a tidal wave, they find it unnecessary to employ firearms. Two operatives swiftly retrieve military-grade portable flamethrowers from their backs. With a thunderous roar, two 10-meter-long torrents of orange fire erupt forth, instantly transforming the open ground in front of the gas station into a blazing inferno. Those undaunted fog walkers, confronted with such extreme temperatures, are as fragile as paper. They emit piercing wails, struggling and rolling in the searing flames, ultimately reduced to charred remnants. The entire process was imbued with a raw and brutal aesthetic of violence, leaving Wang Hao utterly astonished and his blood surging with excitement. Undoubtedly, the most captivating spectacle was the boss battle, led by Su Qingxue herself, which could only be described as a work of art, displayed on the third light screen. In the central exhibition hall of the Maritime Museum, a terrifying creature known as the Giant Arm Butcher, towering over 4 meters in height, its upper body grotesquely assembled from a multitude of tumors and muscle tissue, roared with a deafening ferocity. Each strike it delivered could easily shatter solid marble columns, while its charges bore the crushing force reminiscent of a heavy truck. Yet, in the face of such a formidable beast, Su Qingxue appeared as a delicate leaf afloat amidst tumultuous waves, agile and ethereal. Rather than confronting the boss head-on, she maximized her speed and agility as a scout. Like the finest matador, she danced around the cumbersome Giant Arm Butcher, engaging in rapid maneuvers and evasions. Each time, she managed to evade the boss's colossal arms at the last possible moment, slipping away at incredible angles. Her tactical dagger found opportunities to inflict shallow yet effective wounds on the boss's weaker joints, skillfully hindering its movements while drawing its ire to herself, thus creating an optimal output environment for her teammates. Now, strike its nape. That is the core weakness. Seizing the moment when the boss's swing left it vulnerable, Su Qingxue calmly issued the command over the communication channel. The two heavy gunners, stationed at a distance, immediately pulled their triggers. Their specially modified anti-material sniper rifles roared in unison as two armor-piercing rounds, powered by energy cores and glowing with blue light, soared with an unstoppable force, precisely and forcefully striking the unguarded nape of the Giant Arm Butcher. Boom! Flesh and blood flew. The seemingly indestructible nape of the boss was brutally penetrated at a single point by the two rounds, creating a massive, gory hole. The boss let out a final, unwilling wail, its titanic body crashing to the ground and causing the entire exhibition hall to tremble slightly. A textbook-perfect boss raid concluded in triumph. Too powerful. Wang Hao was left speechless, overwhelmed by the spectacle. He murmured to himself, his gaze reflecting an insatiable desire for strength, which, at that moment, reached an unprecedented pinnacle. He yearned for the day he could stand as strong, confident, and composed as these individuals, confronting the apocalyptic horrors that had once filled him with despair. Lin Yu, meanwhile, observed quietly. His face remained devoid of any expression, yet his mind operated with extraordinary efficiency. He was engaged in a process of learning, not in the acquisition of combat skills, but in understanding the collaborative dynamics of the Dragon Shield Bureau, meticulously analyzing their strengths and weaknesses. The advantages were glaringly apparent: clear division of labor, strict discipline, and formidable tactical execution. However, the shortcomings were equally fatal. They were excessively reliant on this well-established system. Should the command hierarchy be decapitated or the flow of information severed, this intricate war machine could swiftly descend into chaos and paralysis. Chapter 103: A Modest Victory. Under the full operation of the Dragon Shield Bureau's formidable war machine, the scales of victory have never wavered from the outset. Approximately 1 hour into the mission, accompanied by Zhao Tianlong's voice tinged with fatigue and reluctance over the communication channel, the fourth and final assault team successfully retrieved 2 crucial fuel pumps from the abandoned auto repair shop. With this, all 4 essential materials required to restore the Hope cruise ship have been assembled. Throughout the process, Despite encountering several waves of hundreds of zombies and a few team members sustaining injuries in battles against elite foes, everything transpired without grave consequences. Thanks to the Dragon Shield Bureau's overwhelming firepower and impeccable logistical support, there were no casualties, no panic, and scarcely any complications. Victory arrived with such simplicity, as if it were a matter of course. When Su Qingxue and Zhao Tianlong returned to the cruise terminal's defensive position with the essential materials, the logistics team, who had been waiting, promptly took over. They positioned the marine turbocharger and fuel pumps on the cruise ship, connected the backup navigation compass to the control console in the cockpit, and filled the once-dry fuel tank with barrels of clean fuel. With a final click, all critical components were installed. The power system commenced self-diagnosis. 10, 50, 100. Self-diagnosis complete. The navigation system is now calibrated. Calibration complete. Engine preheating in progress. Expected to be operational in 10 minutes. A cold system notification chimed simultaneously on everyone's screens. Hope cruise ship under maintenance. Estimated time, 10 o'clock minutes. Warning, the maintenance process will generate significant noise, attracting the attention of nearby fog walkers. Please prepare for defense. As the notification faded, the long-dormant Hope cruise ship emitted a deep, powerful rumble, and from its towering smokestack, a long-awaited plume of black smoke billowed forth. This rumble was a symphony of hope, yet simultaneously, it resonated as a dirge for the dead. Almost instantaneously, as the roar erupted, Lin Yu's radar map illuminated with red dots, representing the remaining fog walkers within several kilometers, as if summoned by deadly temptation, began to converge frantically from all directions towards the cruise terminal. All personnel on high alert, prepare to face the final wave of assault. Su Qingxue stood at the highest point of the position, her voice calm, yet resolute. The ultimate test had arrived. However, this so-called trial seemed feeble against the Dragon Shield Bureau's impregnable defenses. Wave after wave of zombies crashed against the barricade like surf against rocks, obliterated by a furious metal storm and exploding flames long before reaching the defensive line. Wang Hao, gathering his courage, nestled behind a secure firing port, rifle in hand, mimicking the other team members as he took careful shots at the distant horde. The exhilarating sensation of personally obliterating these terrifying monsters left him in a state of excitement and trepidation. He even succumbed to an absurd illusion. Was it true that the dungeon was merely this? As he replaced the magazine, he murmured to himself that as long as the equipment was sufficiently formidable and his teammates strong enough, these zombies were nothing more than a collection of moving targets. Victory came too easily, too mundanely, to the extent that even he, a novice perpetually teetering on the brink of life and death, began to entertain the delusion that perhaps he was capable as well. Do not underestimate the situation. A chilling voice suddenly resonated behind him, pulling him from his unrealistic reverie back to reality. Wang Hao turned to see Lin Yu, arms crossed, observing him with a calm gaze that seemed to penetrate his innermost thoughts. The reason you perceive this as simple is not due to the weakness of the enemy, but because you stand upon the shoulders of giants. Lin Yu gestured towards the Dragon Shield Bureau members engaged in fierce combat, speaking in an indifferent tone. What you witness is their current composure and victory. What you do not see is the blood, sweat, and sacrifices they endured over countless days and nights to reach this point. You cannot fathom the struggles they faced in life-and-death dungeons to acquire this splendid equipment. Even more obscured from your view is the multitude of tactical analysts who, through numerous failures and the loss of comrades, distilled the lessons that underpin this mature, textbook-like tactical framework. Each of Lin Yu's words struck Wang Hao like a heavy hammer, shattering the fragile facade of confidence he had only recently constructed. His face flushed crimson as he bowed his head in shame. He recognized the truth in Lin Yu's assertions. He was merely a fortunate novice sheltered under the protective wings of others. His composure was built upon the strength and perfect organization of those around him. Should he step beyond this sanctuary, he would likely falter at the very first encounter. Remember this, Wang Hao. Lin Yu patted his shoulder, his tone returning to calmness. In this world, the only source of true security lies in your own strength. Never place your hopes in others. With that, Lin Yu turned his gaze back to the Hope cruise ship, which was counting down to its departure. Chapter 104. Prelude to Farewell, the 10-minute repair time. Amidst the deafening sounds of gunfire and the mournful wails of the undead, finally drew to a close. As the last wave of the Horde was utterly vanquished by the formidable firepower of the Dragon Shield Bureau, a resounding, prolonged whistle, imbued with the essence of rebirth and hope, suddenly erupted from the Hope cruise ship, piercing through the dense fog and echoing throughout the desolate harbor. With a thunderous blast, a gentle, soaring green beam of light ascended from the deck of the cruise ship, dispersing some of the surrounding crimson mist. On every survivor screen, a long-awaited system notification sprang forth. The Hope cruise ship has been fully repaired. The evacuation point has been successfully established. All survivors within a 5-kilometer radius may use this evacuation point to escape this world. Victory! At long last, victory! In an instant, a deafening cheer erupted from the Dragon Shield Bureau's defensive positions. Those clients, who had been sheltered in the rear, were overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears as if they had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. Su Qingxue stood aloft, gazing down at her jubilant team. The tension that had gripped her stunning visage finally melted away, revealing a genuine smile of relief. The mission was accomplished. Everyone, remain vigilant. She quickly reined in her emotions, issuing her final command. Escort team, organize the clients to board in an orderly fashion. Defense team, maintain your vigilance until the last person has evacuated. Yes, the Dragon Shield Bureau once again demonstrated their formidable discipline, as the celebratory atmosphere was swiftly replaced by solemn directives. 100 escort clients, under the organization of the team members, began to line up in an orderly fashion, ascending the gangway towards Hope. Lin Shun, hurry, we must go, Wang Hao exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he grasped Lin Yu's arm, eager to push through the crowd boarding the ship. He could hardly wait to escape this cursed place, shrouded in fog and monsters. However, at the moment he pulled Lin Yu, he discovered that it was akin to trying to move a statue firmly affixed to the ground. She remained utterly still. Lin Shun, what's wrong? Wang Hao turned back in confusion. It was then he noticed that Lin Yu had come to a halt, quietly standing in place, her gaze fixed on the jubilant crowd before her. Those stepping towards new beginnings, her expression devoid of emotion, as tranquil as a still lake. Her eyes did not reflect the camaraderie of companions, but rather resembled someone observing a group of indifferent actors preparing to exit the stage. You go ahead. Lin Yu spoke softly, her voice low yet distinctly clear to Wang Hao. Wang Hao's smile immediately froze on his face, disbelief washing over him as he stared at Lin Yu, stammering, Lin Shun? What? What do you mean? Aren't we leaving together? No. Lin Yu shook her head, turning to face Wang Hao. In her profound gaze lay a hint of unyielding resolve. I have some personal matters to attend to. Personal matters? In this impending apocalypse, where the world is soon to be engulfed by a tsunami, what private matters could possibly hold more significance than the instinct to survive? Wang Hao's mind went blank in an instant. He finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his complexion turning pallid. No, Lin Shun, you cannot stay. He clutched Lin Yu's arm with desperation, his voice sharp with fear and urgency. This place is far too perilous. The Dragon Shield Bureau has departed. How can you possibly survive alone? The apocalyptic tsunami is imminent. To remain is to embrace certain death. He pleaded desperately, even infusing his tone with a hint of supplication. He could neither comprehend nor accept Lin Yu's resolve. To him, Lin Yu's current actions were tantamount to suicide. It was madness, utter, unrestrained madness. Why abandon the well-lit path of safety only to turn back and leap into the abyss of a merciless hell? Yet, in the face of Wang Hao's fervent entreaties, Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged. He simply gazed calmly at his desk mate, whom he had once rescued from the brink of death. Slowly, he raised his hand, gently prying apart Wang Hao's fingers that clutched his arm, one by one. His movements were deliberate, yet the force behind them left Wang Hao feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Wang Hao, Lin Yu's voice turned cold and indifferent, imbued with an air of authoritative superiority. Do not forget what I told you before we entered this instance. Wang Hao's body quivered violently. He recalled Lin Yu's initial words. Once we enter the instance, all actions will be directed by me. Do not ask what should not be questioned. Do not touch what should not be touched. If you can comply, you will live. If not, you shall perish. Yes. What right do I have to question his decisions? What capability do I possess to alter his will? Before this man, I will forever remain a weak, pitiful follower in need of protection. Wang Hao released his grip, gazing at Lin Yu with eyes brimming with boundless anxiety, confusion, and a profound sense of helpless defeat. Chapter 105. Diverging paths. As Wang Hao remained enveloped in profound shock and trepidation, the figure of Su Qingxue appeared behind them, seemingly out of nowhere. She had evidently overheard Lin Yu's previous remarks. Her piercing phoenix eyes fixated intently on Lin Yu, brows slightly furrowed, her gaze brimming with inquiry and perplexity. Lin Yu, are you certain you wish to stay? She inquired, her tone imbued with an added gravity. Absolutely, Lin Yu replied, his response as decisive and unyielding as ever. Could you enlighten me as to why? Su Qingxue pressed on. To my knowledge, in this instance of the world, aside from the few supply points we have already conquered, there should be nothing left here worth risking your life for. She endeavored to persuade Lin Yu to reconsider through rational analysis. In her eyes, Lin Yu was an individual of boundless potential, someone she ardently wished to recruit. She could not bear to see such a gem perish in this desolate and worthless wasteland due to a moment of impulsive folly. However, Lin Yu merely shook his head. He refrained from explaining the secret regarding the golden treasure, known only to himself. Instead, he regarded Su Qingxue with calm determination and said, I appreciate your care along the way. Nevertheless, I have my own reasons for staying. The resoluteness in his gaze, coupled with an audacious confidence that seemed to encompass the world, left Su Qingxue's heart momentarily stilled. In those eyes, she discerned something she had never witnessed in anyone else. A willingness to wager one's life against all odds, embodying the spirit of a true hero. She realized that her words would have no effect. Any argument would appear utterly feeble in the face of such unwavering resolve. After a prolonged silence, Su Qingxue drew a deep breath, her furrowed brow gradually easing, replaced by a complex expression mingled with regret, admiration, and a hint of anticipation. She no longer pressed him with questions, but solemnly nodded at Lin Yu. Very well, I respect your choice. Then, as if making a promise, she added, return alive. The doors of Longshield Bureau will always be open for you. With that, she turned and walked away toward the Hope, which was poised to set sail. Without looking back, she understood that for a man like Lin Yu, excessive insistence would only serve as an affront. Respect was the highest form of tribute she could offer him. At that moment, an ill-timed voice, brimming with schadenfreude and derision, broke the atmosphere. Oh, isn't this Lin Yu? Why the hesitation? Do you feel that departing with us mortals would tarnish your reputation, preparing instead to remain behind and coexist with those zombies? Zhao Tianlong approached, arms crossed. A feigned smile plastered across his face. His eyes were rife with unabashed mockery and delight. In his view, Lin Yu's current actions were nothing short of absurd. The most ludicrous joke in existence. Why linger on the safe road, awaiting one's demise? Such fools deserve to perish in this place. He even feigned a pained expression, imploring, Brother Lin Yu, heed my advice, do not act foolishly. Come with us. We have thoroughly searched the most promising locations for supplies. Do not let despair consume you. The nauseating hypocrisy of his demeanor made Wang Hao tremble with rage. Yet, Lin Yu found himself amused by this performance. He genuinely laughed, gazing at the frantically gesticulating Zhao Tianlong, his face adorned with an expression of utter disdain and pity. A summer insect cannot comprehend ice. A frog in a well cannot fathom the sea. Engaging with such a narrow-minded fool, who could not even grasp the reason for his own persistence, did not pique Lin Yu's interest to utter even a single word. Su Qingxue had certainly surmised the truth, given that he had slipped out the previous night. No longer paying him any heed, Lin Yu turned and placed the spare 92 style pistol, along with the remaining medical supplies, into Wang Hao's hands. Take these, he said calmly. When we evacuate and tally our experiences, you'll gain more. Remember my words. To avoid being looked down upon, one must rely on oneself to grow stronger. This was his final counsel to Wang Hao, a last acknowledgement of their fleeting camaraderie. Wang Hao's eyes instantly welled with tears. Clutching the pistol, still warm from Lin Yu's touch, he felt as though something had lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. He could only nod vigorously. "All right, let us go," Lin Yu said, patting his shoulder gently. He slowly turned, that solitary and resolute figure stepping against the tide of those rushing toward rebirth and light. Inching back into the boundless, blood-colored mist filled with death and uncertainty. Chapter 106. Return to silence. The column of light from the teleportation slowly dissipated, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield and a heap of corpses silently eroded by the encroaching mist. Everything had come to an end. For the fortunate survivors who managed to escape, it was a challenging yet ultimately fulfilling victory. However, for Lin Yu, this was merely the beginning. He stood alone at the desolate port, the sea breeze tousling his tattered combat uniform and lifting the strands of his dark hair, exposing the depths of his abyss-like gaze to the chilling air. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. The air was still thick with the acrid scent of smoke, mingled with the stench of blood and decay. Yet for some inexplicable reason, after bidding farewell to all his companions, this scent brought him a long-lost sense of relief, a sensation called freedom. No longer burdened by those needing protection, no longer wary of allies, no longer constrained by the need for disguise and concealment. From this moment on, this deathly harbor shrouded in mist, this vast expanse filled with the unknown and treasures, would belong solely to him. Here was his hunting ground. Here was his paradise. An uncontrollable exhilaration, more intense than ever before, blazed within him like a raging wildfire. This was the rhythm he cherished. This was the stage he relished, dancing in absolute solitude, seeking treasures amidst endless death. Then, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, and within them, all vestiges of human emotion had vanished, leaving only the primal and pure, cold flame of a predator fixated on its prey. The second half of the party was about to commence. He shed every last trace of hesitation and concealment. The power within him erupted like a beast unshackled, roaring into life. In the next moment, his figure abruptly vanished, transforming into a streak of black lightning, foregoing stealth and detours, charging directly along the city's main thoroughfare towards the abandoned water treatment plant in the southern part of the city, a place cloaked in golden legends, at full speed. The physical exertion of this long sprint was negligible in the face of his formidable stamina attribute of 20 points, coupled with the terrifying regeneration of 1 health and stamina per minute from the 23 nest heart in his chest. He could even maintain a 100-meter sprint while ensuring his stamina remained at its peak. Along the way within the mist, countless wandering wraiths were drawn to his unabashedly potent aura of vitality. They emitted excited shrieks, launching themselves from all directions towards this moving feast. However, awaiting them were blades of light, swift and chilling in their precision. Swoosh! Lin Yu's figure did not even pause for a moment. At the very instant a wraith lunged from the side alley, he did not even glance back. The T-56 tactical long knife in his hand moved with uncanny precision, carving a perfect arc through the air. The blade sliced effortlessly through the neck of the wraith, which, while suspended mid-leap, found its head propelled skyward, spewing a cascade of dark crimson blood as it soared several meters away. The headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already appeared 100 meters distant. 3 more wraiths emerged from the thick fog ahead. Lin Yu's secondary radar had meticulously analyzed their trajectories a full minute prior, rendering him indifferent to the need for evasion. Just as their paths were about to intersect, his long knife transformed into 3 lightning-fast phantoms. Swish, swish, swish. 3 gleaming arcs of light flickered and vanished. 3 heads tumbled to the ground in response. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, imbued with a violent elegance, as if not engaged in a brutal slaughter, but rather performing a graceful rehearsal of death. For Lin Yu at that moment, these threats, deemed lethal by ordinary players, had been reduced to mere insignificant ants, easily crushed beneath his feet. In his eyes, there existed only that singular golden dot on the radar map, radiating an endless allure. Chapter 107. The opening of the abyssal gate in an unreserved rush forward. Within a mere span of a few minutes, Lin Yu traversed a considerable portion of the urban expanse, arriving at the area designated on the radar map as an abandoned water treatment facility. The scene before him was even more dilapidated and desolate than he had envisioned. Enormous cooling towers had long since collapsed halfway, their rusted metallic skeletons resembling the ribs of an ancient behemoth, jutting toward the grayish sky. The ground was overrun with dark green, foul-smelling moss, while massive sewage treatment pools churned with a nauseating, viscous liquid of unknown origin, intermittently releasing fist-sized bubbles of marsh gas. The entire area was shrouded in an oppressive stench, a noxious blend of chemical agents and decaying organic matter, permeated with an aura of death and decay. Lin Yu's gaze did not linger on the ruinous sites, but rather fixated on the very center of the facility. There lay a vast, crater-like depression. At the bottom of this depression, a circular gate, over 10 meters in diameter and constructed from an unidentified ultra-high-strength alloy, was adorned with rivets and warning signs, sealing the sole entrance to the subterranean depths. The gate had been ravaged by the passage of time and acidic substances, yet its terrifying thickness of half a meter silently conveyed the futility of any violent attempts to breach it. Lin Yu's figure, akin to a weightless leaf, silently glided from the edge of the depression, coming to a steady halt before the massive alloy gate. He extended his hand and gently rapped on its surface. Thud! A profoundly muffled sound reverberated, causing his palm to tingle slightly. It would require at least 3 kilograms of C4 explosives to barely create a breach. Lin Yu's mind swiftly assessed the situation. Yet, such an action would not only deplete his precious stock of explosives, but, more critically, the explosive noise would draw every creature within a 10-kilometer radius. It was a futile endeavor. He was never one to rely solely on brute force. Wisdom, after all, is a sharper weapon than strength. Abandoning thoughts of violent intrusion, he immersed his focus entirely into the structural scanning mode of his secondary radar. With a soft hum, accompanied by a slight fluctuation of mental energy, a three-dimensional schematic of the underground structure of the water treatment facility began to manifest vividly in his mind, meticulously outlined with each stroke. Pipes, load-bearing walls, circuits, hidden chambers, everything lay bare before him. He found it. In just a few seconds of scanning, a knowing smile crept upon Lin Yu's lips. His radar indicated that approximately 30 meters beneath the side of the alloy gate, there existed a separate, compact underground control room. The hydraulic and electrical systems governing the gate's operation were centered within that very chamber. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu turned around and maneuvered to the opposite side of the collapsed area, where he discovered an inconspicuous underground maintenance tunnel entrance, half buried beneath rubble. He used a spade to clear away the debris blocking the entrance and squeezed inside. The tunnel was engulfed in darkness, permeated with the sense of rust and machine oil. However, guided by his radar, it felt as familiar and luminous as his own backyard. Skillfully, he navigated through the labyrinthine underground conduits for approximately 5 minutes, ultimately arriving before a heavy iron door marked with high-voltage danger signs. This was the control room for the gate. He pushed open the unlocked iron door, and a wave of stale air, tinged with the acrid scent of burnt circuitry, rushed towards him. Inside the control room, chaos reigned. Various precision control instruments lay in disarray, their screens dark, indicating that the main power system had long since collapsed with the onset of the apocalypse. Yet, Lin Yu's objective was not the primary power supply. His gaze was fixed on a solitary red backup power box nestled in the corner. Approaching it, he opened the box to find the wires had been corroded beyond recognition by moisture and acidic substances, with several critical power cables completely severed. A minor issue. Lin Yu retrieved a roll of tape and a multifunctional military knife from his spatial backpack. Though he lacked insulating tape in his basic supplies, ordinary tape could temporarily risk short-circuiting. He only needed to open the door. He wasn't a professional electrician, but he possessed the finest of enhancements. The radar system could even clearly indicate where each wire was originally meant to connect. However, this would consume more of his mental energy. He merely needed to reconnect the severed wires like a child playing a puzzle game. With a crackle, he carefully joined the last main wire and secured it with tape. In the next moment, the emergency indicator light, previously extinguished, flickered a few times before illuminating with a faint yet hopeful red glow. The backup power was successfully activated. Lin Yu approached the main control console, gazing at the screen that had reignited, displaying the message that the gate system was connected. Without hesitation, he reached out and pressed the enormous red open button. A deep, resonant hum echoed, causing the entire underground space to tremble violently, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening. In the distance, the colossal alloy gate, which had sealed the abyss for decades, began to rise slowly, inch by inch, propelled by the hydraulic system. A chilling, damp breeze, seemingly from the depths of the infernal abyss and imbued with ancient and unknown essence, surged forth from the now-opening gate of the abyss. The gate had opened. Chapter 108. The guardian of the labyrinth standing at the edge of the circular shaft, which resembled the gaping maw of an abyss. Lin Yu exhibited not a trace of hesitation. He swiftly retrieved the U-7 deep-sea combat suit, a marvel of futuristic technology acquired aboard the research vessel, from a spatial backpack and donned it with remarkable speed. The oxygen circulation system was functioning optimally. The pressure balance system was in order. The micro-assist system was operational. A series of chilling mechanical prompts echoed in Lin Yu's ears, while the visor of his helmet illuminated with streams of green data, displaying in real time his physiological status, oxygen levels, and the external water pressure. An unprecedented sense of power, as if he were seamlessly fused with the advanced armor, surged within him. With a determined leap, Lin Yu plunged into the abyssal, cold, murky waters below. Here lay an alternate realm, one starkly contrasting the surface, suffused with oppression, darkness, and the unknown. A three-dimensional world of demise. The suit's built-in spotlight illuminated a mere 5 meters ahead, beyond which lay an opaque, daunting expanse of dark green. The water was exceedingly turbid, rife with unknown fibrous matter, mutated algae, and even repulsive parasites resembling leeches, which sought to latch on his combat suit, emitting a disconcerting hissing sound. In his mind's eye, the vast, intricately woven labyrinth of underwater conduits unfolded like a divine panorama. He could perceive the diminutive blue light that represented himself, resolutely advancing towards the ultimate destination on this immense map. Activating the micro-assist system at his joints, he glided through the water with the finesse of the most agile fish, unimpeded by the currents. However, this seemingly desolate labyrinth was far from secure. As he traversed the first 100-meter-long pipe and approached a more expansive settling basin, the radar map illuminated an area that had previously appeared devoid of life. Suddenly, thousands of tiny red dots sprang to life without warning. They coalesced like an agitated swarm of bees, forming a swirling vortex of crimson death, rushing towards Lin Yu, the unwelcome intruder. Piranha swarm, a mutated species, no larger than a palm, but armed with razor-sharp teeth. They swam in relentless packs, capable of devouring an adult bear to mere bones in a matter of seconds. Yet, confronted with this terror that could induce a panic attack in any sufferer of claustrophobia, Lin Yu's expression remained utterly composed. He did not even slow his pace. Just as the red vortex of death was about to engulf him, the T-56 tactical long knife in his hand erupted with a blinding flash of electricity. Zzz. He had borrowed a compact high-voltage electric shock module from the Dragon Shield Bureau, which he had temporarily affixed to the hilt of his blade. With a sudden thrust, he plunged the long sword, shimmering with deadly arcs of electricity, forcefully into a nearby, abandoned high-voltage cable. In the next instant, an overwhelmingly violent current surged through the cable, instantly transmitting its ferocity throughout the entire settling pool. The water seemed to boil at that moment. Countless electric eels writhed frantically within the murky depths. The thousands of piranhas, caught in this indiscriminate and cataclysmic electric assault, were unable to emit even a single cry of despair before they were rendered charred and lifeless, their bellies turned skyward, rising to the surface in droves like dumplings. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's deep-sea combat suit, crafted from advanced polymer composite materials, boasted exceptional insulation properties. Unscathed, he gracefully swam over the carpet formed by the multitude of fish corpses, continuing his advance. Besides these swarming monstrosities, the labyrinth was rife with various lethal physical traps. There were enormous bear traps concealed beneath the silt, and pipe valves rendered extremely unstable by water pressure, threatening to detach at any moment. Additionally, there were areas occupied by mutated barnacles, which could launch calcareous spikes with the force of high-caliber bullets. Yet before Lin Yu's radar, which functioned as though he possessed a map of the entire labyrinth, all of these dangers were rendered insignificant. He could always anticipate the peril half a minute in advance, allowing him to select the safest path and navigate past them with ease. In this deathly maze, which would spell doom for others, he persevered with both difficulty and unwavering determination, ever closer to the singular destination that radiated a resplendent golden light.